It's just so phenomenal, and it's such a joy to have the opportunity to do that. And even though I only had one son, I was able to be, like a mother-like figure to other children as well over the years. So, like I said, the biggest thing that I learned as a parent is having a strong support system and making sure that you take care of yourself as well. Because, people rely on you, and you have these children or this small child that's relying on you. So that's the main thing is, having a strong support system, researching the things that you need to research so that you can develop and grow better yourself as a parent, not for the child, but for yourself, and they gain the benefit of that growth. So I think that's pretty much it. You guys take care.
Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett. I am a 52-year-old mother of an 11-year-old daughter. And today I just want to talk a little bit about if I had known then what I know now about becoming a geriatric mom, as they call me. So at 41, I became a first time, only time mother. And it's been such a blessing and a change of my life, even at the age of 40 when I found out I was pregnant. Telling my parents was definitely something that was nerve-wracking. I don't care how old you are, to express to your parents that you are making this huge change in your life can be just a little nerve-wracking in terms of making you feel like you're asking for permission. If I had known that the joys of watching someone form not only in yourself and in your image, but in their own personality, their own image, their own likes, their own dislikes, would be this gratifying, I definitely would have done it years ago. My daughter is extremely intelligent. She has her own mind, and I just adore being a mother. If I had known that I was going to lose my own mother at the age of 29 and that I would have to go it alone in terms of not having much advice because, of course, being older than everyone around me is older. My friends' children were older, so they weren't trying to babysit because they've already done what they needed to do with their kids. Every now and then I would get some help. My parents, of course, were older. My stepmother would babysit when I would ask, and definitely it was far and few between. This time of technology has changed the game in terms of certain things. With Alexa and alarms and even virtual reality games, I have the opportunity to have some time to myself. Basically, my daughter participates in a game on her Oculus 2 headset called VR Chat, and it gives her a chance to speak with people all around the world and even to gain help with her homework at times. So, like television, PBS, and shows like that were kind of helping us to grow up in my time. Different things of technology are helping my daughter to learn different social skills, grow up, and even to enjoy learning about other parts of the country. It's been great. I don't know that I would suggest it to everyone. However, in my 20s, I definitely had fun. I did a lot of traveling. I did a lot of things that I, at this point, feel like I'm not missing out on anything. I know that some people think, oh, well, you're older. Isn't this the time to settle down? But she definitely helps me to stay young in terms of staying up on music, staying up on technology, even staying in the know of different cartoons that I never would have thought would have been a part of my life. If I had known at 20, 25, 30, even 35, what I know now about being a mother at 52, almost 53 years old of an 11-year-old, I definitely would have done it long ago. I encourage anyone that wants to become a parent, whether it is a foster parent, an adoptive parent, or a biological parent like I became, to do it whenever you feel ready. You're never going to be financially prepared. You're never going to have all the answers. However, our parents weren't either. Their parents weren't either. And definitely their parents weren't either. So don't wait for all the ducks to line up in a row, because they never will. There'll always be one out of formation. Whether it's the financial duck, whether it's the you don't have the home that you want duck. My daughter and I started our joint life together in the bedroom of one of my friends. I was sharing a home with a friend. We were roommates, and that's where we started. Then we transitioned to my dad's house, and I learned a few things, and finally we got on our own. I purchased a house because I wanted to make sure she had a backyard that she never uses. But I just encourage you, if you want to become a parent, no matter what it is, of a fur baby, a real baby, or as I said, adoption, or being a foster parent, it is the most fulfilling thing you could ever do in your life. Again, my name is Sonia, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Have a great day.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to the 24-hour broadcast for Maternal Matters Favored. I am the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and I am buzzing around in the background today as we raise awareness and funds for the life skills programs presented by Maternal Matters Favored. The founder of this nonprofit organization is Tam McRoy, and I'm going to bring her in just a moment. But first, just wanted to let you know that if you're trying to watch us on Facebook, there is a technical issue on Facebook's end, and StreamYard is working to remedy that. We are also live on several YouTube pages. Search for Maternal Matters Favored on YouTube. You'll be able to watch the program. Search for Live with Evangelist Angie B on Facebook. We are live there. We are also live on Volusia Business Women on YouTube. Tam McRoy and I are members of Volusia Business Women. If you can't seem to find them on YouTube, just log on to VolusiaBusinessWomen.com and look for the YouTube link that will take you straight to us for the next 24 hours. You may also search for Evangelist Angie B on YouTube. We are broadcasting there. We are broadcasting live on the Jericho Broadcast Network, Mornings with the Queen Bee stream. Thank you for the Jericho Broadcast Network for allowing us to do that. And if you're on Twitter, you can check out Angie B Tour. That's ANGIEBEE Tour on Twitter, and you will see us there. We will check back in with Facebook to see if they're ready to receive our 24-hour stream. And in the meantime, we're bringing in the founder, Tam McRoy. Welcome, Tam. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Angie. Oh my gosh, I don't know how I'm going to make it through these 24 hours without you and your team. So I am so appreciative. We are here. What powerful stories were those that you guys just heard, right? Oh my gosh, this is what it's all about. And so, once more, this is an opportunity where you're going to have to save lives of mothers, fathers, non birthing parents. Why? Because we're going to be here. We're going to be having a slew of individuals, I mean, CEOs, individuals that are literally in another country, right? Streaming in. And politicians, we have so many individuals coming from different areas of operations throughout the world to just speak their truth, you know what I mean? Talk about what they're going to be combating to do to help right with this perinatal and postpartum crisis. It's a silent crisis that we're all going through. And so once more, for just a simple pledge of $35, you can help provide access to a parent so they can attend one of our life skills programs. And it's a 5-week program in which we provide these parents with life-changing skills and tools, resources, a community, right, in which they can resource to help them balance parenthood and life, because this thing is real. And we know that. So once more, we're going to be hearing throughout the course of the next 24 hours, we're going to be hearing so many stories, testimonies. We're going to be learning some statistics. This is an educational piece, right? We're raising awareness because what we found is a lot of individuals, they're going through it, but society teaches you chin up, head up, shoulders back kind of thing, right? And you are just so silently sinking, right? And so forth. So once more, keep in mind that this is a community approach that we're taking. More than 10% of fathers, they experience depression and anxiety during perinatal periods, right? I'm going to be reading some information to you. At least 60% of women with perinatal depression have experienced a mental health condition in the past, right? Individuals of the Latino community, right? They exhibit a higher level of perinatal and mental health disorders and are less likely to be identified or receive adequate and culturally competent mental health care. That word, culturally competent, right? And we're going to be getting into some personal stories. And during this broadcast, I'm actually going to be dropping a soft release of chapter 1 of my book, where I speak to my endeavor through my perinatal and postpartum mood disorders and where it took me. And I didn't have that person to connect with, right? And so forth. And so these are different things that just journey with us. We hope that you will stay tuned. I'm going to go ahead and show you a video real quickly. Why? Because this is May, and May is Maternal Mental Health Month. Bear with us as we get everything queued up for you.
Wow, I am so honored and I am grateful for this opportunity to learn and to share. I did a real quick informal study yesterday. Asked a couple of single people and people without children if they had ever experienced or if they knew anybody with these type of parenting mood disorders, and almost 99% of them said no, they had never even heard of it. So it can unfortunately be very distressing. And so I pray that everything we do today is helpful to each and every one of you. I pray. All right. We're getting ready for this video as soon as as soon as they finish cleaning the car. And if you have questions, or if you have any questions that you'd like to ask, please be sure to let us know. I see it on the screen. That's wonderful. Tam, I think we just be sure the volume is on your end. because it is not on this end. You may need to rewind it just a little bit and start it again. And praise the Lord, it does look like Facebook is up and going again in terms of the connection. So we are going to be adding our Facebook destinations in just a moment. I got your message, Tam.
Can you hear it?
No.
No worries.
Okie dokie.
No worries. It's only the beginning. And let's go ahead and just start this thing off right. Father God, we come to you today to go ahead and spread your word, do kingdom work, letting individuals know that there is help available, to spread awareness so individuals know how to help someone that they may know that may be in need. Father God, we give this programming all the glory to you, Father God. Let your will be done for the operations that are set to take place. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity, and we know that you're going to give me the strength, Angie the strength, our speakers the strength to push forth and once more do kingdom work here in this world. Thank you for this word, Father God. Amen. Let's go ahead and get this thing back going. So once more, this is going to be an opportunity where we're going to talk through a lot of different things. It's not going to go perfect as we see here, but I did want to go ahead and just drop in the fact that by this being May and it being Maternal Mental Health Month, that we want to heighten the awareness of folks that there are specific programs, there's specific providers, mental health providers, clinicians, obstetricians, and so forth that understand the plight in which a parent goes through in becoming a new parent, a reoccurring parent, or even just dealing with life after having a child, right? And so this is not just, I cannot express this enough, this is not just for mothers, because studies are showing that dads go through it too. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to be the king, I'm supposed to help, and so forth. We have individuals that have to adopt, because they can't conceive. I have a neighbor who right now is scrambling, her and her partner, to prepare to adopt a 14-year-old who got pregnant. So these are real life issues that we're going to be talking about. And she's like, Tam, what do I do? And it's like, okay, let's breathe. You know what I mean? Let's talk through a plan of operations and so forth and so on. And so once more, throughout the course of this programming, as we start to speak with some of our speakers, you're going to hear so many different testimonies. You're going to hear so many different ways in which perinatal and postpartum mood disorders is rearing its ugly head, right, in individuals' lives and so forth. You're going to hear the ways in which people are working throughout the community in their own space, in their circle of influences, to better the lives, whether it's bettering the lives of parents, whether it's bettering the lives of children, because sometimes, when individuals go left untreated, it becomes a childhood trauma for a child to be in that household, right? And so forth. And so once more, we're going to be speaking to so many different pieces. I hope that you're able to tune in. And then once more, this is an opportunity for you to give. And so there are several ways in which you can do so. I think we even have like a text line where you can actually text to give. Let me see if I can bring that up, right? So if you go ahead and you text 202-858-1233 and you enter in the word favored, you can go ahead and give through that method there as well. $35.
Can you repeat that, Tam?
Yes.
202-858-1233. And text with the word what?
Favored.
Okay.
Right. And once more, $35 is a minimum amount, right? We're asking, because why? We can spend that on a meal. These days, you go to McDonald's and you get 2 meals, and that's a wrap there, right? And so forth. And it's to help another person, We're to be doing kingdom work. We're to be giving back. We are the lenders and not the borrowers, right? And so we want to make certain that we're doing our due diligence there. These programs are designed. I've worked with a team of clinicians to make certain that we're meeting the needs of those in the community. And so when we're talking about life skills, we're talking about self-care and what does that actually mean to a person, because not everybody can go to the spa. So if it means that you get to eat you 5-7 cookies, put your feet up after you lay that baby down, or you know what I mean, or after you actually complete a chore, or once you actually get a project completed at work, whatever that looks like, it's just little pockets of moments in which you can give yourself a reward system, right? That is self-care in itself. Another course that we have is what I love is it's not just the usual financial literacy. We're teaching individuals, how to be, savvy. You don't necessarily got to go get that Louis purse, you know what I mean, and that whole outfit. Let's talk about ways in which you can actually invest that money and make that money work for you while you're sleeping. And so it's little things like this where we're to be each other's keepers, right? And so forth and so on. Another piece in the program that I'm really excited about is like, what does it look like to be a responsible citizen? Right? We know that in these times, we're living in very perilous times. And so, make sure that you're voting. Don't be so easily dismayed. Don't be so easily discouraged. You know what I mean? And if you're voting, make certain you vote down the ballot. And I tell people a lot of times, and you can register to have a mail ballot. So this gives you opportunity to actually do some research. I'm like, yeah, no, this person's not going to get my vote. Don't just go and leave it up in the wind, right? And so forth. So it's a lot of different tools that we're going to be working with individuals to provide them so that they can have the upper hand in enhancing their well-being. We are that tribe. We are that support group for them. And speaking of, we do have a support group. So on Tuesdays, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for an hour, we get together and we talk about some of the joys and some of the challenges and some of the wins and things to that effect that we go through, right, as parents. And we have this virtually. So people call in from all over the country just to go ahead and link up with someone that can share their same story. And so I want you to know that Maternal Matters Favored, we're here. We're doing kingdom work. We're providing that opportunity for individuals to be able to voice, vent, right? Receive some support, some guidance, some tools. And I'm talking to you from which I've come. I've been there. I get it. I don't look like what I used to be, what I've been through and everything else. I don't want to get into the word too quickly now, but Lord, thank you, Jesus, right? And it was because I did not have those parameters of perinatal and postpartum health. We're talking about where you go to the doctor and they're like, okay, you got your vitals, baby's heartbeat is good, here's some WIC. Not, what's going on in your psyche, you know what I mean? What's going on in your home atmosphere? How are you preparing? So there's going to be a gamut. We have stories from individuals that have gone through miscarriages, and they're going to be speaking to that part. There's been individuals that have, had stillbirths. And what does that depression and anxiety look like? And how do they overcome those moments? Individuals that are constantly trying to conceive, individuals that, they knew that they couldn't go forward having a child, but they were forced to do so, right? And how they were able to triumph over that. And so we have so many raw stories that are going to be coming in. And so it's once more my hope that you are totally here to sit through it all, listen, get you some tools, be able to see how you can spread the word there in your community as well. And just know that little by little, day by day, there is no perfect way. I mean, we're not in yesteryear where everything has to be clean cut and cookie cut, kind of a thing. We are allowed to live in those imperfections and just know that if you give it up to God, he'll help you work that thing on through. You know what I mean? And not to feel that you can't also talk to some other people. You know what I mean? First talk to God, then go ahead and find you a tribe that you can go ahead and talk to as well. And so I'm really hoping that throughout the course of this program that we're able to connect with some individuals. We're going to have so much information on here for individuals that need resources, not just only my organization, but other organizations that are also doing different things and so forth. And just hang in. I think that was my cue to stop talking. Go ahead, Ange, play the video.
You're okay. You're absolutely okay. You know, I'm excited because we do have a couple of comments that have come in from YouTube. Toya Blair is watching on YouTube and she says that she loves it. Thank you, Toya. We pray that there's something within the next 23 and a half hours that you can learn about and that you can share and that empowers you. Tam, I do know that you have a guest who's waiting to be interviewed. That's Charla. And Charla, if you'd like to come on a little early, that's fine. Just put that in the private chat and let us know. And we can accommodate you a little bit earlier if you'd like. Wanted to remind you that we do have some sponsors that have supported this broadcast. And I don't want to forget about them. Tell me about this product line, Tam.
Oh my gosh! She's actually one of our speakers coming up shortly here. My Leg Kini is a fabulous swimwear line. So as women, sometimes we're a little conscientious of our curves, right, and our bumps and dumps, right. And so this powerhouse of a CEO, Melita, she created this swim line in which it accentuates our body, and so we still feel beautiful being out there in the beach. It's kind of like I don't want to get too much into it because I want her to speak to it. So, but it's a swimwear line in which it just makes a woman feel good. Point blank, bottom line. There's so many conscientious pieces in which we go through as human beings. And in these days and times, any little thing that we can create as a body of individuals to help, enhance the mentality of another person, their psyche, their self-esteem is a win. And you'll hear and learn more about this swim where Melita does come on. I'm not certain who you want to bring up first. Just let me know and we'll just go ahead and get into it.
We're good. We're good. I think we're waiting on Charlotte to get everything squared away. Charlotte, when you are ready, just wave at me. I can see you backstage. Just wave at me when you're ready. And then we'll get going. Tam, I am very, very grateful for this opportunity to be with you and to learn because while we were all doing research, some very disturbing information came up. I'm going to put this on the screen so that we can just kind of go over it together to reinforce what you're saying. That maternal mental health has taken a back seat in the United States. And that's exactly what you were saying. There's a project that they're working on to develop a psychiatric care toolkit for clinicians. And I heard what you said when you talked about, get your go get your WIC and vitamins, but nobody asked you about your mental health. And this was a press release that came out in April of 2022. So here we are a year later, psychiatric.org, this press release, unfortunately, is still so relevant. It's truly heartbreaking. It truly is. But yeah. I know what God teaches us. The word teaches us that you went through this for a reason, and that's to be able to help somebody else.
Yeah, talk about that assignment and that cross to bear, right? Just keep on trudging along with it. And it's what he does, right? They're called tests Tomonies for a reason. And, there's so many different things that are going on in life. You think about how a veteran wants to get counseled by a person that's been in a war, or who's a vet. They want someone that they could connect to, and so forth. And then, so with this situation here, it was something that, God laid on my heart to start this organization back in 2018. And mind you, my son, he just turned 20 in December. And so it was something, like I say, decades ago, these conversations, especially in the community, they weren't really being had. And so in 2018, he was like, yeah, you should really start that. And I was like, okay, bet. So I wrote out this business plan, and I went down to, the Small Business Development Center. And I was like, and they were like, yeah, this is good. This is needed. Your numbers are going to kind of be in the red. It was like, I don't know, how are you going to make this happen? But let us know. And we're here, kind of a thing. And I was like, well, fine. I was there in corporate America. So I'm like, all right, I got this, whatever. And put it on the back burner. And then last year in April, I went to this event with the Eatonville Chamber of Commerce. Shout out to the Eatonville Chamber of Commerce, to Lavonda and Jordan. They're
That's Eatonville, Florida. Yeah.
Florida. Yes. And so they had this raffle going on, and they wanted to sponsor the incorporation of a business, and I won it. So I was like, okay. I was like, all right, I got a business, because I already had the consulting firm going on, and so I was like, all right. So, I went ahead and incorporated it, and just, didn't do too much with it still. Not having that bandwidth, and just not having the right direction. And God just will keep tapping you on your shoulder. Like, look, I said, I need for you to do this. Let me go ahead and open this way. Let me give you a green light. Let me help you over that hurdle. And he provided the right folks, the right opportunities. We actually won a scholarship with the National Nonprofit Resource Center. So shout out to Stephen Forbes. He has been instrumental in helping us build the program out, the capacity, just board development, just everything else in between through the Heroes program. And here we are. We're doing our first fundraiser. And once more, this is to be able to provide our life skills program. And so we want to make certain that we're able to give individuals these tools that they can have in their back pockets to be able to resource as they're pressing through. This is all a press. You know what I mean? We're trudging, we're pressing. You think about the crushing sometimes, and how that oil, God is going to let you go through some things. He's going to show you the means in which you could go and get out of things, right? And it's for you. I'm really big on this. You got to tap that person, hold them on the shoulder, and be like, look, I got you. I've been there. Let me show you how to do this. And once more, this is what it's all about. And so it's my hope, once more, that you're able to hang in here, listen to some of these stories from some of the speakers that are going to be coming up, get some of these tools and resources, and pass them out to other individuals. Look, in these present days and times, information is free. It doesn't hurt to share. When I talk about how we're a tribe, and how our organization takes a community approach, is because, you know what? If someone comes, and there has been some instances, someone reaches out, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't speak Mandarin, but I have a tribe, you know what I mean? I have some folks that, can help you, that can assist you. You want someone that speaks Creole, you know what I mean? You want someone who can speak to the fact of having a miscarriage, you want someone that can speak to we get it, someone who, look, I didn't go through, elements, of my health, but I know some providers, that were sick and trying to parent. And what does that look like? You know what I mean? Because you're not at your full, you're not at 100%, and you're still trying to raise this baby, and how that affects your psyche and so forth. So there's so many different pockets of individuals, of providers, of tribesmen and women who are readily available. They are part of our wide net, right, that we have, in which, we can help you. Let us, right? Don't think that you got to burden this all by yourself, because you don't. And that's where a lot of people kind of get caught up into, I can't let no one that I'm going through this and I'm feeling like this. This is, you know what I mean? And you just eating, and that thing starts to fester, and you never know how that could come out. We see stories and numbers, statistic. Everyone loves data. Show me the proof, right? That without the right support tools, in a person's life, it turns into domestic violence, it turns into drug use, it turns into jail, it turns into, so let's make certain that we're putting a block in that, you know what I mean? When I tell people, let's link arms and support each other, this thing is real and this is what we have to do. And so little by little, day by day, it's not a perfect solution, you know what I mean? But it is, and it's an opportunity and a workaround in which we're developing along with other policies and procedures of individuals in regards to being able to help individuals' lives. And when I keep using the word individuals, because if you look at our logo, there's a hand. We're here to help hold anyone up that we can. If you're going through it as a parent, know that there's support, there's help. You don't have to through, and you don't have to go into a program that's just widely generalized. You know what I mean? There's specific areas in which we cover that you may not get that necessary attention for. And that's another reason why you want to go ahead and make certain that you reach out to us here at Maternal Matters Favored.
That is wonderful. That is absolutely wonderful. We're going to try to bring Charla in just a moment. It seems like she's having some audio issues on her end, so we're gonna.
She's in Kuwait, so I'm I can imagine that. Yeah, she's calling in, streaming in from Kuwait. So hopefully you can get on. Thank you so much for your dedication to this cause, Charla.
We're going to do our best. Okay, so just a couple of quick announcements. We do ask you to visit mmfavored.org to learn more about the organization, to find out how you can donate, and to find out how you can register to be a part of the upcoming Life Skills program. We appreciate that. Now, our Facebook connection that was giving us a headache when we started at 10 a.m., it seems to have been resolved. So you can search for Angie B Productions on Facebook. You can see that we are live. You can also search for Moms in Ministry on Facebook. That's Moms, the letter N, Ministry on Facebook. That is an outreach ministry that just recently celebrated 10 years of reaching mothers. Just like, the book of Titus tells us the older women are supposed to teach the younger women. And unfortunately, we do have testimonies of older women that have dealt with exactly what you're talking about. And so I think we're going to take a minute and share from some wisdom. She may not be an older woman, but she's definitely wisdom. So Tam, I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute and we're going to hear a little bit from this encouraging pastor.
Happy Mother's Day. My name is Pastor Dr. Melinda Watts, and I am a proud mother of 9 children with a blended family and 8 grandchildren. One thing that I learned from my grandmother and my mother, I learned determination. I learned how to be a homemaker. I learned never to quit, and that you can do anything if you put your mind to it. Secondly, what I learned as a mother and a grandparent is, as a mother, each child is different. And as a grandparent, you spoil the grandchildren so that the children can experience the things they put their parents through when they were younger. The children have a tendency to say that the grandchildren gets away with a lot more than what they got away with. Also, the advice that I would give to every parent, grandparent that is raising a child is love your children unconditionally. For each one of them are different. They are gifts that the Lord has loaned to us, and also make sure we train them up in the way of the Lord so that when they grow old, they won't depart from it. Also, if I could do something different, oh my God, I think I would be a little bit more lenient on my children because they had a hard knock life. I was disciplined. They were disciplined just the way I was disciplined. You spare the rod, you spoil the child. But if I could do something differently, it would be a little bit more lenient on them in the rearing. You have a blessed Mother's Day. God bless.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. Just reaching out to let you know about our upcoming inaugural fundraiser, 24 Hours of Favor. And so for 24 hours, we're going to be broadcasting to raise funds for our Life Skills program. It's a 5-week program in which we provide services to parents that have perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. So we're talking about anxiety, we're talking about levels of depression. We're even talking about forms of psychosis that sometimes take place in these individuals' lives. And what we do as a community, taking a community approach, we make certain that we let these individuals know that they have a tribe in which they can turn to help support them in their walks of life as they're pressing through. Won't you make it your business to tune in, join us in conversations, even possibly pledge, right? For $35, you can send someone through a 5-week program. We hope to see you then.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to be bringing in our founder, Tam McRoy, in just a bit. We are very, very grateful for those who are chiming in. And we do have a schedule that we are doing our best to stick to. And I will be making these announcements as we come along. Tam, I see your message in the private chat, and we are not ready for that yet. So I do appreciate you for looking out for us in the background. So Tam, come on in. Just wanted you to know, I let you know when folks are here. So
Thank you. No, I don't know how I'm going to make it through this at all without you,
okay.
Ann. So you just go ahead and like.
That's why you have Angie B Productions helping you out. So
that part, everybody, you need to get you some Angie B Productions in your life.
Charla, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but I'm going to bring you on camera for just a bit, Charla. I'm not sure at Place of Peace, Orlando. I'm still not sure if you can hear us, Charla, but we are very grateful for you and that you are here. Charla, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. Oh, let me go ahead and do this right. Yes. So Charlotte is a 20-year survivor of domestic violence. She's the founder of Place of Peace Orlando and has been a dedicated soldier, leader, and trainer of the military for 2 decades. Charlotte, thank you so much for being here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because mind you, everyone, Charlotte's over there in Kuwait. So when we talk about having a tribe and individuals that get it and they're part of the dedication to the cause, I'm forever grateful. How are you?
I'm still here, still trying to get it together. Um, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. All is well, and I could never complain about opportunities um, being deployed, or like being here, being able to share with family. So I'm here.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I wanted to just run through some different things, right? Why did you want to attend today's charity event?
Um, I got the invite, and I was super excited because to be invited is an honor, right? Because who just comes out and be like, oh, you can come and speak? And so anytime I have an opportunity to speak and share on anything that has to do with journeys, healing, and helping people to become whole is always a blessing. And I will never take that for granted. So,
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, with regards to creating a space and for those that are going through perinatal and postpartum mood disorders, tell us a little bit about what Place of Peace Orlando does.
Place of Peace Orlando is a safe place for women or survivors of domestic violence to help them to transition from homelessness and into a life of independence, and to get them on to a healthy journey to be able to live on their own outside of the traumas that they have experienced due to domestic violence. When it comes to in regards to what your organization does and why it's important to partner with organizations like yours, is even though domestic violence is a topic all on its own, it doesn't mean that these survivors don't come with these issues. Some survivors have new babies. Some survivors have older babies, but yet to not have the opportunity to get the care, the proper care that they need when having children and postpartum. And when you think about that in the perspective of postpartum and domestic violence, when you are trying to take care of a newborn, or when you're trying to raise children and you're being abused in any kind of way, that in and of itself could cause a woman to go over the edge, or it could push her in a direction to where she could start to resent her children, because it could be a question of, why are you here? Why, I can't deal with you because they're dealing with this or not dealing with it. You know what I'm saying? So when you're speaking about women and postpartum is a mental situation that is something that me personally, I could say I may have overlooked, because when I was shot during that time, I did not have an opportunity to deal with postpartum anything. I I was shot. I found out I was pregnant and I had a baby. And boom, that was it. No room for, wow, this happened. Oh my gosh. I had no room for self in that. And so, but I was blessed in a way that I did have a community of people. And even though I was dealing with postpartum and depression, it was within myself and it did not spill over into my daughter. So, to her and in her life, there was never anything wrong with mama. But in that time, in those first 10 years of her life, I was either deployed or dealing. And so, even in my dealing, I was losing weight, I was underweight, I was, it was just a journey that, had I not been in the military, had it not been for my military community, um, I, I probably would have went a completely different direction. But it took me to visit a therapist one time, right? Because in the army, you don't really get to be mentally ill. Back in those days, you didn't, right?
Right.
If you said anything about mental, they'd be like, "Oh, you finna get put out." And I literally had just got in, and so after I had my daughter, I went from a healthy 140, 150 pounds to 120 postpartum. Post having a baby, I'm down to 120, and my dad's looking at me like, "They don't feed you in the army," and I'm like, you know, yeah, I eat all the time, but I really wasn't eating, and my hair was falling out, and I didn't know how or what to do. I just, pressed forward, and to deal with that, like I said, I went to the doctor, and I thought I had something going on with me physically, and she said, no, it's mental, and that then was like, wait, I can't accept that. you know I had to try to figure out another way, and it took me some years to accept the fact that it was a mental issue and not a physical issue, because it didn't matter what I did for PT, it didn't matter what foods I ate, it didn't matter any of that. It was here in my head,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
to have to still move through the days, and moving through fear, because I was not divorced. So at any given time, he could have just popped up,
Yeah. Yeah.
and in the military, there is no discretion until you follow through with all the
Yeah.
procedures,
And
which I
wait,
wasn't.
Charlotte. So I know your story, and Charlotte's story is deep, but let individuals, if you don't mind sharing, who that he is in regards to what you went through and how that all was just a world of a woe.
Okay, so when I was younger, I decided to get married. I got married to an older man, and he ended up being abusive. And so for the first 3 or 4 years of us being together, it was about 2 years we were together. He was abusive. He showed those signs of aggression, but I was underage. I was like 16, 17. So I was fearful about reporting him or calling the police. But then also I felt like I could handle it. You 17, 18, you think you're grown. I was part of that crew, thought I was grown. And so it just turned into a whirlwind of abuse. And it was both mentally, and then it became physical. And then I thought I can get away. I joined the army. Even though I had plans to join the army before, I had used that as my escape physically. Mentally, I could not get away, and I ended up marrying him, and that just took the cake when we finally were able to be together for a short period of time. And in that short period of time, I had to express to him that my next assignment, I couldn't take him with me, and he just did not want to accept that, and he tried to take me out. And in that, um, you know, once that happened, uh, that happened in November of '98. Oh my gosh, it happened in November of '98, and by the end of, I still left. I could not allow myself to sit in my hometown of Dallas, Texas, and still be in that same space. So I still left and went to Korea. Um, but I was shot in the face, and so I got stitched up the best I could, and I just left. Again, not allowing myself to process it, not allowing myself to work through it. I had several family members and friends that were like, "You should probably go talk to somebody." Wasn't anything I was comfortable with or even good at, because in our community back then, we just didn't do that kind of stuff. You pray about it and keep it moving. And so that's what I did. I just kept it moving. And so with that, I get to Korea, and within 3 months of being in Korea, I found out I'm pregnant. And so I spent my time in Korea, came back, and I was lucky enough to be stationed close enough to home that when I was there, my mom, my family was able to, interact and engage with me, but nobody was able to help me to walk through that process of the abuse after. And then once I had my daughter, the fear, is he going to try to come back and get us? Is he going to try to do anything? So postpartum looks different to everybody. And as a survivor, postpartum is is a burden that we choose not to deal with, right? Because that's we got enough. It's enough. I've been shot. I'm healing from all of that, trying to heal, and yet not dealing with the mental, only dealing with the physical. And then I have this newborn baby, and within months, I'm being deployed. So then I'm getting deployed, and then I got to come back. And it's a terrible cycle that it took years, many years, for me to decide, Charlotte, you need to take care of you. And so got married again, thinking, if I do it, try again, I'll get past it. And that was not the answer either, because I turned around and got married, got pregnant, had another baby, and you you're like, okay, now I got two babies, and I got another bum husband that ain't worth it. Um, and it's again, I'm not dealing with the true issue, and then having these new babies are not helping. Because nobody is helping my heart, nobody is helping my mind, and
Yes.
all I can do is just focus on the babies, right? As long as I'm loving my babies and giving them what they need, but I end up homeless. So what I'm gonna do with my babies if I'm homeless?
That
And
part.
so end up homeless and pregnant again. So I'm 2.5 babies in, and I still can't get it together because I am not getting the true help that I need. And again, because I had an amazing community around me in the military, um, I I was able to get myself together, but I had to be separated. So I had my third child at 9 months. I was in Iraq and he was back in Texas. So I'm separated from all three of my babies, and all of them are under the age of 4, you know? And all I could do was disconnect. So now I'm disconnected from my children. And I was listening to one of the speakers, and she said, you have to learn how to build your community, right? Sometimes we have to build a community outside of our family. And that's very much what happened when I got stationed in Fort Bragg. I didn't know anybody, and I really didn't have room to trust anybody. I've been married twice to two men that beat me up. My family didn't really do for me as someone would expect. So then, what am I supposed to do? And I literally just got to Bragg, and I was like, I don't have nothing. But everybody that wore that same uniform was like, I got you. And I went from homeless to staying with someone that I absolutely did not know. Him and his wife just opened up their home to me and the kids, and I stayed there long enough until I was able to get a home on post. And my unit, my first art, everybody was collectively able to help me get to a better place. But that better place was only for a short time because then I deployed. And so I had to send my kids right back and then mentally disconnect from my children. But in that, it was the support of the strangers who were
The
not
tribe.
strangers. And yeah, the tribe of people, because in our uniform we're all the same. And so if you see someone in uniform that needs help, you help them. And so that's how I was able to maintain some type of stability. And it was a complete stranger who opened up her home and took in the kids and was like, we'll keep the kids while you're going to the field, we'll keep the kids while you're, and I never had to pay out of pocket for anything. That my
Wonderful.
kids spent more time at her house because I was in so much training. They lived with her, they practically lived with her for 2 almost 3 months, and I was visiting them at a stranger's house who was no longer a stranger. Now she's family.
Yes.
Now, 20 years later, she's family. And so that is the process that I had to go through. Is I had to give myself grace, as one speaker said, and I had to know and trust the people that God put in my path.
Come on now.
That's a perspective you have to look at, is when you reach a level of discernment You have to trust that discernment, and then you have to trust that this person or these people are brought here for a reason. And it's just a matter of asking God, like, what is their purpose? Some will tell you, I'm here to help you. Others will just show you, and then you have to ask God, is this what it really is?
That's good.
Like, is this what this really is? And so it's that has been my path of being able to process life postpartum 3 times. And so but the revelation did not come, and some moms will catch this later. The revelation of the process will not come until you're on the other side, right? So I'm on the other side of postpartum. I'm on the other side of postpartum. My oldest child is 23. My youngest is 19. It wasn't until, every day those children show me that my process was right and it was done the way God intended it for it to be.
Come on now.
Because when you're going through it, you're pulling hair. You're like, you don't hear me, you're not listening to me. But when we move in the way that God graces us to do, you'll see it on the other side. So,
Yes, yes.
you just have to be an example. And so I live my life in a way that my daughter can look at me and be like, Mom, now I see what you were saying. Those are the confirmations that
Yes.
God tells me. God be like, see, I told you she was listening. But
That-
in the moment, year, 2 years, 3 years ago, I wouldn't think she heard anything I said. But now, 23 years, last year, yesterday, Mom, I remember what you had said. I remember when you told me this. And it's like, oh, thank you, Jesus. She heard me. Even the boys, I just feel like want to pull my hair. If anybody that has boys, teenage boys, young adults,
yes.
the boys are 19 and 20 or 21. He turned 21, you couldn't tell him nothing. He grown. So
Good
how do you
stuff.
tell how
Yes.
do you tell a grown man, 21, how to do life? And
Yes.
so I asked God, how do I tell this boy that's not right? And that's the way. It's not you, it's God, because those are not your children, they're his. You're
Come on
just
now.
graced to be in the place. And so I asked God, how do I tell this man how to spend his money without spending his money, and,
We'll have to start
and
a
he
whole nother show for that one because I'm like, I can't tell my son what to do these days, but I'm like, let me tell you how, let
mm-mm,
me suggest some things.
right.
Let me let you know how that's
You
going to
have
work
to
out for you.
yeah, you have to tell them. So I tell them, not in a way of telling. I Like you say, I suggest. And you say it in a way where it's like he believes he came up with the idea.
That part,
Like,
that
Mom,
part.
I
Oh
had
my gosh.
you'll say something and he'll be like, Mom, I had thought about something. And he will verbatim
That
what
part.
I said.
Charlie, let me ask you this real quickly as we're getting ready to wrap up. Thank you so much. Powerful story. Like, listen, you know what I mean? When we're talking about perinatal and postpartum mood disorders, anxiety, depression, how it hits, that thing hits differently for different folks. We all have different walks, we all have different assignments, all have different crosses that we're bearing. So, what are some of the policy and program changes that you believe that should take place in our communities, in our states?
Right.
When it comes to opportunities that are presented to parents that deal with postpartum, because I truly believe it's not just about the women, right? Especially women that are in healthy relationships with the father of their children or their husbands. It's a community effort that should be presented to both parents, right? Because mental health journeys are not just individualized. When you have a partner, you should always be inclusive of any mental health journey that you have to go through. And so with that, I believe, even for my own organization, um, even though they come out of a relationship, an unhealthy relationship, down the line there will be a time they will enter into a healthy relationship. And with that, there should be resources available for them to learn and understand how to build healthy relationships, how to mitigate um, situations that could trigger them being in this new relationship. And those are resources that should be available to the people of the community.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Charlotte, tell everyone real quickly how they can get in touch with your organization.
And
So,
actually, Charlotte, let me interrupt you for a minute. If you can stick around, we have a couple of questions and comments that I'd love to share with you. So, but I understand you're out of town. So if you got to leave us, that's fine.
He
But
out of town.
if you can stick around backstage for a little bit, I'd like to be able to share that information. I know my leader is here and she's coming up next. So yes, please share how everyone can get in touch with you.
okay, yeah. So, my organization is Place of Peace Orlando Incorporated. It's Place of Peace Orlando Inc.org. Or you can reach out to me on Facebook at Charla Edwards Pringle, or you can find Place of Peace Orlando on Facebook. We're always there. I'm always available. All you got to do is shoot me a text. There's a 7-hour time difference, but I'm always available. Um, I have had no short of contacts being out here. So, regardless of if you wake up and you need someone to talk to, you need someone to chat or have a question, I'm always available. If I don't respond immediately, I promise as soon as I see it, I will respond. Thank you so much again, Ms. Tam, for this opportunity.
We appreciate you.
Girl,
And Charlotte, I'm going to put you backstage for just a little bit. If you can hang out with us, that would be wonderful. Just so many.
Good stuff. Listen, that everyone, that's just the beginning. You know what I mean? Yeah. That is what it looks like to carry a cross of postpartum for a vet that's gone through domestic violence. I mean, her story, I don't know if you guys caught that. She was in a relationship with someone who shot her in the face. This brother tried to take her out. And when I'm telling you, when God's hand is on your life, can no man do anything to break that. Listen, it's too early. I keep saying it's too early, and I meant to bring some tissues because I was about to tear up a couple times. But
yeah, got mine. I got mine. But
we're gonna go ahead and roll it. Go ahead, Angie. Angie got me.
Charlotte, I just want you to see the comments that have come across while you were speaking, and I just want you to know the text messages that have come across. People have said, "Oh my God, you sound like my friend," or "My sister went through that," or "I'm going through that right now." Toya Blair on YouTube said she definitely hears your pain. And then other folks that are anonymous, what a testimony. This has just been our first hour of the broadcast. Tam, I'm going to put you backstage for a hot second so you can get you a drink of water, because I know this next person that's coming up is just, Myleta Butler. You coming up in just a minute. Oh man, this is our first hour of our 24-hour broadcast. We are bringing you information, we're building awareness, and we are raising funds for Maternal Matters Favored. That's mmfavored.org. You may be able to see it up there on top of my mmfavored.org. This next hour does have a sponsor. And Myleta Butler is our sponsor. She's coming up next. And we want you to like and share this broadcast. So someone sent me a text and said, well, where can I see it? Okay, so this is the list. And then we're going to come back in with Tam and her special guest. You want to search for Favored or, MM Favored on YouTube. Just put in 24 hours of favor charity event anywhere on YouTube and you'll be able to see it. We've got some viewers already that are commenting. You also want to search on YouTube for Volusia Business Women. VolusiaBusinessWomen.com is a business listing and event calendar directory that I'm a member of, and Tam McRoy is also a member of. So they are our YouTube streaming partner, and we are grateful for that. Search for us on Twitter. Look for Angie B Tour, ANGIEBEE Tour on Twitter. And please tweet us out. I mean, everybody knows somebody, unfortunately, that needs to know about what we're talking about. Okay. On Facebook, you can look for Moms in Ministry. That's Moms, the letter N Ministry. Of course, you can find us streaming live on Angie B Productions. That's BEE, like a round yellow bumblebee, like my little bumblebee for Christ, round yellow bumblebee. And you will also be able to catch us again on YouTube. Just search for Live with Evangelist Angie B. Okay, we're going to bring Tam back, and so she can introduce us to Mylita Butler. Tam, I'm so grateful for this hour's sponsor, because I never would have known anything about
Listen, come
this apparel.
September when we're out there in Daytona Beach for the bald and beautiful bazaar, and we're on the beach, we're going to be in our bikinis.
Okay, that's good. Well, Mylita, we're going to bring you in, and thank you for being a sponsor of this broadcast for the next hour. Take it away, lady.
Hey, Mylita!
Hi! Hey, Tam! How are you? Good to see you.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see you. I don't know. I just gotta. This is amazing for me, right? This right here, this woman of God, I've known her since I was pregnant. This is one of my original OG village people, as I like to call them.
Right.
My sister-in-law, very, very amazing individual. Let me go ahead and do this thing right with your intro. Here we are talking with Miss Mylita Butler. She is a former 300-pound New Yorker who is the CEO, founder of My Lakini Swimwear. In her debut book, Slim Down, Level Up, she shares her journey to taking back her health, learning to love herself more, and she also has this amazing 6-week weight loss program for readers to follow. Hey, girl, hey! Oh my gosh, thank you so much again for coming on board, and just gonna jump right into it. Who are you? What do you do? What's going on?
Well, first of all, let me just pause and say I commend you and Angie B for doing this. This is amazing. And I was able to be backstage and hear a little bit of the previous story, and I commend her because it takes strength to leave out of a violent relationship, a domestic violence relationship, as well as when there are children involved. And so then you add in the piece that she was a soldier. And so there was just a lot going on. And so I'm glad that you created a platform like this so other people can hear her story, hear her testimony, and draw strength from it, and use her story as the key to unlock maybe a situation that they're currently in. And so I applaud you for that. I say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers who are tuning in on this fabulous Mother's Day weekend. And I would say for me, so I'm someone, as you say, we go way back. So I was very honored when you asked me to come and be a part of your event today, because mental health is near and dear to me for several reasons. As you said in my intro, I am a former 300-pound. I say I'm an obesity survivor, as I like to call it, because I was closer to the grave than I wanted to be. I'll say that. And the unfortunate part was I was more focused on getting my hair and nails done than taking care of my health, right? Like I was window dressing myself, but I really wasn't taking care of myself on the inside. And unfortunately, what I was doing was I was eating my pain, Tam. So I was self-medicating, right? And a lot of people don't realize food can be a drug of choice. And to me, it's one of the hardest drugs to overcome, because unlike alcohol or let's say, cocaine or something like that, I had to eat every day, right? We got to eat every day. We can't just go and hibernate like bears and be fine. Like I had to eat every day. So I had to learn how to develop a new relationship with food on my journey to healing. And so that was how I was able to conquer the weight and take back my health But a big part of that was I had to learn and reconnect with my self-love. And only way I was able to do that, Tam, and this is why I'm going to tie it into the mental health piece that I know we're going to get into, is I had to remember my self-worth.
Come on now.
And that part I had lost sight of. And by me doing my hair and makeup and my nails, the only thing I was doing on the road that I was going, at 300-pound club that I was a card carrying member of, is I was only going to look good in the coffin because I was headed to an early grave.
Come on now.
And that was not the path that I knew God had for me. And so I was so happy that night that I cried in the shower. And I share this in the book when I talk about I just uncontrollably cry. You know, the kind of cry where the more you try to stop crying, you crying even more.
That good ugly cry.
Ooh, that good ugly cry. When I had left the doctor's office and he had told me, if you don't do something about your health, you are going to die an early death and you're going to have a lot of problems going forward. And I cried and cried, and I got out that shower and I did something that a therapist had told me years ago, because I had went through some childhood trauma, which we can talk about that later. And one thing that I did was I went to see a therapist, and I'm so glad that my grandmother at the time encouraged me to, because my therapist said, anytime you're dealing with something, write it down. Right? Get your thoughts out. Like try to just put it on paper so you could see it. And so I wrote myself a note that night when I got out that shower, and I just said, God, I don't know what I need to do, but I know I need to get this weight off. I know I need to get control of my health. And I really need to start fighting for who I am and who I had lost in the weight. And I wrote myself a love note. And it was the note that I needed to write, Tam. It was the note that I needed to hear. And it basically was saying, sis, listen, you're going to get up tomorrow. You're going to fix your hair and makeup. You're going to put on that dress that you think you're too big to wear, and them cute high heels that you think you can't wear anymore.
That part.
And you're going to get your life together, okay? You're going to put one foot in front of the other, and we're going to figure this thing out. And I'm so grateful that I did. It brought me to who I am today. It has made me the wife, the mother, the friend, the daughter, the sister, who I am today, because of the fact that I got back to the needed self-love.
Come on now. That's just the preface, right? That's just, just the beginning, because, you've gone through some personal stories with regards to being a mom and trying to be and not be. And what did that look like in your whole psyche as you were going through those moments? And then you finally made it there.
Ooh, I'll say this. So I want to back up first so that those that are listening can really understand. So I chose career early on in life. I'll say that. So I was one of those people, and my husband laughs now when we have this conversation. I was the president of the No Kids Committee, right? Like I literally was like, I'm good. I'm choosing career. I'd rather focus on that. And so I didn't initially see myself as a mom, right? Like I was auntie of the year. I had niece and nephews. That was great. But I understood the responsibility, as they say, like I understood the assignment that it takes to be a mother. Right. And I don't care if the father is great. You could have a great husband, but children want their mother. Right. There is a connection to mom. I mean, we are the givers of life. Remember, they are the first connection to them. And so I knew that responsibility. And initially I didn't want to. So then when I met my husband, and you fast forward, we fell in love. And I'm like, you know what? I want a piece of him and I to walk around on this earth, for us to leave a part of us here. And I got pregnant. And I remember that was the first time in my life I hadn't worked since I was 13. And now I'm home with a baby. Right. Like, that was hard for me, Tam. And I'm going to tell you, as somebody who was very aware of mental health, mental wellness, I saw how women suffer from postpartum depression and how easy it was. And I'm going to tell you what I mean by that. I had lost my identity like this. All of a sudden, I wasn't my leader. I was my son's mother. I was Sammy's mommy, right? Like I didn't have a name. You know what I'm talking about? You go somewhere, and you so-and-so's mom. You don't have a name anymore. And I didn't realize how important that was for me to fight for my identity until I was they say you don't know the triggers, right? That's another thing we talk about mental health. We learning your triggers, right? I remember being at a birthday party with my son, and I think he was maybe 2 at the time, 2 years old. And this lady said, "Oh, Sammy's mommy, come here." It was a trigger. It was a trigger, Tam. Like I kind of just lost it. I said, "Excuse you, I have a name." I said, "My name is Mylita." I said, "And before there was Sammy, there was me." And she looked at me like I was crazy. And I really didn't realize in that moment that I was silently fighting that battle of self-identity, right? Like I
Come
had this
on
new
now.
title overnight, right? Like we push this baby out. We have these 9 months of preparation. We know the baby's coming, but then it's something else about once the baby's here that all of a sudden now I'm mom, right? Like that's a new identity. What does that look like? And for
Mhm.
me, and as I said a few minutes ago, my husband he's a great father, he's a great man. However, my son wanted mama, right? 24/7, wanted mom. And I
Mhm.
felt suffocated. And to even have that conversation with somebody made me almost feel bad. But then I realized that I shouldn't feel bad about it because it was my feelings, right? Like that's what we have to get away from. We think that we should not talk about our feelings, but we should. We should absolutely talk about our feelings and we shouldn't feel bad about talking about our feelings. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, hold on. I was like making sure. So I remember wanting to talk about my feelings, and then I said, okay, why am I feeling this way? Like, what is it? And I had a conversation with my husband, and I'm so grateful. And I think the young lady I spoke earlier talked about how it needs to be multi-dynamic, and that is so true because mental health is not just linear, right? It's not just it's our journey; it's those connected to us, right? Especially if you're in a
Mhm.
relationship. And so I
Mhm.
had a conversation with my husband and I said, I'm beginning to resent you and I don't want to. Right. Like, 'cause I feel
That's
like
real.
resentment is a
That's
terrible
real.
emotion to enter a relationship. And the reason I said that is because I felt like nothing in his life changed once I gave birth to Sammy, but everything in my life changed, right? And I see you shaking your head, so you know what I
Yeah.
mean, right? Like he still got to go to work every day and leave the house and be challenged, and he didn't have to worry about how many diapers to change, and I can tell him how many times he was going to eat. And my life almost became like so repetition to the point where I could tell you exactly how many times, how many Mickey Mouse episodes we were going to watch, and how many. I was just like,
Yeah.
I
You're
was
like,
losing it. Like I literally was like this. And I had the conversation only because I wanted him to realize that I was very grateful for the time I had with my son. Because remember, we never get that time back, right? Like, they're only kid once. But I also realized that I wanted to make sure that I still fought for my identity. I was still who I was as a person, right? As my lead to the woman, then the wife, and then the mother, right? And how to separate that and what that looks like, right? And so that was a big part for me, I would say, welcoming to the world of motherhood, right? That was a big piece for me.
that's real. That's a lot, you know what I mean? Because I'm loving this because honestly speaking, we aren't us anymore. We're them. You know what I mean? Everything is, centered around, this motherhood and how do we balance, our equilibrium is off. And so just for you to even just divulge that, is I kudos because a lot of individuals need to hear that. It's happening. It's something that takes place. And let me tell you how you can overcome it and being raw and having that conversation with your husband, like, hey, let me raise this thing up the flagpole, call the flag on the play kind of a thing is what needs to happen,
Mhm.
and regrettably, as women, we've been told to stuff it. You know what I mean? Like, this is what you do. Get out there. There's no crying in baseball, right? I'm trying to throw
Hmm.
humor to it.
Hmm.
But, regrettably, it's what we've been told, is what we've done historically for generations after
Yes.
generation. So when we think about how we're trying to unpack the mental health of parenthood, you know what I mean? When there's so many fundamental layers of us being taught to just swallow, go, you know what I mean? This is brand new. Individuals still have a hard time with that release and just being fully vulnerable and transparent to say, hey, this thing is kind of heavy. How do
Yeah.
I do this? Right?
Heavy. Heavy. And this is the part that I realized is that when I hear the word parenting, right? Like when I talked about earlier about how I was the president of the No Kids Committee initially, because I understood the assignment, right? Because to me, when I hear the word parenting, the very next second I hear preparation, right? Because our job as parents is to prepare our children to be individual, self-sufficient, and just follow what it is that is in their heart and God has created them to do, right? All while helping them and shaping them. But while we're parenting and preparing them, we're also growing as a person, right?
Mhm.
So everyone talks about their growth, right? But what's happening to our growth, right, Tim?
Mhm.
So depending on how old you were when you gave birth to your child, you think you're still growing. You're still learning who this person
part.
is. You're still evolving, right? So you have this little person who is now 100% dependent upon you, which that in itself can be a little scary, right? Like
Yes.
I remember locking myself in the bathroom for my only alone time to have just a moment to myself because again, and I use this word because that's how I felt and I'm honest with it. I felt suffocated at times. I love my son. I love that we have a great connection and that we're very close. I nursed him, as my husband like to say, for almost 2 years. You know, that's why he's so healthy and strong and never been sick. So we had a bond, right? But the thing was, I just remember thinking like, okay, he's growing, but no one's thinking about my growth, right? Like my not just my physical growth, right? Like my emotional growth, my
Mhm.
spiritual growth, my all these my mental health, everything that's going on. And I think personally it's even harder when we're talking about Black and brown women, right? Historically, we are told, as you say, suck it up. There's no crying. We're built, we're built for this. We can
Mhm.
handle it. We're supposed to take it, and we don't talk about it. And that's where the problem lies because we begin to self-medicate, as I did, right?
Mhm.
I said
Mhm.
everybody's got a drug of choice, right? Everybody has some type of outlet that they
Picking up
use to
tools.
deal with things, right? Those two, and so then it becomes a numbing factor, right? Because we're just trying to numb the pain. We're trying to just, avoid our own emotions and our feelings because we're told to just push it down, press it on, and keep going, right? And that's not healthy parenting. We know that. That's not healthy as individuals growing and as women, as mothers, as wives, all of that. So that was big for me, I'll say, figuring that part out.
No, definitely. And a lot of the societal pressures that are on us, we're supposed to be perfect and we're once more going back to the headstrong kind of thing. I want to go ahead and roll into my late Keeney, right? And how when we don't have those perfections, we're not flawless kind of a thing, right? What does that look like? And how did you come about with this swimwear line? And it's just revolutionized the way that women feel about themselves and being out in the public. And that's something, that as a new mom, you think about, oh, my body, you know what I mean, is it's not there, but I still want to be out and about and enjoy life with my family members.
Yes. Well, let me just say this. So I would say, first of all, I applaud women because we can birth, a whole human being out of our body, right? Like we create life comes through us. And so it's just amazing what we can do. But we know our bodies go through a lot to go through the pregnancy, right? There is weight gain, we're stretching here, we're pulling there, all kinds of things are going on to create this life, which is a beautiful thing. However, part of my depression, and I think maybe some other women can relate to this, was because I looked in the mirror and I didn't recognize that body that was staring back at me, right? Like my boobs were hanging, you add in the stretch marks, you add in the cellulite, all the different things. But yet I wanted to feel good about myself still, right? And I was proud of those things, meaning, it wasn't that I didn't love my body. And I think sometimes people mistake when you prefer to have certain things covered up, that it means you're insecure and you don't like your body. And I don't think it's that. I just think as women, we feel amazing in certain things, right? Like we know what makes us look good and feel good. And it may just mean we're not comfortable letting everything hang out. And listen, I applaud the women who do. Like, I'm like, there is nothing better than confidence. I'm like, girl, yes, but I'm gonna need a little bit more help. Like I'm gonna need a little bit more fabric to help me feel a little bit better. So how the concept came up, after giving birth to my son, and I live in the fabulous sunshine state of Florida, as you do. And so, 10, 11 months out the year, Tam, we can be outside, right? Like we're on the boat, we're going kayaking, canoe, we can go fishing, we can go to the beach. We can just be outdoors and participate in water sports. And so I thought, I don't always have what they say, the perfect beach body, but yet I want to feel good in my own skin without needing to show all my skin. So how can I figure this out? So I remember losing all of my weight, and I remember standing in the dressing room. Here's one of them crying sessions again, and crying can be very releasing, if you will, and very healing. But I was crying in the dressing room, Tam, because I had tried on probably 15 different swimsuits, and neither one of them was helping anything on here look right. Like I was like, and I should have been happy looking back at the body that I was looking at, because this body gave birth to my baby. This body, nursed him for almost 2 years. This body was, empowering other women to do things in life. This body was doing great things, but yet I was mad at her, if you will, for how she was looking back at me in the mirror. And I thought, I shouldn't be mad at her. I'm trying to keep making these curves fit in this stuff. I need to design something to work with my curves, like instead of working against them. And so I've always felt women look amazing in leggings. So I thought, I'm going to take something that women may not like 100%, which is a bikini usually, versus something they do kind of like wearing leggings. And I thought, what, I'm gonna figure this thing out. And I'm not a seamstress, but I remember I took like a couple of bikinis, bottoms, and some leggings, and I started cutting them up and putting them together. And I thought, what? This is kind of cute. I might can make this work. So I then got with the seamstress. I thought, okay, my homemade, creation is not really going to be professional. We can't mass produce this, right? So got with a seamstress, long story short, found manufacturing. And the whole reason behind it was I wanted to feel comfortable in my own skin without needing to show all of my skin, but also to feel sexy and confident in swimwear. And I also wanted it to be multifunctional, right? Because running up behind my son, I don't want stuff falling out, popping out, and here, there, and everywhere. So I thought, okay, we got to come up with something that I can play with him on the beach, run up behind him, get in the water, and not worry about it. And not do the uncover and take cover. Because that's another thing. I was mad. I was in that dressing room trying on 15 swimsuits.
Not the uncover and take cover.
You know what I'm talking about, Tam? I would pick one, and now I'm going to find a cover up. So now I'm going to spend more money to cover it up. And when I get to the beach, I'm going to take it off real quick, uncover and take cover in the water, or I'm going to take cover, lay down, and drape something over top of me, the areas I don't. You know what I'm talking about. Because we've done it. We've done it. The areas we don't want anybody to see, we draping something over it real quick. And so I thought, no, I don't want to keep hiding my body. I wanted something that's just going to accentuate my body and make me feel good. And so when I never forget, I was sitting in my room on the floor, doing my little stitching. And I'll be honest, the only needle I had in the house at the time was my weaving needle, right? So I had that big old
with the hook. I remember.
The big old hook. I've been delivered. But I said, I'm gonna figure this thing out, so I'm stitching together, and I'm sitting on the floor. I thought, oh, if this makes me feel good, it's gonna make other women feel good too.
Come on now.
And I thought, you know what? Because at the end of the day, but that was nothing but God. This is why I tell people all the time. Sometimes we go through pain to get to our purpose, right? Like where we tie it into, where we utilize that pain and we use our power, and it turns into our purpose, because it was nothing but God. I remember lying in bed after the whole crying scenario in the dressing room and at home. And of course I had the one swimsuit that, halfway made me look decent, with the cover up that I paid for as well. And I just remember thinking, and I could see the Lakini in my mind. Like I literally could see it. And I got up and I started to sketch. And I'm not a sketcher. I'm not an artist by any means. But I could see it, right? Which then allowed me to then start cutting and stitching. And I said, you know what? I said, only God could. He just gave me this vision. And I could see other women like me, right? Feeling good. Feeling good after having that baby, after maybe I even had burn victims, who said I had scarring from, a situation. I had a skin disorder. I had a motorcycle accident. I have these huge, marks on and I just haven't gone on vacation in years because I'm uncomfortable showing other people that. And so, or telling me that they would cancel any invitation or decline any invitation if it meant wearing a swimsuit. Any activity.
Wow.
Like if they got invited to a pool party, a family cookout at the lake, whatever, if it involved having to put on a swimsuit, the invitation was declined. And I thought, no, we're going to return to life. We're going to return to fabulousness. We're going to return to sexiness. We're going to wear something that's going to make us look and feel good and confident. And we're going to love our skin and the skin that we're in. And because all of those scars, I said, them scars make stars, honey. We are fabulous, honey. All of us.
Come on with it. Oh my God. And and this right here, everyone, is part of what we're talking about when we're saying that we're a tribe of folks. And this thing, perinatal, postpartum, anxiety, depression, psychosis, there's so many different elements. We come together collectively in our own spaces, in our own walks of life, and our purposes to make certain that we're doing our due diligence. Melita, tell me some of the testimonies that individuals, moms are having now because of this, because this right here blows my mind because it changes lives. And we need certain just little reward systems for ourselves because we are the giver of life, right? In a sense.
Yes. So first, before I do that, I want to say this because I know you have the ladies that are listening, and when it comes to parenting, especially prior to giving birth and then after, it can seem very overwhelming, right? Like it is, and I know you and I've talked before about there's not one handbook, right? There's not one good parenting handbook out there that's going to be a one size fits all. But the key for me was, and I know you mentioned earlier about having a tribe, is to stop thinking you have to go it alone, right? Like that part is so huge for me. And the thing is, and I think back to my grandmother when we talk about going it alone in life. And she said, baby, even Jesus had a team. Like, what he had the disciples. Like, why do you think you have to do it all by yourself? And so building your tribe, reaching out, not being afraid to ask questions, right? Like, and seeking those from those who've already been down that road. And then the other key thing I realized is that we think we have the disadvantage, right? We're like, oh, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know. These kids are driving me crazy. But really, we have the advantage. We have been where they are. They have never been where we are. Right. So as our kids are growing and they're experiencing things and we're like, oh, my goodness, what's going on? If we would think back to the age that they are and think of when we were there, what could somebody have said to us or have done for us that would have been impactful to change our lives? And the only way that that's going to happen is communication. Right. Like, and I'm doing this with my hands because when I think about communicating with anyone, and especially my son, I'm building a bridge, a strong foundation, because I want him to feel comfortable to walk across that bridge at any time and be able to communicate with me. But there's a second piece to that puzzle, Tam. I have to be ready that whatever he asks me on the way over on that bridge, that I'm ready to respond. Right? Like, because sometimes kids will ask and we freak out, right? We panic and we haven't already played in our minds. Like, for instance, I had one parent tell me first time she asked her son, was he having sex? She almost had a stroke. And I said, well, why? Like, that's a natural thing. At some point he's going to have sex, right? Like that's it's going to happen, right? Like, so, but what happened, because of her reaction, she later on realized she thinks she had weakened that bridge, right? Like he no longer he didn't feel comfortable in asking her. So I think if nothing else from the conversation I'm having with you today is that parents, number one, you're doing an amazing job, right? Give yourself credit. That's the part you need to realize. You are doing the best with what you currently have and your intentions are good, right? We all just want our kids to be happy, healthy, and self-sufficient one day. But how you empower them is by empowering yourself with seeking out other information, right? Like I call it the tool bag of parenting, right? You want to add a hammer up in there. You need a drill. You need a measurement. All those different tools that we can add to our parenting, our tool bag of parenting is going to help us and also help them so that we don't feel as though we don't have the tools to be a great parent when we do,
Yeah.
right?
It's the
We have
seed.
access to them, right? Like we're living in an information era. We can, at our fingertips, can find it. So if you're not a part of a network, like let's say like a Facebook group, or you've connected with someone through one of the other social media outlets, then I joined Mommy and Me. So remember now, I was not a mom. I was in corporate. I was working prior to, then became an entrepreneur. So I didn't know other moms. So I was like, what? How am I going to do this mom thing, right? Like I'm kid you not, Tam. I was like, I didn't even know the moms in my neighborhood, right? Because I would hit that garage button, pull in, pull out, go to work, come back. You know what I mean? So I didn't know them until I needed to know them. So then I Googled.
That's a word right there.
Listen, I Googled Mommy and Me and play dates. Like I'm like, is there any mom groups in my area? And I joined moms clubs. And that was so powerful to me because it allowed me to be around other moms who had already gone through what I've probably getting ready to go through, or who we also could do. We could share stories, right? Like we could share, so we can compare notes, if you will, and give each other advice and tips. And so that was huge for me because we know they say, stop trying to do it alone. Let's say one can send 1,000 to flight, two can send 10,000. There is power in some numbers,
there
right?
There is power.
Tell us to stop trying to go it alone because we don't need to. But some of the stories I heard, to answer your question, is, which again, it makes me realize that when God put this vision in my heart and in my mind, that it was bigger than me, right? Because some of the stories I've heard is, I've given birth to 2 kids, or I've given birth to 3 kids, and I don't even feel comfortable. I wear my husband's shorts when we go on the cruise, or I wear oversized t-shirts and I just don't get it in the water because I feel insecure, or I had one lady, which her story was so touching to me. And I didn't even think about how my swimwear would help her. She was a breast cancer survivor. She had a double mastectomy. And so she had the prostheses in, and she told me she had not found a swimwear that made her feel confident wearing her prosthetics, as well as she had additional scarring and things because she was born with different skin disorders and things like that. And so she's like, yeah, I just would often just, wear regular clothes, and sit around the pool or sit at the beach and would never. And she goes, so the first time when I saw your swimwear, she's like, oh my goodness, like I could wear that. And I feel jazzy. I feel sexy. And so currently we go from size small to 2XL, which we're looking to expand that even more as we're continuing to build and grow the brand. But really it's about, and I call it swim and gym, because really you could do yoga on the beach with it. You can go water aerobics. You can do all types of different activities with it. And again, it's all about women feeling good in their skin without needing to show all of their skin. And that is the whole goal and the whole focus of what we wanted to do, because we know we're dealing with a lot as moms after giving birth. The last thing we need to worry about is not finding something to make us feel good and confident. And
absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Angie, thank you for throwing up those pictures of the swimwear. Yeah, ladies, look, being a parent, being a brand new mom, we deal with a lot. And one of those things is, there's body shaming going on, right? Or just with our own self-esteem. There's a product out here. You're looking at it right now in which you can go ahead and purchase and get back out there and live, because at the end of the day, we want to have, when we're talking about that toolkit, we want to have a basket of things that we can have in our arsenal to help us to alleviate some levels of anxiety and depression, in which we kind of sink into little lows and so forth. Melita, thank you so much. How can folks get in touch with you?
Oh, so on Instagram, I'm Mylita Butler and Mylakini. And then on Facebook, the same thing, Mylita Butler, Mylakini on both of those. And then our website is mylakini.com. So it's just instead of a bikini, think of a bikini for your legs.
That part. Thank you so much for joining us. If you can hang out, I know that there's probably some questions going on. I saw a few pop up and so forth. Thank you again. And I will see you.
And I love you. And thank you for doing this, because we know that the true wealth is mental health. So I'm so glad that you're focusing on this, because that is where we want to be. We want to get to a place where we are checking up on our health, just like we go to get that mammogram, just like we get that pap smear every year, get our teeth clean and all of that. We want to normalize that it's okay to not be okay, and then to go and seek help for that. So Thank you for this.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh my gosh, guys, we are just getting started. We're coming towards the end of what hour two. Melita is
Yeah.
one of our sponsors, and I just want to go ahead and just give a quick shout out to some of the individuals that are just donating.
Woo-hoo.
Melita, we have Jean Lovejoy, we have Andre Brown, Mary Hope,
Oh,
Sonia Bennett, Miss Juanita Banks Whittington. We have Miss Milagro Vasquez, Katrina Harris, Dinah Simmons,
wow.
Amy Reddix, and Sylvia Blair. Thank you all for the love and support as we are here at the beginning of this hour. I just want to say that at the beginning of before we even went live, just with our sponsors, we had over $500 raised.
Woo.
And actually, since we've gone live, and with regards to donations, we're sitting at $410.
Oh my.
6 sponsors. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let us continue on pressing forward here, doing kingdom work. Once more, we're having a healthy, robust conversation where we're talking about perinatal, postpartum, mental health, what that looks like for different people, right? Some of these crosses that we've been, told that we have to carry. It's our assignment, right? And what that looks like to be a community support to someone else. And at the end of the day, when we're tying that back, Maternal Matters Favored, our mission is to provide counseling, support groups, life skills program, one-on-one services, wraparound services, and we have so many things that we're working to provide to parents, to provide them with resources, provide them with a tribe in which they can resource. Melita just gave so many great examples of how we're not to work in a silo by ourselves trying to live life. Life is life be lifing. Point blank, bottom line, right? And in these present days and times, we don't have to do things like they did back in the day. You know what I mean? We take this thing to God, and then we take these things to individuals who can have a healthy impact in our lives. You know what I mean? And that's what we're all about at Maternal Matters Favored. We're here. We want individuals to know that we care, we get it. You know what I mean? Like, we have providers that have been there in your shoes. So you know what I mean? They're not talking above you. They are talking to you. They get it. They've been there. We have so many more individuals that are lined up to speak.
Woo. My goodness.
About what God is going to do during this broadcast.
Tam, I'm sorry. I'm still drooling at them outfits. Look at this one. I could do this one.
That part.
Oh my good. And I didn't mean to be distracted, but look at the vibrant colors. I'm thinking about, like, for the Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Beauty Bazaar in September, we could come out in the all-white pool party with some of the, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and you heard it. Look, the sizes go up to 2X, and the material of it, look, we could stretch. You know what I mean? And so forth.
And what did
so
she
yeah,
say? She ain't even have a needle and thread. She ain't even know.
Look, when God right gives you a vision,
he'll show you how to put it together. She said she didn't even know how to stitch. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Mylita.
Gotta be obedient.
Mylita, check that private chat. I need you, girl. I need you. And Charlotte Pringle says she needs this outfit for her cruise in October. So there you go, Mylita. Just keep checking the private chat. Tam, I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute because we got a long time to go, and I don't want you to get worn out. I need to do some housekeeping because we're coming up to the top of the hour. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? We are broadcasting live in several different areas. On YouTube, search for 24 Hours of Favor charity event. Search for Mornings with the Queen Bee on YouTube. Search for Live with Evangelist Angie B. That's me on YouTube. Then on Twitter, you can search for Angie B Tour. That's Angie B, B-E-E, Angie B Tour. And please tweet us out. Don't just keep all this information to yourself, because the Lord has allowed us to survive these issues so that we can help someone else. We can be helpful to someone else. Now on Facebook, you can search for Angie B Productions, ANGIEBEE. And you can also search for Moms in Ministry on Facebook. That's Moms, the letter N, and Ministry on Facebook. Thank you so much for the comments that we've been getting. Thank you to Pastor Mary Hope for calling in this last hour. She has us in her prayers. Her ministry is in St. Augustine, Florida. And she has been supporting us all the way. We've got a couple of videos that we want to play for you, just to give you some breathing room. We know that all these testimonies are just so powerful, but we would not be broadcasting if it were not for some of the folks that you're going to be able to see coming up in just a little bit. We do understand that the prayers of the righteous availeth much. And so we are thankful for the prayers, the support, and of course, the financial support, because for your $35 donation, that will allow one parent to participate in the life skills program that will be kicking off very soon. So here's Tam, just to talk a little bit more about it. Here's a video from Tam, and then we want to hear a little bit from our sponsors. So we'll be back in just a bit.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. May is Maternal Mental Health Month. Yes, it is a thing. Did you know that women of any age, race, culture, and income level can experience perinatal anxiety, depression, and other mood disorders? That symptoms normally start to develop when a woman is pregnant and through their first year after childbirth, and that there are well-researched and well-effective methods for which a person can recover? There is. And this is where Maternal Matters Favored come in. We provide counseling, support groups, and a life skills program to parents and backing them up while they're balancing out parenthood and life all at one time. Remember, there's no manual to parenting, but there is a tribe for every parent. We hope that you join us.
I love my daddy. He gives me hugs and kisses when he wakes me up. He helps me make mommy's tea in the morning. He always reads a book to me before bedtime.
I Love My Daddy is a heartwarming children's book about the special bond between a little girl and her father. It follows a day in the life of a little girl and her daddy. Produced for audiobook by Angie B Productions.
Narrated by me, Ramona Young.
And narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Angie B. Pastor Mary Hope cordially invites you to attend the Women's Conference, June 9th through 11th, 2023, in St. Augustine, Florida. Broken, bruised, scratched, scared, but still resilient. Based on Genesis chapter 2, verse 22 through 24, I was made from bone. On Friday, June 9th at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Bumps and Bruises, presented by Pastor Regina Johnson. On Saturday, June 10th at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Scared and Broken, from Dr. Teresa Carlton, And on Sunday, June 11th, 2023 at 2:30 p.m., the topic is resilience from minister and therapist Kinsey Elaine. And on Saturday, June 10th, your MC is me, Evangelist Angie B. Your host is Pastor Mary Hope. The address is 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Broken, bruised, scratched, scared, but still resilient. Promotional consideration provided by Angie B. Productions. Let's Change Together, 4th annual event. Women's Love Within Conference. Let's change together. Women's Love Within can be understood as the practice of cultivating self-love, self-acceptance, and self-compassion among women. It involves developing a positive and nurturing relationship with oneself, embracing one's strengths, weaknesses, and imperfections, and treating oneself with kindness and respect. The concept of women's love within recognizes that women often face societal pressures and expectations that can undermine their self-esteem and self-worth. These pressures can come in the form of beauty standards, gender roles, and cultural norms that dictate how women should look, behave, and think. By prioritizing women's love within, women can learn to counteract these negative influences and build a strong sense of self that is not dependent on external validation. This can lead to increased confidence, resilience, and overall well-being. Women's love within can be fostered through various practices, such as self-reflection, mindfulness, self-care, and self-compassion exercises. This will be our first year streaming live. For more information, please visit barnettpublishing.org. That's barnettpublishing.org. Promotional consideration for this event is provided by Business with a Heart and Angie B. Productions.
Hello, my name is Kiana Diane Long Hargret, and I am the founder and CEO of the Levi Long Sickle Cell Association. And I am here to do a specific task in reference to mental health as well as being a parent with sickle cell. The question was asked, how is my nonprofit able to help those mothers or even parents as a father as well with dealing with mental health with sickle cell? Sickle cell is an inherited disease, and it comes from the parents. It comes from the mother having a genetic gene and the father having a genetic gene coming together, creating children, which causes a genetic disorder called sickle cell anemia or sickle cell disease. A way that is very mentally disturbing and hurtful for a parent is the fact that if they come together because they love one another and then they have a child or children, in some cases, more than one child, having the crippling disease. And I say crippling because it affects not only the body, but it affects the mentality of a person dealing with this disease. It affects the core of a person dealing with this disease, because a person that has the disease has to live life dealing with being ridiculed and looked down upon by doctors and nurses. Those that have taken an oath to help, they look down upon those that have sickle cell. They are called drug seekers and drug users. So that alone is mentally disturbing and mentally challenging within the person that's living in the body of a sickle cell person. It's important for support services that I help to make sure those that have sickle cell disease get, so that they won't stay in the hospital, because that's what happens when a person has sickle cell disease. They go into something called a crisis, which is a series of pain. And when they're in a crisis, they have to immediately go to the emergency room, get an IV put in their arm so that their cells that are shaped like this can go back into shape like this. We that are living that don't have sickle cell anemia, our cells are whole and round. And the description of those cells are smooth, round, and soft. Unlike those that have sickle cell, their cells become sticky, hard, and sickle cell shaped, which when it goes through our veins, it's hard for the circular shape to go through. And when they're like this, they get clumped together. And so that is what causes the pain. A person that is suffering with sickle cell mentally, they suffer with pain, fatigue, and sleep disturbance that are linked to depression for those that have sickle cell disease. And depression can worsen sickle cell disease complications and lead to substance abuse, all kind of abuse, because they don't know how to cope. So when a person is suffering with sickle cell disease, needing mental health and mental care, me as a case manager with the Leave Alone Sickle Cell Association, it is my duty and my responsibility to match them with services that will help them to cope and to maintain their life and their livelihood in the body that they are in. My name is Kiana. I am the owner and founder of the Leave Alone Sickle Cell Association. I am the lead case manager, and I just want you all to know that a person that has sickle cell is really battling in their body, mentally and physically. So if you know anyone that has this disease, please speak to them and let them know that they're strong warriors and they can make it. Give them the encouragement, uplift them. And I thank you so much for this time. You'll see me again because I have much more videos to show. But thank you for this time in reference to mental health. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Rozier. I live in Coolidge, Arizona, and I am here to talk about my family and postpartum depression. Something I've never talked about before, especially out loud or to a crowd of people publicly. However, I thought it was very important for me to come and talk about this and share my family's experience. It's kind of been generational. My mother, my sister, nieces, other family members, myself. And I know that that's what it was. At the time, we didn't call it that. We didn't know what to call it. It just was like this strange, quiet energy that just kind of hovered over people. And I recall my mother, as I grew up as a teenager and in my 20s and 30s, and I'm almost 70 now, watched my mother experience this postpartum problem, depression. And I will say all her life. She had given birth to children as a teenager. By the time she was 21, she had 4 children. She was married, and she was an amazing woman. She was very smart. She was intelligent. She went to college. She even counseled people. She had a degree in psychology and counseling. She was a mentor. She was an amazing woman, full of life. But whenever she wasn't on the public stage or whenever she wasn't around a crowd of people, there was this strange darkness, this strange quietness that kind of covered her face that you can see in her eyes. And I know that it is part of the postpartum depression that she struggled with. And it's really strange because there are a lot of postpartum depressions that most people don't even recognize. You don't even recognize it yourself. And people most of the time would not even recognize that they're walking in depression. I thought about it because I'm thinking, I probably went through the same thing, this strange sadness, this strange loneliness, this strange fear that you experience that covers you, that's in your mind. And you kind of just push through life like we do many things. We just move on, we just go on, we don't deal with it. At that time, there were no counselors, no anybody you could talk to. So I wanted to share this because I know that there are people, there are women and men and whole families that are experiencing this postpartum depression. It's kind of something that almost gets on everybody that's around. You don't know what to say. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to comfort, because it's a internal thing. It's not only just chemical, and it's in the brain, it's in the heart. It's not necessarily a feeling as in you're feeling something and touching something like hot and cold, but it's a deep down feeling that you can't shake. It's this strange emotion that seems to just lock onto your soul, onto your heart, to your spirit, and you don't know what to do, and you find yourself crying for nothing. You don't know what to do. You go to pick up this beautiful baby and you just stare at it. You're not quite sure what to do with this brand new baby being in this position as a mother. And I know that one of the things that I would do, I would always just talk to my mom. I talked to my sister who went through the same thing. We would have conversations. We would work our way through getting through those dark days, those foreboding days of despair, not knowing even what we were going through. We didn't know if there was a pill you needed to take. We didn't know there was therapy that was offered to us at the time, like I said earlier. And so how did we deal with it 30, 40, 50 years ago? We just sat around quietly hoping that the person would feel better, hoping to make them laugh, tell a joke, hang out with them. We kept our eye on them to make sure that they were not going to go into a place that was going to be harmful. And so I'm just want to talk to the women, or talk to those who are quietly experiencing this, and you don't know what to say because it feels like you just don't know what to do with it. You don't know what to do with your emotions. You don't know what to do with your feelings. You don't even know how to explain it to people. You just don't feel right. You're just going through a whole lot of gamut of emotions. You're sad, you're angry, you're fearful, you have questions, and you're just troubled. First of all, I suggest that you truly talk to someone. Tell them how you feel. Let them know how you feel. It doesn't matter how it sounds, okay? Somebody's going to understand. So we need to let people know. We need to speak out. We need to say something. And for those who are around people who suddenly go into this quietness, this aloneness, they don't want to go out, they don't want to do anything. I just want to be left alone. I'm not sure how I feel. Give them a little space, but continue to love on them, care for them. Sometimes you might have to write little notes of, I love you, I'm thinking of you. Send them a little card in the mail, send them a little note. Give them something special to make them feel that they're noticed and that you're paying attention and that you can tell that they're experiencing something. As far as being in my community, I did quite a few things when I was on the East Coast. I've now been on the West Coast for about 25 years. But when I was on the East Coast, I would start women's programs, gather women together, talk about parenting, talk to young women who are becoming parents and let them express their emotions and express how they were feeling and their frustration, especially single women. And so I started a program called Woman the Nurturing Spirit and helped them realize that they were these special souls and that they had been given these special souls in their lives and how to walk through life knowing themselves and loving themselves. Also, what I used to do was have them, one of the things we talk about all the time is journaling and writing things down. Sometimes all you have is a word. You might not want to write a whole sentence. You might not want to write a whole page. Sometimes every day you might just have to sit and think of a word that you're feeling. How do I feel right now? And sometimes you might have to Google it and see, emotion, words that make you express emotions, and pick a word to express how you feel. Be with that, and share it. And as a woman of faith, I like to talk to God about the things that I go through. And I know that God is listening. I believe in a higher power, a creator, and I know that God is there listening to me, and that I can gain direction and instruction and support as I experience those moments where I'm not feeling quite right, where I'm feeling not so good as a young parent, as a young mother, what to do. And they say there's no real books that you can buy to really teach you or show you how to be a mother. So what did I do? I went to God. I really did. I would lay these babies down at night in the bed, in the cribs, and I would say, okay, God, you sent these little babies to me. You sent this soul to me. What do I need to do with this baby? How do I care for this baby? And I'm telling you, when I tell you what I tell you, God will speak to your heart, speak to your soul, give you instructions, give you directions, or he'll lead you to someone who can support you and show you and talk to you about. It takes a whole village, yes, to raise a child. It takes a whole village to help you be a mother too. And so I'm saying that you may need to just reach out, call on God, call on somebody, call on a family, just share how you feel. It's very important not to bottle yourself up, not to be quiet, not to think that your voice will not be heard and that you don't matter. So I appreciate being able to share this information with whoever is listening. I'm not sure if what I'm saying is making a difference. I know it made a difference for me. I know that it is important for us to start to talk about this out loud, for us to take notice and to pay attention to our young women, our young mothers. They seem to be younger and younger all the time. I was just talking to my daughter-in-law, and I said, you know, all these grandmothers that are in their 30s, oh my gosh, and they're getting through their own postpartum depression probably here and there, now and again, sometimes. And so it's very important for us to begin to, as women, to continue to get back to talking with each other, sharing with each other. So many women are working today, not back in the day when moms were home, mothers were around. And that's what they did. They talked to one another. They shared with one another. And so I hope and pray that you'll be able to gain something from this entire experience in the next 24 hours or whenever this video is shared with, and that you will reach out to people, that you will contact those who are professionals, who you can talk to a friend, talk to a relative, talk to someone about how you're feeling, so you don't feel alone, so you don't feel like this weight, this cloud is yours to carry by yourself. So there you have it. My name is Jacqueline Rosier. Should you want to contact me or ask me questions or even experience going through the love journey, that's fun. That'll help you with something like this as well. Contact me on Facebook at this time. I'm prepared to put up my website and introduce everything. Introduce the love journey to you. At this time, you can contact me at Jacqueline E. Rosier. Jacqueline E., middle initial, Rosier, JACQUELINE, middle initial E, last name ROZ, as in zebra, IER. Talk to you later. Be blessed.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Girl.
Mother Jacqueline says she is almost 70.
Listen, when we're talking about, you know, the older women teaching the new women, she dropped so many jewels. Like, I was like blinking. I'm like, don't drop that tear. Don't drop that tear.
That was Book of Titus. She said they didn't know what to call it back then. They just toughed it out.
And that's
I love what your friend Mylita said. She said nothing in the man's life changes. He may take a couple days off or whatever, but he still gets out. He still goes to work. He still,
that part. Just groundbreaking. My heart is overwhelmed, you know, just listening to some of these conversations, you know. I don't want to say they're stories, because these are conversations, like testimonies, right? Guys, even if it's coming in as a video, this is the conversation. We're talking to you, to us. We're having this kind of town hall community forum, right? Know that this thing is real. We hear you, and we are here. There are pockets of people and specialized walks. I mean, when we talk about God's will and his work and doing kingdom work, we all have different assignments. And so Mylita's swimwear is her assignment to help with this area of mood, anxiety, depression that a person may go through, right? And when we're talking about Charla, a veteran serving, her assignment, right? And here we just had Mother Jacqueline just come through and like, listen, baby, we know that this thing is real. You know what I mean? Back in the day, it just wasn't what they did. They didn't talk about it. And her being able to provide that content is truly groundbreaking because so just think about it, Angie. I imagine so many women back then was like, what is going on with me?
Yeah.
How do I
Yeah.
make it through?
Yeah. And I love the fact that she said sometimes you just got to lay that baby down. And Tam, I know you've got a video that you're getting ready to show us, and I am grateful for that. And while you get it ready, I just want to say I don't like to give shout outs to TV shows, but the TV show Accused, that's a series. I watched an episode last night where a deaf mother was a surrogate for a couple that could not conceive. And when the baby was born, the baby was deaf, and the parents wanted to do a surgical procedure so that the baby could hear. Well, the deaf mother kidnapped the baby, and I'm not going to tell the whole thing, but when the husband of the deaf woman realized that she had kidnapped the baby, he was like, oh no, we got to take this baby back. We just going to tell him it's postpartum depression. We just going to tell him it's anxiety. And she's like, well, how do you know what any of those things feel like? And he's like, well, I don't know, but that's just what we going to tell him. And so some people can just come off and be like, oh, that's all. It ain't this. It ain't that. Some people be like, eat some chocolate, eat some bananas. It's just. But when you are in the throes of it, that thing is real.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's real. It's truly real.
This is you know, there's a lot to unpack here, and we're going to be doing it in small increments throughout the next couple of hours, and so where we know historically, once more, guys, that women, we've carried this burden. It's, you know, us going through the carrying of the baby and birthing the child and all those different aspects. There is so much data coming in these days about men, their mental health, and what that looks like for fathers. And so I thought it was really cool to maybe take this glimpse. This is an event, and we're going to be rolling all the way through to Mother's Day tomorrow, right? But we get it, you know what I mean? You dads are starting to raise the flag and like, listen, I'm kind of off kilter too. And as long as you're doing your thing as a parent, that's what we're here. We're here to support you. Let's go ahead and get into playing the video.
Amen. Wonderful.
So as we know, a lot of parents, they've got past histories of anxiety, some with depression, and even some with severe traumas before they become parents and never dealt with those traumas. So I want to take you back to my own personal experience. I'm from up the valleys, Nantly Moyle near. My father was grandfather was a miner, in the Western. Very much a man up, come on, let's get on with it. If we had a problem, we'd go down the pub. I never talked about mental health to my parents. We never talked about anything like that. Unfortunately for me in school, I couldn't keep still. I was very agitated in school. I find it hard to keep on the spot now. And what I didn't know at the time, I was diagnosed at 40 years of age with ADHD and dyslexia. So like I said, I had a lot of low self-esteem, unfortunately, before I became a parent. But luckily for me, I entered the youth club in the valleys, and there was a gentleman said, you can do anything with your life. Don't let anyone tell you can't do anything with your life. And I went on to be a British champion. I was a national champion in 3 different sports. But unfortunately, I left school at 15, and the rave scene started kicking in the 90s. You probably see me on Grease Uncovered somewhere with my glow stick. And I'm not proud to say, but unfortunately, I got into a lot of drugs, alcohol. That was my coping skills at the time. But luckily for me, I met my wife, Michelle, and we've been together 23 years now, and we've never had an argument ever that I've won. But luckily for me, she put me on a straight and narrow, and I went to sales and communication skills, and I was doing good money, very good money. Company car, all the material stuff that I'm not interested in now. And I was very fit. I always kept my fit. I was into kickboxing, all football, all sorts of things. But this is probably the hardest side of my talk. It was after 22 hours labour. I remember the doctors came rushing in, And they said, Mr. Williams, your wife needs emergency C-section. We need to get down to theatre quick. The words emergency, I honestly thought my wife and baby was going to die. And when I see Michelle in the theatre, I honestly thought, oh my gosh, I've never been in a situation before. I felt helplessness. And what I know now is PTSD. So what is PTSD, guys? PTSD is an anxiety disorder, either witnessing or experiencing a life-threatening event. And that's from mild, moderate to severe end. Nothing worse thinking your wife and baby's going to die in that situation, yeah? And I've worked in secure units, I've worked in horrific things in my life. Nothing worse for me personally thinking they were both going to die. Michelle went on to have severe postnatal depression. We believe it was a lot of birth trauma, PTSD. And I was expected to be back in work in 2 weeks. All of a sudden, I was home with my wife. I was actually in a place where I couldn't tell my friends, couldn't tell my family. It was crisis team. My wife didn't want to be here anymore. My personality was starting to change. It got to the point where my mother-in-law came to live with us, and I'm still getting counselling for that now, for honestly. But on a serious note, I had a lot of family support. A lot of families, as you know, haven't got that support. During that postnatal period, like I said, my personality changed. I remember punching a sofa, bust my hand. I was avoiding situations. I was using alcohol. I didn't initially get a bond attachment with my son, but I think that grew because I was skin to skin. That oxytocin, I think, helped me with that bonded attachment. I remember starting fights with bouncers, not because I had a chance of beating them. It was when somebody's hitting you, it's another form of self-harm. I couldn't tell my wife how I was feeling because I didn't want to impact on her mental health. And I was actually having suicidal thoughts in the postnatal period as well. But as a man, I was told just to man up and get on with it. What have you got to be depressed about? You didn't give birth to the baby. This didn't. I didn't. I was more concerned about my wife I was. So basically, after 5 years, I had a breakdown. I was in community mental health services, diagnosed with ADHD. But what happened was, when I set up a group where fathers only supporting their partners with postnatal depression, this is what I found. I found they were suffering from PTSD themselves, antenatal anxiety and depression. So if we've got a dad who witnessed trauma the first time round, the next baby comes along, obviously the anxieties will be higher now because now he's got to go into a labour ward where he witnessed that trauma the first time. And a smell can trigger off PTSD, as we know, yeah? Fathers with postnatal depression. Gosh, no way, that's got to be hormonal. But there is a shift in fathers where testosterone levels goes less as well. And 1 in 10, as I'll explain, suffer from postnatal depression, 1 in 10. And the importance of this talk today is, what's the biggest killer in men under 50 in the UK, guys? Suicide. And we're not screening fathers for their mental health at the moment. So this is why it's important. Paternal OCD. Dads get the intrusive thoughts they can do something to the baby. Dads get these thoughts that social services are going to take the babies off them. Dads worry about some thoughts that mums get as well. So many fathers like myself are undiagnosed with bipolar, schizophrenia, clinical depression, ADHD, ASD, before they become dads. And they self-manage that. And then the baby comes along, the lack of sleep, wife or partner with postnatal depression. There's loads of reasons why fathers suffer in the postnatal period, the first 12 months. And like mums, they struggle to bond with their children too. It does look different with fathers. So many fathers saying they're not good enough as well, that low self-esteem. And as we know, fatherhood has totally changed from when my father was a minor. The pressures are different today. There's more single fathers, there's more stay-at-home dads, dads feeling totally isolated. And sometimes it's only the dad who is suffering, and that impacts on mum's mental health as well. And of course, that has an impact on our development of the child. And we talk about vision today. My vision has always been, if we support all parents in the antenatal period, as well as the postnatal period and beyond, it just has far better outcomes for the whole family and that development of that child. And this is what I use, and some fathers use. Alcohol, drugs. You know, they're feeling anger, angry, suppressing their feelings. Only now we're starting to hear more about mental health. And like me, I was never diagnosed. I went to other services years later, and a lot of fathers are just getting diagnosed with depression or anxiety. But when you look at the root of the cause, it could possibly be PTSD or postnatal depression or anxiety during that time. And that's what perinatal mental health is. It's a big umbrella. It's the antenatal period as well as the first year after the baby's born. So these are some of the studies. Now, we've known this since 91, guys. But 1 in 10 fathers suffer from postnatal depression, and it was 1 in 10 for years for mums. But once we started getting the education out there and the screening, we know now it's far more. So 1 in 10 fathers, that's 75,000 fathers in the UK every year suffering with some sort of depression during this time. Looking after your partner with postnatal depression, up to 50% of dads get depressed during this. My argument is, okay, sometimes it's only dad who's struggling. Well, it's got to be up to 50% for mums as well, haven't it? So up to 50%. There's so many reports out there now. The NCT did a report, up to 38% of dads struggle with their mental health in the first year. 73% were concerned about their partner's mental health. 73%. Young fathers, 39% of young fathers wanted support for their mental health, and there was nothing there for them. And November, I've just done a report as well. They said that 33% of dads were stressed during this time, used the word stressed. And also the first year of fatherhood, 1 in 5 fathers felt totally isolated. We know it has far better outcomes when we support all parents, same gender parents, everyone during this time. We talk about early prevention. We need to start looking at pregnancy when we talk about mental health. Let's start from pregnancy and move on. Because it does have far better outcomes, guys. I want to take you to think away, there's 600,000 male suicides every year. 600,000 male suicides. And we know it's far higher because of the stigma around suicide as well, unfortunately. 47 times more likely to be rated a suicide risk during the perinatal period than at any other time in a man's life. So that's why it's so important about looking at the new father's mental health. I wanted my journey to be something good to come out of something bad. I've been lucky to set up International Father's Mental Health Day, which is actually registered now on the World Health Organization, the World Calendar for Mental Health. And also, how are you, Dad? The hashtag. I want the conversations when health visitors ask, how are you doing? We all got mental health, haven't we? It's either good or bad. We want health visitors, parents to educate themselves that this can happen to dads as well. The amount of relationships that end in is absolutely horrendous. Sometimes their behaviours do look different than mums when postnatal depression especially. So I want to end on what the work I've done. I want to inspire you. I'm just a guy from the valleys, and I've been fortunate to be on TV and radio stations, not just in the UK, but around the world.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. I wanted to show that video for several reasons. One, you notice the accent, right? And so this is not just a United States thing. This thing is global. And we'll actually be speaking with some individuals from a global organization working with perinatal and postpartum individuals. And two, fathers are going through it too, right? And ways in which they're dealing and handling being a parent, and being a man and supposed to be this breadwinner or whatever have you, however which way, right? Society tells us we got to look, this thing is real. And we are to be real with ourselves and not try to mask it through numbing it, right? Acting like it's not taking place, that you're not having these feelings of anxiety or suicidalness. I loved how you talked about OCD, you know what I mean? And also, you know, that sometimes we pick up wrong coping skills, coping tools, alcohol, you know, drugs and things to that effect, which is a story that I have, you know what I mean? And I've been clean for almost 20 years and so forth. And so when we're talking about we're having a healthy conversation, we're putting this thing out here, we're being fully transparent, and we're saying, we get it. We understand, you know what I mean? You're going through this and you're going through it like this. Let me tell you how that works out. And let me tell you another way to go through it. And why? Because at the end of the day, we are here doing kingdom work. I'm not going to, you know, downplay that at all. You know, this is a ministry. You know, we are a 501c3. We're a ministry. We're giving folks an outlet, and we're showing them, you know, that God has a way for you. And it's not that you have to stay boxed in and stifled up with these emotions and these feelings and these thoughts. You know what I mean? There's another way out, and let us help you. And let us help you balance that. And there's so many other different pieces in which we're going to get into. I'm not going to hog up the mic anymore, right? We have another speaker coming in. Go ahead and bring her on up, Ange.
Hey, dear, your presenter is on her way. And so as soon as she comes in, I will bring her in for you. But we do have a couple of quick announcements to make. We have a woman out of England who sent a message and said, thank you so much for what you are doing. I'm watching, I'm liking, and I'm sharing. Mother Jacqueline was with us earlier and sharing her testimony. She says she's here and she's watching, and we're very, very grateful for that. We've also got one other message that came in. I'm trying to grab it, but we want to remind people that this hour of the broadcast is sponsored by your friend, and the information is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And we do have just a couple of folks that still have testimonies that they'd like to share. So if it's okay with you, Tam, while we wait for your guest to prepare, I'm going to play just a little bit more of this video, and I will wait for you to send us the update of our sponsors. Someone did ask, how much have you raised so far? How much have you raised so far? So we will we'll get that information to you. Hey, everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. And while we are on the topic of mental health disorders among parents, I wanted to have a chat with a mother that may not fit in the box of pregnant women with major depressive episodes. I wanted to chat with a mother who, it's okay if she'd like to remain anonymous, but I wanted to chat with a mother who was in her 40s when she had her first and last child. And we may think to ourselves, okay, if a woman, you know, is of that age, she should have everything together to be able to combat and fight against mental health or major depressive episodes. But as we all know, depression can hit no matter what your economic standard is, no matter what your family situation can be. And who is here to help geriatric mothers? I hate to call them that, but who is there to help the grandparents that may be dealing with mental health challenges while they're raising their grandchildren? Who can help those that don't fall in the guidelines of being a pregnant woman? So I like to welcome my guest this evening. Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for making plans to join me today. And
I don't have to be anonymous. This is
oh,
Sonia Bennett, Sonia B. I
okay.
have no problem with expressing the mental challenges of being a geriatric single mother. No
Thank
problem.
you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I do. So can you tell everybody just a little bit about maybe how old you were when you got pregnant and what kind of situation you were in and how it led to the major depressive episodes that you are still experiencing today?
So, I got pregnant when I was 40 years old. It was a very interesting situation. I came to visit family members, my eldest sister and my niece, out of state, and decided, since here in Michigan, I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't working at the time. I was living with a roommate, so I didn't own any property, and my life was really on pause. And I decided that I was going to make a change, move to another state, live with my sister and my niece. And lo and behold, I came back home and was actually packing and getting ready to make this move. And I received a letter in the mail from a religious group, and it basically was asking for a donation. But in the letter, there was a kneeler that you were to get down and pray on. I I can't remember if it was Jesus's face or Mary's face, but it was something that you were supposed to pray on and
Ooh.
send back to them with the donation, of course, and they were going to basically believe God with you for whatever you prayed for.
She talking about prayer, Tam. And I know that the prayers of the righteous availeth much.
Listen, and then she talking right too, because that's what we're supposed to do. I was this morning, preparing for today, and I everybody knows E.T. Eric Thomas, you know what I mean? I'm a big fan of Pastor, Doctor, the hip hop preacher. And he was talking about, look, take that thing to God first. You know what I mean? Then, if he leads you to talk to someone, go ahead and a counselor, a friend, whoever. But yeah, you got to call on God. Help me.
Yeah, and now we're gonna call on your guest because I I just love being able to jump in and out of a conversation. So we're gonna get back to that video in just a minute. Your guest is coming on camera right now, and I can't wait to hear what she got to say.
Oh,
Hi.
oh my gosh, everybody, this is a dear friend. She's a mentor on so many different levels. You got to have the right tribes of people in your life. And I am so ecstatic that you're here. I am going to go ahead and read your intro. Here we are. We have Miss Dehelia, right? I'm just excited that you're here. Dehelia Smith, she is the president of a new nonprofit called DAR Ministries, Inc. And the ministry, the mission is that it empowers women to live a life of purity and their God-given destiny. She's also a Legal Shield independent associate, helping families and businesses to have equal access to liberty, equality, opportunity, and justice, which is something that every human deserves. Thank you so much for being here. How are you this afternoon?
I am good. It's so good to see you, my dear. You look lovely, by the way.
Thank you. L'Oreal, a little something, something. So tell us about you and a little bit about what brought you to wanting to attend today's charity event for those with perinatal and postpartum mood disorders.
Yeah, so basically, like Tam said, my name is Dahlia, and I know everybody wants to call me Dahlia, but it's okay. And so I'm with DAR Solutions, and I also have that ministry called DAR Ministries. And really, it's a ministry that just was birthed out of my heart because of all the experiences that I've had. And it really empowers women to walk in sexual purity. And one of the things that we find is that a lot of women that go to church, they're Christians, they're going through a lot of stress, they're going through a lot of things in their lives. And because, of the shame that's attached with some of the, the depression or sadness or whatever it is, or even past trauma, they don't want to talk to people about it because some people are, condemning, some people are not wanting to disciple, and so on. And so because of all the things that I've gone through in my life, and I've met women who have been new moms, who've been stressed out, who have been sad, and they should be happy, and they don't understand why, and I'm not a counselor, but one of the things that I was even reading recently is that a lot of past trauma can be brought forward when you have a child. And so if you've had like even sexual trauma, any kind of trauma in the past, then if you have a new baby, all of that stuff from the past can be brought forward and can affect them. And so it's not only sexual trauma, of course, but that's one of the things that I focus in my ministry, to empower women to walk in sexual purity and to kind of uncover and unpack, some of the stuff that they've gone through. And so we're creating a safe space basically for women to like vent, to be able to talk freely. It's a discipleship program. We're not pulling people out of church because we know churches have small groups and so on. But I believe that when we walk in purity in every way, not only sexual, but, in the way God says, then we're able to walk freer. We're able to be happier, to walk in joy. And I believe strongly in healing, the healing power of God. And the healing power of God is such a transforming thing that if someone believes and have faith, like the scripture says, they can actually be healed. So our program will, bring the woman to that point where she can talk about all the things from the past that might be affecting her, and be able to, for us to be able to pray for healing for them and be able to help them in that way.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And that's so, so needed. I love that you talked on, we go through things in our childhood or early adulthood, whatever have you in life. And sometimes we're able to kind of maybe stuff it down or work our way through, you know what I mean? Doing that self-work or whatever have you. But no one really even think about how there's triggers that may take shape in just becoming a new parent. And, so with Maternal Matters Favored, one support group session we had this woman who gave birth she was in her 50s. She gave birth like over 30 years ago. And she was saying that she remembered when she first gave birth, she wanted to suffocate her child because she had went through some really horrific things in her youth, in her upbringing, and she didn't want the chance that her child would go through that same thing. And so she struggled, with, oh my gosh, dude, don't kill my baby. I can't kill my baby, but oh my gosh, I'm so fearful that my child is going to go through some of these levels of trauma and abuse that I went through. And during that, and here we are, this was decades ago for this woman, but you can see that pain was still there. She was able to actually get some assistance through leaning on a neighbor who helped her, coast through. And so talk about some of those pieces and where, that trauma comes back up. And as a person is going through, pregnancy or becoming that new parent, how they press through and how your organization really does just helps drive that home for them.
Yeah. So like the scripture says, the Lord is close to the brokenhearted and save those who are crushed in spirit. And so we are here to really encourage that woman. And when you create a safe space for someone to really tell you, hey, I've never shared this with anyone before. I'm struggling. I have my new baby and all I'm remembering is, when I got raped when I was young, or maybe I'm remembering when, my ex-husband, abused me sexually or physically or whatever it is. And so once they become part of our program, we go through different steps. It's called Sunflowers for Jesus. That's my, that's actually, the sunflower is actually part of my program. God said women are going to be like sunflowers.
Yes.
And so The mantra, my mantra is where purity is your passion and your God-given dream is your destiny. So we'll work with them to unpack, the issues that are going on. And through scripture, through prayer, through deliverance, through healing, we have a 12-week program that will unpack, whether it's something to do with your parents, whether it's something to do with an ex, and we will actually go through prayer and, deliverance, and all the time just being real with them and knowing that whatever the struggle is, it's real. And then we'll have accountability sessions so that way they can share, I went home and this is what happened with the baby today, and I didn't even feel like taking care of the baby, or whatever it is. But at the end of the program, they will get healing because we believe that God is the healer. So we will lay hands on them. We will pray. We will ask them to fast.
Yes.
Pray. And, even if they don't feel like it, we're going to be beside them saying, hey, we're going to help pray for you. And then we're going to teach you how to fast and pray. So that way you can understand that the power of God can change the situation that you're in. So you can fulfill your God-given destiny. And, as a mom, we have to be examples for our children. And if we're not whole and if we're not well, then we have to get ourselves well first. And so that's what we're going to help. And, we're not only focusing on moms. Sometimes it could be just, people that are going through other things too. But I certainly see, your program, Tam, being so powerful in bringing together a space where these women can be helped. And, at some point, if a woman's struggling with, some sexual issues that they had in the past, then certainly, we'd be willing to help them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Everyone, this is happening, this exchange, this is what we're talking about, that community approach, that tribe, you know what I mean, where we are to be each other's keepers, and where, we can serve as a nucleus and have those opportunities to have those partnerships, because at the end of the day, it's a holistic approach that needs to be taken. Right. And so there are so many different opportunities and so much need going on in our communities, and we work with individuals, throughout the country just because of us holding, global virtual services and so forth. What are some of the program changes and policies that you think, if only they would, just make a change?
Yeah, so I know that in a lot of countries, they have like maternity leave. I know I'm from Jamaica originally, and I know for a fact that a lot of the people that get pregnant in Jamaica, they actually have a long time to take off to take care of their babies. So I feel that in America, because of the stress in taking care, I mean, I'm a mom, my child is 26. Because of the stress involved, whether you're having depression or not, let me tell you, it's stressful. So on top of all the trauma that you faced, and now you have a baby to take care of, I feel that they need to have something in place for moms to have at least a month off to prepare to have the child. So meaning you shouldn't be working like, oh, my baby is due in 3 weeks. Listen, I feel that moms should get at least a month off before they actually give birth, and also at least 3 months. And this is paid. There's money going all over the place in America. So I feel like 3 months at least after they have the baby, that they should have the ability to stay home, take care of themselves, and take care of their babies. And if they need, help with any kind of issues, have that access, free access, where they can actually say, hey, I'm having issues, I need help, and have that help available for them. So there needs to be more of an awareness, and there also needs to be that time off that women really need to be healed and to be able to take care of their family.
I love that. That's powerful what you said, because regrettably what we're seeing is that, everyone, we got to get back to work. I got to get, you know what I mean? And individuals don't have it, and insurance companies, their programs and the regulations that are in place, really do not, it doesn't help the person that's truly on the receiving end of services. We see this a lot in the mental health field, where a lot of times, counselors, they have to fight, to get a person, the services that are needed and the reimbursement fees. And then, even sometimes when there's now these, they got EAP, and you look at, you're only allotted but so many sessions. And that's just really when you're starting to get to the root of to the So I love that you said that, and because it's truly needed. And I didn't even, that just blew my mind with, the preparation that goes into being a mom, you know what I mean? And how you do need that time ahead of giving birth. It's a whole thing mentally and physically you're about to endure. And so having to worry about everything that's going on in the working space, is another level of stress added. And it doesn't even depend on whether you're cleaning toilets or whether you're, presenting to a boardroom. Either which way, parenting comes with its own elements. I returned back to corporate America myself a few weeks ago, and I chuckled to myself because I saw one of the individuals, their out of office message was with regards to them taking paternity leave, and I was like, "That's what's up," you know what I mean? And it was a man, you know what I mean? So I was like, kudos to him and kudos to this company, you know what I mean, for recognizing that is truly is needed. It's detrimental and so forth. And so with the programs and the policies that we know that we need, tell folks how they can get in touch with you and your organization for the kingdom work that you guys are doing.
Yes. So if you want to get in touch with me, you can reach out to my first name, Dahlia, at darministries.org. And also my phone number is 407-325-0894. I'd be happy to chat with you. And also we have a website, and I just had the website go up, darministries.org. So feel free to reach out. I love helping women. My passion is to really help women and to encourage them. And because of all the things I have went through in my life, I'm here for you guys. So if there's any need, then I'm here. And thank you so much, Tamara, for allowing me to share. And I am so excited for what you're doing. So many women, hundreds and thousands of women are going to be changed. Their lives are going to be changed because of what you're doing with this nonprofit. So thank you again, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Somebody wants to know how to spell the name of the ministry. So the website is www.what now? How you spell it?
So D is in David, A is in Apple, R is in Robert, Ministries. And basically it means Dahlia anointed, because I'm being anointed, refined, redeemed ministries.
Hey, let's go. Come on now. Don't let me get up and get the praise.
.org. Yes.
Got it? Got it. Okay. She said she got it. Thank you, ladies.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Tam. God bless you. Love you.
God bless you too. Love you too, girl.
Bye-bye.
Yes. OMG. Listen, guys, I don't know if you guys are picking up the trend. Jesus, hello, Abba, Father, He is the way, the truth, and the light. That's the only way we're going to be able to get through, right? And press through. And so, yes, when I say that we are here and we're doing kingdom work, this is way bigger than me, than Favored. You know what I mean? This is a collaborative community effort approach where we are trying to heal, save individuals' lives. The biggest thing with perinatal and postpartum mood disorders that I give folks an example of is like, remember back in the day when that woman drove her vehicle into the beach with a car full of children?
That was in Daytona Beach, yeah. And I was able to meet her later after she had finished her court-ordered therapy, and she was on the verge of being reunited on a full-time basis with her children. And she talked about how therapy was a good foundation for her to then see and reach God. And I say that because there are so many people that are like, you don't need medication, you don't need therapy, you just need to fast and pray. But for some people, you need that leveling out of counseling and therapy and being taught how to be still. You can't be still and know that He is God if you're drowning. If I took I tried to take a swim class where we were learning to be lifeguards. And one of the things they teach you as a lifeguard is that drowning person will take you down with them, because they're so busy trying to live that they don't recognize that you're trying to save them. So sometimes we need a little bit of counseling. Sometimes we need a little bit of medication. Sometimes we need that to get a strong foundation and then be able to be still and know that he is God, and be still and recognize the anointing, and be still. And you really can't do that when it's a crying baby that need their diaper changed.
That part. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. You know, when you think about, you know, parenthood and, you know, and all that we have as parents have done to kind of put bubble wrap around our children, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it could drain you. You know, they talk about putting an oxygen mask on you first, right? Kind of a thing. And that's where you have to reach out for help. It's okay. And if I can't drive that home enough during this broadcast, for anyone that may be going through, you don't have to go through it by yourself. You know, people who tend to do so, it doesn't always come out as well as they anticipated, right? And I'm not saying that, you know, you can't, but if it's a lot, if it's pressing, there's a group of individuals that get it. We're here. And I mean, us at Favored, we have an assortment of providers, you know, and this was one of the things where I was like, look, you know, if this is what we're going to do, you know, I need you to bring these individuals. And he came through for a girl, you know, just what do you need? You know what I mean? What kind of person are you looking for? You know what I mean? Right. I just spoke with a provider yesterday in regards to coming on board and doing some counseling, and she hablo español, right? So we are here to help any which way you need. There's so many different assortments of mood disorders as parents that we go through, and I promise you, just reaching out, if you need to connect with someone that can speak to you from which you are walking through, we got you. My own personal story. So, you know, I went through substance use, and it took me a while to get right. I kept touching that stove, touching that, in and out of jail, in and out of rehab. You know what I mean? I had to surrender that thing to God, and he helped pull me through. And here I am, you know, almost 20 years later, and I've been counseling, doing peer counseling for Postpartum Support International. And they know that when they get parents calling in with wanting someone to talk to help them with some coping skills, and they're going through substance use issues, Tam, yup, I got them. You know what I mean? Let me tell them how they can press through and they can overcome, they can recover, they can bounce back. They don't have to stay in this one pocket, just continually going through. And so we're going to be talking to so many different individuals that are going through different things, that have been through different things, and they're going to be telling their truth and their stories, talking about how they were able to, how they got over.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. I know we have some comments coming in on YouTube. Stuttering John, I do appreciate you for your comments. Not every comment can appear on screen. You know, the political comments, we're not going to be able to put them on screen, but I am very grateful for them. Again, we've got to go back and thank Charla Pringle for your comments. Thank you to Chris B for your comments earlier in this hour. Toya Blair came in the 11 a.m. hour, and we had Triple O who came in during our first hour. So thank you so very much. Thank you to Maisha Barnett of Barnett Publishing. She will be joining us at 8 p.m. but to share her testimony. But she wanted to let you know that she absolutely loves this, and we are grateful for you. A couple of quick shout outs to, and I'll put this up on the screen, those that have already donated. If you want to see your name on the screen, you need to go on ahead and make a donation. Sylvia Blair, thank you. Amy Reddix, thank you. Thana Simmons and Katrina Simmons. I wonder if they're related, but thank you. Milagro Vasquez, thank you very much. Sonia Bennett, thank you. Andre Brown and Jean Lovejoy, thank you so much. Now, Juanita Banks Whittington, Pastor Mary Hope, and Myleta Butler have done something very special. They have not only made their donation, but they are advertising during this broadcast. They either have their commercial or their information coming up that we will be sharing with each of you. So this broadcast could not be possible.
Yes, yes. I want to go ahead and just really quickly, that is Katrina Harris. Katrina Harris, thank you. We apologize. Thank you. Thank you. I don't think she's related to Miss Dana Simmons.
Okay.
But, you know, thank you to the team working this out for us in the background. Thank you to everyone, because mind you, with just sponsorships and advertisements and just general donations coming in since we started a little over 3 hours ago, we are literally sitting at $950 to the team.
Ooh, Jesus.
So, I mean, that is only by the grace of God. You know, we're 3 hours in, we're $50 away from our goal. This once more is going towards our life skills program. And the ultimate goal is to provide parents with an opportunity to get some one-on-one type of tools to be able to walk their walk in life. You know what I mean? And so this is not your typical, you know, old school type of life skill class. No, we're talking about some real stuff. You know what I mean? When I can't express that enough, look, we are to be lenders, not borrowers. So don't go out and get that Louis bag. Don't go and I'm a Tiffany fan. Don't go get that blue box and you know that you need to go ahead and pay that car note. You know what I mean? Let's talk about what you are doing with your life. Let's talk about what self-care looks like. You know what I mean? And let's have some real conversations and ways in which we can help you. If
Tam, talk about the life skills, that the slide that we have up on the screen. Talk about this 5-week program.
Absolutely.
Financial. Yeah.
And guys, you know, I get hype and I'm doing kingdom work, so I'm even more hype about it, right? This is a 5-week program we are launching June 5th. It's going to be one class a week, looking at about an hour, and we're going to be talking through some of these bullet points here with regards to what it looks like to make decisions, healthy decisions, you know what I mean? And we're honest, you know, we can make a decision and it not have the best outcome, but make certain that you're coming from a source of truth, right? And so forth. And self-awareness, you know, just making certain you're taking time to pause and reflect. I was doing some counseling with one of my little mentees, and we talked about, you know, surveillancing the room. You know, looking over the environment before we speak and so forth. And I'm part of the Women of Worth ministry, and we talk about pause. We have this pause principle. So making certain that we have those levels of awareness. Communication, what does that look like? You know, we don't have to be at a 10 when it may only cause for us to be at maybe a 7, right? And so forth. And goal setting. And this is something big, you know, we have certain dreams, goals, and aspirations, but it's not just enough to have those. What are those action steps? What does that look like? Let's bring it down from a macro down to a micro, and let's talk about what are you putting into place to actually achieve them, right? What are those outcomes that are going to be had from you actually achieve? So you want to go ahead and you want to go on a cruise. You know what I mean? You want to go ahead, you want to go get your degree. You want to go ahead, you want to do this, you want to do that, whatever. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's put some steps into place and make certain that we're doing it. And then once more, we're talking about financial literacy. Let's make certain that we're making smart decisions. You know, I was talking with someone in the grocery line and talking investments. And I was like, you can set up an Acorns account. You know what I mean? Shout out to Acorns. Just giving them blindly $20 a month, and also rolling up any dollar amount of change. So if you buy a drink and it's $1.14, everything from that 15 cents mark on up to the dollar is rolled into an investment account. It's little things like that that you can do to enhance who you are and what you're doing in this world. And it can make a world of a difference. You don't even miss that semi-dollar that you have going over into this account. And next thing you know, you got a couple bands stacked up. Now we could go get that Tiffany purse and those earrings, right? So it's just little things that we want to make certain that we're letting folks know, because I know for me, just talking about that financial literacy part, my parents didn't talk to me about money. Right. And I've talked with other people's, it's like some parents didn't talk money. They were still trying to figure out and manage it the right way. Right? And so
I've had some non-parents that want to be parents say, well, how do you save when everything you got coming in is going right back out? And then I've heard a grandfather to say, well, if you go on ahead and have some children, so I have great grandchildren, I'll take care of the diapers. Okay, but what about the food? What about the clothes? What about where baby gonna sleep? So I get it. I get everything you're saying. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Guys, we're just getting started. We still have like at least another 21 and a half hours. But what is so cool and is a blessing is that we have so many more speakers that are going to be coming on board. I just want to kind of I'm just going to run through a list and talk to you about it, right? So we have Miss Regina Nunnally. She's going to be talking about things from a judicial perspective, right? She's a lawyer, and she's going to talk about what she sees inside the courtroom when there aren't healthy implementations of life, of mental health, of parenting in place. We have Dr. Marceline Gurley. She's going to be coming to you from a clinical perspective and talking about what that looks like in the space in which she operates. We have Miss Andrea Clark Horton. She is directed there at Postpartum Support International for the Alliance division. And so this division specifically works to bring awareness for those in the BIPOC community. We're talking about Black, Indigenous, people of color, right? What does that look like in those conversations and things, and what they're actually doing on an international level? We also have Kiana Long. She's going to be coming on board talking from that sickle cell perspective and how that looks to be a parent. Moving on, we have Danielle Jones. She's actually a licensed mental health counselor and a birth doula. And I don't know if anyone knows a little bit about doulas, but there's a great need for them to be involved in the whole perinatal part as well as postpartum part, because moms need assistance. They need help. And regrettably, in the United States, we don't get the help like in other countries. You know what I mean? And some African nations, they have like designated herds of women that will be there loving on that mom, helping to watch that baby so that mom could get some sleep, helping the mom bathe, cooking milk, like different things, right?
No, wait a minute. Sister Smith is still backstage. I know she mentioned something. Sister Smith, can you come back in and talk about what they do in your home country again? Because I missed some of that. You were saying that where you grew up, they do what now?
You mean as far as time off?
Yeah, and caring for each other.
They get a longer time off in Jamaica, and then because Jamaica is more family oriented too, so you get everybody pitching in, and we kind of grew up with like helpers, which people call maids, but it's so much more affordable then, and so so a lot of times even as a average mom, you can actually get someone to come help you in the household, when you have the baby. And so that relieves some of the stress. But yes, in Jamaica, people get more time off for, having babies.
Wow.
And, generally, they get more time off than here. Yeah.
And I remember in my lifetime, I just turned 58 last week. So I remember in my lifetime, there was a law that just passed that said fathers can have the Family Leave Act you know. So before then, no. I,
No.
I I remember my dad telling stories. Now he was born in 45. I remember him telling stories about how he worked overtime at Chrysler just so that he could take some paid time off when my
Mm.
sisters were born.
Yeah.
And that was unheard of, but he thought it was important. Now, the way my mother used to tell it, she was upset because he was working all this overtime to be she was waddling with twins. But I love to hear what you just said, Sister Smith. That is
Yeah.
beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's so needed. It's so needed. And I wish that more pockets of people of community know that.
Wow.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah.
That is
Let me finish running through. Because mind you, we roll in 24 hours, right? And we have so many other individuals. Where was I? So yeah, Danielle Jones, being a doula, right, and a mental health counselor. We also have Dr. Malaska. She's actually a favored board member. She is a part of the board. And she's going to be talking from the clinical perspective as well, what she's seen in folks, coming out of surgery and their psyche and so forth. I can't wait to get to hers. We're gonna have Nakia, she's actually one of my my mentees, someone that I've peer counseled, and I am so proud of her and the strides that she's taking. We're also going to be speaking with Latasha and Rachel. Latasha is actually the PSI Alliance Regional Chair for Florida, and I work underneath her leadership. We do a lot of great things with this space. But these ladies are going to be bringing some information from an epidemiology perspective, right? And what those numbers look like, what that data is, and what they're actually doing in their walks. Moving further down, we have no one other than the great Miss Gertie Remy, right? She's going to be coming to you from another clinical perspective. She's an RN, and she was actually out there during the COVID pandemic era, right? That, praise the Lord, we made it through. But as a traveling nurse, and some of the war stories that she has encountered with individuals and so forth. We also have Miss Felicia Benzo. She's going to be talking to you from what she sees working with students that come from traumatized homes. Like, guys, I'm telling you, I put the call out, and when I say individuals from all kind of pockets was like, yup, I got you, right? We're going to be also speaking with Pastor Perdita. She's going to be zooming in from New York, and she's going to be talking from the perspective of being a pastor and what she's seen throughout her years, right? And as well as being an owner of one of her businesses, being a daycare. And what's more, what that looks like when we're talking about how perinatal, postpartum, how these mood disorders, it starts to build upon generational cycles and levels of traumatization. If it's not properly addressed, this thing is real. You know what I mean? You got a child that's in a house filled with so much discord, and then they go into the public, and you wonder why they are acting the way they're acting. We have to get a grasp on it. You know what I mean? Cut this thing off at the thread. Moving further down, we'll be having Miss Teresa Jordan. She's going to be talking to us from a perspective of raising children that she didn't birth, and what that looks like for her as our own personal story, right? Later on, we'll be getting into it with Veronica Neely, who is another person that's doing great work working with levels of traumatized children. Like, we have to, as adults, make certain that we're doing what we're supposed to, because we pass this on, right?
Yeah.
And then lastly, bringing in the new day, we're going to have Dr. Katrina Ferguson, in which she'll be helping us bring in this Mother's Day. And we'll be talking with regards to the Woman of Worth ministry and everything that it's doing to actually reach the lives of those that need strength. They need to be able to have someone that they can walk with, right, and pray to and with, right, in regards to what they're going through and so forth. And so I'm just really excited. I don't know if you can tell, I'm all tongue tied. Like, I'm so Hype.
We could tell, Tam, and I do appreciate all that. We've got just a couple of other announcements to come up, but right now I want to finish playing this chat with a mother. This chat with a mother, because we do have some phone calls that are coming in, and we want to be able to reply to them. So, Tam, we will be back in just a little bit. Just a little bit.
So of course my prayer was, Lord, send me a sign, please. Just send me something, a reason to live, because at that point I felt like I had absolutely no reason to live, whether I was in Michigan or Florida or whatever. But I needed a change. I needed something to give me a reason to wake up every day. And a couple of days later, as I was saying goodbye to my then boyfriend, I got pregnant. I didn't understand actually that I was pregnant, because I didn't think that I could get pregnant. I was 40 years old, and I had a couple of years previously had the gastric bypass weight loss surgery, which pretty much, once your body is healthy, then you are open for all kinds of good things sometimes. And
Open to receiving blessings.
that's right. And that's exactly what happened. I was starting to pick up weight, and so I was working out more. I didn't understand why I was picking up weight. And finally, I went to the Red Cross to donate blood, because that is something that I do. There are people out there who need blood, plasma, things of that nature. And they indicated that my iron was very low. And I told them I was a gastric bypass patient and that I have been anemic since then. And they said, "Oh, this is a little lower than even that." So after sitting there and drinking my orange juice, and they tested me again, it was even lower. And they suggested, "Is there any way you could be pregnant?" No, I'm 40 years old. But I left there, went to Planned Parenthood, and I had a pregnancy test. The first one was urine, and it came back positive immediately. I asked for a blood test, and it came back positive, and I was so upset. I literally showed out in that clinic, as they say, and to the point I had to send them a gift, an apology gift, because I was really upset. I couldn't believe that at my age, at 40, I was about to be a mother. And that's kind of how it went. When I spoke to the father about it, he didn't believe it, because he was a tad bit older than me, and we really thought that we were safe. And but God works miracles, and my daughter was definitely a miracle. Though he abandoned us at that moment, 6 weeks in, uh, it's been a blessing and an up and down learning lesson for myself and my daughter. And I just thank God for that change that I prayed for and that He gave me.
Now that is wonderful. The entire testimony about how they encouraged you to get on your face and ask God for a sign, and because I can imagine there are a lot of people like that just kind of in a place where they're looking for something different. And it sounds like you were receptive. Once it sunk in, you were receptive. But earlier you said you were trying to find a reason to wake up every day. Do you think that could have been some of the precursor to depression, or just trying to find a purpose? Can you go more into that, please?
Well, definitely. My sister was dealing with depression, and my niece was affected in that living environment. And little did I know, I was going through some depressive issues as well. My mother passed away at 29. when I was 29, she was 54 from a massive heart attack. And um, I just have been kind of bouncing around since then. I wasn't able to mentally pursue my career that I went to school for. It was so traumatizing to me that it really changed my life. From that point on, I just kind of abandoned my career and jumped from job to job. And at that point, by 40, I had really just decided I didn't know what direction my life was going in. And that can be depressing. It wasn't a matter of anyone giving me any guidance. I definitely was going through some depression, and actually being around my sister, I thought that we could support each other. And that was the reason I was considering moving down to be a little closer to her. But definitely it was some depression that had nothing to do with being a mother. And then during my pregnancy, it exacerbated a lot because I had an OBGYN who was constantly reminding me of my age and the
Oh, I
fact.
know that probably didn't help.
No, definitely not. Well, you're 40, so you can't expect that this is gonna be a viable pregnancy, and you've had a couple of miscarriages before, so you should be ready for it this time. And
Oh
the
no.
last time he said that to me, I told him it is your job to make sure that this is a viable pregnancy. I'm going to do my part. God's going to do his part. You better do your part. So it was as if a light switch went off for him. And he started giving me extra hormones that I had to take vaginally. And, he started pretending like he was a doctor then instead of just a naysayer. So that helped, which I desperately needed because my hormones were everywhere. So if I wasn't depressed before the pregnancy, I
Right.
definitely,
Right.
my depression
Right.
after her
Right.
father, dismissed
Right.
us, and then I've got
Mhm.
a doctor naysaying us, and so it was rough.
I tell you what, I've heard people say that going through change of life and hormones can make you depressed, and a major move or a major family change can make you depressed. And it sounds like you were going through all of that. There was the possible. It just sounds like that there was so much. So, did the doctor? I know you said he gave you hormones, but did he prescribe any psychiatric help for you? Any counseling or anything?
No, not at all. Not at all. He didn't. As I said, he wasn't very supportive to begin with, and um, when when it was finally decided that I was going to have this baby, then he didn't. No, he didn't prescribe anything, and I don't know if it was a cultural thing because dare I say, he was of Middle Eastern descent, where women are not respected as much,
Mm,
um, which
wow.
is very interesting to me when I think about why was he in this field to begin with. But
Wow.
um, yeah, so I just as I think back, he never suggested anything other than full bed rest, just stay at home and, we'll check you every couple of days and make sure that everything is okay. But he never even suggested as much as eating a banana. And at the time, I didn't have a strong maternal figure, I will say. I had a maternal figure. I had a stepmother, but we weren't very close. But I wasn't close to anyone. I was in my own dark world, and I wasn't trying to seek help from anyone, and no one was trying to give me any help. So it was a very, very lonely time, even as I was growing this new life. It was
That
a
little
lonely time.
miracle.
Yeah,
That little miracle.
definitely.
Now,
Yeah.
for the benefit of our visually impaired audience members, I'm going to read some of this press release that came from psychiatry.org. It was a press release that came in April of 2022. And this particular paragraph states that maternal health, and particularly maternal mental health, is an issue that has taken a back seat for far too long in the United States. They go on to say that there needs to be an effort to help better understand where opportunities are to ensure that pregnant mothers have access to the psychiatric care that they need. And that will lead to improved mental health outcomes for moms and their babies. So you just basically described that statement that you had a professional doctor who was basically telling you to prepare for the worst and not even addressing your psychiatric needs, whether it be because of his background or where he came from, whatever. There just needed to be an effort to help you with your mental health while you were pregnant. And that is so sad.
It is. It
That's so
is, and it's in my later years, as I've returned. This is still my OBGYN. He still is my doctor of
now,
obstetrics.
did he deliver your baby?
He did.
Or,
He did.
oh wow.
Yeah. Yes, he did. Yeah.
I further appreciate this press release where it says there needs to be a way to develop a psychiatric care toolkit for clinicians, and then to form education and training recommendations for them. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when he recognized that here he is delivering what I'm assuming was a very healthy child after some of the things that he said to you about being older and previous losses. It seems to me that he should have set you up for psychiatric help based on the previous miscarriages that you had. I just don't understand
Yeah.
why that wasn't taken into consideration.
Well, of course, and I'm sure, Angie B, I don't have to tell you, but just in case some viewers don't realize, the difference between psychology and psychiatry is medicine. So, as much as psychology is kind of counseling, psychiatrists are the medical doctors that can prescribe medicine. So, I I do wonder why he didn't even prescribe a psychologist, even if he could not send me to a psychiatrist who probably would have tried to prescribe
Mm,
some type of medication. But what could I
mm,
take? I was already, beyond the normal age as people think of having babies. It's so interesting to me when I see like Kenya Moore and Janet Jackson having babies at 50. And I when I first saw that these celebrities are having children at a later age. At first I was thinking, oh, this is becoming a trend, but I'm sure that they had all types of professionals around them, mentally and physically, excuse me, who could support them in every way possible. And it really,
Absolutely.
and that should be the norm for every uh, couple that is bringing a new life into this world, no matter what the situation is. There should be some type of support.
I heard, and I'm probably going to mess it up. I heard somebody say you need a license to drive, but you don't need a license to start a family. Well, I get that. You need a license to drive because you went through a training, see a book training, road training, and not to say that everyone needs that, but the Lamaze classes do help you later with your breathing and with managing the pain, and there needs to be some sort of training to say, hey, when I'm feeling blue, or when I don't know, I'm trying not to rhyme, but when I don't know what to do, I mean, there needs to be something. And that's really the only reason why I'm here supporting Maternal Matters Favored, because they're providing support groups, they're providing counseling services, community assistance referrals. I appreciate what Tam McRoy, the founder, said. That everybody needs to know that they've got a tribe to be able to help them. You talk about not having a mother figure in your life during that time. How many other mothers are in that same situation? How many fathers are in that situation? Or even, I truly think about this all the time. There's so many aunts and grandparents that are now caring for school-aged children when some of them may not have even finished their higher education, much less being able to sit down and help with algebra. It is horrible. It is horrible. And your testimony truly puts emphasis on that.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely respect the fact that in this time after COVID, there are so many virtual options. And I think it's spectacular that there will be some options for those who are pregnant and unable to get out and go to Lamaze or some type of way to be around other mothers, even if it is a virtual StreamYard chat of mothers who, like me, had to remain on bed rest that last 6 months. I was on bed rest except 2
months.
Yeah, my last 2 trimesters, to ensure the safety of the baby. I had to go to the hospital I think it was 2 times a week. I had to go to the hospital and lay there strapped to a machine so that they could listen to ensure that her heartbeat was developing, and they would come in and give me some orange juice, wake her up, make sure that she was doing good in there. But other than that, I couldn't do anything for that last 6 months. That was depressing because, yes, I understood the medical ramifications of having to get off my feet and having to take it easy for this major change and major decision in my life. I have so much respect for women who continued their careers, continued going to work every day, continued being already mothers, and they're about to become another mother. However, with no one to talk to except a doctor who would check me and basically be like, wow, it's working. Is this going to actually happen type thing. Then I do
How
hope
do you
that
continue taking care of yourself? I know you said you had a roommate, but roommates aren't caregivers. Just like
Right.
relatives aren't caregivers. You
Right.
probably
He
had to go to
definitely was
work.
not.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he wasn't a caregiver. I was at home by myself. So I just basically stayed in bed all day and um watched television and tried to drink as much water as I could and things like that. And boy, it was of course, 11 years later, I've got a little baby fog. I can't remember everything, but I do remember my sister constantly encouraged me to stay hydrated because that was so important, which was so frustrating as well because I was, constantly going to the bathroom. So, extra water meant extra runs to the bathroom. But I do wish it would have been spectacular to have just even a a partum buddy, someone who was in the struggle with me, that had been through it at a later age. Um, and it is something, yeah, at the beginning of this, you were saying how some people think that when you are older, then you should just know everything to do. But becoming a mother doesn't come with a blueprint. I don't care how
Right,
many books you
right.
read from Dr. Spock or,
Right.
I mean,
Right.
I read the handbook about everything you need to know about becoming a parent. I read that, but when it comes to hands-on, I didn't know what I was doing. And my friends who were 40 and 41 also had gone through that stage with their mothers, with some with the fathers, and several years previous. So it wasn't anything that they could really relate to me. They couldn't say why. In fact, most of them, oh my God, I can't believe you're doing this. I can't believe you waited so late. And it wasn't my choice. It was definitely God's plan.
Well, when you talk about a buddy, that is something that we need to check with Maternal Matters Favored about. Maybe somehow through their life skills program, a buddy could be assigned, maybe. I know that they've got the virtual classes. They're going to start on June 5th, and it's a 5-week program. There's going to be one class a week, and each class lasts for about an hour. And they're going to go over decision making, self awareness, communication, goal setting, and financial literacy. So check the website that's up on the screen, mmfavored.org. That's mmfavored.org. The class is just $35, and that gives you access to the program. But this is the reason for the fundraiser. Our goal is to raise money so that somebody can attend the class for free. So if you know of anyone that could be of childbearing age, I encourage you to just donate $35, whether it be for them or for somebody else. Because can you imagine how this life skills program is going to change somebody's life? Could you imagine how that could have helped you? What you say 11 years ago?
Yeah, I can't
Wow.
imagine because just looking at the topics of decision making, self awareness would have been a big assistance for me because I knew that I wanted to be a parent. I just I had no idea it was going to jump from a potential couple to a single parent in a heartbeat. My communication was lacking in terms of reaching out to people for assistance. I signed up
Right.
for some of the programs, WIC and things of that nature. I definitely did that. but mental assistance, it never occurred to me that anyone would be willing to do anything but tease me, basically, because you say childbearing age and people think 20s, maybe 30, but definitely not 40. And just I know that there are other women out there, and it's important for people to understand that there are other things that need to be taught. Financial literacy. Sure, I learned all types of things when I was a kid. I learned how to balance a checkbook. My father used to have us sit and write checks. He would leave the utility bills on his desk and his checkbook out, and we had to make out the check and the amount that was due so that we could learn how these were the things that had to be paid every month.
Okay,
Um,
that's cool. That's cool. Yeah.
yeah, it was spectacular. My parents taught us about credit, not necessarily credit scores. That wasn't as much of a thing that we learned, but that you had to have good credit. Um, but things like that are necessary when you are planning a major life change, such as becoming a mother. I thank God that my sister and a couple of other people told me about Gerber Life Plan, and began that before my baby was even here. And I'm, still proud to have that life insurance policy. Just such a simple thing. And also a college fund that I started. It's things like that just because you're a geriatric mom doesn't mean that you know about it. You see those commercials, but they don't apply to you. You're 40.
Right.
You're not
Right.
thinking about it. So
Right.
it definitely that would be something maybe even that they could provide literature for the classes, because it is such a necessary thing, especially in this day and age, whether you are going to start that fund for them to go to college or to begin their own business, however you are supporting your child financially, then it's something to think about early on.
Now, as I was doing some research in preparation for my conversation with you today, I got some feedback from someone who said, in my 40s, I'm trying to put together a retirement plan, not a college fund. And so the financial literacy part, definitely. I'm not even talking about the whole stigma of being a single parent, because I don't care if there is another income provider in the home. I do believe that parents with mental health challenges, are still a single parent. I don't care who else is around, what else is going on. That is all. It's all encompassing. And so financial literacy, I hope that is something that they can address, because you're right, somebody had to tell you about the Gerber life insurance fund, but here you are 6 months without being able to work. You've still got to recover from that. You still have to be able to live after that 11-year-old is turned 18, 21, 25. And that can probably be extra difficult when you're dealing with mental health challenges. So my next question to you is, since you did not receive any counseling or any assistance for your mental health while you were pregnant, have you been able to incorporate any kind of counseling or any kind of care since your child has been born?
Definitely. My primary care physician has prescribed me with medication that has been more of a crutch than I needed it to be in. And I don't use crutch in a negative sense, just in terms of were times when I just didn't know how I was going to make ends meet, um, because of the type of expenses that I had absolutely no clue about, even when it comes to latchkey or daycare. Again, my friends or anyone that I could speak with about being a parent either had family that was taking care of their children, so they didn't have to utilize these very expensive services, but they
Oh, that makes
so they
sense.
couldn't
Most
relate.
40-year-olds have 40-year-old friends. So
Exactly.
40-year-olds ain't into babysitting or
Right.
even have teenage children that could babysit. That's a whole different, oh, I get it. Yeah.
Right.
That would
Yeah.
fall under the decision making. Oh, goodness.
Right. Right.
Mm. Mm.
Definitely. And so, yes, my doctor has prescribed a very wonderful counselor, some medication. Um, I have recently delved into some hypnotherapy and just some different ways to cope in terms of um, there's such an age gap between my daughter and myself, to the point that her friends or classmates at times have asked her if I am her grandmother, because I am, much older than their mother.
Oh my goodness. My goodness.
That can be
Mm.
depressing as well, but I
Mm.
through counseling and some good medication, there are times that I just ignore that snickering or that underscore, and my daughter just rolls off her back as well. So yes, it counseling is necessary. I don't care if it is a professional counselor or an actual
Spiritual counselor.
psychiatrist, a
Yeah.
spiritual counselor.
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Yeah. Yeah. And we don't want to overlook people that may have some situational depression. You still need help. It doesn't, I always say it doesn't matter how you broke your bone, it still needs to be fixed. So it doesn't matter how you became depressed or why you're depressed. There still needs to be some kind of treatment, and especially when you're raising a little one, especially. I believe so. I believe so. Well, listen, I know you've got to run. I appreciate you for spending this time with us. I have you in my prayers. And are there any other final words of encouragement that you may have for any parent that's dealing with some mental health issues? Any final thing you'd like to say?
yes. I just want to say that prepartum, postpartum, whatever you consider baby age, that we are definitely seeing that mothers are having children later in age, whether it is their only child or a miracle child that will be raised a little bit by their siblings and things like that. I just encourage everyone to seek as much help as you can from whomever you respect. It doesn't have to be someone with a long beard and you're laying on their couch. It doesn't have to be that whole Freudian thing that some people equate with therapy. It can definitely be a respected mother, a respected grandmother, aunt, friend, just someone who can listen respectfully, not necessarily offer advice. Sometimes you just want to vent. And that is just a major thing, whether you are a mother, whether you're an aunt, whether you're a father, whether however you are trying to cope. I just hope that you have someone that is there to listen and to respect what you're talking about. There's a song that one of my favorite artists, Her, sings, and in the song, there's a line where she says, basically, you are telling me to calm down when I'm trying to relate. And I can relate to that line because you're telling me to just calm down my emotions, which that usually is, within a relationship. Yeah, you just going overboard. Who's to say who is going overboard? My yelling at my physician that day, my obstetrician that day, to remind him that his oath says that he is to do everything possible to bring this child into the world was
Right.
not
Do no harm. Right.
overreacting. Yes, it
And he was
was
harming your
reacting.
mental health. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And I just want to also say about him that in the end, he has now met Sandra, and he has given so much praise to the fact that she is an intelligent, creative, outgoing young lady. And he remembers, that he wasn't very positive. He's apologized, and he said that it has changed the way that he relates to some people who have come in, partners, older mothers, things of that nature that he had a prejudice against. So
really?
I just encourage
Wonder if
everyone.
he could be instrumental in implementing that training, that training that was suggested.
Yeah,
For
I don't
other.
know about that. I'm sure he hasn't done a whole 180 is it? Maybe he has. I don't think he's done a 180, 360 or any of that. But he definitely apologized, and he does see that this is a different time, and I encourage you that if you know a woman who is going through a pregnancy by herself, no matter what the situation is, whether she's chosen to or it was put upon her like me, or if you know a mother who maybe you don't think she's struggling because she doesn't look like what she's going through, just call and ask her. Call and tell her Happy Mother's Day this weekend. Call and ask her if, you have summer clothes for the child, and not just the babies. Everybody wants to do for babies.
Right.
They grow up.
Oh yeah, those cute little outfits. But what about when they start school? What about when they start change your life? Yeah, I got it.
Exactly. It's don't turn your back on a mother when it's not cute anymore, when the baby isn't squishy, and when she starts talking and walking and things of that nature. Just remember that you had someone that was praying for you and doing for you all through your childhood, and that single mother that may look like she has it all together is the main one bending down on a kneeler that came from a church that she has no association with, just praying for a change.
That is so powerful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is my prayer that this conversation helps to educate someone, helps to inspire someone, and helps to let someone know that there is a light in the very dark place of perinatal, postpartum mood disorders. It's just disordered. It's just so sad. It is so
we
sad.
lost you for a minute there, Angie B.
To learn more about the Life Skills program,
givebutter.com/commitment. #MMFavored.org is the way you can give, or just keep us in your prayers, as our goal is to raise $1,000, because a donation of just $35 will help someone, a parent, access the 5-week program. Thank you so much, dear. I have you in my prayers. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, goodness. I keep thinking.
Pastor Mary Hope cordially invites you to attend the Women's Conference, June 9th through 11th, 2023, in St. Augustine, Florida. Broken, bruised, scratched, scared, but still resilient. Based on Genesis chapter 2, verse 22 through 24, I was made from bone. On Friday, June 9th at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Bumps and Bruises, presented by Pastor Regina Johnson. On Saturday, June 10th at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Scared and Broken, from Dr. Teresa Carlton. And on Sunday, June 11th, 2023 at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Resilience, from minister and therapist Kinsey Elaine. And on Saturday, June 10th, your MC is me, Evangelist Angie B. Your host is Pastor Mary Hope. The address is 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Broken, bruised, scratched, scared, but still resilient. Promotional consideration provided by Angie B. Productions.
I love my daddy. He gives me hugs and kisses when he wakes me up. He helps me make mommy's tea in the morning. He always reads a book to me before bedtime.
I Love My Daddy is a heartwarming children's book about the special bond between a little girl and her father. It follows a day in the life of a little girl and her daddy. Produced for audiobook by Angie B. Productions.
Narrated by me, Ramona Young.
And narrated by me, the Queen B, Angie B.
Miracles, miracles, signs and wonders. Yo, they gon' follow me. I've been on my P's and Q's, I paid my dues. Even when I had no following, these demons bothered me. Had me all in my feelings, thinking I won't achieve my dreams, but they all lied to me. Now they all bow to me. Call out the name of Jesus and they run trembling. They know I mean business and it's my Father's cheap. Yes, I speak honestly. They want no part of me. They got no heart, they weak. I walk in my authority. Miracles, miracles, signs and wonders. Miracles, 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 miracles. You'll be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel Him? Can you hear him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. Draw close to God and he'll draw close to you. His word is true. Take my hand, cause I am living proof. He loves you through it all. He's here to comfort you. He knows the truth, and truth is he made you beautiful. Devil, you loose these people now, cause I am through with you. The blood of Jesus, I'm pleading, now you gon' follow suit. And you gon' leave here right now. Satan, the Lord rebuke you. Lift up your hands here right now. Receive the truth, His love abide in you too. You'll be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel him? Can you hear him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. So be free and be healed. Be still and know I'm God, yeah, He's real. Can you feel him? Can you hear him? He's speaking loud and clear, just come near. Miracles, 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 signs and wonders. Miracles, 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 miracles. Yo, they gon' follow me. So they gon' follow me. Miracles, signs and wonders. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Miracles, miracles, miracles.
Ooh, amen, amen, amen. I tell you, ooh, God is great. God, oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, thank you. You are watching the 24-hour live broadcast of, oh, I'm just gonna bring Tam in. Come on, Tam. I'm just full. I'm just full. The testimonies that were coming across the screen and the comments and the, oh, girl, it feels good. It feels good. It feels good. Oh, unmute your mic, honey. I know we got our Kleenex and we trying.
I did. Oh my gosh, I want to give big shots out to Sonia for sharing some really intimate pieces of her life and her walk and her journey as a parent. That's when I knew I had to go get the tissue.
Yeah.
And you know, my mom had me when she was 40, and so a lot of what Sonia was saying, I was just like transferring it into like the thought perspectives around my mom and so forth. And I remember, you know, I swore my mom was my grandma for a minute, you know what I mean? And I had that conversation with her. I think I was probably about 4, maybe 5 years old. Like, oh, you my grandma? Kind of thing. And so when she said that, I was just like trying to wipe back the mascara in my eye. Yeah, we are here. We are doing this thing. I want to give a shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for the love, for the messages coming in.
There are messages coming in. Lord, I'm trying to keep up with the messages.
That part. Oh my gosh. Yes, we are here. Like I said, we are bringing awareness to perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. And there is an assortment. There's a gambit of different things that as parents, moms, dads, non-birthing parents go through surrounding parenthood and balancing life. And, you know, we want to make certain that individuals know us here at Maternal Matters Favored, we get it. Life be lifing and parenting be parenting, right? And we want you to know that, you know, we have a support group It's every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Go online, go ahead and register to get in. We have this life skills program that we're deploying June 5th, right? And seats are only open for 6 people. We're not running this whole big thing. We want to make certain that our facilitators, that they can go ahead and provide that, that little opportunity to kind of have that one-on-one direct kind of care and attention to a person, because this is for real. We're talking about social emotional learning at its finest, right, as an adult and so forth. We have opportunities for one-on-one counseling. I myself am a peer counselor. I've been doing it for Postpartum Support International for a little over a year now and so forth. We got a lot to get into. We know we have someone backstage. I want to thank her for coming up. Can we bring her up? Are we ready?
I'm not sure. I know Maisha Burnett is scheduled for 2:30, so she may not be available right this second.
All right. No. I want to. So that works perfectly. I wanted to.
I know you had a video, and that's
I have a few things. So first, going back to what Sonia was saying, so we see lots of numbers and data showing around perinatal causes for maternal mortality and so forth. And where she was saying that, hey, I'm a geriatric mom kind of a thing. I just want to read these numbers right here. The rate of women age 40 and over was 6 to 8 times higher than the rate of women 25 years of age or younger with regards to mortality rates. And the differences in the age groups are stagnantly high, because, a lot of individuals, they don't get the care that's needed, because regrettably, our providers are, coming in, coming out, you know what I mean? And there's some conversations and policy changes that are actually in place around how that looks for clinical providers to actually have that more longer times in treating parents, mothers, expectant mothers, right? And talking to them about their maternal mental health. And once more, it's not just about vital signs and a baby heartbeat. This is a holistic approach to healthcare that needs to take place, that's starting to have take place. We have moms in Congress where they are lobbying for different policies to actually help and enhance the well-being of parents. And these things this is real. This is called a silent crisis for a reason, because individuals don't want to shine the light on it. But regrettably, not doing so, we're only hindering ourselves as a human race, right? That part. I also want to talk about, anyone who knows me knows I love my gospel, hip hop, my rap. So I was back here like, hey, get it. Signs and wonders. I went ahead and I pulled a few scriptures with regards to God's signs and wonders, because I want to, put this out there. This is not a disclaimer. This is for real. Like, we are here doing kingdom work. We are a ministry. We are touching the lives of individuals, right? Letting them know that, hey, God's got your back. Let us help you pull through, and so forth and so on. And so when we look at Mark chapter 16, verse 20, and they went out and preached everywhere while the Lord worked with them and confirmed the word by the signs that followed. And they promptly reported all these instructions to Peter and his companions. And after that, Jesus himself sent out through them from east to the west a sacred and impersonal proclamation, right? And so we're talking about signs
east to west. I love it.
Listen, right? God will make that thing come through for you. Sometimes we sit and we're like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. You know what I mean? Call out to your father, Abba, and he's going to provide that person, those individuals, that opportunity for assistance, for help, for support. Hello, that's us, Maternal Matters Favored. We got your back. We're your tribesmen. We get it. And that's what I'm just saying. We're here to help you push and press through.
Yes, and I'm thrilled, and I see that my pastor Regina Nunnally is backstage. We're going to be able to bring her on shortly. Pastor Regina, if you could just check out the private chat right quick, so that we can get you all set up and ready Tam, how do you feel when you see all these comments? Somebody coming from the UK, and we had somebody, message earlier from Australia, and we are reaching the people where they are. How does that make you feel?
Angie, stop it. You're trying to make me cry. And look, by the end of this show, I'm going to have that mascara running down. I'm overwhelmed. You know what I mean? It's really humbling, to know that individuals are recognizing, some of the works in which we're trying to do, that we are doing, right? And they're pouring in and they're pouring out and pouring into us as we're here. We're pouring into others. Amen. It's very humbling.
Amen. Amen. Pastor Regina, I can't wait to hear from you and to see you. So I'm bringing you in now so I could blow you some kisses, girl. Oh, it's so good to see you.
Oh, great afternoon. How y'all doing?
Hey. OMG. How are you? I know that you were out of town in Jamaica on vacation, and you're like, Tam, I got you. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I appreciate your patience and everything. So, but I'm just blessed to be in the number.
Yes. Let me go ahead and give you your proper intro. So here we have no other than Pastor Regina Nunley. She is a lawyer. She is the founder and creator of See the World Through My Eyes, LLC. And she's here to talk with us with regards to the space that she's in and what she actually sees in the judicial system, what she sees in her walk in pastoring, and how this all rolls into perinatal and postpartum mental health.
Oh, well, great. Greetings. Thank you for having me on.
Yes. So, Pastor, what made you want to go ahead and just like, okay, Tam, I got you. I'll attend this event. What made you want to do that?
Well, as you can see, I'm allergic to ignorance. That's my movement. And I'm always a fan of solving a problem. And anytime we could come on and inspire people to be their best selves, and part of that is to really understand who we are, how we work, what we need, then people can better assist you and help you to be able to get to where you need to go. And in my line of work, I have seen in the criminal, at least in the criminal defense world, that's where I am. Mental health, mental illness, mindset plays a really big, important part in how far that we can go to be able to help individuals. And then outside of that as well, because just because they're not in a system don't mean they're in a system. You know what I'm saying?
Come on now.
Yeah. Human nature is human nature no matter where it is. And so that's why I try to inspire people to, quit on themselves, to inspire them to build, to change. You could change. You could teach an old dog new tricks, y'all. So, yeah.
I love it. Regrettably, too many times individuals enter into, the judicial system, and they don't get the designated attention to some of the things that they need to work through in order to not return, right? And so what is that? What are you seeing these days? And what are some of the actions that you guys are taking to combat that?
Well, to kind of piggyback on what you're saying, and I just wanted to clarify something. The criminal in Florida, I practice here in Florida, and Florida is just a totally different beast, okay? And the criminal court system was not created to rehabilitate, okay? It wasn't created to assist you with your problems. The first order of business is punishment. Now, over the period of time, when people get caught up in the system, the criminal system, there have been movement and advocates for dealing with the root cause of why they're in the system in the first place. Okay. So in our world, and unfortunately not in our circuit where we are, they do have what they call a mental health courts that really actually deal with maybe with the core problem, why they're in the system, maybe because they're self-medicating themselves, or maybe they don't have access to adequate housing, adequate resources that might be able to give them the foundation to be able to go to that next level, to get what other resources, because unfortunately some stuff have to happen first before you can get to that next level, right? And if they're out in the streets running around, no place to call home, nothing structured, there's going to be very difficult for them to get to that next level where it might require them to have stable housing. So there are people, so we have Drug Court Foundation in Flagler County, and incorporate with that, there are dual diagnosis issues where people are dealing with both mental illnesses as well.
Yeah. I know for me, and I went through, a program and in and out of rehab, and then I went ahead and got with the Bridges of America, and and I went and placed myself into another program voluntarily for a year. And this was just, my walk that I had to do with regards to, my perinatal anxiety rolling into postpartum depression and anxiety, which rolled into a whole nother monster, of co-occurring mental health disorders with substance abuse related to it. And so I love that you are speaking that truth, because, when we're not fully dissecting the root cause of what's going on, I mean? How can you expect the person not to return back to jail or back to the streets, or what I mean? We have to work to make more programs readily available to receive individuals so that rehabilitation can actually take place and take root in their lives. So I love it. And I love the work that you guys are doing there with your organization. Tell us a little more about that.
Well, in my office as a public defender, we do have access to funds to be able to make sure that our clients are evaluated, because sometimes there may be issues of competency, whether it's from a mental health, from a mental illness, or maybe intellectual disability, to make sure that they ensure that they understand what's going on in the system. And then after that, if there is, then we can talk with the prosecutor and maybe fashion the right type of approach, because each case is different, each client is different, and each circumstance and need is different. So we do our best as defense attorneys to try to reason with the prosecutor and say, hey, this person needs this in order to get to that. And then therefore, maybe we can be able to avoid it. Now, as for what I do as the mental wealth builder, that's just something the Lord gave me, because I heard people mental health, but I said, I have to identify what value do I bring to the marketplace? Why do I consider myself the mental wealth builder? And it's because that what I've seen in the system, a lot of people don't know anything about. And I want to enlighten them on it. I want to bring value to them. Why? Because when you bring value to the mind, your mind's transformed. And when your mind's transformed, then you're renewed. And then when you're renewed, then you can prove what is acceptable, good of God, what God's will is. And so our brain is a depository of a lot of stuff. I want to deposit value into your mind. Okay, I want to deposit that wealth of information and education and inspiration and, recreation too, if you want to do that too. All right, because travel does tell the truth. I want to deposit this into your mind so that you can be your better self, and you have options and you have opportunities, and you don't have to settle for the first thing that comes along, because that causes stress, that causes anxiety. People feel like they're all by themselves, Tam. I just came off of a call for this company I connected to called By Design. And this by its own verbiage. You thinking by design, that sounds divine. But anyway, but one of the guys was talking about, he was one of the founders, and he was talking about how we're in a culture where people feel isolated and all alone. They don't feel like they have anyone who cares about them. And then so we're dealing with that phenomenon, especially after the pandemic, because people were isolated. And that put a lot of stress. That right there put people over the edge. They said the United States is the highest when it comes to suicides, depression, and we're supposed to be a superpower. Come on now.
That part.
Make it make sense.
Come on now.
Make it make sense, Tam. Make it make sense. All of this. Well, the problem we have here in Florida is that there's budget cuts. People are cutting budgets to the very things, of course, that's going to make us better people. Come on now. And so it takes people like you or me and anyone else that has the wherewithal to be able to get the word out and to be understanding to the folks who do come into the system, so you don't pour water on a drowning man.
That part. And that is so needed in our communities, in our judicial system, in our churches as well, you know, because we know yesteryear, you know, the person going through something and they get shunned, you know what I mean? And then next, you know, they don't want to go back to church. They're walking around with church hurt and things to that effect. And it's just like they're totally bleeding out.
Well,
emotionally and spiritually.
Well, you know, Tam, it's like this. We've, especially in this community, we have never been, we don't trust doctors. We don't trust doctors. We trust our own people. But one thing we never really focused on is professional help, therapy, that kind of stuff, because that indicates one or two things: you crazy, or two, you don't trust God enough for him to work it out.
Come on, say that.
And let me tell you, I'm being transparent. I used to feel the same way until I had to do it. And not so much do postpartum and thing, because I don't have any children as far as I know. But I dealt with a brokenness, a broken heart. And it really, it cut deep. And it was deeper than I ever expected. I didn't know. And I did everything I was supposed to do. And I left my church. I had to leave everything behind that I knew that I was involved in. And that hurt. That hurt. I was devastated. But where I landed, my pastor said, "Regina, I think you need to talk to somebody." And I said, "Oh my God, I'm crazy. Oh God, I'm crazy. I got to talk to somebody." But at that point, I said, what do I have to lose? That was the best thing I ever did.
Come on.
The best thing I ever did. And I'm so glad that I was able to reach out to someone and they were able to get me over the hump. And I know I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for that.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the healing and the self work that starts to take place when you actually are able to express some of your vulnerabilities to an individual is phenomenal. I was in a part of this women's ministry, and we were praying the other night, and you know, God gave me the word serenity. And then at the same time, another sister talked about the release. You know what I mean? And when you're able to get that,
oh yeah,
then you can get to doing God's work. You can't. You know what I mean? If your heart is filled and contaminated in a sense, you know what I mean? You're just.
I had to sit out. I knew I was no good in ministry because I was bleeding on everybody. I was cut, and ignoring it wasn't going to work. It was ignoring it, trying to put on that face like nothing's wrong. And then when I get home, I would collapse because that took too much emotional dollars from me. My mental wealth was depleting. And it took me to get out of an environment, to be uprooted, to be in a place I didn't want to be, to go through something I didn't want to be in, I didn't ask to be going through, but it put me into a whole different perspective that allowed me to appreciate stuff that I used to take for granted or scoffed at. And I scoffed at it because I was raised up in that environment. But nevertheless, I have been redeemed. I'll tell somebody quick, you need to talk to someone. Someone don't have a dog in this fight that's going to be able to give you that neutral, that neutral leash to kind of lead you through this process. That's why our mind is so important. We need to protect our mind and do what it takes. Do the work. Do whatever it takes to make sure that we do not lose our true selves.
We about to have some church right quick, Tam. We about Pastor don't go nowhere. Tam, don't go nowhere because we about to bring in
Ah.
Maisha Barnett and talk about the testimonies and the stories and the prayers of the righteous. Maisha,
That's right.
welcome.
That
Thank
part.
you.
My
Oh
pastor,
my
Regina
gosh.
Nunley. And
Yes. Maisha. Let me go
Hi.
ahead and give Maisha her proper intro. Right here we have a phenomenal woman. She's a publisher, CEO of so many different things, a woman of God, as you can see and you will all know. And she's also one of Favorite's newly community partners. Woo, 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 woo. Hey. Thank you so much for joining in.
Thank you. It's an honor, truly. It's an honor.
Yes. So now you hear the conversation going on. What are some of your thoughts? Weigh in on this with us.
Man, Miss Regina over there throwing fire out to the nations today. I think that this is a conversation that needs to be had and not just on this platform. It's the mindset, we have to work on changing the minds and hearts towards kingdom driven resources, because there's not enough kingdom driven people out there that's going to reset the system, that's going to put these people in the place that they need to be.
That's real. And so when I reached out and I was like, girl, hey, you know what I mean? What were your thoughts?
I was like, yes, I'm it's an honor to be able to even be on a platform like this. And you international now, so that's even better. And it's like you doing your thing over there, Miss Tam.
Oh my gosh, this is all to God be the glory. I was walking around the house with Shekinah glory. Me, TD Jakes, and Pastor Eric Thomas. Because like you ladies are saying, this is a conversation that needs to take place. Individuals need to know they don't have to walk this walk alone. There are individuals that care, and we need to make certain we know that they know that we're here.
Right.
You know what I mean? In the Bible where it talks about, you have no friends because you're not friendly or whatever. Right? Look, hey, I get it. Come on, let me hug. We love on you. You know what I mean? Let me help, bring you up a nature and nurture type of mentality in order to really be fulfilling God's will for us here on this earth, right?
Right. I agree.
Yes. Okay, who got next, right? In that part. So I'm sorry. Wait a minute, what you doing, Regina?
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about me. I got some stuff going on in the background.
Hey, we all working moms. It's all right. Or we all working from home.
You guys, the questions are coming in faster than I can type them up. The next question that has come in is, why is there such a taboo, mental health versus faith? That's the way they put it. Why is it such a taboo? Mental health versus faith.
Well, let me answer that. We have to remember people teach what they know. Okay, we know what we know because what we were taught. It's passed down from one generation to another, and truth be told, some of our generations didn't have access to stuff like this.
Come on.
It wasn't even, they had access to what they could get to, and this was not one of them. By all means, by everything that was going on through Jim Crow and everything that people were going through, they didn't have access to professionals. So the church was the only outlet. The church was the outlet for anything and everything. And when it comes to civil rights movement, it was the church that was involved. And also, it only makes sense that people would not look to mental health, because we didn't know what it was. We just said they were crazy or they were special. Oh, that's so-and-so, and that's the devil. So
put them in the back of the house.
Yeah, we only knew what we knew. And as we got more sophisticated and more educated, then our eyes came open. See, ignorance, ignorance, limits you. to what you know is out there. So it's going to open up your horizons. And now people are a little bit more accepting. Not everybody, all right, but some. And it is up to the others to make me realize that, look, we're not saying I don't have faith in God. God gave people gifts and talents. You could look in the Bible and see some, see that there are people suffering with certain things and they went to experts to deal with it.
Come on now.
All right, and so we're just doing the same thing. The guy I went to was a Christian therapist. We included the Lord, but we also dealt with everything else because God is the God of all parts of us. He deals with every part of us. And our mental state has always been an issue on his mind because he said, let this mind be in you and everything, and our emotional state and who we are. So I think that's part of it. People just afraid. They don't know. They don't understand. And they just go with what they know. That's just my
I want to go ahead, Maisha. What did you
I was just gonna. I agree, and also one of the things that I think is another part of this is that Lord Jesus, people forget that we're human too.
True.
And when you said that he deals with all parts of us, he knows we're human too. So we deal with our humanity and our spirituality and everything else that's a part of that. The mindset, the mental stuff, the emotional stuff, that's all parts of us. So we have to always remember that we're also human too.
Well, you just said it. The scripture came to my mind, says a double-minded man is unstable in all
his ways. Mm-hmm.
Double-minded, your mind confused. If your mind is all over, you're unstable. Because God knows that. So He gonna put people in places going to help you navigate in that area. I'm not an expert, but someone is, and that's why we have doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists, all those individuals working to make sure that we can be our best selves. You got, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what we're actually starting to see more so these days is more peer counselors and support specialists. Once more, it goes back to someone wants someone they can relate to, you know what I mean? Because what we saw of yesteryear is that these individuals have this wealth of book knowledge. You know what I mean? They got that degree and hanging up in the back, right? But they don't have that lived experience. And so they can't kind of be that source of truth to help that person over. Yeah. And so by the grace of God, a lot of, big wigs are now recognizing that. And I know for me, myself, I went through, here in Central Florida, we have a community-based cares organization, and they actually had a peer support program in which they provided a lot of tools and resources and know-how for individuals who can help an individual, get through what they may be going through. And because there's so many different ailments, and we want to make certain that once more we're doing kingdom work, we need to help someone. And if a person can't relate with you, they're going to sit there and be like, you know what I mean? Right? Or may not even reach out at all because of the fact, right? You want someone that you can connect with. And that's why it's important for us to have these type of organizations, these type of body of works, you know what I mean? Where a person can feel a little relieved and they can start to let down some of those walls that we've been just taught to build. You got to surround yourself in cement because you got to make it in this world. And, we're going to be a lot of times too often we've been taught to not show emotions. Yeah, and that right there in itself is a doozy that weighs individuals down mentally and spiritually. The other week I had the pleasure of going to TD Jakes Leadership Summit, and one of the speakers talked about it's okay to cry. It's like, it is, you know what I mean? You got to let that thing on out, you know what I mean? Or that thing will fester and well up in you, and you got to take it to God so you can kind of get some instructions, get that download, and then it's like brand new the next day, and you hit the ground running, boots laced up.
Well, Tam, one thing that came to my mind as I was listening to you talk, when we talked, you said the word hide. And there's people that's in the body of Christ right now who have gone through certain things, but they're not testifying about it. They're not telling people about it. You know what I'm saying?
Listen.
You know, there's peer connections in the body of Christ, but we don't want to say nothing because we don't want folks to know that we was out there doing what we were doing. Well, everybody in there was doing something.
Come on, Regina.
Everybody was doing something.
And Pastor, that's why I appreciate working with Maisha Barnett. Barnett Publishing, it is that whole Habakkuk, you know, write the vision, make it plain, so somebody can run off on some tablets and in some books. And that leads me to one of the questions. Somebody messaged and said, how can I find a book to help me with some of this? Because I can't talk to anybody. Is there anything? So there you go. There you go.
Google is available to every person. Amazon, all these different platforms. Type in those keywords that you're looking for, and books will pop up for that. Personally, we have been producing faith-based books, but inside those books, we have relatable stories from our authors, and that's why we do what we do, because we need books that are relatable. We need books that say, hey, I was an alcoholic, you know, back in so and so and forth, but then God did this. You know, I was like the woman with the issue of blood. I was a prostitute. I was this, you know, but then God did this.
Right.
You know, and so, and he tells us, it's in the word that we have to tell our testimony and testify the things that we've gone through in order to deliver others. So I think people just got to stop being fearful. I think that's what it is. It's fear.
You know, I started tearing up because for years I didn't want, you know, no one to know my story. You know what I mean? And God was like, tapping me on the shoulder, you know what I mean? And so forth. And, you know, being able to tell that, hey, you know, I know what it looks like to be in and out of cars, you know what I mean? To hit that pipe, your son didn't even know that you were his mom. Look, I get it. You know what I mean? And when I'm telling you that you can change, there are opportunities for growth, for healing, for you to be reestablished. You know what I mean? God will provide a way. And, you know, and I look back, you know, and later on this evening, I'll be releasing chapter 1 for my book, in which I start to talk about some of my journey there. You know what I mean? And for years, I didn't want no one to know. I wanted to be part of, you know, society and culture, and look at me and oh my gosh. And God was like, that was your assignment. I'm gonna need you to get out there, tell that story, so the next person that's going through and they don't think that no one else, and they're so ashamed and they don't figure it out. They need to know, you know what I mean? Like, look, you know, I got a whole bunch of letters and numbers and symbols behind my name, but God, you know what I mean? And this is what it's about, you know. And for me, there was some levels of childhood trauma, and it was like, because we don't talk about stuff, you know what I mean? And then getting pregnant and rolling into that whole piece there, and it was like, and it led me to a whirlwind of just agony for years, you know what I mean? I kept walking around that mountain, right? And so here we are, and we're having this conversation, and that's what Maternal Matters Favored is about. I just want to once more just put that shining light on that logo, right? We have that halo. That's nothing but the favor of God that's over our lives, that's enabling us to press through what's going on in our lives, right? And so we have our hand out, reaching out to the next person, letting them know, look, we got you. We understand. We get it. You know what I mean? Oh, you going through this? And hold on. I know someone that can help you and help you press through and walk that walk. What was you going to say, Regina?
Nothing. You ain't got nothing to say. It's all being said. It's already done.
I want to say congratulations, Tam, for taking that step, you know, because it's not easy writing your story. It is not.
No.
But it's therapeutic, and it's going to usher you into your healing place as you write. I did it. I had to write my story. I ran from it for a while, definitely went around it, at a certain point in my life and did children's books instead of my story. And I was just walking in disobedience. Let's just be real. And, but when I did, it was just like so many chains were broken, and
Mhm.
that's why I do what I do is because we have voices and I don't want to hinder someone who's supposed to get delivered from my story.
Right.
That part.
Right.
That
Yeah,
part.
I think there were times where I didn't feel like I had a voice because, growing up, it was like I'm the baby and just do what you told, just come up there. I come from a very perfectionist background. But one of the things I had to do was I said, I can't be faking the funk around people. I don't want people to think that, oh, everything was perfect and great and everything was, no, it wasn't. And that's another thing that the church has been lacking is that people try to show this perfection. Like, and when I used to be a youth pastor at my old church down at Oak Hill, I showed a chink in the armor. I told the kids about the stuff I did. And even though they're grown, some of them married, got kids and grown up, they still remember what Miss Regina taught them. And I said, I was just going to be real no matter what. I'm going to be real and transparent like Casper, the friendly ghost. You're going to be able to see right through me. I don't want you ever to think that you can't come to me and talk to me and think I'm going to judge you and condemn you. We didn't have that growing up. And I could, and you know better, you do better. So you got to let people know your story. And I used to get mad at folks. People said, when I was going through some of the stuff I was going through, they said, well, Regina, it's not about you. I said, well, who is it about?
I'm trying to tell you.
Right now it's about Regina.
That's right.
Don't tell me that. But I was in hurt. I was in pain. But now that I've been healed and whole, I see that, you know what, my purpose, my pain can be my purpose. And to let people know, because people were telling me stuff and I'm like, oh, I thought I was the only one. Why would I think that? But we do. So thank God for you, Tam, and Maisha. I won't say your name, right?
It's okay. It's Mimi. It's fine.
Me, girl. I don't want to mess up your name. Be up here having you Moesha. Be out here with your old TV show.
I was called that too when I was little. It's all right.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So
we have another question. I'm sorry. I ain't trying to interrupt the well, but earlier today we heard a testimony about a woman whose physician did not recognize that she needed help and just kind of poo-pooed it off. So the question is, how can we train the church? Because I went to my pastor and they were of no help. And Regina, I love the testimony that you give about our pastor and how you and I both went, and she was like, y'all need some help. Y'all need some help. So can you speak on that? Just like we know that in the doctor realm, they need some more training, or how can we address some of this? Because this question is really concerning. I go to I go to my pastor and they don't know how to help.
Okay.
What can we do?
Well, they don't know how to help because they're not equipped in that area. And a lot of times when people become in the ministry, we just know what we just know what we know. We get hoop holler, it's the word, and it's always been that way. There's always been a need for shepherding. Okay. But some don't shepherd because that's not what they've been trained and taught to do. That everybody in your congregation is coming out of something. We're just not going to deal with married people. We're dealing with single people. We're not dealing with people, you're dealing with people who came out of all kinds of stuff. And so I think it's a matter of being equipped and be willing and open to do that. I think some folks, they just don't know what to do because they're ignorant. They just don't know. And that doesn't help. And they'll just say, well, pray about it and all. And that, okay, all right. Some people in physical abuse. Well, you'll pray about it. I'm being beat. Man beating the brakes off of me. Pray about it. they don't know what to do. And that's why you have to have people who are equipped in ministries. And the more sophisticated we become and we see the need, then if our overseers or whoever don't take the initiative, we need to take the initiative to educate ourselves so we can be effective. I think that's one of the reasons why people don't do, because they don't know to do. They just know what they do, but they just know what they know. I don't know.
That's good. What do you think, Maisha?
No, I agree. But I also think that there has to come a point where we take responsibility for ourselves and do your due diligence to find the answer, to find the solution, to find the person. If this one person, first of all, a church is not going to have the answer to everything that you need. That's just point blank, period. You have to go out there and do your due diligence and find who these people are. Where can I find this person? Where can I get this help from? And I don't think that there's enough people in the world that's really going to take that initiative and do that.
Yeah. God helps those that help themselves. Right. And if your mind is right and you're serious about making a change, getting some help and so forth, then you do, like you said, you have to stick your hand out there and say, hey, you going my way? I need to hop on. Help me, please. And that's that vulnerability, that transparency, you know what I mean? That openness to be intimate and divulge some of these things in which we stuff and we cram, and we're walking around talking about generational cycles. We're re-traumatizing the next. And so we can't get healthy as a people because we're not getting to that ingrown hair. You know what I mean? We have to be honest. We have to have these kind of conversations. We have to have these type of programs in which we can help individuals to build upon some of the fundamentals that they may not or may already have. We got to be helping each other. We're to be community keepers. I have the saying, be the change you want to see in your community. You know what I mean? There's so much going on. Pick a cause. You know what I mean? It ain't just about you, your household, and your circumference. You know what I mean? Learn something else that's going on and pour into that.
Yeah.
You will be surprised. And you know what? At the end of the day, we want to hear God say, well done.
That's it. That's it.
Good job. Right?
That is it.
Thank you so much. Angie, you got any more questions for us back there?
Ooh, I'm trying to get them all out. This person, and I needed to text her back to clarify. This person wanted to know, how can I help my child? And so my response was, help your child with what? I'm thinking she's wanting to know how to help her child with mental health issues, but I'm just waiting to get that response. So while I'm waiting for that, anybody got any suggestions? Any advice?
Resources. I think Maisha. God, Lord Jesus.
Maisha.
Maisha. You said it best. Google it. Go on the internet, and look up sources in your community. I mean, we used to use the telephone book. Now it's Googleations. All right, go to Googleations and find it, and whatever, and follow through with it. Because I think sometimes it's the follow through. They say the fortune is in the follow up. The fortune is in the follow through. Just and being in it for the long haul, because I think, and I'm not speaking, I don't have children. I can't speak to that. I can only speak to what I've seen. And a lot of times people are overwhelmed with life's everything. I got to go to work. I got to do this. I have to do that. And so if they feel like it's all on them, they even if the resource is there, they might not follow through because they feel it's all on them.
But they still have to make time. I'm a mother. You still have to make time for what it is that you want, or what it is that you want help for. saying that all of those things are really just excuses to not do. He said, "Be doers, not just of the word, but be doers of everything."
Right.
You know, and you have to do the work. No, it's not going to be easy. It's going to be overwhelming. But when you get to the other side, you're going to have a praise in your belly that can't nobody take away from you.
Yeah.
Come on now. Yes. And for the mom, and give her our website, if there's anything that we can do.
I am. And earlier I put up a suicide hotline banner, the United States suicide prevention hotline. Call 988. She did write back. She did say that bullying has now led to depression in their child. And I do appreciate what Maisha said. The church is not going to be the answer. The church is the foundation of our village. So we got family over here. We got medical people over here. We have to incorporate the entire village, especially when we're looking at raising our children, because they have to know who to go to. At the top is God. They have to know to always go to God, but sometimes they're going to have to crawl up that pyramid of, this is my family. Let me see what my family says for me to get to God. This is what the medical professional and the legal, we got to teach them to reach to God, but in the process, they need that foundation. And so she is she's devastated. And she also texted me back and said, "Thank you so much for this on Mother's Day weekend. Thank you so much."
Absolutely. We'll see what we can do to help that mom kind of drill down and look at some adult wraparound services. If Maternal Matters Favored isn't it, we have a pocket of individuals in which we can resource her to.
Yeah, and I think Chi Smith is a therapist for the youth also. You can look her up on Facebook or www.hhearts.org, I believe is the website for that.
And the other thing that I told the parent is, check with your healthcare provider, because I was asking her, do you have health insurance? And she said, yeah. Check with the healthcare provider, because a lot of times that's covered under insurance, which again, I think has happened in my lifetime. I don't think insurance used to cover that.
No, they used to make it hard for people to get, mental health, behavioral health, and substance use services covered underneath insurance companies. I mean, even still right now, there's a lot of limitations and caps that they have in place, and they're working through the policies to kind of enhance that. I know that Sam's recently released some fundings and programs for individuals just because they get it. You know what I mean? Mental health, different aspects of a person's being with regards to co-occurring disorders, with regards to the recidivism that's going on, with regards to help, right? And especially for those of us that were blessed and fortunate enough to make it out of this pandemic. We went through a pandemic, you know what I mean? And God is good. We're still here among the land of the living. And with that being said, I just want to let individuals know, you're able to wake up from one day to the next, remember, hey, you on that list. And so you have a purpose, you know what I mean? You need in this world, kingdom work. Ladies, I don't want to hog all of your day. I thank you so much for your time. Regina, how can people get in contact with you?
Well, you can reach me on Instagram, PK Sensation. That's my handle. I would say that's the best way, and connect with me there on the IG.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know we're having some internet connection issues. So, Pastor, before you leave, if you could put all your contact information in the private chat, then I can scroll it down at the bottom of the screen, and I'm gonna let you go. Maisha, girl, thank you.
You know, it's not a problem.
I appreciate you for popping in when you did. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, I know we have another kind of a break coming up in just a little bit. Before we do that, we got some housekeeping things that we want to let you know about. If you want to watch us on Facebook, just search for the 24-hour broadcast. Angie B Productions is airing us live. Moms in Ministry is airing live on Facebook. Moms, the letter N Ministry is airing on Facebook. Search for the 24-hour Maternal Matters Favored, 24 Hours of Favor on YouTube, and you'll see it. And then look for Angie B Tour, AngieBeeTour on Twitter. Okay. Got just a little bit of a video that we're going to play. I understand that our next guest, Dr. Marceline, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. She is waiting backstage, and we're going to bring you in just a minute, Doc. But we just do have just a couple of videos that we want to show you, because these people have truly supported this broadcast. So hold on just a minute, everybody, and we'll be back with more of our 24-hour broadcast. Praise the Lord.
One of the things I wish I had known as a new mom is that it's okay to receive help, and it's okay to be new at something. I put so much pressure on myself to know it all, or to do the things, or not ask questions, for fear that would mean I was like an irresponsible adult, or that I don't know my child, or that I don't know what I'm doing. And the matter of the fact is, it didn't take away from my worth to be able to ask or receive help, or research things, join groups, ask questions. So giving myself the grace to just be new and learn something is something that I wish for you, to give yourself permission to not know it all and to be new at parenthood or motherhood.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. Just reaching out to let you know about our upcoming inaugural fundraiser, 24 Hours of Favor. And so for 24 hours, we're going to be broadcasting to raise funds for our Life Skills program. It's a 5-week program in which we provide services to parents that have perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. So we're talking about anxiety, we're talking about levels of depression, we're even talking about forms of psychosis that sometimes take place in these individuals' lives. And what we do as a community, taking a community approach, we make certain that we let these individuals know that they have a tribe in which they can turn to help support them in their walks of life as they're pressing through. Won't you make it your business to tune in, join us in conversations, even possibly pledge, right? For $35, you can send someone through a 5-week program. We hope to see you then.
Oh my gosh, we are here. We're going into our 5th hour. I can't believe that we are in our 5th hour live broadcast going on.
We are, Tam, and I'm going to put you backstage for just another bit. We had a couple of people to say that your connection is a little blurry. So your voice is coming in and out, and your image is coming in and out. So I'm going to try to bring you back in and see it. Nope, we're still it's just that time of the day. It's like 3 p.m. All the kids are awake and they're all online. And so, Tam, I think I'm gonna do this. I'm going to give you a little bit of time to maybe reboot or check your router. And I really want to talk to your guest if she doesn't mind putting up with me until I can bring you back in. And Doc, tell me about you. I mean, when I know we're supposed to do an official, reading of the bio, but Vivid Minds Mental Care, that did something to me, because when you're in the throes of depression, everything is cloudy. I need stuff to be vivid. I need
right. And that's it.
Tell me about you and tell me about the mental care and talk to me.
Well, my name is Dr. Marceline Gurley. I'm a dual certified family and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. I have now been practicing since 2012. And let me tell you, it has been an enlightening journey for me. And I have enjoyed every step of becoming who I am today. And a bio is cool, but Tam will know I can care less for the bio. I like to relate with people and let people know it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you've been through in life. We've all have had some sort of battle with either a self-esteem, anxiety, depression, feeling disconnected, feeling without value or worth, particularly when we are moms, new moms, My story is quite untraditional. I suffered from infertility due to a disorder called PCOS. Polycystic ovarian syndrome. So it took my husband and I some time, actively trying, failed medications, to have our first baby. And we are blessed. We do have 2 babies now. I have a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, excuse me. But it took some time to get there. And during even that pre baby stage, going through all of that, I suffered with a lot of anxiety. I suffered with a lot of depression as those around me were becoming pregnant. They were having babies. They had the dream family. And here I was like asking the Lord, like, what did I do wrong? Why can't I not conceive? And yes, I did conceive my son, and our birthing my son was one that I actually tried to forget the process of birthing, just because we had so many difficulties getting him here. He was a bit early, and we also had to do a crash C-section. All of that plays such a part on your mental health. And you're scared, your family's afraid, and it became a part of me that I attempted to forget. But although he was the joy I had been waiting for. And soon after, my husband is a professional musician, and he left when my son was about 6 weeks old. So I was alone at home with the baby I prayed for, finding myself to be down and sad and with a lot of anxiety because of the different things that he had suffered from that kept him in the NICU, and really got lost in a lot of sadness, but didn't identify that it was sadness.
What did you think it was?
I just thought, you're tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired. I'm your mom. I'm breastfeeding. I'm trying to do the Instagram mama for newborn babies. I'm trying to get them dressed and take their daily pictures, but I wasn't taking care of myself. And there was nobody there to actually, pay attention to me and my mommy needs to say, hey, you're not yourself.
Ooh.
You're not yourself. I would find myself crying. Right? I would cry. I would watch my baby that I prayed for scream. He had colic and all this kind of stuff, but I was so down, I would let him cry. And it wasn't until a dear friend came over to my house. It just showed up. So you have to, new mamas, have people in your circle who can just show up. She just showed up one day and she said, listen, you're going to go upstairs. You're going to take a bath. You're going to go to sleep. I'm going to cook your dinner. I'm going to take care of the baby. You need to rest.
Don't call and say what you want to eat. Don't call and say I'll be over at 3. Don't call because they won't answer the door and they won't know. You right. They got to show up.
And I looked at her like she was crazy. I was like, what are you doing here? She was like, I came to check on you, mama. I came to check on you. And I felt so seen at that moment. And when she sat with me, she's like, you're not yourself. And I had to like just, agree with that. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm really sad. And just sitting with her, I actually had the opportunity to connect with someone to let me know that what I was experiencing as a provider was blues.
Wow. What the mo folks say? Physician heal thyself.
Right.
I guess physician got to diagnose themselves first.
Yes. But you can't see it, right? When you're in it.
You can't. We talked about that earlier. When you're drowning, you can't see that somebody's coming out to save you. All you can see is, let me climb on top of this person so I can get out of it. I get that. I get that.
Yeah, and it's like the most joyous time. It should have been joyous, but I was overwhelmed, and that for moms, I want moms to understand prenatal and postnatal. The comparison game, the Instagram and the Facebook mama games and whatever it is that you're seeing that is influencing you to make you think that that's the way you should mother. That's the way you should give birth. That's the way it should be postpartum. Those are not real. Those are just snapshots. And I think that got to me because my story was unconventional. Everything about it was not easy. So depression set in, but I'm so grateful that I had people come check on me.
Good. Listen, I'm going to put you backstage for just a minute. I want you to put your contact information in the private chat because somebody is texting, where is she located and all that other stuff. So whatever information I can scroll at the bottom of the screen. And then we're going to see how Tam's connection is. Because I need you to be looking your best, Tam. I think it's just that time of day, Tam. Maisha, how's her picture looking? Looking good? Looking blurry? Looking blurry. Yeah. Blurry. Tam, go take a break, honey. Go. Tam, I'm gonna let you take a break. Like back in the day, Jerry Lewis used to come out. When the Jerry Lewis telethon was out, he was looking sharp, had his tuxedo, hair was in place, shoes was all shiny. I think we talked about this. And then as the hours progressed, his bow tie came loose. Somebody had scuffed up his shoes. It was a hair out of place. My sister said one time he came out with a cigarette. And I was like, what? So we just sometimes just need a little bit of break. But thank you, Maisha. I appreciate you for remaining and chiming in. But Doc, tell me some more about how you think as a medical professional you could have missed your symptom. I know you said you just thought you were tired, but
again, because when you're watching TV and you're watching others, you're like, I'm going to be tired as a mom. I'm going to, forget to eat. I'm going to not sleep well. I'm going to not get to take a shower on time or take care of my hygiene. You just naturally start going to this flow of all of this happening, right? This newness. And you're thinking that this is the normal. This is how it's supposed to be. But missing the fact that I'm actually not taking a shower, not only because I'm tired, but because I don't have the energy mentally.
Right.
I don't have the mental energy to take care of my hygiene. I am withdrawing. So when people would text, "Oh, how you doing? How's the baby?" I would just shoot them a picture of the baby, and that would be enough for me. Or ignore. I would ignore the fact that they were communicating with me. Hence why my friend showed up. She's like, "Oh, wait a minute.
Right.
That's not her.
Right.
I'm going to show up." And she showed up, and right on time. Thank God for that. Right on time. And another thing was, my baby. I remember I actually grabbed my phone and I videoed him crying. To this day, I still have the video. I didn't have the energy to pick up my preemie newborn baby that I prayed so hard for.
Oh.
And that's when I knew something was wrong. I'm like, I'm not myself. And within that, my girlfriend comes, and thankfully she's a licensed mental health a therapist, and she said, "You're suffering from postpartum blues. This is common." And I looked at her like, I should know that. I should have known that. But again, it's so great to have a village and who has that outside perspective.
Yes.
Who knows you. They know the you pre-baby, and all of a sudden they're like, "Wait a minute, that's not her." She did, she picks up the phone, she communicates, she texts, she lets you know what's going on. And her smile, again, knowing your village that knows you, her smile doesn't seem genuine.
Oh, honey.
So I'm grateful for that. And within that moment of her speaking to me, I was like, wait, I am feeling this way. And I remember calling my husband and I said, you know what? I think I need some help at home. And
yeah, you need to come home.
I need you.
I ain't gonna curse or nothing. You need to bring your behind home.
Come on home. And he did. And that really helped me and helped me grasp that being a new mom and the fashion and the style of it and all of it, the originality and uniqueness of our situation is still beautiful. I just needed support.
Right.
I needed support.
Right. Oh my God. What city and state are you in?
I am located in Orlando, Florida.
All right. Do you offer any virtual services?
All of our services currently are virtual. It's all telehealth. Yes, thankfully it's all telehealth, and this is a psychiatric telehealth platform that we use. It's HIPAA compliant, and our patients just go online, schedule their appointments. We provide psychiatric mental health evaluations for our patients, diagnosing and testing, and medication management. Most individuals will automatically assume that I do full-time therapy, but it's more of the diagnosis management as far as medication, if that individual needs that assistance of medication to be their best selves. So in crisis, we do provide some sort of therapy if their individual comes in crisis. But mostly I refer to my very expert, amazing colleagues who are mental health therapists and psychotherapists within the area. So I have a nice network to refer to.
Thank God. Somebody just wants to know, what insurance do you do you accept? So I don't know if you can list it all, but
well, I just know that I accept all of your major commercial insurances, no Medicaid and Medicare federal plans at the time, but all your Aetna, Humana, Cigna, ComPsych, Blue Cross Blue Shield. What else I could say? You're commercial, just no federal plans at the moment.
Thank God. Thank God. I tell you, it makes such a big difference. Now, it looks like Tam may be back. I know that we've got some storms rolling through here, and that's been messing with everybody. So let me see if I can bring Tam back, because I know she got some Oh, there you go, baby.
Oh.
Hey, Dr. Gurley.
Hey.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's pouring over here, but you know what? We live in the real world, so we just roll with it. We make it do what it needs to do.
Always.
I was able to hear some of your story. Thank you so much for the transparency, which we were talking a little earlier. It's so needed in our communities. Individuals need to know that you're not the only one. You know what I mean? There's someone who has that same story that was able to overcome triumphant, right? Whatever that looks like in a perfect, non-perfect world. And so reach out, you know what I mean? And let someone help you.
Right. It's so important to pull on your resources. And that could be your neighbor. Hey, I'm not feeling my best self. You don't have to divulge, but you can say, I'm not feeling my best self. I need support in this area. I need to be heard. Sometimes just being heard and getting advice that is appropriate for the moment, it's effective. It helps with the start of the healing process, right? And as far as also acknowledging, sometimes when we hear things, we might not acknowledge it, but at the moment when someone else is speaking to us, like, wait, that is a problem.
That part.
That's a problem. I'm not myself. I need help. And having those individuals be able to point you in the right direction to get the support you need so you can be that best self, for your family, for your new baby, for your community, and the
Absolutely.
community needs you. They need you at your best.
Yeah, a lot of good information here. And when we're talking about how we're unpacking this, right, and what we're doing to combat it in our communities, what are some of the community programs and policies that you believe we may need to relook at that and make some changes?
There are tons of community needs and resources. First of all, we need to plug into our local pregnancy centers. We have to call on them. They have slews. There's slews of them. There are many in Apopka and Maitland, in Orlando, that they have those resources readily available for women who have issues, first of all, with their mental health, as well as for supporting them postpartumly, diapers, formula, whatever is available for them. Because sometimes a lot of the mental health struggles may even start because of a lack. They don't know how to provide for their baby. They don't know how to go back to work, or they start thinking about, daycare costs. All of those are, I can't even get the word out, right? They are nuances of being a new parent, and there are pressures of being a new parent. And they can cause you to be depressed and have anxiety. And as far as also, who's going to care for my baby? Can they care for them as better than me, or as good as me, or pay attention to their cues? These cause mental stress, and hence the start of postpartum, depression, postpartum anxiety, and may even to lead into some kind of psychosis eventually. If we don't pay attention to it,
if left untreated. You hit on something that it seems to be a trend in the conversations that we've had today with regards to, we got to get to the root. You know what I mean? You can't just throw a Band-Aid on something and be like, oh, there you go, get back out there, kind of a thing. And that starts actually with us being honest and open, right? With these programs being readily available. If someone's in crisis mode, you know what I mean? You can't tell them, we can't get you in until 3 to 7 days, kind of a thing, right? And some of these well-oiled community organizations, these healthcare systems, and when someone is going through it, the next thing you know, you have someone who's Baker active, and they may have just needed some kind of one-on-one counseling or something to that effect, or attending a support group and so forth and so on. And so when we're out here and, we're all are Christ believers, right? And we're talking about, we're doing kingdom work. What your organization does, and I know that you also have a few other ones as well, is kingdom work. And we're working to enhance the well-being of individuals. And so it's our hope that people are listening throughout this broadcast. We're here in hour 5, that, you realize that there are scores of people who get it. You know what I mean? And here we have Dr. Gurley, who's a provider, a clinician. And she's like, look, I went through, you know what I mean? This thing does not discriminate.
Not at all.
Postpartum, perinatal, anxiety, depression, psychosis. We listened to a clip earlier, Dr. Gurley, with regards to a dad who was overseas, and he was talking about some of the things that he was going through, and just trying to, dissect the fact that, oh my gosh, I'm this new father, and looking at those numbers and things to that effect. What are other ways, or some of the ways and tools in which we can possibly provide to our parents?
Our parents, again, the resources, the pregnancy centers, seeing your therapist. There are therapists who focus on postpartum, focus on parental care. Okay. We always focus on the mom, right? Because we're like, that mom went through this entire transition, but how about the dad? And I'm so happy that you brought up that clip information, because the dad is a support system. He needs that training on how to support the wife as she goes, or that mom as she goes through, this new journey. But he also has to adapt and saying, I'm a father, I'm responsible for somebody. How can I be responsible for them? What should I be looking for, as far as any health issues with the baby or health issues with the mom? So going to your therapist and having those in place, like there's a nurture center in Winter Garden. There's the Moms in Mind mental counseling. I love referring to them because that's what they're called, Moms in Mind. This is in Maitland, Florida. And of course, many of these providers can do virtual care. They can do virtual care, so it's very, very important. Also plugging into some of your national councils for mental health, like NAMI. Greater Orlando has a chapter. This is what we focus on, is the mental health of the individual throughout the lifespan. And if it gets to a point where you feel as if I cannot get through this rut, understand that medication management is an option for you, and not being ashamed of it. Because before we get to psychosis, we start with anxiety and depression. Okay. And two, I like individuals to know anxiety and depression are symptoms. I don't so much enjoy that they are diagnoses. They are symptoms to a root problem. Serotonin levels are out of whack. We also have a lot of hormones flowing through our bodies. We're trying to regulate, mind's trying to regulate, a lot's trying to happen. So it's very,
you said,
very important.
I don't want to interrupt, but we had a question that came in earlier and you just mentioned it. Somebody said, what is psychosis? Is that a mental illness? And then you just said something. So can you elaborate on that, please?
It is. It is a symptom, right, of something else happening deeper within. When an individual has psychosis, they're not in their normal state of mind. They may be living in an illusion or having hallucinations, hearing things or seeing things that no one else can hear or see. There may be even living in this reality that is not reality. Okay. And sometimes with psychosis, they may have directive. So the level of chemical imbalance is happening in the brain, giving us this out of body experience, or other realities, maybe telling us to do things that are not within our norm, causing us to have risky behaviors, causing us to have behaviors that can cause harm to others. So maybe hearing things to say, hurt my baby, hurt my husband, things that they would normally never, ever think or process in their minds. Okay. So that person is in an outer body experience type of thing going on, where they're hearing and seeing things, having hallucinations, and maybe even illusions, right? They may be seeing things climbing on the wall, or it's seeing the baby being angry, or seeing the husband as someone who can harm. And this is not their normal state of thinking. So they are having psychotic episodes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm going to put something else out there, which is like a compound, right? Is drug-induced psychosis, And so when individuals start taking upon themselves to kind of, troubleshoot how they can cope with life, and we're talking about co-occurring disorders and using drugs to kind of numb the reality of life, it can take you over the moon and back, right? And so there is some truth there with regards to psychosis and it being drug induced, because the hallucinogens, right, and the toxins that are within the drugs that you're ingesting into your body, how it takes everything off kilter, is totally real. And that's why a lot of times, too often, regrettably, we say that individuals, you need to seek help. You don't have to deal with this by yourself.
No.
You need to know that what you're going through, it's okay. Don't condemn yourself, you know what I mean? And then just bottle yourself up and you become a person on a hamster wheel. When we look at individuals that have been on it for eons, you know what I mean? Just continually going through. And I say this because I have a family member, that went through some trauma, childhood trauma, you know what I mean? Started having children back to back, and, found an outlet of drugs as their means for, coping with life. And here we are like 40 plus years later, you know what I mean? And this person is still, and it's because, certain levels within themselves, they didn't take the opportunity. They weren't provided sometimes different levels of being able to seek counseling, to get assistance, and then they weren't willing to accept it as well too. And so we talk about some of the cultural competences in which we, as a community, we kind of shun individuals for seeking that, you know what I mean? Because we're talking about 40 plus years. And so these kind of conversations weren't as prevalent as they are now. You know what I mean? The veil of mental health stigma is still pretty thick, but it's not as thick as it was yesteryear. And that's why we are here. You know, my organization, Dr. Gurley's organization, Pastor Regina, there's so many individuals and still to come who are talking to you out here, letting you know there's help. You can raise that thing up the flagpole. You don't have to carry this by yourself.
Never alone. You're never alone. And you mentioned our organization. We have a nonprofit organization called Imperial Legacy Inc. And it's a family literacy program with so many different pillars of operation. And we help individuals learn how to read and write your basic stuff. But we also help with health literacy. It's understanding the meaning and the definitions of these things that we're hearing every day and making it a common thing, and normalizing the language so we can understand how it applies within our lives. It's okay to teach someone how to read and write. It makes their life great. It's okay to teach them how to balance the checkbook. We do that. It's okay to help them get jobs and job training. But how about health when we go to the doctor's office and they're throwing all these words at us and we have no idea what it means? How about reading our medication bottles so we don't take too much or too little, or give too much to our children or give too little to help with their healing and their health? We are adamant about mental health because of what I do, about making sure that our community knows what help is out there, what's accessible to them, and that care is not a bad word. And mental health care is not a bad word. And taking that stigma off, ripping that Band-Aid off, particularly in our African American, Black, Caribbean populations, where mental health is barely spoken about in the home. Because it's such a taboo. Like, we're not going to talk about that. Where everybody's just going to keep. I always heard people say, I had that uncle, I always had a cousin, but nobody could put their finger on what was actually going on with that individual. So it's time for us to put our finger on those individuals and give everything a name so we can help healing to start.
Doc,
Doc,
we have another question that came in, and they said, can you see mental illness in blood work? I'm not sure what that means.
Great question. I love that question. I have to tell you, no, you can't. You can't see mental health in blood work, but there are factors that can affect our mental health, like your basic things like low iron levels, low energy can cause depression, vitamin D deficiency, magnesium. Vitamin D has to do with a lot of your mood stabilization. When you're deficient, which most of us who have darker melanin in our skin, we don't go sit in the sun. We're like, this too hot out here. We don't have natural, vitamin D levels from the sun or from even our milk products or our green vegetables. So we have to supplement. So in turn, long term, start to have vitamin D deficiency, causing depression, lack of energy, even some levels of psychosis because of depression. Right? So we see low vitamin D levels, chronically low vitamin D levels, we will have to ask about their mental health right away. How are they thinking? How are they processing life? Are you in your reality? And of course, magnesium helps with sleep. Many who have mental health disorders have a problem with sleeping. The first thing is, I can't sleep. So they have anxiety with sleeping. They're having, all depression will keep them awake all night. We check magnesium levels, it's super low. We start supplementing with magnesium. We start having individuals who rest well, who have less anxiety. So those are some just common blood works that we find. Of course, there's other, inflammatory factors. I do believe, and in more research is now showing how psychologically we have inflammation that shows up in our blood work. The inflammation also shows up in our brain. And then next thing you know, we're being diagnosed with all these various disorders. So inflammation is a source of stress, right? Caused by stress. So there's more science being developed behind that. But that's a great question. I love that question. I get it all the time. Can I get it? Can I just get some blood work and it'll tell me what is going on? No, not necessarily will give you the tell-all be-all of answers, but it is a symptom. We have other labs that are symptoms of individuals that correlates with their symptoms. I'm sorry, if they have depression, and we check their iron levels, we check vitamin D, we check their magnesium, and it's super low. And even something else, like, and many people don't even test for this, but it's MTHFR. I know I'm throwing out some things, but I want my people to know, I want us women to know that these things do exist. So when those words, again, I'm big on health literacy, right? MTHFR is a gene formation. You typically wouldn't even know you have a lack in that mutation, or you have a reduction in that, unless you're trying to take medication or have other things showing up and nothing's working. So we test for that, and now we're seeing individuals with MTHFR deficiencies, and they're taking different types of meds. Nothing's working. We check that, and we give them the right vitamin for that, which is a methylfolate, which is a folate type, and we take care of depression, with a vitamin. So again, knowing those little things to even ask your doctor to get blood work for or get a swab for is so important, because we can only superficially talk about the depression and the anxiety and try to treat that, but there may be other physiological, even genetic things going on that are causing some of these issues.
Good
Hey,
stuff.
Doc, I'm
Listen.
so sorry to interrupt. Because we've got 3 more questions coming in. I need to put you backstage for just a minute, please, Doc. If you can stick around with us, thank you so much for the questions that are coming in. I thank you. I thank you. I know that there's someone that has made a comment, and I'm trying to clarify it because the spelling is just a little bit off. So, Doc, if you could stick around for a little bit. I know Sister Andrea is here, and Tam is really excited about talking to her, so I'm going to bring her in just a second and try to respond to some of these questions.
Hey, Andrea.
Hey.
Oh, good stuff. Oh my gosh. We're just getting started, everyone. We are here in our 5th hour going, and that was just Dr. Gurley, just giving some of the clinical aspects and breakdown behind perinatal anxiety, postpartum mood disorders, stress, and so forth. We're just getting going. Let me go ahead and give Andrea her proper intro. Andrea Clark Horton is an attorney, ordained minister, formal hospital chaplain, and counselor. Andrea is the director for the Perinatal Mental Health Alliance for People of Color with Postpartum Support International, and is currently pursuing her PhD in psychology and religion. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for being here with us this afternoon. We've been having some great conversations surrounding not just perinatal, postpartum mental health, spirituality, and how everything plays a part in it. And I know that you can speak your truth on it. Talk to us.
Yes, I'm so happy to be here. I came in on the tail end of your conversation with Dr. Gurley. I was over here taking notes. I had to pull out my paper and my pencil. I'm over here taking notes on what she's talking about. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Tam, for asking me to be here. So I am the director of, as Tam said, of the Alliance for People of Color with Postpartum Support International. And Postpartum Support International is an international nonprofit organization focused specifically on caring for the mental health of women, birthing people, and families during the perinatal period. So that's anywhere from pregnancy up to a year following pregnancy. And we do that through a number of means. One of those means is through the Alliance for People of Color. We focus a lot on doing public education and training for providers of color who are particularly interested in or who work directly with communities of color around mental health, and particularly maternal mental health. So we do a lot of training for them, professional development for them, networking for them, but also produce programs kind of like this, where we're doing live streams, because I think it's so important for us to have these conversations out loud in spaces that are accessible to people. Can just click on and see. I think it helps to normalize seeking help, and helps people not to feel as alone or as isolated when they can turn on and see people who look sort of like them.
Yes.
Yeah. Talking about healing your mind.
That part. And that's just, that's a mouthful, but it's so needed, because what we see a lot of times too often is individuals can't connect with someone. And so I tell my story, how my perinatal anxiety rolled into postpartum anxiety and depression. And my mom and dad sensed something was off of my psyche, and they had me to go to this parenting class, but it was this white-haired woman, you know what I mean, with an English accent. Like, there was no connection going on. She wasn't talking about mental health and what was going on in some of our spaces, in our minds, and some of our things that we were going through at our homes. She was talking about, how to help your baby, how to breastfeed. And it was, for me, that was traumatic because my son wouldn't latch. So I was really like disengaged, you know what I mean? And so when we're talking about making certain that we have programs and services that are specific for individuals, and how the PSI, they recognize, hey, we need to make certain that we have something for the BIPOC community. And that's where your work is coming in. What are some of the healing stories that you see just from your work in combating this crisis?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we have a number of support groups that are facilitated mostly by volunteers, some of whom are professional, like therapists. Others are folks who have been through a journey of their own with perinatal mental health disorders, or there's some combination of the two. And so I think of last month on our live streaming service, Lord, you could tell I'm a preacher too. Last month on our live streaming broadcast, right, for the Alliance for People of Color, we call that Coloring the Conversation on Perinatal Mental Health. We actually had a couple, and the husband was Black and the wife is Latina, and the wife actually dealt with postpartum OCD. And the husband ended up dealing with postpartum depression. A lot of people don't realize that men can deal with postpartum depression as well. About 10% of male partners deal with postpartum depression. And so they came and talked about how they navigated that as a couple. And it was through her kind of, the unfortunate thing is that a lot of people, their providers, especially people of color who have given birth, I find a lot of times that their providers are either not educated or don't really listen to them, right? When they say, I'm not feeling like myself, because people assume you just had a baby, either it's the baby blues, or um, it's you're tired, or something that will pass, right? So she ended up digging and finding PSI and coming to PSI services, the support groups. We have virtual support groups, and started figuring out, oh, like, this is really a legitimate thing. And so through those support groups, and then finding her own therapist, she was able to really come into a space of healing, but also help identify some things that were going on with her husband, and say, husband, you might want to check out, they have a group for men, and you might also want to see your own therapist. Now she works for PSI. She leads the support group for Latinx moms, and he volunteers as a support group leader for dads.
Okay, let me interrupt for just a moment, because we've got a question that came in, and I'm going to bring Doc back in here before she has to leave. Doc, thank you so much for remaining. The question is, do only white people get depressed? And
oh no.
Doc, I'm kind of hoping that you can say something before you have to leave, and then.
No. Listen, depression, anxiety, bipolar, schizophrenia does not discriminate.
No.
It does not discriminate. It is I'm trying to use right words here, okay? If I tell you that it discriminates, I'm telling you that we all don't get the common cold. Okay? if you put that into perspective, you understand that all mental health disorders are such as what we just went through as we went through the pandemic in 2020. Any and every one who breathes, walks, and lives can suffer from any and every mental health disorder, depending on genetic makeup, depending on social economic standards, depending on a slew of things, right? Experiences and traumas can suffer from depression, anxiety, and the entire gamut of what we would call the DSM. Okay. No one is exempt from mental health struggles. No one. Now, in the African American, Black, Caribbean, Hispanic communities, what we have done is just omitted the talk. We have omitted the talk and pushed past it. And rather than normalizing that this is something people can eventually suffer from or that they have suffered from, we just kept the secret. Whatever happened in this house, it happens in this house, and nobody outside this house knows what's happening in this house. That's what
Better
we
not say nothing.
never. We've done that for generations. Well, it's time for that to stop because what we're doing is causing a demise. We are causing our family and our children to pick up on our behaviors and continue with top secret information, which is not top secret, okay, that there are answers and help for, right? So we are actually breaking the stigma altogether and letting everybody know that it doesn't discriminate, just like the common cold does not. And that's that.
I love that.
That's good. That's good. I know that. Thank you so much for that, because I mean, this is a real life conversation, everyone, that we're having, and we want to unpack some of the, some of the stereotypes behind, mental health, specifically with regards to perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. We want to unpack some of the don't tell, don't say nothing kind of a, mentality that we had of yesteryear. And I want to say yesteryear because we see now it's more prevalent where individuals are raising that thing up the flagpole and saying, hey, something's off with my psyche. I need some assistance. I need some help. And so Andrea, with the coloring the conversation podcast that you have, and some of the topics that take place, how does that correlate with what we just heard from Dr. Gurley with that question?
Oh, Dr. Gurley, I was jumping out of my seat. I was like, I'm so glad. First of all, whoever asked that question, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Right. Thank you for the bravery of asking that question, because no, it doesn't just. So we've talked about how to talk to your doctors. We've had a team of like psychiatrists, a nurse, and even your physical therapist or occupational therapist. These are a lot of people work with you, especially if you've had some trauma around your birth, right? Or something has gone wrong and you need continuing. The doctor's not the only person that's available, right? And so we train all kinds of providers to be able to recognize symptoms. And so we train people. We've talked about being your own advocate, recognizing the symptoms, the questions to ask. We had one of our most watched episodes was an episode because I'm a former hospital chaplain and I worked in the maternal, the maternity wards, mother baby wards in the NICU. And so I had two of my colleagues who also did that work in other hospitals, and we talked about faith and maternal mental health. And so how, and one of the chaplains that was on with me, like, was sure to emphasize that, it is not it's not a diminishing of your faith. It's not a negating of your faith to go and also seek help when you feel like you're not feeling like yourself.
Right.
Because what God wants for us is to be holistically well people. That's abundant life, right? Is being holistically well. And so if you would not wait, if you had cardiac disease or diabetes, if you would not wait to treat those things, if they were affecting the quality of your life, she emphasized that you need to be seeking some help from somebody, because what we have to recognize is that God has appointed, created, and allowed for people to be trained. Just like your doctor, your physician went through to learn how to be trained to treat your physical body, there are people he's called and have trained up to be able to treat your mind as well, right? And so we always want God to fix it, but God sends you helpers, right, to fix it. And so we talked about that, and especially we talked about. I think it's more prevalent than we think in other races, but I can only speak as a Black woman. This myth and stigma of being a strong Black woman, and it meaning that not only does what happens in this house stay in this house, it is what happens to me is we negate the symptoms. We talk ourselves out of it because to say that I'm struggling, that I don't feel like getting out of bed, that I just had this baby and I don't even know if I like this baby. I thought I was going to be happy to be a mama. I'm not happy to be a mama right now. To say any of those things makes us feel like instead of it just being the truth of what's happening in the moment, it's a definition of weakness and who we are and against the strength. So there's some positive things about being a strong woman, but we take it on as and walk with it as a burden in ways that are detrimental to our well-being.
I've got one final comment, and then we're going to let Doc leave because I know you're with us from an event. But the comment is, how effective is telehealth? And I'm assuming it's in terms of mental health. Do you think somebody really needs to sit down in front of you, or that was all the question said? How effective do you believe is telehealth?
That's a great question because I get it all the time, right? We're made to be in connection with others. God created us to always be in connection with one another. We need people. We sometimes feel like we need physical touch, right? And that we feel like in telehealth that is being omitted or it's missed. Well, it depends on who you're seeing. Because when I'm speaking to on the phone with a great friend, I can connect through that phone depending on how I relay my message and how I ask my questions. We'll have the greatest of conversations for hours. When you're with your telehealth provider, depending on who they are and their personality, that's why I'll say this. You can fire a therapist in a heartbeat. You can date them and leave them. And you can date a provider who is a prescriber, date them and leave them because you're not connecting with them. And I openly say this to my patients because I never want you to feel that you cannot get better help that connects with who you are and what you need. Okay. But because it's, telehealth doesn't mean that it's unrelatable. It depends on who you're speaking to and how much you are willing to invest in this relationship. Okay. There's a provider patient relationship. How open are you going to be with your provider? How relatable are you going to be with your provider? Are you going to, put on a mask to let them know that you're doing well, or are you going to really open up and let them know that you are struggling? It is very effective. And actually, it saves you time. You don't have to off from your job, from your family to go see your provider. You can be anywhere seeing a mental health provider. It is accessibility without barriers. You don't have to be in an office. First and foremost, we're talking about your mind. We're not talking about looking at your ears and your throat, listening to your lungs or anything like that needs to be measured. So what we really need to be focused on is how vulnerable you are willing to be with that person that you're speaking to and connecting and being intentional about that connection.
Yeah.
Okay. It is very effective. There's lots of research backing telehealth.
Oh my gosh, you're super amazing. Oh my, look, we're just getting started, everyone. We got a couple more hours out of this. Thank you so much, Dr. Shirley. I totally appreciate your time. Oh my gosh. Ange, I don't know if you see the slide that I have up.
Yep.
Showing.
There you go.
Yes. And so if anyone has not tuned in to check out this podcast, you are missing out. Whether you are a parent, and when I say parent, we're talking about moms, dads, we're talking about aunties and mama and thems. We're talking about individuals that have partners and you're adopting and so forth. We're talking about perinatal mental health. And this is for the Alliance for People of Color. And the conversations are riveting. They are breathtaking. They are eye-opening, and they need to be spoken. And individuals, you guys, you need to tune in and listen to some of the words that are being said, some of the stories, some of the wealth of knowledge, and so forth and so on. I'm going to give the floor back over to you. So, Andrea, we're combating this silent crisis.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think that's going to look like in maybe the next year or so, with hopefully some programs and policy changes that can take place?
Oh my goodness! Wow, that's a big question. I think that one of my dreams is what we do know, and what we know from research now is that postpartum depression is a leading cause of suicidality and death by suicide in women in the perinatal period, right? What a lot of states have not done is so that we can get a better idea of how many. There's a very limited definition of what maternal morbidity is, or it's a definition that does not always include death by suicide due to a postpartum mood disorder like postpartum depression. And so the great hope is that there would be this sweeping reform of legislation and some cleanup of local statutes that recognize that as a cause of death, so that we can get a better idea of what that maternal mortality rate really looks like. My other dream, I think that the White House has a really amazing task force through their office of their collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services Office on Women's Health. They have a task force that's specifically focused on maternal health. And so to have resources targeted at communities of color that would speak to the issues and some of the barriers, and speak in a language in ways that people of color, different communities, we're not a monolith by any means, but speak in language that we understand about what this exactly is. Because when you say perinatal mental health, or you say postpartum mood disorders, to most people, they don't know what you're talking about. And so the awareness is a huge thing. And so just as we see awareness campaigns for other things, as we're watching, TV, and as we're riding around on the buses in local cities and all that kind of stuff, the awareness has got to be brought. And my personal passion is that we start to train and have conversations inside faith communities about what this looks like, and how do we train faith leaders to accompany and walk with people, and not try to shut this down, like shut down people expressing what they're feeling because they don't know how to deal with it. Try to shut it down with platitudes and all the other kind of religious things that we do, instead of being able to really accompany people through this really difficult time.
Yeah. Historically, regrettably, that's been what it is. You know what I mean? And you don't speak about it, and this conversation is what is null and void. Just when we talk about folks that need assistance and when they need help, and they actually do raise something up the flagpole and it's ignored, and how that can kind of shun them from even asking about it again. And what that looks like inside of the church walls and so forth. We have to make a change. And this is my plea out there to everyone that's watching, anyone that's watching, you know what I mean? Especially if you're an active leader in the church, if you see something for a person, embrace them, you know what I mean? Love on them. Don't shun them. Don't make them feel like less than, because at the end of the day, you're defeating the purpose of what we're supposed to be doing here on the earth. You know what I mean? And I'm saying it over and over again. We're here doing kingdom work. You know what I mean? God has given us certain talents and skill sets, and we're to use them. We're to help the next person, and what we go through is our assignment, and at the end of the day, we cannot limit ourselves by putting us in a box that we're not able to help the next person. We have to tell that story and so forth.
And I just want to emphasize that if you are a faith leader and somebody comes to you with something that aren't equipped to understand, you don't know how to help treat on the mental health side, that there's no shame in you not knowing. that you can say, we can pray together. The thing that led me to the church where I was for about 13 years, the thing that led me there, I came there right after having lost my second child, my second pregnancy. And I was so overwhelmed and with my feelings about that. And I was talking to the pastoral care pastor, and he said, you know what, we can work through the spiritual aspects of this, but you need to find a trained mental health counselor to work through this other part. And it's how I knew that that's the place that I wanted to be, because it's not an either or, it's a both and I can't stress that enough, right? And so if you are a pastor or a faith leader and you feel like this is outside of my depth, I don't know how to tell people what to do, you can always encourage them. Like, but there are people that God has trained up and called that will help you be able to navigate this part of it too.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's what we're about at Maternal Matters Favored. We're a ministry, and it's our duty to make certain that, through our support groups, what I mean, through the opportunities for one-on-one counseling, and even with the deployment of this new life skills program, that we're able to pick up where another professional, clinician, provider, clergyman is not able to carry out, right? And once more, it's all about a community approach to providing a holistic enhancement to a person's life and so forth. And so this is what I love about Postpartum Support International. This is what I love about being a part of the Alliance. I do want to go ahead and say that I am one of the regional chairs. I represent the Central Florida community, just with regards to being that connection to getting those resources that trickle up from me over to the Alliance, that trickle up into Postpartum Support International, because this isn't just a small thing. This thing is global. It doesn't discriminate. It doesn't matter what your race, your age, your income level is. It don't matter where you're at, stationed all over the world or whatever have you. We are human. And we go through emotions and so forth. And so we want to make certain that you understand, once more, we're here riding this thing out for the next, I don't know how many hours, right? And we want individuals to know that we got you. We're your tribe. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Andrea?
I was just going to say, I'm so impressed and so thankful for your obedience to what God has called you to do in this moment by doing this, Miss Tam. And we need more conversations like this. We need more people that are brave enough to ask the questions. I'm thankful for all of the questions that are being posed today, because this is really what we do as folks of color, is how we learn. We learn from one another, right? We learn from each other. So yes, I'm thankful for what you've done.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. I totally appreciate it. Everyone, we are here. We're talking through perinatal, postpartum, anxiety, depression, psychosis, OCD. You know what I mean? What does that look like for you? What does that look like for someone you may know? And what resources, what can we do to help you? And I just want everyone to know that, listen, we are so grateful to our speakers for being here. Andre, how can anyone get in touch with you before you have to run?
So you can reach out to me via email at alliance@postpartum.net. That's alliance@postpartum.net. You can go to the PSI website. It's postpartum.net, and go to the Join Us tab, and you'll find the link for the Perinatal Mental Health Alliance for People of Color. But also on that main page, if you are in need of somebody to talk to right now, if you're in need of some counseling, we have a helpline that's staffed by both clinicians and volunteers that you can access in Spanish and English. We have a hotline, the maternal mental health hotline number is there, and those are trained clinicians that are there 24/7. And so even if you're not the person that's dealing with something around perinatal mental health right now, but you have a loved one or somebody you're concerned about, you can call and access those services 24/7, right? I just want you to know that healing starts with help, and that you're not alone.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, dear. Enjoy the game. And thank you for your time. Thank you. We've got so many comments that are coming in, Tam. So I think what I'm going to do is, how about we take a few minutes with another music video and put some of these comments up on the screen, because I don't want people to think that we're ignoring them. And everybody will be back in just a little bit. Ooh, I thank God for professional people who can come in and say something about something. Something about something. This is the artist formerly known as Raw Servant, Eddie Puyo, and it's over. I'm looking forward to seeing this one.
So when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Lights out, game tight, game ready. You stack the chips against me, my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Our Father who art in heaven, it's time for me to share my confession. Been burnt by the flames and I learned my lesson. Took all the pain and dealt without question. Cause no matter what I did or I didn't do, I can never throw shade or put it on you. My choices were my choices, but I made it out, so I gotta say thank you. You think that you could ever stop me now? Gotta keep it moving, I ain't losing, I'm standing on higher ground. So when I say that it is over now, I ain't playing around. Cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Lights out, game tight, game ready. You stack the chips against me, my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Think you're tough, but I had enough, yeah. Shots fired, man, I call you bluff. I'm in it to win it, what a start, I'm gonna finish, no question. When I say it's over, meant that, and I don't talk my game, I live that. I'm on another level, never settle, never has that. Better call the reverend, cause the sermon gonna need that. You think that you could ever stop me now? Gotta keep it moving, I ain't losing, I'm standing on higher ground. So when I say that it is over now, I ain't playing around. Cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over. Lights out, game tight, game ready. You stack the chips against me, my deepest sympathy. Lights out, game tight, game ready. Don't ever bet against me, cause when I say that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. Man, I mean that it's over, it's over, it's over, yeah. The game's over, the game's over, the game's over. So when I say that it's over, the game's over, the game's over, the game's over. So when I say that it's over, the game's over.
Hello, my name is Maisha Marie Langry, and I'm coming to share what I learned about parenting. As a mother of one son, I found that the main thing that I needed and I feel is necessary as a parent is to have a great support system. And I know many mothers that have to actually create support systems. They have to make strong and healthy connections with other mothers, other families, because sometimes they may be far away from their biological family, so they may be out there kind of going on the journey alone. But for me, I was blessed to be able to have my parents and his dad's mother in his life, so that I had someone that I can bounce things off of, to be there, so I didn't feel so overwhelmed. And because I know that's a part of being a mother, is sometimes you can feel overwhelmed by the responsibility, first of all, of caring for a whole other human being, right? So that was the main thing for me, is the importance of having a strong and healthy support system, whether it be your biological family or a family that you have come to grow and love. Someone that you can trust, especially if you're a working mom, if you're not afforded the opportunity to stay home for most of their school life, their life growing up. You want to make sure that you are able to have people in your life also that you can trust. And I leaned on my faith a lot, and really took things in prayer, and really just, measured those things out. The people that I knew would come into his life and come into our life. And so I've seen the fruit of that as he's grown up, and he now is an adult out on his own. The other thing is the fact that understanding as a parent, as a mother, as a father, that there are some things that you will never think that you will find yourself doing, but you would do for your child. And for my son, I was able to be a partial liver donor for him, because he had a failed liver when he was an infant. And so when I was pregnant and giving birth to him, I never foresaw, obviously, that not only would he have to go through a medical situation like that, but that I would be the one to also be able to almost like give life to him a second time. That was a blessing to me, to be able to be in position to do that everything that the doctors needed, I was able to give. So that was, being a mother is just so phenomenal, and it's such a joy to have the opportunity to do that. And even though I only had one son, I was able to be, like a mother-like figure to other children as well over the years. So, like I said, the biggest thing that I learned as a parent is having a strong support system and making sure that you take care of yourself as well, because, people rely on you, and you have these children or this small child that's relying on you. So that's the main thing, is, having a strong support system, researching the things that you need to research so that you can develop and grow better yourself as a parent, not for the child, but for yourself, and they gain the benefit of that growth. So I think that's pretty much it. You guys take care.
Pastor Mary Hope cordially invites you to attend the Women's Conference, June 9th through 11th, 2023, in St. Augustine, Florida. Broken, bruised, scratched, scared, but still resilient. Based on Genesis chapter 2, verse 22 through 24, I was made from bone. On Friday, June 9th at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Bumps and Bruises, presented by Pastor Regina Johnson. On Saturday, June 10th at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Scared and Broken, from Dr. Teresa Carlton. And on Sunday, June 11th, 2023 at 2:30 p.m., the topic is Resilience, from minister and therapist Kinsey Elaine. And on Saturday, June 10th, your MC is me, Evangelist Angie B. Your host is Pastor Mary Hope. The address is 1855 Prunier Road in St. Augustine, Florida. It's all about Jesus and Me Incorporated, the teaching ministry. Broken, bruised, scratched, scared, but still resilient. Promotional consideration provided by Angie B. Productions.
Hey, family. It is the first Wednesday of February, and I'm excited to be back with you for another Lunch and Learn. This week, we are going to chat about anxiety. That's something that is very common, very prevalent, even to the point that 5 to 10% of children suffer with anxiety disorders. So, I hope I didn't just shut down my Facebook Live because I closed the tab. So if that is the case, my apologies. No, okay, we're still rolling. But I wanted to give you some information about anxiety, tell you some of the common medications, the symptoms, the signs, all that good stuff, so that you are well informed. And I also want to talk to you about high functioning anxiety and what that looks like. Okay, so let's get into it. First of all, anxiety is a fear or worry, or set of fears or worries that something bad is going to happen, that bad things are around the corner, or a fear or worry that is too intense or strong for the situation. So being worried about something, extremely worried about something that's minor. Anxiety has lots and lots of symptoms and looks a little bit different for everybody. It is, it's got physical symptoms, emotional symptoms, a little bit of everything. So having that intense fear or worry, like I mentioned just a few minutes ago, trouble concentrating, being jumpy or hypervigilant, having trouble breathing, feeling faint, dizzy, lightheaded, trembling or shaking, sweating, trouble falling or staying asleep, muscle tensions and aches, having a rapid heartbeat, so like your heart just pounding, nausea, stomach aches, avoiding people, places, and things, clinging to safe people, repetitive rituals, thinking that danger's everywhere, or again, like I said, worrying too much about bad things happening. Anxiety is often a co-occurring disorder, which means that it comes along with something else. It's one of the major symptoms of PTSD. It also goes hand in hand with depression a lot of times. Generalized anxiety disorder, panic disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder. There are lots of other disorders that can be co-occurring. Sometimes substance use disorders go along with anxiety because people try to self-medicate. So, let me go over to Facebook Live so I can check for comments or questions, if there are any. Okay, so if you see me looking down at my phone, I'm checking for that because it's easier for me to see it there than try to do it on the screen. All right. medications. There's lots and lots of different medications for anxiety because there are so many different things that can contribute to it. There's different types of medications. Like I said, I'm not going to go into the breakdown of what type it is. I'll do that on another Lunch and Learn, but let me give you some of the common ones. Of course, Valium, which is an old school original medication for anxiety, Ativan, Xanax, Inaugural, Sectorol, Zebeda, Prestique, Cymbalta, Effexor, Lexapro, Prozac, Celexa, Tofranil, Elavil, Buspar, Vanspar, Seroquel, Risperdal, Abilify, Atarax, Vistarol, Somnax, Marplan, and there's several others, but those are some of the more common ones. Now that may be a combination of things, especially if you have a co-occurring disorder. You may have a combination of medications that's used to help treat your anxiety. If you have anxiety and depression, they're probably going to give you a mood stabilizer to go with your anti-anxiety medications. And things like that. So your meds may look a little bit different, and it may not be one of the ones on the list, but those are some common ones. They're there to kind of help calm those fears. Some of those also will help you sleep and just kind of relax a little bit. Seroquel is often prescribed for multiple things, especially if you have trouble sleeping. So be aware that some of those anti-anxiety meds may make you drowsy. Treatment modalities for anxiety: cognitive behavioral therapy, interpersonal therapy, and antidepressants and mood stabilizers, like I just mentioned. So cognitive behavioral therapy focuses on the relationships between your thoughts, your feelings, and behaviors. Interpersonal therapy focuses more on the relationships that you're in and that are in your life. So your interactions with the people around you. Okay, so let's talk about some causes. So anxiety can be caused by one thing, multiple things, or a combination and group of different things. It is sometimes caused by genetics. If you have a close family member who has anxiety, you may be more prone to deal with that. So if a parent, a sibling has anxiety, you may find yourself dealing with that more so than someone who doesn't. It can be caused by environmental stressors, a lack of stability in your environment. It can be caused by life events, by past trauma, and things like that, because again, it's fear, it's worry. So anytime negative things happen, there may be associations with that thing that cause you to worry or fear. Now, there is a such thing as good anxiety. It's the worry that makes you question, did I turn the stove off before I left the house? You know, that kind of thing. So some of that worry and fear is normal, but when it interferes with your overall ability to function, when it's debilitating and you can't go outside your house because you're too afraid that something bad is going to happen, when you can't introduce yourself to other people because you're worried about being embarrassed or that they're not going to like you or something bad is going to happen. Again, you think about all the things that could go wrong, all the what ifs, and those thoughts start racing, and now you're not even able to complete the task that you were trying to complete. So again, it can be caused by lots of different things. If you find yourself dealing with anxiety, again, remember that it is something that everybody experiences at some point or another. There's different types, so let's talk about some of those. Separation anxiety is extreme worry that something bad will happen if a child is separated from their parent. This can also apply to other relationships, but it's typically with children and parents. Think about when you are taking your child to school for the first time, or they're starting daycare, or going up to a sleepover for the first time. That's where they're going to experience that kind of anxiety. And some of that, again, is normal because it's a new situation. There's a little bit of worry, like, I don't know what to do in this situation. It's a new experience. I don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if it's to the point where they literally cannot leave your side, or you can't leave them, or there's that interruption of functioning, that's when it's more than just healthy anxiety, okay? Generalized anxiety, which is probably the most common type, is having extreme and constant worries about a lot of different things or about everything. Where, you know, people you say, oh, you're just a worry wart. You worry about everything. It's people that are constantly on edge about bad things happening. They catastrophize and everything is the worst and gloom and doom, that kind of thing. Before I go there, let's rewind. Social anxiety, extreme fear of being humiliated or embarrassed in social situations. That one is common as well, to varying degrees. Sometimes it can be very mild and sometimes very severe. Phobias, which is where I was headed, are all also under the umbrella of anxiety. Any of those things that you have unrealistic and extreme fears of situations or things, snakes, flying, heights. I remember seeing that show that used to come on, I think TLC, where a lady was afraid of cotton balls and like would generally collapse within herself if she was around cotton. Panic is also under the umbrella of anxiety. Having a panic attack and panic disorder are a little bit different because you can have a panic attack without having the disorder. So if you have panic disorder, you definitely have anxiety, but this is the debilitating kind, where you literally have breakdowns and meltdowns where you can't function, where you feel like you're having a heart attack because of the physical feelings of anxiety, where your heart is racing, beating out of your chest, your palms are sweaty, you're nauseous, you're about to throw up, or you may even pass out. It's literally where you shut down. Let's see. I also forgot to mention that sometimes there is no specific cause for anxiety. It can be just out of the blue, but also things like chronic illness, chemical imbalances in the brain, bad experiences, stress, pressure to perform, all those kinds of things can cause anxiety. So definitely be mindful of those things if you have anxiety or if you're dealing with it. Again, some anxiety is healthy, is good for you, is good to experience because it helps keep you safe. So checking to see if you lock the door or you turn the stove off or you unplug the iron. Those are great things. I think that's most of the basics about anxiety. So I want to talk to you now about high functioning anxiety. And I haven't seen any questions in Facebook, so I'm going to keep rolling. So high functioning anxiety may look a lot like you. And I want to share my screen and show you what that may feel like. Give me just 1 second. All right, so if you have high functioning anxiety, on the outside, you appear to be high achieving or an overachiever, proactive, organized, very social, appear to be calm all the time. You meet your deadlines, you're very hardworking, just you seem to have it all together. But on the inside is where all of the fear is, all of the worry. You have a fear of failure, you're a perfectionist, you're very self-critical, you have racing thoughts, often exhausted or fatigued. You may be a yes person who people pleases. You're afraid of disappointing others, and you procrastinate when you're stressed. So if you have any of these signs, you avoid situations because of anxiety, you like routine, you have very repetitive habits, you seem ambitious to others, you get upset easily, you're very emotional, you overthink everything. Overthinking is a sign of anxiety. You have too much negative self-talk. You frequently cancel plans. You make those plans and you're excited to go, but then when it comes to time, you're like, I don't think I really want to go. You're always prepared. You can't relax. You're a perfectionist and you prefer to keep busy. Now, I know some of these things are situational, but many of these things, if you take a minute to stop and look at it, you may discover that you have high functioning anxiety, like I did this past year. And it happened for me, it happened at a time when work got really busy and stressful. And I felt overwhelmed, like I was drowning. And there was so much to do all the time. And I couldn't sleep, I couldn't rest, I couldn't relax. I was just busy, busy, busy. I didn't have the negative self-talk, but the racing thoughts, some of that comes with being a creative, so differentiate there. But when you can't turn your brain off, when it just going and going and going and going, and you can't seem to get any downtime or to relax your mind, you may have high functioning anxiety. The repetitive habits, and I want to show you how these connect with some of those co-occurring disorders. Think about OCD. Most of the time, people that have OCD, it stems from some fear or worry, as well as hoarding. That is also another co-occurring thing. It comes from a fear that something. Let's take OCD and maybe a hand washer, or even someone who is hoarding. There's a fear that germs are going to get you, or a fear that you don't have enough, or you will be lacking something. They both stem from fear and anxiety. So you create these habits and routines and rituals. Think about people who wear lucky socks when they're playing sports, or will do things like not washing their hand because they're pitching, or whatever that ritual and that habit is, out of fear of losing or fear of the game going poorly. So those little things that we don't always think about may very well be signs of anxiety. Excuse me. I want to say this in a way I'm just going to say it. Sometimes when people have anxiety, because it's not visible or because it's not something that is physically able to be seen, say like a broken arm or a wound, people don't take it as seriously as they should or as they would something else or another diagnosis. But anxiety can be completely debilitating and crippling. For example, if you are fearful of leaving your home because you think you're going to die or something bad is going to happen to you and your children, how difficult would it be to do simple everyday task of living, getting groceries, putting gas in your car, driving? I've had clients who have extreme anxiety about driving on the highway, will have a perfectly working car sitting in their parking lot, but won't drive it because fear overtakes them and they literally shut down when they get behind the wheel. Social anxiety. Think about being trapped within your own head and body and wanting to make friends and meet people, but you're so afraid of what others are going to say or think about you that you freeze and you literally can't. So there's so many different ways that anxiety can affect your quality of life and things that you're able to do, but it gets downplayed because it's not a visible illness. You know, I remember my little cousin coming to stay with me for a while, and she had severe anxiety at the time. She wouldn't even order her own food when we went to Wendy's. She literally stood behind me and hid and whispered to me what she wanted to eat and couldn't say it to the cashier. We worked on a lot of things while she was here, and by the time she got ready to leave, she was able to do those things, but it took some time, a lot of patience, and practice. So if you or someone that you love has anxiety, patience is key. You're going to need it because you may not always understand why they can't do something, why they can't just get up and do whatever it is that you do or that you think they should be able to do. And for the people that have high functioning anxiety, mindfulness is your best friend. One of the things that I've been doing to work on my anxiety is being intentional about taking time to slow down, taking time to unplug, to disconnect from people, and to just sit sometimes in silence. The demands of my job and all the other things that I do are sometimes mentally and emotionally taxing. And when I'm trying to juggle therapy and ministry and keep up with all the diagnoses and treatment plans and all of the things in my head that I have to handle for the week, sometimes it can get very overwhelming. So then I have to stop and I have to pace myself and focus on one thing at a time. Right now, my main concern is being present in this session with this client. Everything else can wait. It'll get done. You know, that self-talk is hugely important. Mine wasn't ever negative, but sometimes I would just forget to do it. And if you don't know what self-talk is, let me tell you, self-talk is the internal dialogue that you have about yourself, how you speak to yourself, and the way you speak of yourself to others. So saying things like, I'm so stupid, I never get anything right, I can't remember anything, is negative self-talk. Whether you say it out loud or just in your head, it's still self-talk. So you've got to be careful about how you speak to and about yourself, because sometimes that will deter you from being productive. It can not lead to, but it can make your anxiety worse. Because if you're always speaking negatively of yourself and about the things that you do and how you do it, it can lead to you feeling even more overwhelmed. It can create that fear that you're not good enough, that you're not going to get things done, that you're not going to be able to perform. And it ties into that desire to be a perfectionist. Sometimes anxiety and fear of failure can really keep you from living life. It can keep you from trying things and stepping out into things that you are supposed to do. I had a friend that was a brilliant writer, and he had some amazing opportunities to write films and things for MTV Studios. But because he was afraid of what would happen, he self-sabotaged. He quit going to the meetings, he quit showing up, and the studio wanted to buy one of his screenplays. He packed up and moved to a whole nother state because he was so afraid, not even of failure this time, but he was afraid of succeeding, because he was like, what if I do it, it goes great, and then I try it again and it fails? And I said, you'll never know unless you try. You're afraid to succeed. You're afraid that if you do great, people are going to have a higher expectation of you. I said, but failure is a part of succeeding. It's how you learn. If that second one doesn't do so great, you try again. You learn the lessons, make the improvements, and go back after it. But that fear or worry, like I said, can be completely paralyzing and debilitating. And sometimes just the high functioning anxiety, that desire to be perfect and to perform and have to be busy all the time, will wear you out. You'll be exhausted and not even realize that it's anxiety, not even realize what's going on with you. You'll just know that you're busy, 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 and busy for no reason. You're not even accomplishing anything, you're just busy. So if that's you, sit down and take an inventory. What am I getting accomplished in being busy? What am I really getting done? Because sometimes we're just busy to avoid dealing with the thoughts that are in our head and the emotions that we have. Sometimes we're just busy because we don't know how to sit still and rest. So we just go, go, go. But there is a blessing in knowing how and when to sit down and rest. There is a blessing in knowing when to be quiet and to still yourself. You know, and I tell my mom all the time, because she's like, oh, you need to get out and do stuff. You need to go places during the week. I don't want to. When I finish working, I just need quiet time. Because all day long, for 7-8 hours a day, I'm in therapy, I'm present, I'm engaged with other people, listening to their trauma, listening to their hurt, their anxiety, dealing with bipolar disorder, dealing with grief, dealing with all of these hard emotional things. And if I don't take the time to be still and quiet and replenish myself, then I'm at a deficit mentally and emotionally. So I have to take that quiet time. I have to unplug. And sometimes that means I got to cancel some plans. Sometimes that means I have to tell somebody, I really don't have the capacity to talk to you about this right now. Give me some time and I'll call you back. Sometimes I have to give myself those pep talks and remember to declare and decree some things, to use my affirmations, to reframe my thoughts and stop myself from overthinking. An older lady told me one time, she was like, you think long, you think wrong. And I thought about that, because at first when she said it, I was just kind of like, huh? But then I thought about it, and she was like, what came to my mind was the times when I had thought about things for a long time and got into a pattern of overthinking. Even last night, I was telling my mom that I took I took a practice test for the LCSW exam and bombed it. And I was mad at myself because several of the questions that I missed were questions that I second guessed myself on and changed the answers. Had I just gone with my first thought, I probably would have passed the test. But I was overthinking. I thought too long. I kept going back and changing the decision and the answer, and they were wrong. So sometimes you got to go with that first mind and trust your gut instinct. But some things you can do to help with anxiety. One, if you are one of those people that is overwhelmed and busy, you're afraid you're not going to have enough time, you're afraid you're not going to get everything done, slow down. First of all, find some time for meditation, for prayer, for mindfulness, for things that force you to slow down and breathe. Just breathe. Realize that there's only one of you and so many hours in the day. What doesn't get accomplished today can either wait until tomorrow or whenever you get a chance to do it, but don't worry yourself with trying to cram everything into one day. You're gonna burn yourself out so fast and so quick. So have realistic expectations. If they're not, then you need to reframe those. You need to create some new expectations. One of the biggest cognitive distortions that I see is people setting the bar too high. And that means that you set an expectation that's almost impossible to achieve. I see it a lot with pastors. Their congregations put them up on these pedestals like they're not human, and that they're not allowed to make mistakes or struggle or stumble. And then if they do, everybody's shocked and it's just a big uproar. They're still human. You've set an expectation for them that is impossible to achieve. Same with parents. Children tend to put their parents on pedestals almost like they're superheroes that are invincible, that can do everything, have an unlimited supply of everything, don't ever get sick or hurt. And it's unrealistic because kids need to see their parents as approachable as human because you're their first example of everything. If you are fearful of lack and not having things, again, slow down. Look at your life, look at your situation. Are the things that you're fearful of not having wants or needs? Because it's one thing to be anxious about stuff that you want and just don't have or can't afford. And it's another thing to be anxious because you don't know where your rent money's coming from and if you're going to have a roof over your head. Two totally different things. But being anxious because you don't have the newest Jordans and you got 12 pairs of shoes in your closet. Very different. That's unwarranted, but really taking inventory. Mindfulness is so key for anxiety. I've also heard, I don't do it, but I've also heard that running or jogging is great for anxiety. If you see me running, it's because my life is in danger. So if you're around me and I run, you better run with me. Otherwise, you ain't gonna catch me running, because that's just my knees and feet and that kind of thing. I had a comment in Facebook that says, definitely, I'm usually fearful about not having my needs, so it causes me to overbuy. That's a great point. And I see that a lot. People who have struggled financially, I'm on that bus too. And I had a lady that just really got me together about it. One of the ladies at my church, shout out to Sister Victoria, and I were driving one day, and I was like, oh, I should stop and get some food from here. And I was like, but I really don't need to spend any money. And she looked at me and she was like, don't do that. She was like, don't be afraid to spend money. She was like, Jesus got it all. And I was like, And it really made me stop and question if I was operating out of fear in my finances. And I was. I didn't go get my chicken wings that day. I went home and cooked the food I had in the refrigerator, but it really made me think about what she said and question if I was living in fear about my money and having enough. And I was, because money had been tight, because my hours at work had changed, and I've been in my house for a little over a year. So I was still adjusting budget-wise and finding out how much things cost and having an emergency fund and being able to make repairs, and all of that were worries. I wasn't like stressed out about it and about to pass out or nothing, but it was floating in the back of my mind. So it caused me to tighten the reins on my finances. Now, my mama taught me, when you have extra, go ahead and buy a little extra. So if you hit a time when you don't have it, you already got some. I do that. I always have more than just what I need, because I don't want to be in the restroom and run out of toilet paper and there's no more in the house. So in those instances, yes, I do buy a little extra. I have a couple of everything on hand, which has proven to be great because I don't have to worry about not having the things I need. Now, I don't have a doomsday prep shed. I don't have a couponer's overhaul stack, nothing like that. But I have, say, an extra package of everything so that I keep that one extra package stocked. So when everybody was out looking for toilet paper during the pandemic, I already had some. I was good because I had bought a couple extra packs. I don't have to go out and buy detergent because I buy a large one. It's just me, but I buy a large one. It lasts me for a long time. I buy the big box of garbage bags. Only have to buy them maybe twice a year. So some things like that, absolutely. But I had to look at, am I being fearful when I make my choices? Am I worrying, or am I trusting God to take care of my needs? So I had to correct that. But sometimes those little things are anxiety and we don't realize it. It's fear and we don't realize it. And he didn't give us a spirit of fear. So that's not from him. He gave us a sound mind, not to be fearful, not to be afraid, power and love, not to worry about anything. The Bible tells us to be anxious for nothing, and that tomorrow will take care of itself. But our minds don't typically work that way, because we're always trying to figure it out ahead of time and work through it in our head. And sometimes that overthinking is what causes us to be anxious, because we want to hurry up and do everything. We're in a rush to get things done when we can only live in this present moment, which is why mindfulness is so effective and so helpful for anxiety. Another thing that you can do is deep breathing. That helps immediately. If you are breathing correctly and you have proper technique, you will instantly feel your body relax. And I know sometimes if you're in the middle of a panic, that deep breathing is a little bit harder to do. But if you feel yourself becoming elevated, stop, breathe in through your nose, fill up your lungs and your diaphragm, and then blow that out slowly through your mouth. Think about blowing a giant bubble. And even if you have to go buy some bubbles and practice, they're a great coping skill for anxiety as well, because they pull you out of those racing thoughts and it's a distraction. But think about blowing a giant bubble. To blow a big bubble, you have to have very slow, controlled breathing out. And that's what you want to do on that exhale to help calm your body down. you'll literally feel your body start to relax. If you're breathing too fast, you won't feel it. So if you don't feel a calm or your body starting to relax when you're deep breathing, slow your breathing down some more. Any kind of distractions help with anxiety, fidget toys, doodling, journaling, playing with Play-Doh, silly putty, or slime, because the goal is to pull yourself out of that fearful or worried thought into focus on something else. There is a mindfulness activity that I do with my clients. It's kind of like I Spy, but it's a sensory version. So it's a countdown. 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch. And in that one, you want to describe the textures. 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. And anybody can do that. Kids, adults, elders, anybody. To switch it up a little bit, you can also modify that and choose to focus on 1 thing. So you could say, find 4 blue things in the room. Because in order to focus on those blue things and find them, you can't be thinking about whatever you were anxious about. You have to focus on what you're looking for. So it works as a distraction to pull you out of the anxious thoughts and bring you back into the present. So little things like that, even the I Spy worksheets and workbooks, Where's Waldo is another great one for anxiety and pictures and things like that. There's companies that make these amazing posters that have tons of stuff in them, and they'll tell you to find whatever's in there. And if you old school like me, you go back to the little children's magazine highlights. They used to have the pictures in there with hidden images and animals and stuff like that. Those are great for anxiety. Any kind of puzzles, word searches, Sudoku, any of those kinds of things are really good for anxiety. Knitting, crocheting, things that keep your hands busy, and pull your focus out of those anxious thoughts. But the biggest key is slowing down, mastering those thoughts, and facing the fears. And that doesn't always happen overnight, especially if it's because of PTSD or something negative that's happened to you. It may be a process. It may take time and therapy to help you face those fears, but you don't want to avoid, because it makes the cycle of anxiety worse. What happens is you get triggered, you try to avoid it, you get temporary relief. It teaches your brain to avoid the next time, and then it goes right back to the cycle of you getting triggered again. But what happens is every time you go through that worse, the symptoms get worse. The anxiety increases. The fearful thoughts or worry increases, because you've taught your brain to not face the fear. You've taught your brain to not deal with what's causing the issue. So make sure that as much as possible, you're facing those fears and the things that are causing you to worry. Reframing is choosing a different way to think about your thoughts. So one of the ways to do that is to present evidence for or against that thought. So if your thought is, oh my gosh, somebody's gonna break in my house, what evidence do you have for that? What evidence do you have against it? Oh, well, I have an alarm. I have locks on all my doors and windows. I make sure that I lock everything up when I'm in the house. Nobody's ever broken in before. You really have to present the evidence for and against those thoughts. So hopefully that'll help you reframe some of those anxious thoughts into more helpful and realistic thoughts. Okay, so We got a little bit of time left. I want to open it up for questions and comments. So those of you who are on Facebook Live, if you have any questions, or even if you want to share something that has helped you with your anxiety, please do so, because somebody else may need that tip or that thing. Also, tea is really great for helping with anxiety. Calming teas, chamomile, lemongrass, hibiscus, those kinds of things. Chai teas that have the more soothing effects. And you want to make sure that those are decaf or non-caffeinated blends. Aromatherapy is great as well. Using those essential oils, diffusing them into your room or on jewelry or products can be helpful. Relaxation, good self-care is key for all and any mental health disorders. So making sure that you're taking that time to refresh and replenish yourself, to refill your cup, and that you're getting proper rest so that your body and your brain can detox from the chemicals that you don't need. Okay. All right. Last call for questions. If there aren't any more, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up and let you guys know that we'll be back on the 3rd Wednesday of this month, which is the 15th, for our next Lunch and Learn. And for that one, the topic is going to be oppositional defiant disorder, or ODD. So if you have kiddos that you work with, or that you know, or that are yours, that have issues with authority and are just oppositional and or defiant, come back, hang out with me then. If you can't make it to the live, send me your questions and I'll try to make sure they get answered during the live so that you can catch them on the replay. Also, please invite friends. Let them know about these Lunch and Learns, because my heart's desire is to spread awareness about mental health, especially in minority communities, because it's often overlooked and not addressed. And there's a whole lot of us out there who are hurting and don't have to be. So I want to spread awareness. I want to advocate for mental health, to let you know that it's okay to seek help. It's okay to talk to someone about what's going on in your head and in your mind and your thoughts, that there is no shame in that. And that even if you are a believer, you can still have Jesus and therapy too. It doesn't have to be one or the other. They both work, they both serve purposes, because some of the things that you've been wrestling with, you may have been trying to attack on a spiritual plane, and it's really a medical thing. Some of the things that you've been trying to attack medical may be spiritual. So you got to have balance in both. All right. So otherwise, come back and lunch and learn with me on the 15th. If you're around and you're free on Sunday nights, I'm here live every Sunday at 8 p.m. for Self-Care Sundays. And I try to give out good information and tips for taking care of your whole self. And that aligns with all the pillars of wellness. So we talk about money, we talk about social things, we talk about intellectual self-care, professional things to do in your workplace to help with your job skills, all of that good stuff. We talk about all of that. So come out on Sunday nights at 8 o'clock for Self-Care Sundays. And don't forget to click on the link tree so that you can see what else I have going on. All right. You guys be blessed. Have an amazing week, and I'll see you soon.
Hey everybody, Tam is coming up next. We got Tam coming up right next. I'm still trying to digest all of what Shakana just shared. That was something. That was more than something. You are watching the 24-hour broadcast, 24 hours of favor. And we want to thank each and every one of you that have made donations thus far. Our goal this weekend is to raise $1,000. Why? Because we're sending people to life skill classes. And so we're grateful to each and every one of you for helping us to do that. Come on in here, Tam. I know you got a video and stuff to show, so we're going to get you started.
Hey, good stuff. Thank you. Shout out to Shakana for bringing that wealth of knowledge, just helping us kind of decompress some of the thoughts and things that surround anxiety and what that looks like, and some of the coping skills that we need to put in our toolkit, our daily toolkit. And so I want to thank everyone. Just take this time. Thank you to all the individuals who have donated. Mind you, when we started this broadcast, we had $540 just in sponsorships and donations. And here we are, just between 7 supporters since we started broadcasting at 10 a.m. today. We're at $510, and that's combined to $1,050. We wanted to get to 1,000, right? And by the grace of God, we've been able to accomplish that just within a short period of time. I want to give a big thank you to Dr. Tom Wymore, who's silently one of Favored's guardian angels. He helped put us over that threshold. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone once more. Just want to read out the names because we're so supportive of, we're so appreciative of the support that you're providing. So Dr. Tom Wymore, thank you so much. Sylvia Blair, my sister-in-law, Amy Reddix, Dana Simmons, Katrina Harris, thank you so much. Miss Milagro Vasquez, thank you. Juanita Banks Whittington, I am so appreciative of your donation. Sonia Bennett, Pastor Mary Hope, Andre Brown, part of my village people, right? Jean Lovejoy, and the incomparable Mylita Butler. All of you all just combined once more, you're helping to make an impact in individuals' lives as we start to move towards expanding our program, right? We're talking about program capacity expansion. And so this is going to help us with our life skills program that we're set to start on June 5th. And this right here helps 6 individuals. And anything that surplus where our cup is running over, that's what that next round is going to look like in aiding individuals. And I just want to drop some data here real quickly, right? Why are we talking? What are we talking about? And what's our why here at Maternal Matters Favored, right? So listen to this. Approximately 1 in 10 women will experience postpartum depression after giving birth, with some studies reporting that 1 in 7 go unreported. Like 1 in 7 women are silently suffering, right? Another thing to think of, anxiety and depression during pregnancy are significant complications that have been reported to affect between 20 to 40% of pregnant women. Women are disproportionately affected by mood and anxiety disorders, especially in the childbearing age, and mental health issues often worse. They become worse as emergency and depressions and pregnancies start to take place. So when a woman her body is in crisis, right? And you think about sometimes where they have to have emergency C-sections because whatever's taking place, that's trauma to the woman's body and mind. And that can affect her psyche. And I just want to thank the Journal of Mental Health and Clinical Psychology for that piece. And last thing before we bring up our next speaker, international guidelines recommend services at a number of levels, from basic services to clinical care to indicating levels of mental health care needs to become more available and immediately for specific urgent mental health programs and problems that are taking place. And so what we're talking about there is that, we can't wait for 7 to 15 days, you know what I mean, to have that window for a person to come in. We need to be able to provide services immediately. When we're talking about a crisis, it doesn't have a time clock, you know what I mean? It can't wait to normal business operation hours, right? And that's where we need to come in as a community. And that's what we're about at Maternal Matters Favored. We're here, we're that tribe. We had a provider that was on earlier today just saying, hey, if you need to reach me at any time of the hour, I'm here. And that provider was actually in Kuwait, 7 hours difference. And that's what we're about. We're here, we're a tribe, we care. We want individuals to know that. I'm so thrilled. My heart is so just filling over. I can't even speak today. I just, I was like, God, you know what? Let your will be done. At the end of the day, it's about awareness for individuals to know that, this is something that's real. You didn't know what it looked like. It was packaged, in a way in which you probably wasn't really able to digest it. But we're here. We care. There's packets of organizations throughout the world that are providing these same type of services. And so I thank you all for tuning in. We are here in our 7th hour. It's only God. We still got more hours to go. Here we are. Let's bring up our next viewer, our next speaker. Hey, Danielle.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for being here. Let me go ahead and go back to my notes and do the proper introduction. Here we have we have Danielle Jones. She is my PSI mentor, right? She's a trainer helping me do some cramming for upcoming exam. She's a licensed mental health counselor. She is a birth doula, and she is another woman of God here to bring you guys some of what she's doing in her space and why this is such an important subject that we're talking about. Danielle, talk to us. What made you want to decide to attend today's event?
Yes, I'm so excited to be here. I've been pumped about this all day, so I'm happy. I was excited to be here, one, because I'm like everything motherhood. I love moms. Everything that I do is wrapped around supporting moms. But also just my own story of becoming a mom and working through my mental health challenges, my career challenges, my social challenges. Like, I think there's so many different areas that once you become a mom, there's different things that happen, right? And so just being a licensed mental health counselor and working in the mental health field, I worked with many women that were moms and would just share some of their stories with me, and just to see like the many challenges that they were facing, or some of the silent battles that they were fighting on a daily basis that they were not sharing with other people. That's really where my interest just was sparked, right? And so as soon as you mentioned this to me, I was on it, because I believe more conversations need to happen. I'm a big advocate for encouraging women to share their stories. I really don't like to hear when people say, don't be telling your business. But it's like in like the secrecy of it is where many women struggle, and they're left to feel like they're dealing with this stuff alone. But I always tell my moms, share your story, girl. Let people know what you've gone through and what you have been healed from, right? And even if you're still going through your healing journey, it's about the journey that matters. The end result is good too, but it's the journey. That's where you learn most and you grow most. So yes.
Oh my gosh, good stuff. You saying what you said, it's a trend. We need to speak about what we've been through. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's so pertinent to being able to help someone else. And what we found is, regrettably, so many times historically, we're not talking. You know what I mean? So a person, they feel ashamed, they feel shunned, they feel all alone, and they sink into depths of mental despair and anguish. And so I love that you said that. A few other speakers have said it as well. And I hope you guys are out there listening. You know what I mean? Talk. say what you say, you know what I mean? And I'm talking from experience because, you know, I put myself through some really gutter stuff, you know what I mean? And I did not want to disclose any of that. You know what I mean? You think of the Emperor's New Clothes, you know what I mean? You're like, look, but you know, I don't, you know how folks do, right? And God was like, oh, yeah, go ahead and talk about how you walk those streets, you know what I mean? You live that life, you know, you've been there, you need to tell someone. And that's what we need to do as a community. And speaking of, you know, what are some of the things that you see that need to change in community programs and policies?
Yes. One of the biggest ones that I noticed, one is with, so I'll talk about insurance panels first. I think that's a big one, right? And how much they pay mental health counselors. They really need to raise those rates, right? Because I often see many therapists choose not to take insurance because of such low reimbursement rates. But then that leaves moms, right, that do have insurance that need these services. They're struggling to find providers that will take their insurance. And then they're forced to go to some of the more, the community mental health centers where it's a high turnover rate for the therapist, or you have these therapists that have 90 clients. How can you adequately serve 90 clients and give each client everything that they need, right? But because of these low reimbursement rates, that's what these community mental health centers are forced to do. You only get 30 minutes with the therapist every 2 weeks, maybe. What can we talk about in 30 minutes, right? It's like a Band-Aid. So definitely raising in the reimbursement rates, that's something that I advocate for often. Another challenge that I see is when it comes to assessments, right? When we have our moms that go in for their perinatal visits or their postpartum visits, and my youngest is 18 months, so I'm not far removed from all these visits, right? But just those blanket assessments that we're given, or those blanket statements where it's just like, well, how are you doing? I'm struggling, right? And I'm just barely making it. I don't even have the energy to fully tell you how I'm doing. So what I'm going to say is I'm going to be like, I'm good. But really I'm not, right? And they're moving through these appointments so quickly, and they just have you quickly fill out this assessment where it's like, have you noticed any changes in your mood? Have you, like, let's start having more conversations, right? Get a little bit more specific about what it is that you're looking for. So for myself with my moms, I get more specific than that. Have you slept today? Right? How many hours of sleep did you get? Did you eat breakfast yet? Did you have lunch? Right?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that you're yelling at people more, or you're snapping at people more? Those are things that is not on the paper, right? For you to respond to. Right. Did you shower? Have you been able to just take a shower? And that will get them to start to open up and talk more and really be like, you know what? I haven't done any of those things. And maybe that's why I am feeling this way. Right. So definitely assessments is something that I talk about often. I think there needs to be a change with how doctors' offices and just community organizations might assess what's going on for the moms that come through their organization or program.
That's real. You hit on some real life situations, because when you're going through it and when you have some levels of anxiety, and this doesn't just have to deal with just perinatal postpartum, right? But sometimes you don't want to get dressed. You know what I mean? You don't want to do nothing. You just want to stay in bed. And so when you're dealing with being a mom or a parent, however which way, right? The thought of having to care for someone else when you don't even want to care for yourself, it can really be draining. It can really be draining. And I'm sure you see a lot of that inside of your space of work with what you do. Talk to us about the importance of doulas.
Yes. So I love being a doula. I love it. I actually decided to become a doula. So I didn't even know what a doula was, honestly.
Yeah,
Like
I
when
was
I
going
had
to
my
say, break
son,
it down for folks who don't know what a doula
Yes.
what it is.
when I had my son, he's 8 now. He'll be 9 in June. I didn't know what a doula was. I didn't know they existed. I found out what a doula was when I went to a conference here in my city, and they talked about what it was. And I was like, oh my goodness, that's what I've been wanting to do. So prior to that, I was telling my friend, like, I wish I was able to be in the delivery room with some of my moms just to support them mentally and emotionally, because labor and delivery takes a lot out of you, right? And to be able to educate them about their body, about the birthing space, and let them know like what their rights are. You have the right to say no, right? If you don't want to do something, you are in charge of your birthing space. But I was like, I only know of midwives. I can't go back to school right now. I don't got 3-4 more years to do. I don't have no money to do it. I was like, but I wish I could be in the room with them. So as a doula, I'm able to provide educational support. So educating moms about birth and labor and medications and different terms they might hear, in those spaces, because doctors usually don't take time to really slow down and tell you everything, right? So I'm there to support them and advocate for them. I can provide them some limited physical support as far as like massaging, right? And making sure that they're comfortable physically as they're getting ready to, birth their babies. And then I provide some emotional support. It takes a lot out of you having a baby. And so having someone there that can encourage you to be like, you got this, right? You can do it. Like, you're amazing. That's like pumping you up. It just makes your birthing experience so much better. And so at the time, I was a therapist and I was working with moms, and I would hear their birthing stories of just how they felt unheard, how they didn't really know what was going on. They felt like they were forced to make quick decisions, or the doctors talked really bad to them. And I would be like, I wish I was there, because I would have told that doctor, I would have advocated for you, girl. And so I started saying, like, I wish I was able to be there. And when I learned about what a doula was, I was on it. Like a month later, I was ready. Like, let's get this going, because we need more people to be in the room to help hopefully lower the rates of like birth trauma, right? Because that's a real thing. And so you're going from experiencing a traumatic birth right into caring for this baby 24 hours, 7 days a week, without even having the moment to like breathe and take in everything that just happened. So I just love being a doula.
Yeah. This good stuff.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Rosier. I live in Coolidge, Arizona, and I am here to talk about my family and postpartum depression. Something I've never talked about before, especially out loud or to a crowd of people publicly. However, I thought it was very important for me to come and talk about this and share my family's experience. It's kind of been generational. My mother, my sister, nieces, other family members, myself. And I know that that's what it was. At the time, we didn't call it that. We didn't know what to call it. It just was like this strange, quiet energy that just kind of hovered over people. And I recall my mother, as I grew up as a teenager and in my 20s and 30s, and I'm almost 70 now, watched my mother experience this postpartum problem, depression, and just, I will say, all her life. She had given birth to children as a teenager, and by the time she was 21, she had 4 children. She was married, and she was an amazing woman. She was very smart. She was intelligent. She went to college. She even counseled people. She had a degree in psychology and counseling. She was a mentor. She was an amazing woman, full of life. But whenever she wasn't on the public stage, or whenever she wasn't around a crowd of people, there was this strange darkness, this strange quietness that kind of covered her face, that you can see in her eyes. And I know that it is part of the postpartum depression that she struggled with. And it's really strange because there are a lot of postpartum depressions that most people don't even recognize. You don't even recognize it yourself. And people most of the time would not even recognize that they're walking in depression. I thought about it because I'm thinking, I probably went through the same thing, this strange sadness, this strange loneliness, this strange fear that you experience. That covers you, that's in your mind. And you kind of just push through life like we do many things. We just move on, we just go on, we don't deal with it.
Nice. Thank you for that. We were having some lagging in internet. It's storming where I'm at. Danielle, so that's Apostle Jacqueline, and she was speaking some truth about, her being 70 years old and what they didn't say back then, and how it needs to be said now.
Yes.
Thoughts around that.
yes, absolutely. Postpartum depression is real, right? I say that to people all the time. Postpartum depression is real, and I share my own story about it. I didn't experience it so much with my son, but with my daughter, she's 18 months now. I struggled bad. So I would say with both of my kids, I struggled during the perinatal period, but after I had my son, I just had so much support around me that it wasn't as bad. But with my daughter, I didn't have as much support. Because I was living on my own, and so it was just me and my kids, and so no one was coming over as much. With my son, I lived with my mom, right? My sisters were always around, my nieces were there like all the time, but now living in my own home, it was just me. And so I struggled really bad during that postpartum period. And a part of my story that I share, which I don't think is talked about enough, is that I was suffering from like passive suicidal thoughts. So I didn't necessarily want to take my life, but I would lay up at night crying, like, if I was to die, I would be okay. Like, I wouldn't even be angry that I have to leave this earth, because I was struggling so bad. But it was in that, when I had those thoughts, that I knew, like, I need to get some help. Like, even though I'm a therapist, like, sometimes we don't take our own advice. And for the first time ever, I was like, I'm calling this national hotline, right? And I remember feeling like, and it was nobody but the devil trying to tell me that I was weak because I decided to call this hotline. And I remember I was like, devil, absolutely not. You ugly, big, fat liar. You will not have me thinking that I'm weak. This is strength for me to reach out and say, hey, I'm struggling. I need some help, right? And so I don't think we talk about that part enough. And that is something that I share my story all the time. Like, yeah, I've had passive thoughts of just wanting to die, just wanting to not be here. But I know there's so many other moms that experience that postpartum depression to the point where it's so severe that they also have some of those passive thoughts. Because just a few weeks ago, I shared my story, and a few women came up to me after and was like, I had that same experience and I never told anybody. And I was like, this is why I talk about it. This is why I say it, right? Postpartum depression is a real thing. And I always encourage people, check on your friends that have just had kids, right? Your family members, even if it's just a, hey girl, what you doing today? How are things going? Can I bring you something? Right? I've had friends that have had kids, and I'm like, hey, can I come over and wash your dishes? Can I come over and fold some laundry? Like, because it's those things that just make a mom feel good. But yeah, postpartum depression is a real thing, and I love that we're having more conversations about it.
Yes. And I foresee that this, is just a small fragment of a beginning of what, in community partnerships that we'll have additional conversations around it. Because once more, we want individuals to know, parents to know that we hear you. You know what I mean? We understand. And that's what this broadcast is all about. It's about bringing awareness, so that individuals don't have to feel like they're this isolated case and they can't tell nobody. You know what I mean? Feel so ashamed and forget feeling convicted. I'm condemned. You know what I mean? And it's like, you You're not, you know what I mean? Let me tell you how I went through and got through and pressed over and so forth. And so I totally appreciate, you just, answering my bat signal and coming on board and just speaking your truth and some of the intimate moments in which you went through and endured through your own personal experience.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm happy to be here.
I know that we had some questions and stuff, but tell folks, aside from, a place of wisdom and everything, how can folks get in touch with you?
Yes. So definitely you can email me at info@daniellelareese.com. So that's info@daniellelareese.com. On the website as well, so placeofwisdom.com. You can go right on there, press connect. The message will come directly to me. I'm the one who answers all of them. I respond back. And I always tell people, like, I'm here to listen. I'm here to talk. You don't necessarily have to be a client of mine. I will support you and help you any way that I can. And I'm a big advocate for helping people get connected. So even if we can't work together long term, I'm going to help you find somebody that can, be a support for you. So please reach out. You do not have to go through this alone. And I'm here to help however I can.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you so much, Danielle, for being here with us today. I will talk to you next week as we continually press through and cramming, doing this 2-day components of care. Trying to, I'm a geek, so I'm always trying to learn something new. But just because of me being a peer counselor for Postpartum Support International, which I always got to plug their name, and also because of what I do here at Maternal Matters Favored, I'm actually studying and cramming for an exam just to kind of get more certification and licensure to make certain that I'm able to help more individuals in an astute way. And so we're here, everyone. We are in our 7th hour of broadcasting and so forth. And I want to take the time. I know we've had some clips come in, and I want to make certain that I'm able to share them. So let me dig them out and go ahead and get ready to share and present this video that came in. Hold on for me, everyone. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Sharing screen. All right, you got me, Ange?
Good morning, my name is Sylvia, and I wanted to talk briefly about a parenting skill that affected me and my kids. And when my kids were younger, when my kids were growing up, I was a single parent. I went to take care of it all. The income, parent the kids, be there for them, provide, everything for them. So upon my daughter's death at 21, I dealt a lot with the guilt of that. What if I was there more? What if I did this differently? Would the outcome would have been different? So it was a real thing to deal with, the guilt. And I say this to say, let's think about our work balance a little more thoughtfully. Let's ask the important questions. What is more important at this point? And sometimes it is providing that income. It is providing that food. It is providing the roof over your head. But we just have to learn to balance, the work-life balance for our kids, for ourselves, with just the home environment, period.
Good stuff. Good stuff. We as parents, we have to. I gotta have this baby. I gotta get back to work. I gotta go. You know what I mean? Because who's gonna pay our bills, right? And here you have a mother, and that's one of my wise owls, right? My sister-in-law, who's telling, her truth, her story, and some of the grief and guilt that she kind of is a burden, that she's carrying with regards to, we have to make certain that we are taking care of self, you know what I mean? Mentally, emotionally, and so many different ways. We know we got bills to pay, you know what I mean? But look what may or may not have happened because of the tactics in which, she had to carry out in life. And so once more, we're here, we're sharing real life stories, gritty stories, you know what I mean, about parenthood and what that looks like, because at the end of the day, there is no manual for parenting, you know what I mean? But us here at Maternal Matters Favored, we will love to be your tribe to help you press through. We want to make certain that you understand that, mood disorders, anxiety, depression, psychosis, you know what I mean? All these different things, they're real. You know what I mean? It's happening. You feel it. Something is a little off with your kilter, with your psyche. It's okay. You know what I mean? You don't have to stay in a rut. You know what I mean? We got to keep pressing through. And there's individuals that can help you, that can assist you with helping with that mental balance, that parenthood balance, that life skill balance, right? And so forth and so on. We thank you for tuning in with us as we're pressing through and showing what this is all about. It's a community approach. We'll be back.
Time, there were no counselors, no anybody you could talk to. So I wanted to share this because I know that there are women and men and whole families that are experiencing this postpartum depression. It's kind of something that almost gets on everybody that's around. You don't know what to say. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to comfort, because it's a internal thing. It's not only just chemical, and it's in the brain, it's in the heart. It's not necessarily a feeling as in you're feeling something and touching something like hot and cold, but it's a deep down feeling that you can't shake. It's this strange emotion that seems to just lock onto your soul, onto your heart, your spirit, and you don't know what to do, and you find yourself crying for nothing. You don't know what to do. You go to pick up this beautiful baby and you just stare at it. You're not quite sure what to do with this brand new baby being in this position as a mother. And I know that one of the things that I would do, I would always just talk to my mom. I talked to my sister who went through the same thing. We would have conversations. We would work our way through getting through those dark days, those foreboding days of despair, not knowing even what we were going through. We didn't know if there was a pill you needed to take. We didn't know there was therapy that was offered to us at the time, like I said earlier. And so how did we deal with it 30, 40, 50 years ago? We just sat around quietly hoping that the person would feel better, hoping to make them laugh, tell a joke, hang out with them. We kept our eye on them to make sure that they were not going to go into a place that was going to be harmful. And so I'm just want to talk to the women, or talk to those who are quietly experiencing this. And you don't know what to say because it feels like you just don't know what to do with it. You don't know what to do with your emotions. You don't know what to do with your feelings. You don't even know how to explain it to people. You just don't feel right. You're just going through a whole lot of gamut of emotions. You're sad, you're angry, you're fearful, you have questions, and you're just troubled. First of all, I suggest that you truly talk to someone. Tell them how you feel. Let them know how you feel. It doesn't matter how it sounds, okay? Somebody's going to understand. So we need to let people know. We need to speak out. We need to say something. And for those who are around people who suddenly go into this quietness, this aloneness, they don't want to go out, they don't want to do anything. I just want to be left alone. I'm not sure how I feel. Give them a little space, but continue to love on them, care for them. Sometimes you might have to write little notes of, I love you, I'm thinking of you. Send them a little card in the mail, send them a little note. Give them something special to make them feel that they're noticed and that you're paying attention and that you can tell that they're experiencing something. As far as being in my community, I did quite a few things when I was on the East Coast. I've now been on the West Coast for about 25 years. But when I was on the East Coast, I would start women's programs, gather women together, talk about parenting, talk to young women who are becoming parents and let them express their emotions and express how they were feeling and their frustration, especially single women. And so I started a program called Woman the Nurturing Spirit and helped them realize that they were these special souls and that they had been given these special souls in their lives and how to walk through life knowing themselves and loving themselves. Also, what I used to do was have them, one of the things we talk about all the time is journaling and writing things down. Sometimes all you have is a word. You might not want to write a whole sentence. You might not want to write a whole page. Sometimes every day you might just have to sit and think of a word that you're feeling. How do I feel right now? And sometimes you might have to Google it and see, emotion, words that make you express emotions, and pick a word to express how you feel. Be with that, and share it. And as a woman of faith, I like to talk to God about the things that I go through. And I know that God is listening. I believe in a higher power, a creator, and I know that God is there listening to me and that I can gain direction and instruction and support as I experience those moments where I'm not feeling quite right, where I'm feeling not so good as a young parent, as a young mother, what to do. And they say there's no real books that you can buy to really teach you or show you how to be a mother. So what did I do? I went to God. I really did. I would lay these babies down at night in the bed, in the cribs, and I would say, okay, God, you sent these little babies to me. You sent this soul to me. What do I need to do with this baby? How do I care for this baby? And I'm telling you, when I tell you what I tell you, God will speak to your heart, speak to your soul, give you instructions, give you directions, or he'll lead you to someone who can support you and show you and talk to you about, it takes a whole village, yes, to raise a child. It takes a whole village to help you be a mother too. And so I'm saying that you may need to just reach out, call on God, call on somebody, call on a family, just share how you feel. It's very important not to bottle yourself up, not to be quiet, not to think that your voice will not be heard and that you don't matter. So I appreciate being able to share this information with whoever is listening. I'm not sure if what I'm saying is making a difference. I know it made a difference for me. I know that it is important for us to start to talk about this out loud, for us to take notice and to pay attention to our young women, our young mothers. They seem to be younger and younger all the time. I was just talking to my daughter-in-law, and I said, all these grandmothers that are in their 30s, oh my gosh, and they're getting through their own postpartum depression probably here and there, now and again sometimes. And so it's very important for us to begin to, as women, to continue to get back to talking with each other, sharing with each other. So many women are working today, not back in the day when moms were home and mothers were around. And that's what they did. They talked to one another. They shared with one another. And so I hope and pray that you'll be able to gain something from this entire experience in the next 24 hours or whenever this video is shared with, and that you will reach out to people, that you will contact those who are professionals, who you can talk to a friend, talk to a relative, talk to someone about how you're feeling, so you don't feel alone, so you don't feel like this weight, this cloud is yours to carry by yourself. So there you have it. My name is Jacqueline Rosier. Should you want to contact me or ask me questions or even experience going through the love journey, that's fun. That'll help you with something like this as well. Contact me on Facebook at this time. I'm prepared to put up my website and introduce the love journey to you. At this time, you can contact me at Jacqueline E. Rosier. Jacqueline E., middle initial, Rozier, Jacqueline, middle initial E, last name Roz, as in zebra, IER. Talk to you later. Be blessed.
Good stuff. Oh my gosh. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Good stuff. Oh my gosh. We are here and coming to our 8th hour of being live, right? And we're bringing awareness to perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. We want folks to know that, there's organizations out here that get it. There are individuals that are out here working in certain spaces that get it, right? And folks are coming in, speaking their truths, right? And we're providing awareness. And once more, all the funds are going towards our new life skills program. And so I have 2 individuals here. I have Miss Kiana Long. She is the CEO of a great organization, the Living Long organization, whose purpose is to provide education, encourage, and uplift and advocate for individuals with sickle cell. And then we also have Dr. Malaska, who is one of Favored's board members, right? And she is a trauma critical care nurse, a nurse professor, a critical care educator, a peer-reviewed published author. She is a traveling nurse. She's actually out of state right now, in between. And I'm just so happy to have you both here. Ladies, thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. And so,
thank you.
Yeah, when I went ahead and was like, okay, God, are we doing this? We doing this? Okay. And I call it a bat signal that I threw out there, like, hey, do you have a story? What are you doing in your community and so forth? We'll start with you, Doctor. What did you think? You're like, okay, we're doing what?
Yes, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for the invite. As you can see, I'm in my nursing scrubs. I'm getting ready. I've gotten ready for work. I worked a 12-hour night shift, but very happy to contribute whatever I can to this broadcast today. It's been a really busy week. Tonight is my 6th night shift in a row. In nursing, we're always short-staffed, especially critical care nursing. So currently, I'm in Indianapolis and working in an open heart ICU/PCU. So those are the type of patients we take care of. But I'm here to mostly to talk about, support for this population of patients. Many years ago, I was a high-risk mother-baby nurse in postpartum in Vancouver, Canada. And I've also taught OB and peds for over 10 years as a professor, critical care, clinical instructor. So this type of issue is very close to my heart. When you become a new mom, if you're a first time, second time, third time, multiple time moms, we all need that support. We all go through this huge emotional, I guess the one way, it's like a roller coaster. You have the baby, you have all these hormones going on in your body, and then suddenly there's this drop in hormones, and then you've got to take care of your baby. That is not accounting for whatever else you may be experiencing in your life, So we've got many, many things as mothers, new mothers or repeat mothers to deal with and take care of. Somebody's got to, we all need help. And if we don't sort of ask for it or let anyone know how we're feeling, the other person is not going to know that you need that help. So this broadcast and what we're doing today is aiming to provide that help. In normal circumstances, we all have our good days and bad days, and we all need help. Then on top of that, you're a new mom, and it just makes it a very, very difficult situation.
Yeah. And you hit on a lot of great pointers, and Kiana, I want you to kind of jump in as well. What do you see on your side of the tracks there, right? With working with individuals who are trying to balance, sickle cell anemia and being a parent.
And for me, I also do advocacy, and I'm here locally in Daytona Beach. I do have a lot of counties here in the state of Florida, but with sickle cell, it's the same. We have to advocate for those that have sickle cell, especially when they become with child. I've experienced going to the hospital with a new mom and in the ER because she was going in crisis and pregnant. And the nurse said, "This is why we don't want sickle cell moms to have babies." So with them hearing that, it's on top of the stress that they're already feeling internally and physically to deal with that stress upon that becoming a mom.
Yeah. That's a mind blower there, just to hear those kind of words being uttered by a medical professional, because, as we know, just being a parent comes with so many stressors, you know what I mean? And so forth. And just, wow, I'm trying to digest that, how did the mom make it through? You know what I mean?
So I'm her advocate, and I was there, and I tell that nurse, "I'm sorry, that's not what we're here for. We don't tell our sickle cell clients that." And I had to immediately advocate for her. So then when she went upstairs, she went in because she was having a crisis, and they had to get her situated. That she had the baby was healthy. And so I still advocate for her. And I just spoke to her today. She's in the hospital now, but she's feeling okay. And this is an ongoing fight for those that live with sickle cell in their body.
That part. Doctor, what do you think about when a person has, some kind of illness and, they're still living life, right? So they become impregnated, and how is that balance to take flight in a person's life? And what can medical providers, practitioners do to kind of help enhance that?
So we're not there to judge the person and tell them what to do or what not to do. The most we can do is support them at the time that they need us, okay? And adjust ourselves. Preaching that you're not supposed to do this or you shouldn't get pregnant or whatever, that is not our role. Our role is to be the nurse advocate and take care of our patients as best as we can in the environment. I remember when I first became a mom baby nurse over 20 something years ago. Well, actually, it's longer than that. My oldest child is 31, and she just became a mom 3 weeks ago, as a matter of fact.
Wow.
I became a mom baby nurse after I had her when I was living in Vancouver, Canada. And I remember working, there were 3 hospitals on campus. There was the mom baby hospital, there was the pediatric hospital, and then there was University Hospital Shaughnessy site. So they were all on campus, and you could get to each one along hallways, they're connected. So I used to go from my postpartum job to my med surg job because I was a med surg nurse at the time, acute care, or vice versa. And I remember taking care of a mom antepartum who had cystic fibrosis all those years ago. And she was also my patient on the acute med surg unit. So here I am. And she knew that it was a risky pregnancy. But believe it or not, she made it through and the baby was healthy. So that taught me a lot of lessons. You just do not know. And she was young. She was very young. So I had the advantage of taking care of her in the med-surg world, and then also the advantage of taking care of her postpartum, and that was a huge lesson. If you don't know the condition and what is going on with the patient, then it is your job to look it up or to do your own knowledge-based research to get to know how to take care of these patients, right? We are not God, so we're not there to tell them, no, you can't, or yes, you can. All you can do is support them as best as you can and be positive. When you have a baby normally without any sort of, medical issues, it is hard enough, let alone these individuals, these new moms who are coping with their medical conditions.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What are you chiming in with on that, Kiana? Because you guys do a great work in the community that is really needed, especially for, the Black, Indigenous people of color, right? And so forth. And I'm sure you see so much, and it's like, whoa, we need a change in some of these community programs, some of these policies that are handed down from the state. Go ahead and speak on that.
And it's a lot. It's a lot. And each state is different. In each area is, but Dr. Malaska is correct. And so with me, my children's grandmother has the trait and their uncle has the disease. And I interviewed her before. And doctors told her after she had a baby, which has the disease, she got pregnant with their aunt, and they told her to abort the baby. They literally told her to abort the baby. She and she had the baby, and that doesn't have anything, the trait or the disease. So that's why it's important that, what Dr. Malaska said is correct. It's not the judge of the doctor or the nurse to tell them, educate them and encourage them. And that's what I do. I focus on the AIM concept. I advocate, aware, inspire, motivate individuals and families that have this disease.
And I agree with you. Whether we believe or not, that is not our role. Our role is to be supportive and non-judgmental. I've taken care of women with AIDS, HIV, who've had babies. It's the same as any part of nursing that you may work in. You come across patients with many different types of conditions. We're not there to judge, just support and be positive, whether you believe it or not. Our role is to advocate for our patients the best way possible. That is so important. And when you show that support and that encouragement, and you're authentic in showing it, that patient is going to reach out to you. They know when you're faking it. I always say that to my students. Go in with an open heart, whether you believe it or not, because we're in a different role,
Yeah. And it's part of, uplifting a person. Here we're talking about mental health, and we're talking about deaths of anxiety and depression and, psychosis in which a person can go through, having your labor room experience, is everything. And so we need to make certain as practitioners, that we have that level of bedside manner and so forth going on. I know that you both are super busy. What program changes, Doctor, would you like to see coming down the pipe? And then I'll get to you and answering the same thing, Kiana.
So just one little correction. I was not a labor nurse. I was just a high-risk postpartum neonatal care nursery ICU step-down nurse. That is a mouthful. I couldn't be a labor nurse. I'm sorry. But anyway, so I would like to see more emphasis placed on mental health, on providing services. Just because you cannot see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In my current work, taking care of open heart surgical patients, many of them have mental health issues. Either they come in with it or they gain it throughout the experience. And, there's research that shows that open heart patients will experience some type of mental health problem. It's just one of those things. But then who in the world doesn't have? So I would like to see medical care, nursing care, whatever, we incorporate more mental health support, and we don't have to be psychologists and psychiatrists to provide that support. In my own way, I provide that support. It takes time, it takes effort. Last night, I spent almost 1 hour with one patient, and I had 3 patients who was upset, had a very bad day, and was thinking, I'm not doing well today. I am not, they'll say, Zena, I had a bad day and I'm not doing well. I don't think I'm going to get through this. Well, I don't like to hear that, but I acknowledge it. So what you do is you acknowledge it and then you move on. And that 1 hour that I spent with him turned him right around. You know, a huge part of this is time. What is the best thing we can give our patients? Time, and it's listening. Did that take away from my care for the other patients? Yes, it did. But somehow I had to find a way to incorporate that because that's what I'm there for. So the medical community and, everyone needs to understand that mental health issues and, whether it's depression, whether it is just having the blues, whether it is not feeling good, whether you're coming in with already diagnosed problems, we need to understand that it's a huge part of our psyche, a huge part of our being. I remember, by the way, ladies and audience, uh, yesterday marked the end of International Nurses Week. Okay. And I posted a post on Facebook, graduating from the doctoral degree program 7 years ago. And I got all these accolades congratulating me. And I'm like, no, guys, I achieved this 7 years ago. I just had a free moment at work at 4 a.m. And I thought, oh, I'm just going to get on Facebook. I was on my break. And what could I do to recognize Nurses Week? Because usually I always post something at the beginning of the week. I thought, let me post this accomplishment, and my 3 children are in the picture with me, and everyone's congratulating me. Well, I remember all those years ago when I first became a nurse, I was told, and I trained in Oxford, England, as individuals, we are biopsychosocial being, right? The bio, the psycho, right, up here, social being, spiritual being. So I heard you, Tam, talk about spirituality, or you had a guest that was talking about spirituality. So whether we believe in it or not, that forms a huge component in taking care of our patients, right?
Mhm.
And that has stuck with me from nursing student days over, well, I'm going to date myself, close to 40 years ago to where I am now. So we have to recognize that, and we have to, as individuals, as people providing care, insurance companies, we have to recognize it's an integral part of our human psyche, of our human existence, right? We all need help. I am so happy to be here today. I'm glad to be able to give my 2 cents worth, and I'm available on Facebook, on LinkedIn. I have videos out on YouTube where I talk about many different subjects. And if it's okay with you ladies, happy to be a part here, but I need to finish up my getting ready for work. So my blessings to you all. I feel very blessed to be a part of this organization. I will be back in Florida soon. I've been traveling close to 4 years now, and it's time to get off the travel grid. So hopefully by the end of July, I'll be back in Florida as my home base. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Nice to meet you.
Awesome. That good stuff. That's one of my board members. That's one of the board members of Favored. Good peoples. Kiana, girl, talk to us. You know what I mean? So the struggles and once more with what people go through, and your program is changing lives. Just tell me, what do your numbers look like where you see people who are coming through your doors? And I'm not just saying mommies, I'm saying dads, or you know what I mean, like parents that are struggling because they have sickle cell, and they're going through it mentally. Life is lifing.
Yes, and so with sickle cell, it varies for age groups. It's teenagers, it's children, it's babies, it's all different sizes, shapes, and ages. And so for me, being a case manager as well as an advocate, it's a lot. And I've just gained a lot of more clients. When I say clients, I mean of individuals that are living with this inherited disease. And so I'm grateful to have partnered with a doctor as of last week who has an advocacy program, and she has 195 clients that need case management. And so that's not just Florida, but that's worldwide, which is gratefully appreciated. So I'm going to be very, very busy because this is a work that is just never ending. I don't have a clock out time.
Come on now.
It's Saturday, and I'm advocating for my clients. I was talking to my client earlier, and I need to go to the hospital to see her because she's in there with pneumonia. And they sent her home last week, and now she's back. So it's like things like that. And so you ask the question, what do I want to see come down the pipeline? I would like to see more advocacy from our legislature. I would like to see more training for the doctors that, overlook sickle cell clients and, let them go and let them go home early when they need to be in the hospital because they need care.
Yes, yes. You said a mouthful. You got that cause that you are pressing on. That is your assignment the Father God gave you, and you're doing such a great work. Tell everyone before you leave how they can get in touch with you.
I am also on YouTube. You can see videos of me with some of my clients interviewing them. Just Google Leave Out Long Sickle Cell Association. You can Google me. You can see me on Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram. You can even see me on you can just Google me, you'll find me. My phone number is open. I'm open book. There's no hidden secrets here. If you need me, please let me know. I do travel. I will get on the plane. I'm not afraid of flying. I have clients New York, Connecticut. So just if you need advocacy, it doesn't matter what state you live in. And I'm looking to go to Africa as well. So please reach out to me.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much for being here. Listen, guys, this is what it's about. When we're talking about we're a tribe, we double up. One person can get 1,000, two can get 10,000, and that's how we march on, and so when we're talking about what we do at Maternal Matters Favored, look, if we can't fix it, we know someone who can, and that's those community partnerships. And we're so glad to be in with Levy Long, in with Kiana and her tribe and her folks, helping to press forth what we need to do to help individuals in this world. There's a lot going on, and we're here, everyone. Thank you so much, Kiana. I'll see you. We are moving along. Oh my gosh, we're in our 8th hour. Let me take a little sip of water. Please, Jesus. We've been at this thing 8 hours now. I just want to give a shout out to Angie B Productions. I don't know how and what I would do without having you. Talk about a tribe. We are just moving right along. We got our next person coming in. One of my favorite people. Hey, Nakia.
Hey.
Go ahead and introduce yourself. Well, first, let me just say this. This is a PMAD survivor right here. We're all postpartum mood anxiety disorder survivors. But this right here, she has my heart. Talk to us. What did you think when I said, hey, do you want to come on and talk?
First of all, I'm super grateful to be on this platform. I think it's an honor and a privilege, to be honest. Thank you for asking me to do this. I was thinking to myself that I was like, what? I was like, really? Someone want to hear my opinion? I was like, I don't know. But yeah, no, it's honestly amazing. I was just talking with my husband about that. He was like, are you excited to go on a platform, to just talk to a bunch of people? And I was like, excited, yes, but also very, very extremely nervous. It's a wild world, and it's something that, I get very awkward and shy around when I know there is like a bunch of people watching me, because and on some level it's like, I want to be a center of attention, but I really don't want to be a center of attention. It's like, go figure. So yeah, I'm super grateful that you asked me to speak tonight. I think it's a great thing, whatever you guys are doing here, and the idea of a tribe. It's truly, truly inspiring.
I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you for being here. I'm getting teary-eyed. This is you've made strides. Tell us a little bit about your story.
Okay, so I'll be really quick about it because I know there's a bunch of people. Um, so with me, it kind of started way before the pregnancy. I still deal with addiction, and I'm in a different program for that. So my idea of the pregnancy was just like, I think everyone have their own vision of how they want their pregnancy to go. And I was thinking it's all gonna be butterflies and unicorns and rainbows and shiny, and I had no idea how sick I got. Regardless, with the fact that I dealt with my addiction, I was sick. I had HELLP syndrome and I had preeclampsia, and I had no idea about those things until it really got bad. And you guys talked about before then about what needs to be changed, and that's part of the doctors and stuff like that. I wish I could use sooner, but everything happened for a reason. Really, I'm glad my baby's healthy. My baby, also, you guys talked about the heart condition and stuff like that. My baby had a heart surgery in 2 weeks old, and basically he was a preemie, and I had to go to labor 7.5 months, and they told me basically it's kind of like now or never. It's either you going now or you losing. It was insane. It was a lot, and it also was a shock because I obviously in my head I was just justifying everything. Like, oh, everything is okay, everything is good, and I know as it is, I have mental health. The difference is now I'm digging deeper into it, and I'm actually recognizing what is the issue and what is the problem, right? Because it's not just like, oh, I'm sick. It's what I can do about it, how I can flip it around, how I can change it, right? Okay, so we're getting somewhere. And honestly, it was so traumatic, like the birth itself, and it all kind of came in waves because I went to just like a regular appointment, and then they all of a sudden just hit me with that. They were like, "Oh, you're going to labor, you ambulance." Before I knew it, it was crazy. And again, the labor itself was very stressful. And just the whole situation was a little chaotic, and I didn't know how to deal with it. So I'm glad that my husband and my mom was around, because my husband is a great advocator and my mom is even greater advocator for myself. So that was awesome in that aspect. It's good to have, I'm fortunate enough to have supportive family, and supportive friends, and the network that I have, and the network that I have now, it's even bigger because they let me know, like, listen, you can get better. Like, this is what you can do. And I took advantage of that. You have to take advantage of those things, because no matter where you're at in your life, like you said, life gets lifey. And no matter where you're at, you just want to thrive, right? You want to thrive to be the best you can be. So that's where I'm at today. And I think the whole pregnancy really was traumatic, but it was bittersweet because it taught me how to be stronger. The first couple, I was in the hospital for 1.5 months, and it was nuts. And the only way I could deal with it is with my own, my own vices. And it is what it is. But today, when I came back home after that 1.5 months, I was crying for another 1.5 months. That's all I could do. That's all I could do. It was crying about it because I was so mad at myself. I was mad at God. I was mad at everything. And I had to look deeper in myself. I really had to look deeper. And that's when I realized that the problem was like start in me, because I was basically not pulling the weight. I was ignoring a lot of the signs, a lot of the cues, a lot of what's going on. I was kind of like in a denial aisle, I call it, and really just really kind of like a tunnel vision and just hiding everything around me because I couldn't cope. I really couldn't cope. And now I just get out of bed and I do what I gotta do. Some days are not the best, and and I still make mistakes, and it's okay. It's okay as long as you try your best and look at it in a way of how can I benefit someone for the long run. So I think that's really what it is,
And that's what you're doing. I mean, you telling your story, you know what I mean? Your story is going to be able to connect and strengthen someone else. I am so proud of you. You know what I mean? When we're talking about, we all have different stories and different things in which our higher power is like, oh, yep, I'm going to need you, here we go, you know what I mean? And so forth. We can look back and say, I made it. And let me tell someone else how they can make it. And that's what it's about. So some of the coping skills, what does that look like for you? Like, what are you doing each day as you're walking through and you're getting stronger? I'm always about, look, we're strengthening. We're going to work this thing out and get stronger in this walk. How is that working for you?
Amen. You said it. So the way that I look at things is just perspective. It's really all about perspective in my eyes, because I can take everything with my mental health and turn it into rock, and it's really about how you can make the best out of today. So, like I said, it's putting that one foot in front of the other. It's really hard. It's really darn hard. And some days are just it's a drag, and some days just iffy and blah and whatever, blah, 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 blah. But you gotta push it through. You gotta push it through. Because if not, like, what's the point? Right? Because you have a purpose now. I mean, before then, I think I was so focused on myself so much to the point that it was obnoxious. And now true, right? Yeah, I have to speak the truth. And now I have a purpose. I have a little one, and thank God he's 6 months now. So thank God, he was born 3'11", and now he's 16 pounds. So I'm doing something right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is what it's all about, everyone, having these conversations and talking through it. And so some of the programs, I spoke a little earlier how I had to lean on some programs to help me get through when I was going through my perinatal bouts, right? How are some of the programs that are currently in place? What do you think that they're doing good, and maybe they can do better? And how are they really beneficial at all?
They're extremely beneficial. I think they're extremely beneficial. You always want to strive to do better, but it just helps other people to get out of the funk. I think that's really where it's at. And I had no idea. I guess I didn't want to look into it for the most part. And that's why it's always important to have people in your corner. If it's family, friends, or anyone you consider that someone can help you, you always can reach out to those programs. And I learned it because then I found you, and and you helped me a whole bunch through really, really dark times. With all the support that I had, it was important. It's almost like pieces of the puzzle. And yeah, it really is, because every day I get to benefit from being better myself, being better me, getting others around me to feel better. Because, when you don't feel good about who you are, and when you don't feel good about yourself, you take that with you wherever you go, and you take that light. You want to, yeah, and it's like, it's contagious. You want to spread that love and happiness. And when you feel down, and when you have a mental health issue, it can affect your whole life and daily basis routine. And it can also reflect that way at work, at a home, in your family, everything. And those are the things that I'm really, really sensitive towards, because this is my story, and this is where I feel the most vulnerable and don't want to talk about it. But then when I reach out to you and I realize that, yes, I have to talk about this thing.
Yeah. And I gave her homework too. I was like, listen, we're gonna have this,
yes.
we're gonna have this conversation. We're gonna come back next week. I want to know what you did with this homework. Right. And so with regards to just individuals, just letting them know, listen, you're not alone. What words would you want to leave to encourage someone?
So I will say that keep trying. That's really all you can do. Even if you think you're not worth it, because I know that I have moments that I think I'm not worth it and I'm not enough. You can do it. You can do it, because I thought at the very, very beginning that I'm not a good mom, that I'm not a good person. I was beating myself up, and that's just not helpful. Not to you, not to anyone around you. You want to be that one, in your eyes at least. When you look in the mirror, you want to be that one that's lifting people up. And with that being said, I think now I got the confidence and the experience to just do those things, and it's very, very important for me. So all I can say is you can do it, and keep trying.
That's right. You heard it live. You heard it here from Ms. Nakia Gersh. Thank you so much for being here. I will talk to you in the airways. Guys, you don't know. I'm like trying to hold back this one tear. I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you. Onward and upward. We got this. Yes. We'll be back in a moment, guys.
Tam here, coming to you from Favored. May is Maternal Mental Health Month. Yes, it is a thing. Did you know that women of any age, race, culture, and income level can experience perinatal anxiety, depression, and other mood disorders? That symptoms normally start to develop when a woman is pregnant and through their first year after childbirth? And that there are well-researched and well-effective methods for which a person can recover? There is. And this is where Maternal Matters Favored come in. We provide counseling, support groups, and a life skills program to parents and backing them up while they're balancing out parenthood and life all at one time. Remember, there's no manual to parenting, but there is a tribe for every parent. We hope that you join us.
On April 1st, 2023, our Father woke me up to begin this writing. As my computer awoke from sleep mode, a Facebook memory popped up. At first, I didn't want to read it and fall down that rabbit hole of clicking and reading and clicking and scrolling. I had spent March 31st in the ebbs and flows of life, receiving great news and experiencing greater stress. During my waking hours, I longed for a peaceful night of rest, and last night did not disappoint. Now I see how God has allowed me to begin my healing from the grief. A marriage separation is a precarious place to be. On one hand, you miss the good times you shared with another. On the other hand, you find yourself traveling the cycles of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, as defined by a psychiatrist in 1969. This next part of my story made me smile, laugh, and rejoice over the memory. It made me see just how far I have come with my healing towards acceptance. The Winds of Change by Evangelist Angie B.
I love my daddy. He gives me hugs and kisses when he wakes me up. He helps me make mommy's tea in the morning. He always reads a book to me before bedtime.
I Love My Daddy is a heartwarming children's book about the special bond between a little girl and her father. It follows a day in the life of a little girl and her daddy. Produced for audiobook by Angie B. Productions.
Narrated by me, Ramona Young.
And narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Angie B.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Bedside Church of God in Christ. This is Bishop T-Dog. So today's sermon is going to be talking about doing the most. Oh, it got quiet in here now. Amen. Oh, it's quiet now. Amen. Y'all want to street dance, but you don't want to praise dance. Right, huh? Pastor. Y'all dance in the club, but don't want to dance in the church. But the parents is not bringing their kids in. The kids showing not. The kids doing a little too much. Son, what you want? Try to preach, huh?
Excuse me, Pastor. I don't mean no disrespect, but I think I speak for everybody in the congregation when I say we have no idea what you're talking about.
See, that's your problem now. You're not listening. I tell you what, if you think you can do better than I can, come up here and do it yourself.
Mr. No compromise in the building. Swag so on fire, set fire to the ceiling. Put your hands in the air if you feeling this, cause I'm about to set it out to the picket. Boy, I got time to play. See, boy, I live this. You can catch me running that word, but about my father, man. Searching too concerned about the beat. They don't listen to the lyrics. They trying to put me in the box. Tell me they don't wanna hear it. I'm just trying to reach the youth. Give us something that they can listen to. Try to give us something good for their soul. Call it chicken noodle soup. See, I've been there and I done that. Trying to save it for them landmines. Yeah, the devil's on the move. Yeah, homie, it's game Can't stop and I won't turn down. 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 Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turning up is my specialty. It's in my veins, it's what I bleed. In my mouth, yeah, continually. It's my lifestyle, it's daily. Let me give you some clarity. Why the stinking devil, he tired of me. Won't catch me with my head low. Depressed and stressed, that's no go. Not bothered by the status quo. I won't be part of that puppet show. Got victory and Jesus. So turn up when we see ya. I know you got some reason. Praising him in season. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, hey, get down. Praising the roof of this place. Don't mind me, just give me some space. Go in, don't you hesitate. Praise him in his holy place. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, get down. See, I can't turn down. So watch me, hey, get down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Can't stop and I won't 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 turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. I don't really wanna turn down.
Girl, I'm turned down. I'm turned down so much my head wrap done come off. I'm just
can't stop and I won't turn down. Listen, we are here. Thank you so much. We are 8 hours plus into this thing, and I can't stop. I won't turn down. I am here with my piece, Miss Angie B, my producer, my co-host, my everything. During this 24-hour period, we are here bringing awareness. We're bringing opportunities of support. And we just want individuals to know we're here. We care. I thank you so much for giving me that break, because I was getting listen, that one right there, you know. And so I do peer counseling, guys, right? And that's one of my mentees, and she is phenomenal. You know what I mean? Just to hear her talk. And it's my prayer that her being, you know, transparent is able to save the next life of someone. I give homework to those that I counsel. We're gonna do some self-work, and she's done the work. She's put in the work. She's doing great things. I'm so proud of her.
And I know we had some really heavy conversations and topics. I was getting messages like, oh, I can't take it no more. It's just, I'm just crying. So I praise God for the Holy Hip Hop Christian and Gospel Rap community that submitted their videos just to kind of lighten the mood a little bit, just a little bit. So we got a couple beautiful ladies waiting. I'm bringing them in right now. Oh, look at that.
Hey, ladies! Yeah. Oh my gosh. What's going on? Wait, first let me do the official introduction. I am so honored to be here with the founders of Postpartum Peace of Mind. We have Executive Director Latasha Reese and Director of Client and Community Relations, Rachel Brown. Ladies.
Hello.
Hi, Tam.
Oh my gosh, we are here. We are bringing awareness. We are educating folks and telling them, you know, yeah, you feel some kind of way. Let me tell you what that is. Let me tell you how you get some resources and support. And you guys, you bring a great work. Talk to us. When I reached out and I was like, do you want to talk about, what are your thoughts?
One, I genuinely appreciate the opportunity, and Tam, you're amazing. It's just, your level of commitment to this work is
uplifting, and it's amazing. Truly a role model in this field. But yes, so when you reached out, I was a little surprised because I think the work that we do is very data driven. Like we are transitioning into this client facing work, but for the most part, what we've done is a lot of data driven work and quantitative research, and we saw a gap and we want to pursue that gap.
Yeah. Rachel, chime in with this.
Well, I would have to say Tasha summed it up perfectly. She did. She really did. There's been not enough research when it comes to the disparity between Black and brown women that are experiencing perinatal and difficulty, postpartum difficulty. So we really wanted to just step in, and I think Tasha, from her own experiences, really saw it, and I saw it from a different perspective, and we weren't really understanding why there wasn't enough information on the topic. And when you have that firsthand experience, it really clicks, and it makes you say, you know what, we want to step in, and we want to be people that are able to help other moms that are going through something similar or worse, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah. A lot of what you ladies do with the qualitative and quantitative research, you know what I mean? The epidemiology behind it is needed, you know what I mean? You guys are out there and you're able to pull forth those numbers with some of the stats, you know, and we've been talking numbers throughout today, but I want you ladies to go ahead and dive into some of this information that you've provided.
Absolutely. So like we said, in my experience having my girls, I have two little girls, one is 2 and one is 1. So they're 16 months apart. And my husband and I purposely sought out a more affluent area to have our babies, hospital system that was known for having an established postpartum care system. And when we went, there were still so many instances of feeling ignored and feeling looked over. And, the hospital staff, I had a midwife for my birth, but the nurses that were there, I think they came with their own biases. One of which was that, they pulled me aside from my husband and asked if I had ever experienced any sort of abuse, anything like that. And I was like, okay. And I asked the nurse, I was like, is this something that you ask all of your patients, at 4 a.m? And she was like, well, no, not really. But and this was during COVID. So, my husband was adamant about coming upstairs with me because, we went through all the protocols. We did everything they asked us to do, but they still forced him to wait downstairs. They weren't doing that to anyone else. So, it was just kind of those things that were in the back of our mind. And it's kind of what drove us to this work and, really looking at that problem and understanding that right now, 3 to 5 Black and brown women are 3 to 5 times more likely to die of perinatal complications than their Caucasian counterparts. And over 80% of those deaths are preventable. Right. And this, just came out of the CDC from Dr. Susanna Troust and her team there. But it's like now this information is becoming available, and now this information is being widely publicized. And a lot of those 53% of those deaths occur during the postpartum period. And, Black and brown women are not just dying from preeclampsia and eclampsia. I know I saw at one point there was an individual who was circulating that Black and brown women are dying of homicide during the postpartum period to kind of take away the importance of the fact that, no, we're also dying of, preventable disease and PMADs. Mood disorders, things that are preventable about 83% of the time. So, really trying to redirect the conversation to the things that we can change as a community.
And I think that a lot of what the thought process for postpartum period is 12 weeks. Am I
6 weeks?
Yeah, six weeks. And they tend to forget that it goes so much further than that. So that postpartum period is from the moment after you've delivered your child to a year. So after that moment of the 6 weeks, it's okay, well, you're okay now. You can resume normal activity. And they're not really checking to make sure that everything is okay. Or even addressing the issues that moms will bring up and say any sort of complications that they feel that they're having. It's just kind of pushed to the side. So it's a sad experience or a sad thing to know that this is what's going on. in our community. And there are people such as ourselves that are trying to make sure that we do step in and change that.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, when we look at the numbers and we look at the legislation that was just passed with regards to the 6-week ban and things like that. So we already know that we're dealing with a silent crisis. I keep naming it that, right? Because people don't think nothing of it, right? But it spirals into other areas where, you know, domestic violence, childhood trauma, generational cycles, you know what I mean? People in and out of jail, rehabs, and so forth. So now we have legislation that says, you know what, 6 weeks, you can't go get an abortion or different things to that effect. What do you think the numbers are going to look like with regards to PMAT?
I think that that's going to largely be dependent on what the community does. I think that a lot of people, and a lot of this is being tailored toward Black and brown women, that there's going to be a deficit in Black and brown communities because of these changes in policy. But the reality is it means that the community needs to step up. I think that we have to be very intentional about the efforts that we make to support these Black and brown mamas, so that way you don't see, you know, higher suicidality rates due to unplanned or unwanted pregnancies. That there has to be a level of support and building up and uplifting this experience, and that level of judgment has to go away. That, you know, oh, you did this, you're on your own, or that has to stop. That stigmatization that comes with this, it has to stop, because otherwise we're going to see the expected increases in suicidality rates and things like that. Women going out of their ways, making dangerous choices in order to abort because they don't feel supported.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Rachel. What were you going to say?
No, I was just agreeing with everything that Tasha said. That was exactly why we want to do what we want to do, with being able to be support and advocates for these moms. So when it comes to the legislation that you mentioned, that's the way we can combat that. Where they feel like there's no way out, and that was their only route was abortion, the community can step up and be helping hands to in that postpartum period, and with support for family, support for friends, to be able to help the mama and baby to thrive in the society that we're in today.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you, Ange. Come on up with the next slide.
Yeah, so this is our tagline, our motto for postpartum peace of mind. We believe that mamas deserve peace, and to us, peace is defined as personalized provision. So that's needs-based support. That's an understanding that while everyone does not need the same support, everyone deserves support. Evidence-based care, so making sure that the data that are available drive the care. The data that we collect as an organization drives how we provide care. That level of advocacy and accessible resources, making sure that we prepare our clientele with the language that they need. If something is wrong, if you see symptoms of preeclampsia, if you're doing the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale and that individual circles number 10, that's a sign of suicidal ideation. That means that partner should be able to say, hey, this isn't right. We need to see your OB. We need to see your midwife. We need to talk to someone, and being prepared to use language to advocate for care. If they're a non-English speaker, making sure that they have available resources in their native language. And then providing that compassionate, trauma-informed care. Like Tam, you brought up about, generational trauma and things like that. We don't know. Rachel just said this as we were talking. We don't know what individuals are bringing into our space. We don't know what burdens they're carrying. So making sure that how we speak to them is not re-traumatizing. We're not forcing this on them. We're not saying you need to fill out this paper, because we don't know what their associations are with that type of clinical setting. So making sure that we provide trauma-informed care and being very collaborative, being very equitable. I heard an amazing definition for equity from an amazing gentleman out of New Orleans named Ron Chisholm. And he said that the way he defines equity is the dismantling of power dynamics within a system. So that means removing that top-down dissemination of information. It's not we're the experts and we tell you what to do and how to live your life, but it's recognizing that you're the expert on your experience. So we want to hear your voice in your care plan. We want to hear your opinion on what you think will work, what you think will benefit, and how willing you are to try. And there has to be a level of give and take. I think that's how we define peace, and that's the framework that we want to work from with our clients.
I love it. I love it. Good stuff going on here. I think we had another slide or so.
Yes, so this just outlines our services and kind of how we do care. So again, we really push for research and screening in a way that is trauma informed. So we try to screen every client for symptoms of preeclampsia and eclampsia, postpartum depression. Those are leading causes of perinatal complications for Black and brown women. So that's what we're going to look for, to really be intentional about helping partners, helping families, helping, healthcare systems to better address the needs of Black and brown women.
And we really want to make sure that it within the services is that needs-based support. So free postpartum kits. So upon delivery, mama can have something that, it's tangible, that can help her be a little bit more comfortable as she has just given birth. Training and education, which we are huge proponents of. Training and education, not only for, mama and her family, and being able to let them know the signs to look for if she's going through something and she's not sure what she's feeling, but for family, educating them on how to best help her. But also for us as an organization, we want to strive to make sure that whatever data or research that we are receiving or that we see from others that are in this space, that we're taking part of that and we're educating ourselves and staying actively trained. Individual and therapy. It is so critical for moms to be able to have that space where they can come and to speak with a professional when they are experiencing anxieties and depression and different things. And then also having the support from her loved ones, her partner, her family members, her friends. They can be included with group therapy sessions. And then, of course, self-care. I mean, every lady likes to get their nails done for the most part and be treated and pampered. So we want to partner with communities, different services for spas, whether it's massage therapy or pedicures. We want to make sure that there is a space that they are able to just relax. Even within our facility, we're looking to make sure that there's a peace room for them to be comfortable. Because as we've continuously mentioned, we don't know the situations that they're coming from. We don't know whether they're experiencing homelessness or they're survivors or currently going through some sort of abuse. We want to make sure that it's a safe space for them to come. And then, of course, resources for mama and baby. So unfortunately, within our communities, we know that there's a lot of food insecurity. So being able to partner with different resources and give them to mama and baby to find food. And if there is someone that's experiencing homelessness, partnering with churches or other, community and city type of leaders that can help us help them. That is our goal there, and making sure that moms and their families are being championed. Their care is at the forefront of everything when they're going through the postpartum period. So advocacy is huge for us as well.
Yes. Listen, we have to be out there with our own pitchforks, you know what I mean? Speaking our truth and letting individuals know, hey, we need some changes. You know what I mean? We're not going to take this. And, when we start doing that more so collectively, I'm sorry, I don't know if you guys hear my dog in the background. It's either a dog or a baby these days in meetings, right? But when we're out there and we're collectively, combining and we're moving forward and lobbying for changes in certain policies, for funding, for programs, that's when we're heard. And, it may not happen the first or second time around, you know what I mean? And that's what I tell individuals, as community advocates, we got to keep on trying. And this is where I want to roll into what we're doing. I don't know if I mentioned it yet or not, you know what I mean? But Natasha, she is one of my leaders at Postpartum Support International, where we are literally the pilot program for the Alliance, right? And so we are out here doing a great work. I'm gonna let you go ahead and speak to it because she recruited me and I was like, bet money, let's run it.
It's true, yes. So we are working with the Postpartum Support International's Perinatal Mental Health Alliance for People of Color, I think. And basically the alliance focuses on not only clientele, but also practitioners of color in different states. So within the state of Florida, when I took on this role as alliance rep, I realized just how much of a disadvantage to the state it would be if I tried to represent the entire. So I, reached out to different practitioners in the area, and I was like desperately looking for somebody who could really do the work in Central Florida. And Tam went all the way around me and went to Andrea Clark Horton, who is the director, and was like, I want to do this work. And, we ended up getting connected, and, the group that we have is amazing. Like, everyone is very focused on this work, determined to do this work. We speak a very similar language. Like, we already established, our theme is creating space, and, Tam has taken the helm, and we call her our Lean Six Sigma superhero. Because she is leading our strategic planning and just really placing an importance on, we have to make sure that we are developed as an organization first before we try to develop other people, before we try to bring other people into this work with us. We have to make sure we're on solid ground ourselves. So it's an amazing work, and it perfectly coincides to the work that we do for postpartum peace of mind, and that community partnership, because I am definitely using TAM and learning from Tam and all her greatness, and all the other members of our team. It's community-based work. Like, that's my research. That's what we do, is community-based work and just developing communities. It's very intentional, but it's very important.
Yeah. And we are all throughout the state of Florida. I mean, they are providers that are in South Florida. We have providers that are in North Florida, West, whatever have you. We're doing a great work. Go ahead and read us this next slide.
Well, we've really touched on it a lot, and why we are doing this. It's because women of color are underrepresented with data and research. It's very sad that when we're trying to address any sort of health related issues, that it kind of gets swept under the rug. So, and as Tasha had mentioned with her own experience, and as I mentioned before, seeing her go through that, it's really a focus for us to want to strive for change in this area. And as we have also mentioned, with making sure that we partner with communities, it is so important to get the community involved, because when they see that we care, they're really going to want to put forth that extra effort as well. We want families to be educated. We want friends to understand what mamas are going through in that postnatal or that postpartum period. And we want to make sure that we're referring to qualified practitioners. So when there is an issue, and, there have been times where someone may feel like their primary care or their OB is not the right person for them, we want to be able to refer them to someone that is going to hear them and that is really going to address what the issue is. So we're finding that, within this community, within this space, there's so much that needs to be done, and we're here, we're ready to take on the challenge. There's really nothing that's going to stop us from doing that.
Ladies, I don't want to stop you from doing what you're doing, but we do have a comment that has come in, and I think it would be good to share it. It came from Mother Jacqueline, and she's talking about, as she's hearing this conversation, she's thinking about her mother and niece who were both date raped and decided to keep their babies, yet their peace of mind was destroyed. And your program is everything. Mother Jacqueline has said in the past that she is a result of a date rape, and she carried her depression for years. So I want you guys to know that what you're doing is being heard, it's being felt, it's needed. And Mother Jacqueline, likes to say that she's approaching 70. I don't know who she's talking about, because she really, much less you two 12-year-olds sitting over there. I mean, it just, but her testimony and her comments have just been all throughout today. And if an almost 70-year-old can relate to what you guys are talking about, I need y'all to keep on talking. I definitely need you to keep on talking. Thank you so much. I didn't want to interrupt. Yeah. Thank you, Mother Jacqueline.
Thank you, Mother Jacqueline. She spoke earlier, and it kind of choked me. I've been getting choked up all. I'm gonna cry tomorrow. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. Happy Mother's Day. She talked about her being 70 and how that looked back then, and why she is so happy that we're having these kind of conversations, that we're actually collecting the data surrounding some of these numbers of what this is actually doing and what actually needs to be done. And so we know sometimes you can't get a person's buy-in unless you got the stats, right? You got to show them the data, what that looks like, and so forth and so on. And so talk to some of the ways in which you ladies, you're able to collect the data, and talk about how with that data, we're able to take that as a tool in hand and help try to push agendas in the right direction.
Right. So I think, and I was just having this conversation with a classmate the other day, and the reality is that data drives policy change. Because if you haven't experienced it, if you haven't been there, and for some people, I can't ask European Americans to be Black, because the reality is our cultural experiences are going to look different, and that's okay. But seeing it in these data and seeing the incidence of, postpartum depression, postpartum anxiety, postpartum psychosis, and then looking at how these things are addressed differently between cultural groups, and assessing why are these things being addressed differently. Is this a systemic change? Is this, biases on the behalf of individual providers? And then what is needed within these systems to make these changes, to build equity, to dismantle these, unnecessary, their thoughts, power dynamics, to provide the best care. That's the reason why we focus so much on the data. We use, other services, those postpartum kits, therapy, all of that. We want to support our clientele and let them know that they are not lab rats, because we know that there is a severe amount of distrust in large healthcare systems. Like that generational trauma from, Tuskegee and, slavery, like that's there. That distrust is within communities. It's within Black and brown communities. So kind of using resources and using education and using trauma-informed care to say, yes, we're here. We want to collect these data, but we're doing this to support you. We're not using you. Right. Exactly. You are a priority. Thank you. You are a priority in this work. We're not, doing this to support someone else on your back. We're doing this to support you. And it's give and take. If it's uncomfortable, if it's too much, it's not necessary. You're still going to get the support regardless. So, that's kind of how we levy that policy change, is how we levy, systemic change is through the data, because that's something that people can understand.
Yeah.
From us, and it will start right at the beginning from just the intake and understanding and getting that information from, the new mom, of where their history. So all of this is going to start right from the beginning. So we are tracking that for them and to help influence policy change.
That's what's up. That's what's up. You ladies are doing such great work. I am so happy to be working with you, Tosh. Everyone, tell everyone how they can get in touch with you all.
So you can, if you are looking to be a partner, or if you a community partner, if you know someone that could be a community partner, you can email us at community@postpartumpeace.org. If you know a mom that you think would really benefit from our services, you have questions and you want to reach out to us, you can email us at info@postpartumpeace.org. And you can always check out the website at www.postpartumpeace.org.
You got that, everybody? Postpartum peace of mind. Ladies, thank you so much. Great work that's being done. I will talk with you all in the airwaves. Thank you again for being on. Oh my gosh. I
tell you, Tam, I mean, it's powerful. More comments are coming in, and I know I got to give you a break because we got more pledges that have come in. And so I'm gonna put you backstage for just a minute so you can work on those totals. I am grateful for each of my family members who just keep checking on me and feeding me and bringing my comfort support Togo dog in here with me. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I want to remind each and every one of you that we are live here on a variety of social media platforms. We're live on Facebook. Just search for Angie B Productions. And thank you to Eric for liking our page and our broadcast. Thank you so much. We are live on YouTube. Just search for Live with Evangelist Angie B. Search for Volusia Business Women on YouTube. And search for Favored, 24 Hours of Favor charity event. Thank you so much. We're also live on V108 Gospel Vibe, the Soul of America. They host my morning show from 6 to 8 a.m. weekdays. V108 Gospel Vibe is a part of the Jericho Broadcast Network. So we're excited about that. I'm excited to see that our next guest has arrived. And so we're going to be bringing her on in just a little bit. I want you to know that we're live on Twitter, have been since 10 a.m. this morning. Search for Angie B Tour on Twitter, and you will be able to like, comment, and share. Now, if your comments ain't relative, if you're complaining about politics, or you just got something to say that ain't relative, your comment is not going to appear on the screen. I'm just letting you know. But we do want to thank you for watching. It's just about time to just thank everybody for the folks that have donated so far. Thank you for your support. We're getting our numbers together, and even before that, we still had people that were saying, how can I help? What can I do? And why are you doing this? And so this slide was sent in, and I think it really kind of sums up why we're doing this. Anxiety and depression has risen 37% in teen girls. Teen girls. 1 in 10 dads will experience a mental health disorder following the birth of their child. 1 in 10. And of course, it's not just moms. Maternal mental health disorders impact the whole family, not just women. I want to put up another comment from Mother Jacqueline. I'm so happy that wisdom is here. Book of Titus tells us the older women are supposed to teach the younger women. And so, not that you older, Mother Jacqueline, but you are wise. And Mother Jacqueline says that there are more people that are pregnant from date rape or somebody they're familiar with. We're not even going to talk about the statistics on incest. But they decide to keep the baby. And in some cases, looking at the future, they won't have that decision to make. It will be pressed upon them. And so I appreciate what Tam said in the last segment. What is that depression or mood disorder going to look like when the foundation of the birth of these babies is rape? What? Mother Jacqueline, you're right. There's not a hotline for date rape. It's just easier and unfortunately, it's just easier to stay silent. Thank you so much for your comments. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have been in the background a little bit, just saying a prayer for our fellow alopecia sister, Sandy Green. Sandy, I put your comment up earlier and immediately began to pray. And for those our audience members that are visually impaired, I try to read these comments because I completely understand. But Sandy says, my anxiety is horrible. One of my sons was killed by a drunk driver. He was only 20 years old, and that was 13 years ago, but it still seems like yesterday. When it gets close to holidays, like, this is Mother's Day coming up, the day of his death or his birthday, she is literally a mess in silence. She suffers in silence because people are so judgmental. And I hear you, Sandy. Some folks be like, well, that was a long time ago. Haven't you gotten over that yet? Or what's that got to do with... Sandy says she does talk to professionals and it helps at times. The most comfort she gets is sharing and talking about her son's journey. This week has been difficult because Mother's Day is tomorrow, and she does thank God for her children. Sandy had volunteered to join us today, and I think we had a breakdown in communication. Sandy was going to join us and share a little bit. I know that Maisha Barnett had come on earlier today so that she can share a little bit. And I know we think that, well, we got 24 hours, folks can come back and they can do things later on, but that's not always the case when you've got multiple guests that are coming. So for Sandy and for Maisha, I want you guys to know that I hear you, I see you, I feel your grief. This is Mental Health Awareness Month. I know we're putting emphasis on postpartum and parenting, mental health, but grief and mental health, they are an ugly dance partner. They truly are. And it's like you can't, which came first, the chicken or the egg? What difference does it make? It all needs to be cared for. It all needs to be addressed. And so I believe that Tam is going to do this again in the future. And we definitely want to be sure that you guys are included. We want to be sure you're included. Okay, somebody wants to know what the goal is. The goal is to raise $1,000. Why? Because $35 will provide one person, one parent, with free admission for the 5-week program. So we're encouraging you to go to the website, go to givebutter.com and make your donation. Somebody else wanted to know, well, why are you doing this fundraising event? Because, like I said, we want to sponsor somebody, but think about it. Your donation can enhance the well-being of people with these mood disorders, one person at a time. And Tam has already said that the classes are going to be small and intimate, which to me, that's the way I like to minister. I don't want to go in and have to preach to the multitudes and miss that poor little child sitting in the last row in the last corner and who just kind of snuck in and feels like she's not seen. And so Tam has also shared with us details of what the life skills program will include. And that will be decision making, self-awareness, communication, goal setting, financial literacy. And I'm pretty sure she's going to throw in a lot of love within those classes as well. So we are very, very grateful. All right, another big shout out to Dr. Tom Wymore. His donation originally put us at the $1,000 mark that we were trying to reach. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. We had general donations and sponsorships. And so, Father, I thank you. When it is ordained by him, it's just, everything just falls into place. It definitely falls into place. Thank you so much to the special guests that have been joining us throughout the day. Their information is now scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And we oh, thank you, Latasha. Latasha saying yay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do know that some of you have sent in text messages. I'm doing my best to respond to some of them. And I know that I'm responding to some of the text messages, and I'm waiting for an answer because I can't just put it out there the way you sent it. Like, this one question came in and it said, do grandparents get depressed? Well, I want to be sure that, yes, we're talking about as they're raising children or raising grandchildren. And so if you've sent in a text and you haven't seen the information at the screen yet, please, see if I responded to you, and then we can get that going. Okay. I need our very special guest to tilt her camera down just a little bit so we can see more of your chest. And there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's good. And come on back in here, Tam, because she is ready to hear what you have to say. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello.
Good stuff. Hey, Gertie. Oh, are you unmuted?
I always say I'm not going to do that, but I did. How are you?
I'm doing good. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me go ahead and give you your introduction. We have Miss Gertie Remy. She is an RN. She's a political activist. She sits on various community boards and committees, and she also ran for the Altamont Springs City Commissioner for District 2. And she is one of my besties. Like, we will lock arms and we will lobby. We will listen. We're not taking this, you know what I mean? And we're going to speak our voice. We have a lot of history together, just doing kingdom work, right?
Yes, definitely. Wow. I want to thank everyone for even inviting me to this space. It's amazing. And I haven't been able to see all of it, but just the power. So I want to thank you. And Tam has been my friend for a while, ride or die, I say. And I'm there for her too. We're just out there just trying to make the world a better place for our communities and things like that. So I want to thank everyone. My name is Gertie Remy, and everything that Tim said. So today I'm going to be on the behalf of the NAACP, because we're also chairs and committee chairs for the Healthcare Committee and also the Veterans Committee. But also being a nurse, anything to do with healthcare and maternal health or even physical health is very important to me. So I'm going to get into some topics that's, people just need to listen a little bit, and then you'll see what I'm saying. Because definitely when it comes to people who are pregnant, right, there have been significant differences between maternal mortality of white women versus Black women throughout history. Mm-hmm. And in 2021, as far as the CDC knows, they say that the rate for maternal mortality rate are 2.6 times higher. It's already high in America, but it's even higher amongst people who are, Black, from the Black communities. And a lot of that has to do with their healthcare, right? We have disparities in predisposing healthcare issues. We know that access is an issue to healthcare. People who already have high blood pressure, we know eclampsia and preeclampsia are issues. So pregnancy is the whole thing, and having maternal pregnancies from the time that the person finds out that they're pregnant to the time that they decide to carry that pregnancy to the end. But one thing I find with us being in healthcare is that most Black women, when they go to the doctor, they're not believed, to say, or they're gaslighted into what it is. And we have to make sure, or even they're kind of penalized for having a predisposing factor. It's what you ate, or you have blood pressure, and it's expected. It's not expected, especially when we are 2.6 times higher to having, mortality with the fetus, the fetal person, and with the parent. So that is not something that we should be tolerating. We also know that pregnant women, also, especially Black people, we suffer more of the postpartum depressions, but it's really undiagnosed because they just think they're sad, right? And I know we're dealing with, the mental health month, which is extremely important, but Black women more than white women are more likely to have hemorrhage in their pregnancy. They're more likely to have, like they're not healthy as far as like vitamins, and I'm seeing their practitioners, and that's because only 87% of Black women has health care. So I would like to bring some of the issues as far as like the mental health. First, we know that there's perinatal depression and postpartum depression. And perinatal depression is the time that occurs from the time that you're pregnant up to a year after you give birth. And postpartum depression comes afterwards. And as people, like we sometimes think we can do it all, especially like Black moms. Like we think that we can, take care of the babies, go to work, and take care of our families, our partners, the community. And even if our bodies are saying, hey, you need to rest, or you get that headache, or maybe like the backache, little symptoms that people may think are just like fatigue, they actually need to go to the hospital to see that, because getting there early is extremely important, right? And if they don't go, and they have complications in the pregnancy, having that child with like special needs, or being alone, or even having health issues yourself as you have this child, it's going to cause a humongous stress. And we're not going to know that it's postpartum depression, which is huge, right? And we, a lot of us don't believe in medication, so we won't take antidepressant medicines. And that's important too, because I tell people, like, if somebody's a diabetic, they have to take insulin. Someone is hypertensive, they take blood pressure medications. It's the same concept. It's an organ, right? The brain is an organ, just like the heart is an organ, so you take medicine for that. And your kidneys is an organ, so you take like medications for that. The brain is also an organ, and the stigma of having antidepressant medications amongst our Black communities is something that we're trying to get over with, right? Because I know we pray, and that's good too. However, God did make medicine, and if you can take that and go through the course of about 4 to 6 weeks and start feeling better, then they can be their better selves. They're able to take care of their newborn child that they had, and they're able to function, as well as like self-care, right? We need to learn when we had enough, like when you need to take that weekend. And sometimes we don't have people, but you may have a friend like Tam who says, you know what, I'm off on Friday. I'll watch your baby for you while you get some sleep, right? Especially tomorrow being Mother's Day. They ask how many people would you want for Mother's Day? A lot of people are saying sleep and rest. They want to be able to do nothing, right? Because we're constantly moving, constantly doing something. The pressure of society to be that person, we come with our own power, but we need to know with that own power, we need to rest and take care of our emotional well-being, our spiritual well-being, and definitely our physical well-being. So what I advocate for, because of the fact that I'm a nurse and an activist, is that I advocate for healthcare. I need the policies to change where we can have either Medicare for all or an extension to the Medicaid in our state, because that would allow more people to have health care insurance, so they are able to get to the doctor early on, so they can have prenatal care, so they can take the vitamins, so they can drink their fluids. And if they have some sort of predisposing issues, that it can be diagnosed early, and we can get them on a regime where they can have a safe pregnancy and a safe delivery. The other thing that I want to advocate for definitely is to make sure that hospitals and practitioners and doctors and even us nurses, that we believe people. We believe you when we say that, when they say, I'm tired, that they check your blood levels and not just say, oh, go to rest. You could be anemic. When you say you have a headache, not just to give you a pain medication for the headache, but figure out if it's their blood pressure that's making it high, if there's some sort of systemic issue. So I want to advocate for people to, when they go to these doctors and these nurse practitioners, that they are believing them. They're believing that they are in pain, that there's an ailment, and that we are not gaslit and sent home. And sometimes they end up with a stroke at home, or they end up with a miscarriage or hemorrhage. So that is what I'm advocating for. What I'm bringing to this space is to educate people to, number one, care for yourself as you care for others. Love yourself. And if you're a spiritual person and you believe in God and Jesus, then do that. And if it's the environment, but find a way where you can get your peace, where you can have that quiet time. It may just be that 5 minutes, but it's just you loving on yourself so you can give the world back, right? You can't dig from an empty well. So that way you can love your pregnancy and have that in common. So as in the NAACP Healthcare Committee, I want to say that I want to advocate for more healthcare access. And if you need any information that is not clinical, because I am licensed, so I can't give unsolicited advice, but I can also say go to healthcare groups. There's Florida has some moms groups that they have. Google it and see. Ask your doctors. Do you have like a mental health care group that if you don't want to take medication but you feel like you want counseling, go to your pastor, go to a friend. Like you said, that person felt better, just speak it out, get it out. The power of all that pain is released when you take it out and put it in the air. And love on yourself, people. Please, please, please love on yourself. And for those that are pregnant, just know that you want to see your child when they come out, so you want to live and you want your child to live. So be your own advocate. Don't just listen to what they say to you. Say, no, I've had this headache for 3 days now. I'm going to need for you to take some tests. I'm going to need you to tell me what's going on. No, I don't usually feel tired. I was not tired before the pregnancy. I'm eating correctly. I must be anemic. Something must be going on. Get checked and let them speak with you. And if they don't, ask for an ombudsman. The ombudsman will help you. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Everybody, Ms. Remy. No, I love it. You hit on so many pointers, you know what I mean? Things that need to be said, that have been said during this 9 stretch of hours we've been broadcasting live, right? Yeah. And so forth and so on. And I wanted to get your thoughts real quickly before you leave us. What are your thoughts on the legislation that was passed in Tally? And how you think that's going to come down the pipe to us? Like my organization, we work to provide counseling support groups. We're starting this life skills program, and we know that the funding is very minimum. You know what I mean? They're just now starting to get funding out to the rural areas in the world, right? In the country, and specifically. Yeah. And so with that ban that just take place,
yeah. So a little advice thing on the ban. So the ban is a 6-week ban. It doesn't go into effect yet. We still have the 15-week ban in place, and that's because the 15-week ban is in court now with the Supreme Court, and it's supposed to be heard somewhere the late of June, beginning of July. So if that ban is heard and it is passed, like if they pass the 15-week ban, then we know immediately the 6-week ban is going to take effect, because that is the ultimate goal. And we know for sure that most people don't know that they're pregnant until they miss a period. And so by then they'll only have 2 weeks to decide what they want to have. We know also people have like irregular menstruation, so they may not know until later. So they may not have like doctor's visits that they would go already. So by the time they're actually seeing a physician or a nurse practitioner, it may be way later and they may not even be healthy. That ban is going to hurt people like us who are in healthcare, people who are in social services, people like you who are actually helping in counseling, because you may be put at risk. Your license may be put at risk. It may be seen as you're giving them advice for an abortion, because the person may not know what to do, right? So they come to you for advice, or they come to you just to figure out what their next steps are. If you in any way look like you're telling them something that may look like they want to terminate that pregnancy, then you can be at risk. And that's the problem, because especially for me as a Haitian American, we know like the Haitian population, the Black population, we know that we already are struggling with finances and nutrition. And the last thing we need to do is to not have the bodily autonomy to be able to decide what we want to do with our own bodies. And a lot of younger people don't know that they're pregnant. And we're going to have, when I tell people like, they go, oh, why should I care? You should care, especially if you have sons and they're having unprotected sex. If the law is saying that the females that they have sex with, sorry to be blunt, have to keep these pregnancies, instead of having somebody who has to fall in love and have their child, you can have a son who has like 5, 6, 10 kids out here, So that's going to be the responsibility of that parent or that person. And then, Florida has a driver's license law. So if they go to child support and your son does not provide child support for those 5 to 10 children, they can go to prison. And so we already know that another felony is going to prevent our Black communities from voting, because it's against the law to vote in the state of Florida if you have a felon on your record. So it's intersectional, it's a vicious cycle, and it affects each and every one of us, right? Especially with the undocumented thing. If you have people who are undocumented and they're pregnant, they may be afraid to go to the doctor because the hospitals have to kind of ask you for your ID or your status, right? So how many people are going to be afraid of getting deported? And so we're going to have pregnancies where people will probably have high death because of complications. It's just a hot mess, and it's not fair to us. And we're still fighting this legislation. And I just tell people, just email your legislators, tell them that you're unhappy, because it will come down and it will affect a lot of us individually.
Yeah. Yeah, you hit on a great point with it being intersectional. You know what I mean? It's a ripple effect.
Yeah.
And that's why I tell individuals, vote. You know what I mean? Get out there, register to vote. You know what I mean? Vote down the ballot. Don't, you know what I mean? Make certain that you are informed about who's on the ballot. You know what I mean? And so forth. And there's no excuse. I said earlier in this broadcast, you know, you could get a mail-in ballot. Take the time to do your research. You know what I mean? It's not like you're at the polls and you're like, oh, I got to hurry up and make a decision. Don't do that. Come on now.
But what I get a sample ballot, and then, like, especially for the judges, this is just if anybody wants to know, you can Google them and see who financed them. If you don't know how they vote or who they are, see who financed them. So if you have somebody that's like big corp, big businesses, or land developers, or, you know, certain things, then you'll know how to vote. So Google that person's name, find out who's giving them their donations. If you have somebody and you get like Tam or me who's giving you donations, regular people giving them donations, and you know they're with the people, they're with the community. But if you see their donations are coming from all these big companies that you don't know, or that you know for sure are anti all of us, marginalized communities, then that's how you know whether to vote for them or not. Yeah, Google their finances. You'll know how to vote for them. Because sometimes the language is kind of, you know, screwy that you don't know how they stand, you know, especially when they say family values. Well, you can say family values, but if everyone that's your donor are anti-family values, then really when you go into office, you're not going to vote on issues for us. You're going to vote on issues for the people who give you the most money. But please donate, even though they reach $1,000. Because what Tam is doing in her foundation organization is amazing. So we definitely need more donation. And I wanted to make sure I tell y'all, just keep hitting that button, because they can help more people.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you. What we touched on here, people, it's just a little piece of what you're going to get in our life skills program, which is why we're here. When I talk about one of our topics, one of our segments, some things that you'll have homework on is like, what does it look like to be a responsible citizen? Mm-hmm. That's what it looks like. Making certain that you are aware of the issues that are taking place in your own community and that you're doing your due diligence. We are here, everyone. Thank you so much, Gertie. Tell people quickly how they can get in touch with you.
Yeah, actually, I'll put it in here in the chat. You can get it in. Okay, yep. So yeah, Gertie Remy, my phone number right there, 407-486-8750. That's my personal cell. I do answer the phone. And my personal email is remy32708@gmail.com. I keep things like that personally because then I get to speak with the person. I do have an organizational email, but then that's other stuff. So yeah, so call me if you need advice. Definitely Tammy and I are always almost together. We have to go to the NAACP meetings together and other stuff. Listen, this is one sister that is like out there and helped me a lot with my election and, signing petitions. So a very powerful person. And I want to thank you also. Is it Angelique? I'm sorry.
Yes. Angie B. I'm just here. I'm just buzzing in the background. I do have a question. I do have a question that came in that you may want to address. What is the NAACP doing to help women in this area?
So because they're like a C3 and try not to get too political, we are in the healthcare portion of it. I personally, on a side note, I'm the board president of an abortion fund. So this has nothing to do with the NAACP. So I do more with that. And then when I learn things from people outside, I bring it into the NAACP. What we're trying to focus on healthcare for people. Especially in Seminole County, we have a big Black community in Sanford. I'm like 7 minutes away from Sanford. So I've noticed, if you all who live in that area, there is more dialysis clinics that opened up in Sanford within the last 2 to 3 years than almost any other neighborhoods. Did you notice that? Yes, yeah. They opened up a lot of them. So that could mean one or two things, right? Either more people are starting to need dialysis in our neighborhoods, or maybe they just want to prevent the congestion and have people be timely on their chairs. But we have to pay attention to things like that. So as a member of the NAACP, I've been looking at that to see, okay, why are there so many dialysis clinics? Is it because people are getting sicker faster? Is it because big corp want to come into a predominantly Black neighborhood and say, you know what, this is what I'm suggesting. But what we need more are healthcare clinics, preventative clinics. We need more food clinics so people can go and get medications. We need more access, right? Diabetes.
Healthy food.
Yes, if the price of diabetes, I know insulin is going down, but before that, pen was like $500. And you figure like, who can afford that, right? And so people would decide whether they should pay a bill or take their insulin. And we know what happens when you have diabetic neuropathy and other issues with it, right? You can lose a limb at a very young age. So it's like, I want to make sure that we as the NAACP are advocating for more preventative health care for all people, but definitely for these our marginalized communities, for people without health care. I want to take it to the commission to see if we can do free clinics. I mean, most cities do that. They open up some sort of clinic, doctors volunteer their time. So we're definitely going to be a healthcare advocate for our communities. I just got into my position before I was a member, but now I want to step up and see what else we can do. And we're doing a lot with the community. We're going to start doing a lot more.
We are.
Good.
It's
Good.
just another, while we're still on the NAACP freeway, right? Just another hat that I wear as their prison branch committee chair. You know, the NAACP, we're working on a local level to make certain that we're putting services, right? We're meeting the needs of individuals in the community. And so we are really working really hard to combat some of the matters in which our folks, our people of color are dealing with. You know, we have a lot of individuals that come home from jail, right? We're talking about moms, in jail, right? Who need some kind of assistance to help them re-entering life. And I call them loved ones, right? These are our loved ones. I've been to jail a couple times. Hello, here, listen, right? And there's programs that need to be in place, and that's where we come in. I'm so glad to be a part of the NAACP and the work that we do. Thank you, Gertie, for being here.
And just the last bit when you said about the prison is like, we just had to pass a dignity bill, like 2 years ago. And if anyone knows what that is because people were not getting menstruation pads when they needed it. So, I mean, just to think that how bad it is that our women in prison were going through that, you know, and that we had to pass a bill to say to do that. So you're doing a lot of work with that. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you, girl. Thank you for being here.
So I would have stayed longer, but I gotta do my 11 to 7 shift. I thank you all and thank you for that space and keep up the good work, y'all. Thank you so much. Bye.
Oh wow, so much great information, Tam. So much great information. So much, I tell you.
Wow. Where are we? What's going on now?
Oh goodness. What do you want to go on? We gotta give a shout out again to Dr. Tom because our goal was $1,000 and we have met that goal. And so I don't want the donations to stop coming in. That was just the start. That's just, what is that? $1,000 divided by 35.
I have new numbers. I want to give a shout out to Latasha, who was just up, as well as Dr. Malaska, who's one of the board members. We are now sitting at a straight $1,200.
Oh my word.
But God, this right here, once more, when we're talking about we are to be the lenders and not the borrowers, and we're to be community keepers, be that change you want to see in the community. This is what this is about. And this is what these dollars are going to do. These dollars are going to help parents get the tools that they need to help them have an upper hand in life and society. And I just want to go ahead and put this out here real quickly. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Hold on. I don't know. Can you guys see my screen?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'm going to get this. I'm going to be a StreamYard pro by the time we hit hour 24.
Well, I tell you what, they do have the free classes on Facebook, and they're just great. So, okay.
So yeah, if anyone knows me, you know I am a multipreneur, right? And so my consulting firm, Management and Consultative Favor, we are a project management consulting firm. I have a handful of individuals that help me with operations for human service providers throughout the country, helping them build robust community-based programs. And so we are donating, for the next person that donates $50, we're going to donate this $250 gift certificate to help a person incorporate a business. And so we're waiving the meeting fee. We're going to be doing the regulatory consulting, looking at what the statutes are that are applicable to the type of business a person wants to incorporate. And we're also waiving the fee for actually doing the division of corporations filing. And mind you, I want to say, this is for anyone throughout the country, right? And so I have clients in Cali, Texas. I'm here in Central Florida. Someone's in Tallahassee, South Florida, Jersey, and so forth. I don't want anyone to not know that there's an opportunity for you to be able to do what you want to do with your life. You want to seek and obtain a goal and you have a dream. We want to be a part of that here at Management and Consultative Favor. And so once more, for the next person that donates $50, we're actually going to donate this to you, and you can go ahead and bless someone or utilize it yourself. Either way, we want to make certain that we are being community keepers. We want to be the change that we want to see in the community. And so I just wanted to go ahead and put that out there. God laid that on my heart. And we're here. We're here raising funds for this life skills program. We have had so many amazing speakers, like OMG.
Mm-hmm. Before the next one shows up, because I know you got some more scheduled. Is it about time to talk about that queen status?
Oh, yeah. We have so much going on, right? And so we will later on this evening, we will be dropping, it's a soft release of chapter 1 from my book, which is Favor, from Queen Status to Queen Walk. And so I will be talking just, what are some of the things that I went through and how I was able to overcome. It's just chapter 1. So, it's just a little something just to tease you, right? The book will be dropping later on this summer, but I wanted to just go ahead and put it out there. When we go through things in life, it ripples up, right? And how we're able to deal with it sometimes in our walks as adults is sometimes good and sometimes not so good. And we've been talking about being transparent and doing so, being able to assist another individual. And so that's what I am. I'm being transparent about, the addiction that I had, about, the bouts that I went through psychologically, and to get to where I'm at today, right? And mind you, here, this is gonna, we're talking about decades ago, but at the same time, the work is needed now. And so I need to tell this story now, so someone knows and they understand that, hey, it don't stop there, because for me, I really thought, that's the way I'm going to be. That's the way I'm going. And here I am, like 20 years later. You know what I mean? But God, and that's the favor. That's the favor that's over our lives. It's amazing.
Amen. Amen. All right, Tam, I'm gonna put you backstage. You can get you a little break. We do have a video to share as we are waiting for our next guests to arrive. And I just want to give God praise, because when we first said we wanted to do this, I think it was less than a month ago. And God certainly put everything together. So for all of you that contributed your time and your videos and your comments, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Rozier. I live in Coolidge, Arizona, and I am here to talk about my family and postpartum depression. Something I've never talked about before, especially out loud or to a crowd of people publicly. However, I thought it was very important for me to come and talk about this and share my family's experience. It's kind of been generational. My mother, my sister, nieces, other family members, myself. And I know that that's what it was. At the time, we didn't call it that. We didn't know what to call it. It just was like this strange, quiet energy that just kind of hovered over people. And I recall my mother as I grew up as a teenager and in my 20s and 30s, and I'm almost 70 now, watched my mother experience this postpartum problem, depression, and used, I will say, all her life. She had given birth to children as a teenager, and by the time she was 21, she had 4 children. She was married, and she was an amazing woman. She was very smart. She was intelligent. She went to college. She even counseled people. She had a degree in psychology and counseling. She was a mentor. She was an amazing woman, full of life. But whenever she wasn't on the public stage or whenever she wasn't around a crowd of people, there was this strange darkness, this strange quietness that kind of covered her face that you can see in her eyes. And I know that it is a part of the postpartum depression that she struggled with. And it's really strange because there are a lot of postpartum depressions that most people don't even recognize. You don't even recognize it yourself. And people most of the time would not even recognize that they're walking in depression. I thought about it because I'm thinking, I probably went through the same thing, this strange sadness, this strange loneliness, this strange fear that you experience. That covers you, that's in your mind. And you kind of just push through life like we do many things. We just move on, we just go on. We don't deal with it. At that time, there were no counselors, no anybody you could talk to. So I wanted to share this because I know that there are people, there are women and men and whole families that are experiencing this postpartum depression. It's kind of something that almost gets on everybody that's around. You don't know what to say. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to comfort because it's a internal thing. It's not only just chemical, and it's in the brain. It's in the heart. It's not necessarily a feeling, as in you're feeling something and touching something like hot and cold, but it's a deep down feeling that you can't shake. It's this strange emotion that seems to just lock onto your soul, onto your heart, your spirit, and you don't know what to do, and you find yourself crying for nothing. You don't know what to do. You go to pick up this beautiful baby and you just stare at it. You're not quite sure what to do with this brand new baby being in this position as a mother. And I know that one of the things that I would do, I would always just talk to my mom. I talked to my sister who went through the same thing. We would have conversations. We would work our way through getting through those dark days, those foreboding days of despair, not knowing even what we were going through. We didn't know if there was a pill you needed to take. We didn't know there was therapy that was offered to us at the time, like I said earlier. And so how did we deal with it 30, 40, 50 years ago? We just sat around quietly hoping that the person would feel better, hoping to make them laugh, tell a joke, hang out with them. We kept our eye on them to make sure that they were not going to go into a place that was going to be harmful. And so I'm just want to talk to the women or talk to those who are quietly experiencing this. And you don't know what to say because it feels like you just don't know what to do with it. You don't know what to do with your emotions. You don't know what to do with your feelings. You don't even know how to explain it to people. You just don't feel right. You're just going through a whole lot of gamut of emotions. You're sad, you're angry, you're fearful, you have questions, and you're just troubled. First of all, I suggest that you truly talk to someone. Tell them how you feel. Let them know how you feel. It doesn't matter how it sounds, okay? Somebody's going to understand. So we need to let people know. We need to speak out. We need to say something. And for those who are around people who suddenly go into this quietness, this aloneness, they don't want to go out, they don't want to do anything. I just want to be left alone. I'm not sure how I feel. Give them a little space, but continue to love on them, care for them. Sometimes you might have to write little notes of, I love you, I'm thinking of you. Send them a little card in the mail, send them a little note. Give them something special to make them feel that they're noticed, and that you're paying attention and that you can tell that they're experiencing something. As far as being in my community, I did quite a few things when I was on the East Coast. I've now been on the West Coast for about 25 years. But when I was on the East Coast, I would start women's programs, gather women together, talk about parenting, talk to young women who were becoming parents and let them express their emotions and express how they were feeling and their frustration, especially single women. And so I started a program called Woman the Nurturing Spirit and helped them realize that they were these special souls and that they had been given these special souls in their lives and how to walk through life knowing themselves and loving themselves. Also, what I used to do was have them, one of the things we talk about all the time is journaling and writing things down. Sometimes all you have is a word. You might not want to write a whole sentence. You might not want to write a whole page. Sometimes every day you might just have to sit and think of a word that you're feeling. How do I feel right now? And sometimes you might have to Google it and see, emotion, words that make you express emotions, and pick a word to express how you feel. Be with that, and share it. And as a woman of faith, I like to talk to God about the things that I go through. And I know that God is listening. I believe in a higher power, a creator, and I know that God is there listening to me, and that I can gain direction and instruction and support as I experience those moments where I'm not feeling quite right, where I'm feeling not so good as a young parent, as a young mother, what to do. And they say there's no real books that you can buy to really teach you or show you how to be a mother. So what did I do? I went to God. I really did. I would lay these babies down at night in the bed, in the cribs, and I would say, okay, God, you sent these little babies to me. You sent this soul to me. What do I need to do with this baby? How do I care for this baby? And I'm telling you, when I tell you what I tell you, God will speak to your heart, speak to your soul, give you instructions, give you directions, or he'll lead you to someone who can support you and show you about. It takes a whole village, yes, to raise a child. It takes a whole village to help you be a mother too. And so I'm saying that you may need to just reach out, call on God, call on somebody, call on a family, just share how you feel. It's very important not to bottle yourself up, not to be quiet, not to think that your voice will not be heard and that you don't matter. So I appreciate being able to share this information with whoever is listening. I'm not sure if what I'm saying is making a difference. I know it made a difference for me. I know that it is important for us to start to talk about this out loud, for us to take notice and to pay attention to our young women, our young mothers. They seem to be younger and younger all the time. I was just talking to my daughter-in-law, and I said, all these grandmothers that are in their 30s, oh my gosh, and they're getting through their own postpartum depression probably here and there, now and again, sometimes. And so it's very important for us to begin to, as women, to continue to get back to talking with each other, sharing with each other. So many women are working today, not back in the day when moms were home, mothers were around. And that's what they did. They talked to one another. They shared with one another. And so I hope and pray that you'll be able to gain something from this entire experience in the next 24 hours or whenever this video is shared with, and that you will reach out to people, that you will contact those who are professionals, who you can talk to a friend, talk to a relative, talk to someone about how you're feeling, so you don't feel alone, so you don't feel like this weight, this cloud is yours to carry by yourself. So there you have it. My name is Jacqueline Rosier. Should you want to contact me or ask me questions or even experience going through the love journey, that's fun. That'll help you with something like this as well. Contact me on Facebook at this time. I'm prepared to put up my website and introduce the love journey to you. At this time, you can contact me at Jacqueline E. Rosier. Jacqueline E., middle initial, Rosier, Jacqueline, middle initial E, last name Roz, as in zebra, Ier. Talk to you later. Be blessed.
Hey there, family. It's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B, and I just wanted to come before you for a quick moment to talk about Maternal Matters Favored. not even to talk about the organization itself, but to just really talk about the heart of its founder. Okay. The founder is Tam McRoy, and she truly does have a heart for people, parents, and those that are hurting. She truly has a ministry to help those that may feel like they're all alone. And that's why mmfavored.org was founded. I recognize her heart. I recognize her drive, her motivation to get it done and to make a change. I've worked with her over the years, supporting her as she endeavors to be the legislative liaison for the National Alopecia Areata Foundation. She and I are both alopecians, and I respect the fact that she will get up and go and get it done, where a lot of other people will say, well, we'll just live with it and deal with it. And mental health is nothing that should be ignored. It should never just be dealt with. It should never just be assumed that it's going to clear up and go away. And so I've been very grateful for the vision that God has given to Tam to bring this nonprofit organization to life. So this weekend, we're going live for 24 hours. I know my dad is wondering, did she ever get enough sleep from the last fundraiser she did? But God always provides. And so, yes, we're going live for 24 hours from 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday to 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sunday, Mother's Day. We're doing this during Mental Health Awareness Month, and we're going to be talking to all sorts of professionals. We're going to hear testimonies from all sorts of people that have dealt with perinatal or postpartum mood disorders, mental health, however you want to call it. I always say it doesn't matter how you broke your leg, it still needs to be fixed. It still needs to be cared for. It still needs to have rest so it can heal. And mental health, whether it be perinatal, postpartum, geriatric, in any form, it is ignored too much, and to the detriment of too many. So I encourage you to join us this weekend. There are several different ways you can watch the show. You can follow the YouTube page. Just search for MM Favored. You can follow the Volusia Business Women page. Yeah, Volusia Business Women page on YouTube. You can watch that way. You can search for Angie B Tour on Twitter. You can watch that way. I know that Tam is going to be streaming to a couple different locations. Of course, you can always watch Angie B Productions on Facebook. We'll be streaming there. And I believe we're also going to stream on Angie B's Creations. But however you can get this information, even if you're going to be away and you can't watch us live, please go to mmfavored.org to learn about the Life Skills Program, learn about how you can support one parent for their 5-week program. Make a donation, share it with someone else who can make a donation. Keep Maternal Matters Favored in your prayers. And just realize this organization was founded by someone who truly has a heart for people. Okay? So I better go grab some sleep since I'll be up for 24 hours. But just wanted to pop in and let you know that. Thank you so much for listening, for watching. Please share this video if you can. And if you're watching the replay, please put #replay and what city, state, or country you're watching from. I would love to let parents in the life skills class know that you watched from wherever it was you were watching from. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, everybody needs to be cared for. And this life skills program is not only going to help care for people, but empower them to be able to care for themselves. And we're just honored to be a part of it. Okay, that's it. Thanks so much. Take care, everybody, and be blessed. Please allow us to introduce you to one of the graduates of our YEP program.
Hi, I'm Sandra B. I live in Michigan. And yep, I'm an author.
YEP, Youth Entrepreneur Author Program. Our goal is to initiate literacy in students and lead them to entrepreneurship through authorship. Our mission is to identify and invite organizations to participate in this program.
Students participate in virtual writing workshops where they are encouraged to write their stories and provide reviews of stories read. We ask you to support our youth. For a donation of only $50, your company or organization will be mentioned as a youth supporter in the next audiobook. Send an email to yup!'I'm-an-author@gmail.com to provide a scholarship for a young person to participate.
Yep, I'm an author.
Proceeds are accepted and disbursed by Angie B. Productions. And now, these students are authors and entrepreneurs. Follow us online. Just search for Yup, I'm an Author on Facebook. Use the hashtag Yup, I'm an Author. Or call 407-914-6519. That's 407-914-6519 for more information. This program is sponsored in part by Angie B. Productions.
Yep, I'm an author.
Hey everybody, it's me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. I'm your producer for this evening. And as we come up to the 8 o'clock hour of this 24-hour live broadcast, one, I want to give Tam just a little bit of a break because, you know, adrenaline can begin to, to wear out a little bit. I want to give each of you a little bit of a break because I'm seeing your messages as they come in. There are tears and there are broken hearts and there are people that say they had no idea. They just thought it would just, you know, clear up. And somebody said, well, what's the difference between postpartum and the baby blues? They both seem bad to me. And during this month of mental health awareness, we still want to be able to recognize that, I'll say it like this. If it's 60 degrees and I'm cold, but you're comfortable, there's always going to be a difference in how it feels. The baby blues could be overwhelming to somebody. Postpartum could be overwhelming to somebody. We heard earlier about anxiety from Shekinah Downs, and she talked about how anxiety can be debilitating for some people. So let's just, you know, I know some of you are just commenting and expressing yourself, and we don't want that to stop, but let's just kind of keep in mind that no matter what the degree of discomfort is, it still needs to be addressed. It definitely still needs to be addressed. And again, I heard a doctor one time say, 1st degree burn, 2nd degree burn, 3rd degree burn. The one commonality is that it is a burn and it's going to scar. And yes, I do believe that some of us that are living with mental health issues, yes, it is going to scar. All right, so we wanted to introduce you to the Yup, I'm an Author program. Sandra B popped in there to tell us that she's an author and that summer writing program is about to launch. It's not too late for you to register for the program. And the reason I'm bringing it up now, in the midst of this parenting mood disorder project, is because in our first writing session, we had an elementary school student that said in her writing that she misses her happy mom. She misses the mom that she used to have that is happy. And so we don't want to just provide services for the parents and ignore the children. We want the entire family to be healed and to feel better. And so our next challenge is that if anyone is watching this broadcast and you know of a child, you have a child, you are a child, and you think there may be some sort of depression in the family, whether it's coming from a parent or from a child, we do invite you to enroll in the Yep, I'm an Author program and write about it. Don't worry about the $50 fee. We did get some scholarships to be able to sponsor some people. We, in the author community, recognize that writing can be healing. Writing can be helpful. And so we want to be able to share that with each of you. Okay, as our little break continues, we've got some more videos to share with you and to show you. Earlier today, Maisha Barnett was here, and she has a women's conference that is coming up next month. So we're going to introduce that to you, and we're going to hear another powerful testimony from the geriatric parent. The broadcast continues, family.
Let's Change Together, 4th annual event. Women's Love Within Conference. Let's change together. Women's Love Within can be understood as the practice of cultivating self-love, self-acceptance, and self-compassion among women. It involves developing a positive and nurturing relationship with oneself, embracing one's strengths, weaknesses, and imperfections, and treating oneself with kindness and respect. The concept of Women's Love Within recognizes that women often face societal pressures and expectations that can undermine their self-esteem and self-worth. These pressures can come in the form of beauty standards, gender roles, and cultural norms that dictate how women should look, behave, and think. By prioritizing women's love within, women can learn to counteract these negative influences and build a strong sense of self that is not dependent on external validation. This can lead to increased confidence, resilience, and overall well-being. Women's love within can be fostered through various practices, such as self-reflection, mindfulness, self-care, and self-compassion exercises. This will be our first year streaming live. For more information, please visit barnettpublishing.org. That's barnettpublishing.org. Promotional consideration for this event is provided by Business with a Heart and Angie B Productions.
Hi, my name is Sonia Bennett. I am a 52-year-old mother of an 11-year-old daughter. And today I just want to talk a little bit about if I had known then what I know now about becoming a geriatric mom, as they call me. So at 41, I became a first time, only time mother. And it's been such a blessing and a change of my life, even at the age of 40 when I found out I was pregnant. Telling my parents was definitely something that was nerve-wracking. I don't care how old you are, to express to your parents that you are making this huge change in your life can be just a little nerve-wracking in terms of making you feel like you're asking for permission. If I had known that the joys of watching someone form not only in yourself and in your image, but in their own personality, their own image, their own likes, their own dislikes, would be this gratifying, I definitely would have done it years ago. My daughter is extremely intelligent. She has her own mind, and I just adore being a mother. If I had known that I was going to lose my own mother at the age of 29 and that I would have to go it alone in terms of not having much advice because, of course, being older than everyone around me is older. My friends' children were older, so they weren't trying to babysit because they've already done what they needed to do with their kids. Every now and then I would get some help. My parents, of course, were older. My stepmother would babysit when I would ask, and definitely it was far and few between. This time of technology has changed the game in terms of certain things. With Alexa and alarms and even virtual reality games, I have the opportunity to have some time to myself. Basically, my daughter participates in a game on her Oculus 2 headset called VR Chat, and it gives her a chance to speak with people all around the world and even to gain help with her homework at times. So, like television, PBS, and shows like that were kind of helping us to grow up in my time. Different things of technology are helping my daughter to learn different social skills, grow up, and even to enjoy learning about other parts of the country. It's been great. I don't know that I would suggest it to everyone. However, in my 20s, I definitely had fun. I did a lot of traveling. I did a lot of things that I, at this point, feel like I'm not missing out on anything. I know that some people think, oh, well, you're older. Isn't this the time to settle down? But she definitely helps me to stay young in terms of staying up on music, staying up on technology, even staying in the know of different cartoons that I never would have thought would have been a part of my life. If I had known at 20, 25, 30, even 35, what I know now about being a mother at 52, almost 53 years old of an 11-year-old, I definitely would have done it long ago. I encourage anyone that wants to become a parent, whether it is a foster parent, an adoptive parent, or a biological parent like I became, to do it whenever you feel ready. You're never going to be financially prepared. You're never going to have all the answers. However, our parents weren't either. Their parents weren't either. And definitely their parents weren't either. So don't wait for all the ducks to line up in a row because they never will. There'll always be one out of formation. Whether it's the financial duck, whether it's the you don't have the home that you want duck. My daughter and I started our joint life together in the bedroom of one of my friends. I was sharing a home with a friend. We were roommates, and that's where we started. Then we transitioned to my dad's house, and I learned a few things, and finally we got on our own. I purchased a house because I wanted to make sure she had a backyard that she never uses. But I just encourage you, if you want to become a parent, no matter what it is, of a fur baby, a real baby, or as I said, adoption or being a foster parent, It is the most fulfilling thing you could ever do in your life. Again, my name is Sonia, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Have a great day.
Save the date, September 14th through 17th, 2023, for the 7th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Weekend Retreat for Alopecia Awareness. Our travel partner this year is Stephanie Fowler. Call her for your arrangements at 470-331-1788. The 7th annual Bold, Beautiful, and Bald Weekend Retreat for Alopecia Awareness. Our theme this year is completion, keeping our faith over the struggle. Log on to boldbeautifulandbald.com for more information. Bold, beautiful, and bald.
I wanna thank the Lord for waking me up this morning and starting me on my way. For starting me on my way. I'm gonna sing and shout and lift my hands. Then do my Holy Ghost dance. Do my Holy Ghost dance. If you feel the way I feel, then you can join along. You do your thing while I sing this song. Go ahead and get your praise on. I'm so glad he saved my life, so glad he set me free. I can't control the way I feel inside when the Holy Ghost get on me. I don't know what you came to do, I came to lift him up, 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 to lift him up. I don't know what you came to do, I came to lift him up, 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 I came to lift him up. I hope you don't think that the way I give him praise, that there's something wrong with me, that something's wrong with me. But if you do, that's okay, 'cause I'm gonna praise him anyway. Praise him anyway, anyway. If you feel the way I feel, then you can join along. Join along. You do your thing while I sing this song. Go ahead and get your praise on. Get your praise on. I'm so glad he saved my life. Saved my life. Flying free. I can control the way I feel inside. When the Holy Ghost get on me. Hey, I don't know what you came to do, I came to lift him up, 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 I came to lift him up, yeah. I don't know what you came to do, I came to lift him up, 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 I came to lift him up. I don't know what you came to do, I came to lift him up, lift him up. I don't know what you came to do, I came to lift him up. I came to lift him up. I don't know what you came to do. I came to lift him up. Lift him up. I don't know what you came to do. I came to lift him up. Lift him up. If you feel the way I feel, then you can join along. Join along. You do your thing while I sing this song. Go ahead and get your praise on. I'm so glad he saved my life. So glad he set me free. I can control the way I feel inside. The Holy Ghost get on me. Hey, I don't know what you came to do, I came to lift him up, 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 I came to lift him up, yeah. I don't know what you came to do, I came to lift him up, 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 I came to lift him up. All right. Lift him up, lift him up.
Just love the good old-fashioned Southern Baptist gospel hymns. I know I do. I grew up singing them songs in the church choir. I can't get my grandson to listen to my music, though. All he wants to listen to is that Lil Payne or that It fella. Or is it T.I.? Or who is that dark man that's always disturbing the peace with the bad chickens? Whatever happened to good, wholesome, family-based, having strong ethics and morals, good quality, God-strengthening, relationship repairing, in the church praising on the way home from soccer practice, head-nodding, foot-tapping gospel tunes?
I tell you what happened to her. This garbage came along, and it's Lil Wayne, Ludacris, and T.I. At least that's what BET and MTV tell me. Oh, this is a nice mix of the two. Holy hip hop.
That's right. Even the kids know what they need to be listening to. The hottest home hotspot.
When the sun shines, when it rains. Never did a thing, not a thing, but a thing, like a chicken wing. When we flying on, what's that airline? Southwest, with our chicken wings, on the hottest home hotspot.
Haters gonna try to disgrace. Gotta be in my state of mind to relate. Gotta know this is the end, it ain't no time to waste. Time to face your fate, and I pray you don't end up in the lake. Do whatever it takes, so many mistakes we make, but we gon' all get it right once we down by the river slide.
Ma, 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 ma.
We parents need to understand that our children may know the pitfalls that we taught them, yet they will sometimes have to drag themselves out of their own pits in order to learn to reach up for God instead of reaching up for us, steering them in the direction of God Almighty. That is the best way to raise an adult child. Why hearing God's voice is essential to motherhood. Written by evangelist Angie B. and published by Ladero Press.
Ma.
Togo.
Yes, that is Togo, my emotional support puppy. Togo is on the screen, and whatever you got to do to make it, you just got to make it. So that's the joke today. A couple of people sent in messages and said, "What do you do when you want to get off your meds?" And I'm just like, well, there's emotional support pets there. Okay, I'm just joking. I think we're a little punch drunk. We've been on the air since 10 a.m. and it is now in the 8 o'clock hour. We're waiting for our next guest to arrive, and I've got some more fabulous pictures that I need to put up on the screen. I'm thrilled because I'm ready to get out there, in my fashionable swimwear. Check this out. Our sponsor of today's broadcast, just one of our sponsors, came in with these beautiful outfits. Beautiful. I mean, can I say that again? Beautiful. And she really talked about how sometimes when your body changes, you just don't feel comfortable in your own skin, that can lead to some mood disorders. That can truly lead to mood disorders. So we're excited about our sponsor. The contact information is down on the bottom of the screen. I look at this teal. Look at this teal. So shout out to our sponsors that have all come in and shared their information. I hear my emotional support puppy in the background just having a good time. But I do want to also give a very special shout out to Levi Long, Sickle Cell Association, who came in and supported our fundraiser today. Thank you very much. The statistics that just kept coming in throughout the show were quite alarming to some of you. And so we're grateful that there are mental health alliances that are available to talk to us. We thank them for showing their support. But even more so, the statistics again, 1 in 5 women will suffer from a maternal mental health disorder. 1 in 5. So if there are 2 women in the room, that can be a problem. I'm just joking with my daughter right now. She just walked in. Less than 15% of women receive the treatment that they need. Less than 15%. I know earlier Tam talked about a case in Daytona Beach, Florida, where a severely depressed woman took her van and her children and drove into the ocean. And even on the news, they showed her son leaning out the window and crying for help and saying, "Mama's trying to kill us." Well, praise God, I was able to meet her later, and she did receive the treatment. But for every case like that, we do hear more cases where people don't receive treatment. 1 in 7 women will experience depression during pregnancy. 1 in 7. 1 in 7. And up to 50% of women living in poverty will suffer from a mental health disorder. Poverty? You kind of wonder, what does poverty have to do with? Wow. And then, of course, the statistics continue to tell us that it's not just moms. Maternal mental health disorders can impact the entire family, not just women. And again, that's why we did the challenge. If you have a student and you are watching this broadcast, enroll them in the Yep, I'm an Author program. Let them express themselves through writing. They'll become authors and they'll receive training to be an entrepreneur, because when you're an author, you're an entrepreneur. You got to figure out how to buy the books, how to keep the inventory, all that is included. 1 in 10 dads will experience a mental health disorder following the birth of their child. And how many of those men seek help? One of our earlier guests said that number is probably very low, because men tend to seek help even less than women do. But more than 600,000 women will suffer from a disorder in the United States, and anxiety and depression have risen 37% in teen girls. And this number is sure to increase in the future, because as Tam pointed out, the legislation that's coming and that has been put in place, consequences and repercussions. Consequences and repercussions. There was an article that came out earlier, a 20-member advisory panel of psychiatrists and other mental health clinicians. They've all got expertise in our topic today, and they assembled just to basically come to the conclusion that this is an important initiative. They are thrilled with people like Tam and other representatives from mental health organizations that are showing that diverse backgrounds, the statistics. They're including people on the panel to really give informed process. The project aims to update and expand existing recommendations for the mental health care of pregnant women, and also to develop a care toolkit for clinicians. Earlier, we heard from our geriatric mother where her physician was basically saying, "Oh, well, you a little older, so you're not going to carry this one to term." That doctor needs to be included in that toolkit. And They also talk about formulating educational and training recommendations for clinicians so that they can better serve the population. The statistics came from psychiatry.org press release that came in, and the American Psychiatric Association was founded in 1844. It is known as the oldest medical association in the country. It's also the largest because they have more than 37,000 physician members that all specialize in the diagnosis, treatment, prevention, and research of mental illness. And their vision is to ensure access to quality psychiatric diagnosis and treatment. For more information, the website is on the screen, psychiatry.org, psychiatry.org. I want to give a very special shout out to Tam because she didn't have to do this. She didn't have to spend 24 hours on a Mother's Day weekend. She could have been out doing anything. I mean, chocolate chip cookies. Oh, yeah, she could have been. She could have been. But this is so important to her and so important to us. And it should be important to you too. Because if you've never dealt with any form of depression, but I bet you know 2 or 3 people that have. I remember a woman I know that said she just could not understand how a woman could remain in a domestically violent situation. Well, there were some statistics that came out that talked about the lack of mental health care in domestic abuse cases. That may have been the answer. That may have been. But that's probably going to be a topic for another 24 hours. Another 24 hours. Dr. Meeks has just arrived, and we're going to let Tam come in and introduce her and have that conversation. We really just wanted to come on for a moment and thank everyone for supporting this effort so far. Thank you to the sponsor who continues to scroll at the bottom of the screen. Thank you to Togo, my emotional support grand doggy, for just coming in the room. And every now and then he'll just, look at me and check on me. And I am grateful for that. He's trained. So if my blood sugar is doing something funny, he'll come over, and I don't know, I got to do something. I truly do. Thank you to the folks that reminded us that the United States Prevention Hotline number for mental health, suicide, call 988. 988. No matter what. Again, we talked about this. Don't just think baby blues, no big deal. Call 988 and get some information. Go to the website mmfavored.org and get some information. Don't just think, oh well, they'll be all right. Because what if they ain't? And then, like Tam said, they decide to load up the van and put the children in it and drive them to the ocean. Then what you gonna say? Oh, well, I did. Oh, well, I just. Won't want to hear it. Won't want to hear it. We just don't. Okay, family. Thank you. Thank you again. Let's look at these swimsuits again from our sponsor. Did you hear her testimony earlier? She said she didn't know that she had needle and thread in the house, much less how to use it. But God gave her a vision, said, take some of this and put it over here, and take some of that and put it over there. And now we got swimsuits that make us all feel like we are favored. Okay. Final thank you to Levi Long Sickle Cell Association we are grateful for the work that they're doing in the community, and your $35 donation. That's all we asking for. Your $35 donation will help with our life skills program. It starts June 5th. It's right around the corner. And now if you are watching this and it is past that date, please put hashtag replay in the comments and tell us what city and state you're watching from. And don't be discouraged. If you're watching in July or August and you're like, well, dang, I missed the 5-week program. Maternal Matters Favored, they're not going anywhere. So you can still enroll in the next class that's coming up. If you know somebody that needs to learn how to make some decisions. Now listen, I'm gonna tell you, don't tell nobody, okay? Don't don't tell nobody. I had a conversation with a very intelligent young woman, very intelligent. And she sat down with me. She said, listen, I have made a decision. And I'm like, oh. She said, I know that I got bills to pay, and I know, but I'm going to do this. And if there's repercussions afterwards, hey. And I'm still thinking, you need to go to this decision-making class. But we'll talk about that later. Self-awareness, communication, goal setting. I mean, she just setting herself up for okay, we're not going to speak that. She's setting herself up for a learning experience, Jesus. So these classes are also going to help us with goal setting, financial literacy. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Tam. So, Tam, it's just about time for you to come on back in. I just had to have a little time.
Thank you.
Give you some time. Interviews, I tell you.
Oh my gosh, this has been such a jam-packed 10 and a half hours, to say the least. Right. But mind you, just the conception of this to start 3 weeks ago, and all the individuals that was like, yes, I want to come. I want to talk about this. I want to be able to speak my truth, tell my own personal story, and spread awareness. And where we're talking about the funds, right? We set the bar. We were like, look, we just want to do something little, you know what I mean? We're a brand new organization. We were just trying to pull this together in a short amount of time, right? And we know what the numbers look like. We're trying to be able to provide this service to individuals. I just want to say thank you, because we have been able to exceed that $1,000 mark. We are sitting at $1,200. Only God. And when I say, I was like, look, God, this is all you. You're going to get the glory out of this. Just being obedient, because I was like, I don't know, they say you're supposed to have a little more time, put something together. And I sounded the alarm. Angie, you came through, our presenters from before came through, and now we have Pastor Dr. Perdita Meeks, who has come through. Thank you so much. OMG. Oh, wait, I can't hear you. Hey, Pastor, thank you so much for answering my bat signal.
How are you?
Oh my gosh, I'm here, blind obedience, just wanting to make certain that we were able to get the word out, spread awareness with regards to some of the emotions that us parents, we go through. And we keep using it like as a general thing, moms, dads, non-birthing parents, they go through some different things. First, before we get into a conversation, let me go ahead and give you your proper introduction. Here we have everybody, no other than Pastor Perdita Meeks, right? She is there at Newborn Fellowship Church, which is located in Rochester, New York, been pastoring over 30 years. She's not just a pastor, she's a coach, she's a business owner, a multipreneur, as they call it, right? She's a VP and so much more. Pastor, thank you.
Yeah, I'm excited, and I thank you so much. I wouldn't have never, ever passed this moment up. I love you, and you are serious about what you do, and I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of what you're doing. This is absolutely wonderful, and whatever I can do, whenever you do something, I'll always come and do what you need me to do.
Thank you. Thank you. So what did you think, when I was like, Pastor, I got this little baby of a ministry here, and we're working with individuals with perinatal, postpartum mood disorders and so forth. Why were you like, okay, I got you?
Okay, this is authentic, right? I can be myself, right? All right, let me tell you. First of all, I love you. And I see that whatever you put your hands to, you are serious about it. And I believe that, God connects us for a purpose. And if you ask me to do something, I'm going to help you because I believe in you. And so normally people connect because they believe in your vision. And that's why I'm here. And so as I begin to look over the notes and say, okay, let's see, how can I really talk about this, right? And so, yeah, I got some things I can add. Hopefully that'll be a blessing to somebody.
Yes. Come on with it, Pastor.
All right. So I was thinking back. Let me just tell you a little bit more about myself. I have 5 adult children. 3 of them I had biologically. And so when I look at, like postpartum and the depression and all that, like years ago, I'm going to say 40 years ago, when I first had my first child, right? We didn't know anything about all that, right? We didn't. Had no clue. It was like, hey, you pregnant, deal with it, okay? After the babies come, deal with that. We were taught that, you didn't get counseling for anything. The doctors did not help us with any type of medication or say, hey, you going through this. It was like I had my mom to depend on, say, hey, you just had a baby, these things happen, or you're pregnant and you're going to go through these things. And so I remember so like it was yesterday, and I tell this story quite often. So I remember coming home from work. I had 2 children at this time. I think they were probably like 1 and 2, okay, because they were a year apart. And so I remember on Saturdays after I get home from work, I worked every Saturday. I was a hair designer, worked every Saturday, early in the morning, left my kids home with my husband. Anyways, I get home and I am like, ah! I would scream. I really would. And I didn't know. All I knew was that, God, I need help. I need some help. I need you to help me because every Saturday it seemed like I just have this breakdown, right? And so not knowing medically that there was some connection, right? Just knowing that, girl, you got to get that mind together. Get your mind together. You're going to have to pray and really ask God to help you. And I'll never forget, I was telling one of my daughters this last week. I told her, I said, so I would scream. And all of a sudden, this one particular Saturday, I started singing a song. And the song was, He hasn't brought me this far to leave. And from that day forward, I never had that breakdown again. So then I realized that I need to deal with my mind. I need to really get my mind balanced. I need to have some time for me so that I can kind of balance what I'm dealing with. So I think that your mind is very, very important to where you're going and what you're going through. And so that pregnancy piece, come on, your body's changing. You got a baby inside of you. You got to deal with all these physical changes as well as emotional. And so prayer is what I did. And then I realized, okay, my mom taught me when your cycle comes on, steal away. When you feel like you're going to crack up, steal away by yourself, okay? So I learned to do that. So even during pregnancy or whenever I felt a little overwhelmed, I would just get away by myself and pray and just meditate. I think meditation is vital. Meditation is important to our mental health. So 40 years ago, they didn't talk about mental health. Mental health was not, was not a piece. We didn't talk about mental health until I'm going to say the last maybe 5 years, we really started dealing with mental health. But mental health is your mindset. It is what your mind is, what you do with your mind. The Bible says that we have control over our own mind, right? If we got control over our mind, that means sometimes you got to take a back seat, sit down, think, pray, and really try to get your bearings on your organizational skills, your habits, what you're doing. How can I, like with kids, you got to rearrange your whole life. You can't keep going like before you had kids. You have to rearrange it because you've got to now take care of other people. And so I think that this is a very important topic because a lot of times we as African American or people of color, we don't deal with these matters. And it's, I think it's very, very needed in our society, in our communities. It's something that we need. And I love the fact that you're doing this. And so, you have any questions for me, or?
Yes. No, you were on the roll, and so, with the space, and this is kind of like a twofold thing, with the work that you do there in the ministry of pastoring. I know that you've seen throughout the years, just different scenarios, and you've been able to love on women and help uplift them. And then even also with having the one of your businesses being in the daycare realm, I'm sure you probably see some children coming in with some things, and it's because of some of the situations that are going on in their home. And so how we're talking about how, mental health, it's a trickle effect, you know what I mean? And where we're talking about we want to break generational cycles and what needs to happen. Talk to us about that, Pastor.
Well, I've been mentoring and pushing women for over 40 years. I've been empowering women for many years. And your life affects your children. And it's amazing because I'm going to say 25 years ago, we would see kids come into the center and they're cursing. Like little kids, you're 3. You're cursing or, doing a little sexual activity, right? Or, acting out. And so you have to, as a leader, as a woman that helps other families, because not only women, but we help families to really get a balance. And so there's different things that go on in the home, and mentally, those family members have to be empowered. And so it really deals with every area, their finances, how they're living at home. Like these kids would come in and they hadn't eaten. Sometimes it was because mom was at work, so we make sure we feed them. But these are our family issues that have to be addressed. And because it's a normal thing to a lot of our families, it's like this is how life is supposed to be when it's really not. And so my job has been to empower the people that work with me, that we can empower the families. We can empower the mothers. We can help them with their children. We have home classes for parenting, right? Financial classes, teach them how to handle that money. Because one thing that we realize is most people work or have some type of income, because you can't live without some type of income, right? So what are you doing with that? How are you going to move to the next level? You may be on social service, but guess what? You don't have to stay on social service. So if we teach you to tap into knowing who you are and where you're going in life, then guess what? This will allow you to be able to have a much better life. And then your children will follow after that. And so I think that's really, really important. And, like with my kids, I have 3 daughters. One of my daughters, my oldest daughter, she came to live with me when she was 11 years old. And she was able to change her whole life, but you still have remnants of where you came from.
Come on now, that's real.
No matter what we have instilled in her, those remnants of her family in those, I'm going to say, those areas where you you think that you're out of it, but really those generational curses try to
Mhm.
on and stay with you, right? And so she had a hard time. And I thank God she is 40, I think she's 42 or something. Yeah, 42 now. But God has really blessed her life. But it's hard to break some of those generational curses that have followed your life.
Yeah.
Your family. And hey, how about this? You don't even really know who your mom or dad is, right? But
Mhm.
got some of them traits. And so that's why it's important to pray. It's important to connect with someone that can help you and guide you spiritually. So, you know,
Yes.
I'm a pastor. I believe that pastors, God has placed pastors here in the earth so that you can have someone that can teach you the word, help you to build up who you are, know where you're going. And you know, Tam, you talked about here in Rochester, well, you know, we have a church in Orlando. And so
Mhm.
guess what? Our job is to spread the gospel.
Come on now.
What? Not just talk about it, but live it and do it. So talk is key. But if you begin to live what you're teaching, then guess what? The lives of people can be changed. And
Yeah.
so I love seeing the lives of people changed and seeing them empowered, seeing women, because you know my thing is women. So seeing women's lives empowered, seeing them move from just having enough to now more than enough. Seeing
Come on
them
now.
move from, just making it or not even having their own home. And so like my husband and I do affordable housing, right? And so I tell people a lot of times, check this out. I'm not trying to get nobody to keep renting. I need you to come out of this house and buy you a house. But
Yeah.
guess what?
Yeah.
Guess what? If you don't get pushed, if your mom, your grandma never owned a house, then you don't think you need to own a house. So we have to push our women, push our families to have more, to do more, and
Yeah.
to know that it is possible.
Yeah. And these are the kind of changes and impacts that we are striving towards in our walks of life, just making certain that individuals, they get it. You understand that, you know what, don't go and spend that money. You know what I mean? Let's make certain that you're being knowledgeable, you know, don't hold on to things, right? God wants you to go ahead and when we talk about in the Bible about the person that held on to their talents, right? You know what I mean? We are to be lenders and not borrowers. We're here to do kingdom work. And so I definitely, I love what you're saying. There's so many needs in our societies, in our communities, and so forth. And it all starts from legislation and it trickles down into community-based programs and so forth. And, you know, you get it, right? What are some of the community-based programs or even some of the political policies that may possibly need to be changed to help enhance the lives of those that are in need those direct services?
Well, today we had a wonderful Women's Mother's Day brunch, and we talked about that. So a lot of our community services are very important. And so what we have to do as a community, we have to reach out. And so you can't just stay in your four walls. You've got to come outside that box and you've got to go after people. Because, you know, we're in the church, right? I'm in the church. Well, they're not all coming to the church.
No.
You got to get out. You know,
Yes.
if we don't get out, then we are not able to really manifest the things that are in our hearts where we can help others. So there's so many things that we are anticipating on doing, things that we're already doing that are helping women to really progress and move forward in what they're called to do. And I think that is very important that we join together because sometimes, you know, women feel like they don't need to be in partnership or to have relationship with other women. It's vital. It's vital because guess what? You may not know what I've been through. I may not know what you've been through, but if we come together as one, as a unit, we will be able to help each other and empower each other. So I think that is very, very important. So we've got a lot going on here in New York where we are working together with every facet. I mean, just within our county here, we are writing grants, getting grants for young people. Like we're just starting a mentoring program, starting a cosmetology school, which should be started this year, culinary arts for children. And why is that? Well, I've always been an entrepreneur, so I believe that everyone has a gift. Now, I know everybody's not called to be an entrepreneur, but guess what? I tell kids, listen, when you go to college, you tap into that gift. You don't have to work nowhere else in college. You can make money from your gift. And so that's important. And I know you have been an entrepreneur. I know that's what you do, right? But I think that's really important. So having different programs to help children know who they are, like we're doing a AV program where they are doing videotaping, making their own show. That's coming this in June. They're going to be making their own show, teaching them how to actually use the cameras, teaching them how to edit. Of course, you know, our kids are doing all kinds of stuff on social media, right? Well, guess what? Let's see if we can move you into an area where you can get paid to do this.
Come on now.
And so I love helping people. I think our connections are very important. And even though I'm here in New York and you're in Florida, I mean, we are connected.
That's right.
You know, and that's just wonderful. So
this is good. I mean, thank you so much, Pastor, because you're speaking the truth, right? We're to be the hands and the feet of Jesus in present day times and get out here and do outreach, win souls. And it's having these kind of programs in which you never know how that can change a person's life.
That's right.
And where your ministry there is working with children, they're able to break those curses, those generational cycles of trauma, because they have an outlet now and they have something to uplift them and motivate them. Here we are, we're getting ready to go into Mother's Day. What word of encouragement do you want to leave individuals with?
Well, I would say for Mother's Day, I'm going to say just renew your mind on a daily basis. I think a lot of times as women, we can get stuck doing the same thing, being around the same people. Sometimes you got to move out of your comfort zone. And the Lord was dealing with me a few weeks ago, and he says, okay, I give a lot of ideas to my people. He said, but it's up to them to step out. So you cannot allow fear to grip you. You have to allow God to direct your path. And when he directs you, he'll direct you in an area that you may have said, well, I can't really do this. Like you, what you're doing right now. I heard you say, I mean, we just developed this. I mean, I'm doing a 24-hour thing here. I am online. I mean, in what, 3-4 weeks? You pulled this together. So that's what you did. You stepped out of your comfort zone. You stepped out. You said, hey, God, let me step out and see how this thing gonna work. Okay? Listen, I ain't got nothing to lose. And so I think that's Angie B. Hey, that's right.
I tell you, God laid out the foundation for us. We just had to walk it. And you're right. She didn't have nothing to lose but some sleep. And so, listen, before she says goodbye to you, I just wanted to thank you. I got a chance to participate in that conference that they had out at Disney, and I cherished the ad in your magazine. I cherished that. I'm looking forward to coming to New York, and I love what you're doing with the kids and the video and the editing. If it wasn't for somebody who stepped into my life and said, hey, I need somebody to do something, I wouldn't be able to do all the things that I'm able to do. And I know Teresa Jordan is coming up, but I know Teresa loves me. So I'm just going to say, Teresa, you see what color Dr. Meeks is wearing? That's my pink, girl. That's my power pink. My popping, look at the earrings, girl. Look at the nails. So when y'all go shopping, I know my birthday gone, but it's coming back again. When I say I like pink, that's the pink I like.
pink. I love pink, Miss Angie B. Love it, love it, love it.
Thank you,
today we had our women's event, and it was pink and white. So they were like, I didn't know we're gonna have pink. We always gotta have a little pink. A little pink. So yeah.
Dr. Perdita, tell folks how to get in touch with you.
You can go to my website, drperditameeks.org. drperditameeks.org. You can go to my website. I'm gonna tell you, I love women. I love to see women empowered, and whatever I can do. And I told you, Tam, I love you. And Miss Angie B, I appreciate you as well. And thank you so much. So whatever I can do at any time, and just jumping on here, like I've been busy all day, right? But I'm like, I told my family, I said, hey, I'm going in the office. They was like, what? You got your jacket on and stuff? Where you think you're going? To make sure that I can be here with you guys. And I appreciate you. And hey, I know the text number. Is this the proper, we can text to give. Is that correct?
You can definitely.
Yes. I'm putting it right up here. Yes.
202-858-1233.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Everyone, there's a conference coming up in October, right? You guys will be back here.
Yeah, we're gonna be in Orlando in October, and check this out. So we our first night is going to be a prophetic night, and then Saturday, that's a Friday night, and then that Saturday we're going to have a brunch that Saturday, which will be an empowering session for women. And but that Friday night, you know, it's so important for us to know what God is saying and where we're going. And you know what the greatest thing is? To know that He knows what we're thinking, right? And so prophetic night is going to be that Friday night, and then Saturday. And Tam, you're going to be one of our speakers on Saturday.
And we'll get Angie back out there to cover the floor. You know, it'll be like deja vu from last year when we did it up. Good stuff.
You got my camera and my microphone ready. Yeah.
And I'm gonna have to spend a little more time with you, ma'am. We ain't get to spend no time at the conference, so hopefully we can fellowship.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Well, thank you, Doc.
Dr. Perdita, until next time, thank you. I love you too. Oh man, that's one of my favorite individuals. Just a real cool spirit, and that's what you need. You need those people. When we're talking about having tribes, that's what it's all about. You have to make those connections. And once more, we're all here. We got assignments. You know what I mean? We got crosses that we're bearing, and we're carrying that thing on because you know what? At the end of the day, it's all about God. It's all about His people. And that's
but we ain't carrying them crosses by ourselves, because here come Teresa Jordan. Now she know how to pick up a piece of a cross and say, come on, girl, I got you. Whatever you need, I got you.
Good stuff. Hey, Teresa. Wait, I can't hear you. Still muted.
Sorry, I was trying to adjust how I was seeing myself in here, but thank you for having me this evening.
Absolutely. Everyone, let me introduce you to Teresa Jordan. She is the CEO and founder of Triumphant Magazine. If you don't know about this magazine, please make certain that you get acquainted with it. She is a community advocate. She is another woman of God. Listen, I don't know if we see a theme here. Jesus, God, right? And she's here to talk to us. You know, you've done what many others have done, and you've raised children.
Yes.
And who you did not bear.
Absolutely.
So you understand some of the emotions that are around, you know, am I getting this right? Am I doing this? You know, everything, you want things to be perfect as a parent, you know what I mean? And sometimes life kind of throws you off kilter. Talk to us about some of that.
Well, I would say you're absolutely right. God actually blessed my husband and I. We've been together since 2000. And in 2010, my sister passed away in New Jersey. And when we went up there, I thought I was going to see a graduation, but instead it was God allowing my sister and I to get connected with each other, because I was much older than my sister. She was raised in New Jersey. I was raised in New Jersey and then Georgia, and then came to Florida. But long story short, like I said, I thought we were going up there to the graduation, but instead God wanted us to get knitted together as sisters. So my niece had always been on honor roll, and I had talked to my husband about bringing my niece to Florida because of the fact that I wanted to treat her to go to Disney World, because of the fact she's been constantly on the honor roll, not realizing that the next week it was like a Twilight Zone movie. We would turn back around and have to go back to New Jersey because of what took place with my sister. So with that being said, I felt that I had women that poured into me along the way. It was my turn and my husband's turn to be able to pay it forward into our niece, the same way it was poured into us. So we went to a house where there was just the two of us, to where there was, like you said, we have a child in the house. So that means you have to change up things when you have a child in the house. You have to make sure you're doing everything not for your best interest, but the best interest of that child. So we had a lot of growing curves, and I think the greatest thing that I enjoyed most is she's still here in Florida. I remember when my nana brought me from New Jersey, I stayed in Georgia, and when I had the opportunity to go back to New Jersey, I didn't want to go back. And same thing with my niece. So she's graduated, which is truly a blessing. But even beyond that, there was one time where she was out in the yard playing on, I think it was like her 13th or 14th birthday. And I remember my husband saying to me, "You always said you wanted to have a child, but God gave it to you a different way." And I just started crying because of the fact that that was true. You know, you don't have to have a baby naturally. Some of the best mothers are naturally, and even those that don't have it naturally. So God he just was so awesome. So she graduated school, and then 2 years, well, she finished 2018, and then 2019, well, even during her graduation, my nephew, which was kind of strange, he said to me, he was like, "Who's going to be here for my graduation?" Now, he graduated last year. This year makes a year that he graduated. And at the time, I didn't think of those words that he said. He was like, "Well, who's going to be here when I finish school?" And during the time when my niece had finished school, there was my mom, there was my nana that was there, my aunt was there. And with all that time frame, they weren't here when his graduation came. So I remember, which hit us hard, you know, that took place and everything. But the most beautiful thing to me was when he graduated, which was last year, as I mentioned. And I was in a dollar store, and all of a sudden I started seeing the 2022. And it just hit me. I felt like I was going to be an empty nester, number one. And then number two, I felt like that he was the closest thing to me since my mom had passed away. Because when we actually had him come here, he was 15 years old. So we're not talking about a little boy. Both of these, one was 10 and one was 15 years old. So they already had their ways of doing things and everything. So when I saw those numbers, like I said, the 2022, it hit me, he's leaving. And then finally he went into the military and everything. But I just thank God for, you know, using my husband and I in a mighty way. And even to my husband credit, some men, if it's not their kid, most of the time they will not welcome, you know, somebody into their home. So I thank God that my husband, he gave me my heart desire. God allowed him to give me my heart desire by being able to pour into the two of them. And then, yeah, so which is a blessing.
That is a blessing. And, you know, and it's so many stories like that, you know, around the world in which individuals, you know, when we talk about being a tribe and being, you know, each other's keepers, you know, it don't matter what you're going through. Okay, I got you here. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and help this baby and this and that and so forth. And so you are doing your walk, you know what I mean? Your ministry walk there and so forth. Tell me, with you having the magazine and some of the interviews and some of the things that you uncover in the communities, how does that look when individuals are trying to maintain their psyche with balancing, you know, careers and parenthood? Because you interview some big stars. I don't know if you want to name drop.
Right, like you said, and this is to God be the glory, like you mentioned, that how it say your gifts will make room for you, just like what you're doing, you know. And I commend you and also Evangelist Angie B for opening this up and allowing an opportunity like this to be out here for all of us. But I mean the situation that I dealt with one time, and that was dealing with Dr. Vanessa Bell Armstrong, and her story hit me so much because of the fact that her mom had passed away, and she only had one son, because you have like a lot of people that may have one child, and her mom had passed away, and then her son had passed away. And I remember talking to her and how she said to me that a lady told her that, you know, she's anointed lady, and if anybody ever heard her, you know that she's an anointed lady, but God wanted to give her a greater anointing through what she was going through. So she had to realize, and she was like, well, if that's how God want to give it to me, I don't want it. And that's just being transparent. You know, a lot of things that we go through, we don't want it, but it's not for our glory, it's for God to get the glory. And a lot of times it's not our will that needs to happen, it's God's will that needs to happen. I remember somebody told me, if you ever want to make God laugh, and tell him about what your plans are versus what his plans are for you instead. So there's, like you said, the balance, you have to be able to get balance. I mean, I had an interview with Brent Jones, and how he was talking about he had to have balance, you know, time where he's still away, just like how Jesus had to still away. So he still had to still away to like the beach, or just pouring back into yourself. Self-care is everything, you know, when you're a parent, and even when you're not a parent, you need to have it.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, there's a need for so many levels of self-care for us to do as parents. And what that looks like to individuals is something completely different. You know, one person may be happy with their nails done. Another person may be happy. I went through a period, I was just happy to have some cookies. You know what I mean? Like, you know, just some little things I was like going through, and so forth and so on. And so what are some of the things that you see yourself, you know, it's like, look, this is me, this is my, you know, self-care, just to decompress from being a parent?
Right. There's a lot of things. I mean, I'm a big gospel. I love listening to gospel music. So that's what I do. I spend time listening to music. I listen to a lot of inspirational. I love reading books. I love reading books that encourage you. I spend a lot of time doing that every single day. Like even like at lunchtime, I'll sit in the car for like maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes, just sitting there pouring back into me. Because as women, we, like you said, we always pour out. But if you empty, how are you going to be able to pour into someone else? So that's what I do. I take time away. My husband, I thank God for him, because even like in January, they had the Queens of Gospel in Jacksonville. And he blessed me with booking the room, getting the tickets, giving me money to get the food and money to get the car. He doesn't mind me still in a way taking that time, you know, to be able to go and pour back into myself. Because like you said, we pour into everybody else. So we definitely need to pour into ourselves.
That part. You just had an amazing release. Can you tell us about that? Because we're talking about a mother's heart. And here we are, you know, we've been talking about, you know, parenthood, and we're approaching the hour of Mother's Day. Tell us about that compilation. Amazing.
Yeah. I tell you, God, he just seems to awe me all the time. I mean, like for Sean Mitchell, we just had on the magazine in March, and his song was "See the Goodness," and the timing of everything, and then with the mother's heart. God had already showed me the women that were actually going to be in there as a co-author. He had already showed me their faces, and then some other women recommended other women to be able to be a part of it. We're blessed to have our very own evangelist, Angie B. She did the graphics for us. I love it to be able, like how you said earlier, collaborate with others. That just makes us more powerful, more stronger. But anyway, God had put it in my spirit. I had saw dreams of it. And in December, he just told me who to get in touch with. And the lady's so receptive to doing it. And it's so funny with Evangelist Angie B, we actually, our deadline was February the 28th. And God told me there was going to be 10 of us all together. He said it was going to be 10. And that 10th one was Evangelist Angie B. But I tell you, when I look back over it,
let me tell you, don't tell Teresa. Tam, don't tell Teresa what I just said, okay? What I'm about to say, okay? The Lord had me write something back in December. And I didn't know what it was for. Because it wasn't around Mother's Day, it wasn't around my mom's birthday and nothing. So it was already written.
Wow.
And then when she called, I was like, well, where's that thing I wrote a couple months ago? And we ain't even gonna talk about the transition I went through to actually have to pack and unpack and figure things out.
Yes.
So to God be the glory that it was still in the computer. So thank you. But don't tell Teresa I said.
Thank you.
Listen. Wow.
So, but it was amazing though. Like, what I was gonna say also, like it took us, I was thinking it took us 6 months, but really it didn't. We started on it December and we finished February the 28th. And then we actually got back together on March the 28th. So I'm telling you, it's gonna be a bestseller. I feel it in my spirit. I know that God is gonna do amazing things with it because of the powerful women that He has behind it. And He already told me that it's not gonna be just a volume 1. There's gonna be more that follow behind it. It's gonna be more that follows behind it. So God is good.
And Bertie told me you guys got a billboard that's going to be advertised. Listen, come on now.
Orlando, Florida. Yes, it's a digital billboard, but it's in Orlando, Florida. So yeah, God, I tell you, he know how to do it. He knows how to do it.
Listen, I would love to be able to get some of those books and pass them out to some of the participants in our life skills program, because once more, we want to make certain that these folks have an assortment of toolkits, right?
Absolutely.
Of resources that can help them as they're pressing their way through. And so I've snuck in some glimpses of what the book is about. Amazing.
Yes.
Very much needed. It is going to bless so many individuals.
Absolutely.
I thank you for it. And so there's so many different needs in our community, you know what I mean? Needs for programs. And I think I spoke about this already, political policy changes and so forth. What are some of your wishes? Like if you could pick like 2 to 3 things that you wish were more available to parents as they're balancing life, they're balancing parenthood, they're trying to get their spiritual walk together, what would that look like?
I would say like they used to have a program where you would take the kid, like allow the mother or the parent to be able to pamper themselves and be able to take the kid away. That way they can spend time, like that mother that might have not had time to pamper herself, like you said, the nails, or to be able to get her hair done. I know I work at the school, and there's a young baby. He's probably maybe like 7 or 8 years old, but his grandmother is raising him, and she's already dealing with a whole bunch of things herself. So just to be able to give her time to say, okay, let me go get my hair done. I haven't had my hair done in a while. I haven't had my nails done in a while, because of the fact that they're always pouring it into the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you become a parent, you're no longer first. You can't be first. Not if you're a true mother. You're going to have to shift things around to make sure that kid is taken. So I would say more programs to be able to provide that, where they'll be able to have more time, probably like once a week, once a month, because some of them don't get to do it at all.
That's real. That's real. As we're getting closer to the hour of it being Mother's Day, what word of encouragement do you want to just, give a mother, give a father, give a non-birthing parent, you know what I mean? Just to uplift them.
Okay. So what I would say is just trust God. The Proverbs 3, 5, and 6 said, trust the Lord with all our heart, lean not into our own understanding, but in all our ways acknowledge Him, and He will direct our path. I would say that. Then I would also say, as a mother, sometimes we have the tendency of always being concerned about what could go wrong instead of being concerned about what could go right. Just like yourself, Tam, and like Evangelist Angie B, you could have came up with all kind of things why this couldn't work within the 3 weeks that God allowed it to do what it needed to do. But God, we serve a God that has unlimited resources. So don't limit God. Don't limit Him. Pray to Him. As the Bible say, have that mustard seed faith. And that doesn't take a lot. Nothing pleases Him more than us being able to have faith. Have faith in Him and knowing that He can do it for us.
Yes. That's what I'm talking about. You know, we have to have faith. We have to trust and believe that, you know what, things are going to work out for our good. You know, at the end of it all, you know, there's that glimmer of light at the end of this tunnel. And this is not going to last always. You know what I mean? And that's what we're, you know, I just keep on driving this back. And Maternal Matters Favored, you know what I mean? This is what we're about. You know, we want you to understand that you don't have to go through this alone. You know what I mean? You got us, you got God, you know what I mean? You have some folks that care. And so when individuals, they come on to our support group and they're kind of venting and talking about some of the challenges and some of the successes, you know, this is what it's about, to have that community orientation, to know that you don't have to go through this alone. I'm so excited about the opportunity that God has given us with having this life skills program. I'm excited to get my hand on your book, because once more, I think that's going to be a really great inspirational tool to parents as they're pressing through and so forth. Teresa, how can folks get in touch with you?
There's several ways. We're on Facebook, Instagram. We're also on TikTok and YouTube. You can just type in Triumphant Magazine. We also have a couple of different emails addresses. We have Triumph Magazine 2017 at gmail.com. We have Triumphant Magazine Publishing at gmail.com. And we also have our website up, which is triumphantmagazine.com.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Teresa, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
You.
I will talk to you in the airwaves.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Ladies, take care.
A Mother's Heart. An anthology by visionary Teresa Jordan, featuring 9 phenomenal co-authors. This book is created for men and women around the world. It is dedicated to mothers from the past, present, and future. We thank you for your resilience, strength, and unconditional love. We honor you for the countless times you have been problem solvers, held things together, and became a superwoman to many. You are appreciated, and your great work and contributions will continue to be celebrated. Quote, "But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible." End quote. Matthew chapter 19, verse 26. Our prayer is that these powerful stories will transform your life, creating pivotal moments for you, and also be responsible for leaving permanent marks in your heart. Our prayer is that every story is an inspiration to you going forth. A Mother's Heart, compiled by Triumphant Magazine, published by Triumphant Magazine Publishing, promotional support by Angie B. Productions, and narrated by me, the Queen Bee, Evangelist Angie B. A Mother's Heart, an anthology. I've just been sitting here
giving God praise because I can, because I can, and because I should, and I am grateful for this opportunity to not only be here with Tam, but to meet and say hi and greet some phenomenal people. Just, oh, wow. Just, it's just been really wonderful. It has truly been wonderful. Tam, I applaud you. I congratulate you. I'm gonna bring you back in so you can tell us about how the numbers look, and I know that throughout the night as we air more information, I pray that more donations will come in, so that
Yes.
way after this first 5 weeks we just continue on and continue on.
That part, that part. I want to say thank you to Teresa, not just for being on, but also for her donation that she provided as well. Thank you so much. We are sitting here just what 11 and a half hours in, and we're at $1,235. Like, mind blown, nothing but God, right? Because once more, we pulled this together, just a blink of the eye kind of a thing. Didn't even have the opportunity to advertise it like we wanted to, like they say that you're supposed to, right? Kind of a thing. We just wanted to make certain that we were able to bless just a handful of parents, you know what I mean, with attending our life skills program, to be able to provide them with some knowledgeable resources that they can keep in their back pockets to help them as they're coping and balancing with being adults and parents, right? And also with their walk in life. And so just for us to have exceeded what we just set as, a goal in such a little time, I'm truly humbled. I mean, wow. I mean, we had someone who called in and spoke from Kuwait. We had someone that gave us props from UK. Here we just got off the line with someone in New York. You know what I mean? Teresa, I'm in Orlando, guys. You know what I mean? I'm in Central Florida. We have people that have just been calling in and just giving their truth, being completely vulnerable, transparent. I mean, we have clinicians that are saying, yup, I went through that, you know what I mean? Like suicidal ideation, you know what I mean? Like didn't want to get out my bed to bathe myself, let alone change a diaper. You know what I mean?
Now we got Veronica Neely sitting back there, and I know she got to tell something.
Exactly.
She got to say something.
These are the stories in which I'm hoping someone's hearing and is clicking for them that you're not alone. You're not alone. There's others that are going through it, that have been through it. You won't be the last, but at the same time, let's get you some help. Let's get you some support. And this is what we're about at Maternal Matters Favored. Once more, our mission is to provide counseling, support groups, life skills programs, right? Community referrals. If something's not in our scope of service, don't worry, we know someone who could do that, right? And so that you can have an outlet so that we can help individuals. I can't say this enough, and most of our speakers have said it, you know what I mean? This is kingdom work that we're doing. Point blank, bottom line. This is not about us, you know what I mean? This is for the people, so they can know that God is love, God will redeem you, you know what I mean? You don't have to go through this alone. Okay, I'm not going to get into it. We still got more time left.
You're good. You're good. Hey, Dr. Veronica. It's good to see you.
Hey.
I'm working on my PhD, but I don't have it as of yet. But Dr. Veronica Neely Morris definitely sounded wonderful. You
listen,
absolutely beautiful, and thank you for an opportunity to be a part of what you're doing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me go ahead and introduce everyone. We have Miss Veronica Neely. She is a certified life coach. She's a philanthropist. She's a motivational speaker. She is also the CEO and president of a Florida-based 501c3 organization, Kiss Him, Inc. I love that you are here. Tell us some of everything about what you're doing. I mean, because that's just a small pocket. I mean, you have a regular 9-to-5 corporate career in which I didn't even talk on, but you doing kingdom work in that space as well. when I reached out to you and I was like, Veronica, hey girl, hey, what did you think?
You know what? I'm always excited about an opportunity to share my truth because someone shared their truth with me, and we can't do it by ourselves. It takes a community to get this work done because there's so much work to do. So I was honored to be a part of what you're doing. So it's always a yes for me.
Yes. Tell everyone, because I didn't get into what you do in the medical realm, but that is so needed. And I know that you have seen so many stories.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a respiratory therapist, and I've been doing this for 30 years. I've done all scopes of respiratory care. I still absolutely love it. I always say my respiratory job is my seed money to do what I was called to do, purpose. And I am the president of Keep It Simple Saints Ministry in the sense of community service, where we empower women and girls in the area of personal development and entrepreneurship. This was stemmed from my own life journey as an abused kid and subsequently dealing with postpartum depression as well as severe debilitating anxiety.
And that's real. You know, a lot of times too often individuals don't realize that, you know, we have stories and we have opportunities to share these stories to help encourage and uplift other individuals. And so when we're talking about perinatal and postpartum mood disorders and so forth, and the ministry work that you're doing with your 501c3, I just know that it's changing lives. And I know that you get so many testimonies from individuals because of the service work that you're doing.
Absolutely. I want to talk first about if I'm allowed to, about the postpartum depression that I experienced. I really did not know that that is what it was until I met you about 2 months ago. Do you remember me sending you a text and saying, "Oh my God, I think that's what I had"? And the reason why I say that is because we don't understand until we understand. We don't know until we know. I birthed a child. And I was not connected. My baby's 36 years old. We have an amazing relationship, but I talk about this all the time. I was not connected to her for the first 5 years. I thought, and that's why I never had any more kids, biological kids, because I thought I wasn't fit to be a mother. Because how can you have a baby and you're not connected to that little person that grew inside of you? I was so disconnected. I thought, because I grew up in a Pentecostal church and I thank God for my roots. But I thought maybe that I wasn't born to be a mother because I didn't have that maternal connection. I was just totally disconnected. And when I was in the hospital with her, I was exhausted. I didn't want to feed her. And back then, if the baby didn't drink a full bottle of milk, you couldn't be discharged. And I wanted to just be discharged. So I ended up throwing the milk in the trash because I just didn't have that mother-daughter connection. Throughout my life, I've learned how to connect, but I believe that I don't know if it was because of the abuse or because I felt so guilty about being pregnant out of wedlock. But now I realize that most of the missionaries was too, but that's another story, another take. But, I had a very difficult time connecting to her. And I do believe that it was because of postpartum depression, but we did not know about things like that. We didn't have the resources. We didn't have the organizations like Favored. We didn't have the Tam McCoys. We didn't have the Miss B. We didn't have these organizations, these individuals doing what you're doing today. So I'll always say yes. Now, as it relates to, I think you said I can, it's all form of mental illness or mental illness awareness. Is that correct?
That's right.
Story. Beautiful story. I've been working corporate for many, many years, but for the last 5 years, I was at this company and I met this young lady. I saw this young lady every day in the elevator. Never said a word to me. Just so happened, and I had to always check my own heart. Why are you feeling this way? Maybe it's her and it's not you. Yesterday, I happened to see her outside and I heard her talking. And I said to her, "You can talk?" And she shared with me after a lot of hugs and tears, and I don't even know this woman. She never spoke to me before. She said that she had elevator anxiety. So for 5 years, she turned her back towards the elevator and she wouldn't speak to anybody in the elevator. And I had an opportunity to tell her yesterday, and it just blessed my heart. And I shared this and she gave me permission to share without sharing her name. We cannot judge a mother. We cannot judge an individual because we don't know what that person is going through. It is so important that we take time. And for me, I ask God to, reveal to me why I'm feeling this way. I want to be a blessing to every person that I meet on a day-to-day basis. I want to be the God in their life. And I was able to tell that young lady that I've been praying for you. And she said, thank you so much. And I said, every time I see you, if I see you in the zone, I'm going to just touch your hand. And she said, I give you permission to do that. I am always excited about being a part of somebody's change.
Yes, yes. You know what? I'm about to get teary-eyed because we need more of that in the world. You don't never know what a person is actually going through. And when we're here, we've been talking about kingdom work. And, I thank you, on behalf of the mom, on behalf of anyone else, right? To, check your posture with your heart, you know what I mean? And just get outside yourself. And you don't know how that right there is going to just change your life.
Absolutely.
That's what.
You can't do that unless you're whole.
Come on now.
I had to work with myself through the years, because I'm also a life coach, to figure out why was I feeling the way I feel towards outward things when it had to do with what was inside of me. When we become wholly complete inside of us with nothing missing, nothing lacking, then we can give out what we have, because the Bible tells us that we can only give out of what we have. But if I had not done the work, the years of work that I've done in my own life, then I would have been feeling some kind of way, thinking it was all about me, thinking it was because I was a woman of color. I'm being honest. And I had to say, God, why am I thinking this way? Maybe it's about the other person. Maybe we need to be in a position to pray for that other person, even if we never get an opportunity to tell them that we're praying about it. And on top of that, I was so full when I got home Friday. The manager of the building just turned around and he said, you know what? We've never spoke, but you have a light and I love it. I cried all the way home because God allowed me to be a blessing in another person's life. That's what it's all about. It's about kingdom. Church and being a person of God is not on a Sunday or Thursday. It's 365.
Yeah. And when we're talking about being out here doing kingdom work, it's outside of the church. It's not just inside the building. And that's why it's so important for organizations, not like just mine, but yours as well. And where, we're able to use another arena to capture and win souls over and so forth. There's so many programs. What are some of the changes that you would like to see? Because it's not enough. You know what I mean? There's so many causes and so many things that need to be done here. What more would you say? Okay, yeah, we should be able to do that. And you know what? Funds should trickle down into this type of thing. What does that look like if you had a chance to change it?
I think really the churches should be more involved, because my experience, and I am blood bought, in my experience, I find that the churches don't invest in the people like you and I that are doing the work as they should. Because like for instance, before I did the work and was able to bring myself up to where I needed to be, where I could hear the word, I believe in the church, preachers will have less to preach if we're whole from the inside out. It's so much easier for me to hear God when I don't hear all these other voices in my head telling me that I'm no good. I think we're not going to be able to change the world, but we can change the world that's around us. I believe in making a difference every day. When you think about the work that needs to be done, it's overwhelming. That's not our job. An impact in the individuals that are in our circle, in our life. But we have to first start with us, because oftentimes I meet people like how I met you. I looked at you, didn't know you, and I said, oh, you are absolutely beautiful with your head. And I said to you, because you have no hair, you have nothing to hide behind. You are the most confident woman in the world. I mean, that's how we start this conversation. And now I'm on doing a program with you. But for that one time that I reached out to you, I think we have to stop being afraid of each other and stop competing with each other, because there's so much work to be done out there. And it doesn't always cost money. It takes one moment to be kind, and you don't know where that's going to go. Now going to work, I'm looking forward to seeing that girl again.
Oh my gosh. Yes. That's a lot to unpack because it's the truth, where we're to be community keepers, you know what I mean? And we're supposed to be the change that we want to see. And you don't never know. I mean, yeah, we met on LinkedIn, everyone, right? And it was like, yeah, hey girl, hey, kind of thing, you know what I mean? And we talk daily.
Always ask me, how do you meet people? I say hi. It ain't deep. It's not deep. We just have to use the voice that God has given us. Hi. And usually if a person doesn't respond back, I don't take it personally because I know that they're dealing with something. Because again, I met this young lady on LinkedIn and she was like, oh, how many followers do you have? Oh, what's your level? I said, girl, I'm low level. You probably don't want to connect to me because I'm low level. And then she began to tell me about all these celebrities she was connected to. This is the truth now. All these celebrities she was connected to. And I began to talk to her and converse with her. And it was nothing like she said. She had so many issues. So now I tease her, hey, it's your low-level friend. You know? She just be comfortable in being our authentic self. We don't have to put on an air. That's what's wrong with the world today. We're cover girls. We're wearing so many faces. I've been saved for over 40 some years. And I would say my first half of my salvation, I didn't know it, but I put on an act. How you're doing? I'm blessed. I am truly blessed, 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 blessed. Yes, you can say you're blessed and you meet it, but why you're doing the necessary work. We were not taught to go to counselors, coaches, and psychologists and all those folks because that was secular. But God placed those people in the earth to help us. You know, I love the Lord, but sometimes I need to touch some skin. I need to have a conversation with the human. And we have the resources. We just have to reach out to them. The Bible says that my people perish because of the lack of knowledge. But we always stop there. But it continues to say because they do not avail themselves to the knowledge that I have made available to them and for them. So the organization that I run and the organization that you run and the thousands of organizations out there, we have the tools to get this work done, but we're not going to change the world. We're only going to change those who want to be changed and willing to do the work.
That part, that is so true. I'm just, in awe because there are so many opportunities for individuals if they actually want to do it. You know what I mean? And I'm speaking from experience when I tell people, look, I don't look like what I've been through. You know what I mean? But I got tired of walking around that mountain, and I went ahead. That one time around that last time, I was like, let me grab these people are telling me something. You know what I mean? And so forth. And so where we're here and we're talking about, us providing and raising funds for this life skills program, it's going to be important. I'm talking to you guys out there. It's going to be important that, you're able to get a hold into some of these programs, that you actually apply yourself. You are intentional about the opportunity that you've been given, because it's not always going to come around. You know what I mean? And you don't know if you're going to have that opportunity to receive it the same way that you're able to receive it this time, right? And I say that because, you can be behind bars trying to get some assistance. You can do this free will and trying to get some assistance. You could be forced into programs, you know what I mean? And so forth. And I'm once more, I am speaking from experience. I've been there. I promise you I've been there, you know what I mean? Because these were opportunities in which I placed myself in, and I didn't grab hold of them until I went around that mountain again, right? And so forth. And so it's my prayer, with individuals that are out here listening and so forth, that you're taking heed, you know what I mean? If you see that you're actually going through, you know what I mean, this press and so forth, you don't have to do it by yourself. You don't have to keep doing it the way that you're doing it, and you're not having those successful results, right? Whatever that may look like, because it's different from other individuals. There are organizations, there's people who care. And once more, while this is a broadcast for Maternal Matters Favored, please, if you reach out and it's not something that we do, I promise you, you know what I mean? We are connected with individuals throughout this country who do what you may need. And they may speak the way you speak, you know what I mean, in regards to the language, you know what I mean? We could go high class, we go low class, you know what I mean? It don't matter if you need we got you. You know what I mean? There's no need for you to suffer in silence. And that's what we see, Veronica, right? A lot of moms, they're just out here suffering in silence. A lot of dads, oh, well, you know, I'm okay, I'm good, right? Because that's what we teach. You teach our boys, you know what I mean? And so forth and so on. And we see a gamut of non-birthing parents that, you know, they're like, oh my gosh, I've been blessed with this opportunity to have this child. You know, I can't let it be known or divulged that, you know what, this is pretty heavy.
It is. It is. And I think a lot of times, like when I got pregnant, I still don't know how I got pregnant other than did what grown folks do and got pregnant. But there was no joy in me being pregnant. It was a lot of shame. So if I knew someone or knew of someone back then, I never even thought about seeking counseling because you were just pregnant and you were, you know, pregnant out of wedlock and you had all that shame. Nobody came to me to say that I'm going to be okay. No one came to me and said, listen, you made a mistake. It's going to be okay. It was shame, shame, shame. So I carried that shame. I even went to the hospital by myself to have the baby because I was still shamed. I pretended not to be pregnant for about at least 8 months. And I told everybody I had a tumor. It was more acceptable back then to have a tumor than to be pregnant out of wedlock. Now, everything else was going on, but God forbid you don't get pregnant out of wedlock. And I wasn't a fast girl. I just got pregnant on the first try. And it was a lie. No wheel, bells and whistles and all that stuff. So I still don't know how it happened, right? But my kid is 30-something years old, so but it did happen. But I went through so much. So when my daughter had her baby at 19, I didn't give her a hard time initially. Well, initially I did. Initially, I started doing the same thing that happened to me. There was a level of shame because I had talked about other people's kids having a baby at 19 and not married. Young putting precious business all out in the street, but that was what mothers do. And then I realized the Lord said, you had a baby out of wedlock. So why are you giving her a hard time? And it took me some time to come around. But now it's like, listen, we don't condone that. It's not the best route to go. But we have to support our men and our women because there's a man involved and help them to become the parents that perhaps we were not. I'm an excellent grandmother now. My daughter says all the time, are you the same mom? Yes, because I've grown, because I want to grow. And there is no shame in that. When you're not feeling right, you know when you're not feeling right more so than anybody else. And I knew I wasn't feeling right. I didn't want to feed that baby. There was no, oh, look at my bundle of joy. No, I was really thinking about my waistline being messed up. I was really thinking about, what am I going to do every day I got a baby? What am I going to do with a baby? It was overwhelming. But by the grace of God, I wanted to learn. And I believe this to be true. When the student is ready, the teacher will show up.
Oh,
and everything I needed in life showed up. But you have to live in the now. And in my coaching program, I call the now. We ask God for things and we ask for opportunities, but we have to learn how to live in the now. And the now is noticing the many opportunities that show up every day and welcoming those opportunities. It's just like we just had a conversation yesterday. Are you going to be on the show at 9:45 p.m.? Who does that? Sure, that was an opportunity.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
I love it. Hey, Sister Veronica. I'm back here keeping track of time, and it's about that time to transition. But I want to thank you because you reminded me of a testimony that I heard from Bishop Ann, who now lives in heaven. Bishop Ann was a presenter at our Moms in Ministry in 2014. And she said she was pregnant out of wedlock, didn't really know how she got pregnant. I mean, and it wasn't like she was being fast. She just wanted some attention, some affection. She just, nobody was really paying attention to her. Go outside, play in the dirt, whatever. And then here come along this little fella who was like, well, let me just pay some attention to you. And because her parents were, her daddy was a pastor, it just was just shame upon shame upon shame. And a part of her testimony said, if she didn't have postpartum depression, the family brought it upon her because of the shame. And so when you talk about that, I want you to know, I hear you. I
Mhm,
hear you,
mhm.
and I think that topic needs to be revisited again among mothers because
And
I'm
we can't hold it against our parents because they did what they knew to do.
They didn't know. Yeah.
but we can hold it against ourselves if we repeat the cycle. And so I'm
Mhm,
glad that
mhm.
glad that you said
Yes.
that.
Veronica, tell everyone, how can they get in touch with you and your organization?
Absolutely. Once again, thank you so much for this opportunity to be a part of what you're doing. My name is Veronica Neely Morris. I'm the president of Keep It Simple Saints Ministry in the sense of community service. You can go to my website, which is keepitsimplesaints.com. That's keepitsimplesaints.com. Or you can go to Facebook page, Keep It Simple Saints Facebook, or you can go to keepitsimplesaints.com. Once again, thank you.
Awesome. I will see you next week. Wait a minute, before you go, talk about your event coming up next week.
Yes, thank you so much. On May 19th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, one of our speakers will be your very own Miss Tam McCoy. We're going to be doing mental health awareness. I'm going to be talking about anxiety and panic attacks. And Tam, you're going to be talking about what now?
PMAD, postpartum mood, anxiety, and other disorders. Yeah.
Join us there May 19th. May 18th. 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 It's been a long day at 7 p.m. Facebook Live. I'll see you there. Join in the conversation with us so we can keep the conversation going.
Definitely. The panel is packed with some powerhouse individuals. So yes, please make certain that you tune in. You'll start to see me post that on social media. So be on the lookout. Veronica, girl, I'll see you next time.
Financial donation is on the way as soon as I get off the air.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you. Oh, Tam, it's just about time. Dr. Jacqueline, Mother Jacqueline. Wow. Look at what she said about Veronica. Wow, wow, wow. So good, woman of God. What a blessing.
Yeah.
What a blessing.
What a day. This has been so amazing just to hear from so many professionals about some of the things in which they went through, you know what I mean? Some of the work that they're actually doing in the community, and they get it, you know what I mean? And it's my prayer that you guys out there, that you guys get it as well. We are here spreading awareness about perinatal and postpartum mood disorders. So it's that feeling of anxiety, of depression. It's certain levels that you may have of just keep checking on the baby. You know what I mean? Because that's something too. You know what I mean? Is my baby still breathing? Kind of a thing, right? And so forth and so on. And so I don't know how many of you guys have been tracking with us since 10 a.m., right? As we are here approaching 10 p.m. But we have heard from individuals just talking through a slew of different things that they themselves went through. And here I am. I'm going to be releasing chapter 1 from my book. And, this is very intimate because a lot of times, too often, we don't tell the whole truth. You know what I mean? And so
we don't know the whole truth.
That part, right? Or we're ashamed.
When people start talking about they don't know how they got pregnant, that they don't know it, and then they learn the truth. So sometimes we don't know it.
That part, or being ashamed or embarrassed, about some of the things that you went through. And so, when we're talking about doing kingdom work and how it's a must that we tell our testimony. Please, guys, right? I'm going to tell you some of mine. And it's my prayer that once more that we're able to connect with individuals and let you know you ain't the only one. You're not the only one.
All right. So we're going to play this little video. And then at the top of the hour, this stream may stop. But don't worry, the broadcast continues. Just go back out and come back in to Facebook. Look for Angie B Productions. We'll be streaming live. Twitter, Angie B Tour. Check that out. And then on YouTube, we're on search for Maternal Matters Favored. We will still be broadcasting. It's just that sometimes we gotta switch gears a little bit. So this video that we're going to bring to you, it's a 10-minute video. It will take us right up to the top of the hour. Favor, hashtag Queen Status by our very own Tam. And Tam, I appreciate you, dear. Thank you for bringing me in on this. God bless you.
Favor. From Queen Status to Queen Walk by Tamara L. McRoy. This book is dedicated to my parents, my ace, my wise owls, and my village people. Thank you for the steadfast love, support, patience, and prayers. Preface. This manuscript is a recount of a selection of events that took place in my life, some of which are in part due to my childhood and adolescent years of depression, low self-esteem, and lack of mental health assistance, mixed with non-domestic and domestic environmental factors. Not having some form of an anchor of fundamentals allowed me to spiral into perinatal and postpartum anxiety and depression in my early adulthood when I became pregnant, which led to me having a world of substance use abuse and psychosis issues, all of which fueled my turning into a monster. On my road to recovery, I fell prey to victimizing love and found the courage to walk away, but only to plunge into a whirlwind of false sense of peace at the bottom of a liquor bottle. These are situations where I should either be dead, in another mental ward, or back in jail, or still strung out on drugs. I pray this book empowers and encourages women to let them know that it is okay to seek counseling, to speak up when life's imperfections begin to weigh you down, and to know that with the favor of God over your life, all things are possible. This means you can sink to depths of self-disgust, be looked down upon by the public, work to regain your footing as a mother, not fit societal modes, not have a perfect Christian walk, excel at being stagnant, surrender it all to God in an endeavor at self-love, learn to praise in the middle of sorrow, identify your purpose, and lace up your boots to get to kingdom work. If any of these routes are taken, please know it's only the beginning to self-actualization. Chapter 1. Did you know that I used to be a crackhead prostitute? Yes, me. You never would have thought it, huh? Let me tell you how I got there, where the addiction took me, and how I was able to recover. Though I primarily lived in a middle-class two-parent home, it was a place mostly filled with discord among my parents and love being shown to me in a materialistic form. This, along with early childhood trauma, self-esteem issues, and social awkwardness, led to me suffering from depression and anxiety at a very early age in life. My first attempt to kill myself was when I was in the 3rd grade. By this time, I had been to 3 elementary schools, Opelika Elementary, PS 121, and North County Elementary. I had lived in Florida, New York, and New Jersey, with Florida and New York being those that I lived in several times. I was unwantedly fondled and had been forced to hunch. At the age of 4, I remember I had helped take care of a few old people when my mom did live-in CNA work. At one point, living in the Edgemere houses in Far Rockaway, I would wake up in the middle of the night, every night, and hang out with an older cousin while he played cards, smoked, and drank with his peeps. He would give me beer until I fell back asleep. To add to the list, I was a chubby, gap-toothed, dark-skinned black girl who was looked at as an ugly duckling. Throughout the years, I sensed something was off with my psyche. I couldn't place my finger on it, but every so often, I would self-analyze my thoughts, reactions, and that of those around me. Compare myself to others and wonder why I was this paradigm of an anomaly. Biopsychosocial studies have revealed that a child's development from birth to early adolescence is manufactured from a mix of biological, psychological, and social environmental factors. These elements are taken in consideration when evaluating the whole being of a person. When not addressed, matters can grow into an assortment of unhealed childhood trauma. As you can tell, I had a little buffet going on. As I went into my teenage years, through my early adulthood, I produced calamities of a toxic level of perfectionism, people-pleasing, attachment issues, grandeur tactics of fixing others, trust issues, and ignoring my own needs, to say the least. There was a time in my high school years when I asked my mother for mental help, and I was told, as a Black woman, we don't show emotions, we don't get sick, we hold our heads up high, and we never let someone see us cry. Seemed legit. This is what she had did and had been doing all her life. So I adopted this mantra and started smoking weed to numb myself from the reality of life. That was the mid-90s, and even then, mental health conversations were not permitted, especially in the Black culture. But why? Why wasn't the fact that I had spent the summer of 1994 as a new 14-year-old watching my 33-year-old sister die from gastric cancer that had metastasized so badly you could see the lumps in her breast when the coroner pronounced her dead? Why was that not taken into consideration? Or the fact that at 10 years old, after us being in a 3-car accident where my mom's friend had to get reconstructive plastic surgery on his face, and she had to get a total right hip replacement while I came out unscathed, not been recognized as a distressing life experience. Did she not realize I was holding on to years of guilt for coming out okay? The story was told as God having spared me of any injuries because of the calling on my life. At the time, I thought that was a stupid thing to say. We were in the car because my mom was leaving my step-pops again, but this time it was because of him disciplining me for being rude to a neighbor. She didn't like him disciplining me, but someone had to, and Lord knows she was barely around to do so because of her being a workaholic. Oh, and because she was cheating on my pops. I remember one time sitting on top of the toilet and just running my mouth while she bathed and prepared to go out. Here is where I learned what a douche was and why women used it. But that evening, me and my pops, we stood there and watched as my mom got into the car with Mr. Teddy. He was my mom's old boyfriend from 84. He was cool, but my mom married my pops in 88, and so it left me torn. I'm not sure if my pops really knew that my mom was a cheater, but she was the breadwinner, and so she ran the home. My just men did back in the day. She made the financial decisions, dished out the directives, and didn't care what my dad or anyone had to say. I always wondered, what if I hadn't been rude? Dad wouldn't have had to put me in my place, and I would not have had anything to cry to my mom about. Then we wouldn't have been in that vehicle, and my mom would not have had to get a hip replacement. Plus, I wouldn't have had to help her on and off the commode and in and out the shower in the beginning of her recovery. As a 10-year-old, that really sucked, especially since we were living with my brother and his family in their 2-bedroom apartment. His wife was pregnant with their 7th child and wasn't too happy that we were there. As a woman, I don't recall her offering any assistance. When I looked back at not being able to get wanted counseling, I questioned if it was because of the militant ways that my mom had, her disassociation from feelings because of her childhood, upbringing, and life's traumas, the societal stigma on mental health, or a combination of all of the above. This book is not about the sob stories of my life, but more so the moments I have endured and pressed through to redemption. It is to bring a heightened awareness to the parallels of inequities to mental health, substance use, and spirituality. God knew the mishaps, adversities, moments of emotional anguish, and despair I would encounter, and saw them as a righteous plan, justifiable for the testimony that He was setting me up for. It is part of my purpose for my life, my assignment that He has given me. In building my strength, I am able to touch the shoulder of another who is or who has endured and lead them to redemption as well.